Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me.
All right. Can anyone hear me? People are saying no audio. So yes, Choma, you are saying no audio. One Nigeria is saying I'm hearing loud and clear. So which one is it? So indicate to me if you can hear me. Can you hear me? One Nigeria. Oh, all right. Okay, so we're back to the intro. Choma, maybe you need to bring your computer from on mute. So let's start all over again. Good to see you all, by the way. An epic session in the working, so in progress. So stay there.
Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo, you go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo, you go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go. Love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo.
Two Lagos state governors, past and present, that took crucial action to turn back the clock on a century of coastal decay along the Lagos coastline.
Today, a liability that threatens the entire Victoria land of Lagos has been arrested and is being converted to a great asset of prosperity.
You must give credit to my predecessor. He was the one who started the protection of the bar beach. What the federal government used to do was to come and pump sand, 4 billion naira every year, and the sea will wash it away. And you can imagine how many 4 billions they have spent years and years until we said, no, there's a better solution to this thing. Before we did that thing, every year that it rained, flood used to reach NTA. NTA used to flood. NTA has not flooded for the last 7 years that I have been here.
Sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin ẹ̀rù ní, ọjọ́ tí aláàbà wọn dábìlẹ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹlòkó. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tádádé, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú
orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
Tupese bifi maipe. Asi pada wata do weni foge mewu.
Okay.
Papa yelo bifi. Wande kirikanya. Mama musi na nwa metogo kwa. Aka na nwa mujelumba. Owe butike. Aka nilu ne butilo wane mu. Asa me wanke ya diba kwa ya chokwa.
Ayandaba. Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mawu, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mawu, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna, Oyibo.
It is everyone, be free,
Ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Apologies for the background noise, by the way. Just the only way that my wife permits me to do these sessions is for me to keep it completely out of the house. So she throws me into the conservatory, which is a very busy part of the house. You have the washing machine and all manners of funky things going on just right around me. So if you're hearing a little bit of background noise, it's because I'm thrown out of the house, so I'm able to do this. So good day to you. Como estás, señor, señorita, señora, and como estás, pequeña. So good day to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So there it is right there. You see, I'm multilingual. Who said that I'm not multilingual? I even speak a little bit of Yoruba, I'll have you know. Karo ojire, ìpàdé wa bí rebi, you know. So you know that's your inflection. No, we always are. They call it Estruan language. I'm sure you've heard Estruan English. It's it inflects in different. Anyway, let me leave all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So that's just the sum total of it all. So good day to you. Good to see one Nigeria trying to pretend as though he understands Spanish. Good day to see you. Good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? So always a delight to be in your company. I'm even more delighted when you click on the like button. So you should be doing that as soon as I'm calling it out. You should really be doing that as a matter of routine, but do that as I'm calling it out now. So click on the like button. So click on that. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Do that as well. These are for reasons of YouTube algorithm. You all know why people ask you to do those things. So do them for those nice and cozy reasons. Click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That pops you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking point, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So there's nothing complicated about it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me, and then the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section. Click on that and use that to donate towards the platform. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats in the course of every session, but don't do a derisory amount, or it's better you don't do it at all than to do some sort of derisory amount that's just going to annoy people. So don't be an annoyance. If you want to do it properly. But a minimum of 5 super chats, the anticipation. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and super chat to the 5 platforms. So 5 instructions there for you to be going on with. So 5 instructions there for you to be going on with. Let's just kick it off. Just a raft of so many things to discuss and all heavy-hitting news. So it's just a funny thing. In some instances, we struggle to find you anything that will engage, and in other instances, there's just an abundance of it you have to sieve through to bring what you feel is most pertinent. But this is what I have sieved as being the most pertinent, the most engaging. So let's dive rather straight into it. Just as soon as I take a sip of water. Pardon me. So let's dive straight into it just as soon as I take a sip of water, which I have just done now. Breaking, APC suspends Ganduje over corruption allegations. So we kick it off with that bombshell headline. So we kick it off. All right. Okay. So I just saw a headline there. So we kick it off with that bombshell headline. But really, is this really just for the cameras? Because it is not today, as we say in Nigeria, that Ganduje suddenly became a corrupt politician. Ganduje was corrupt long before he was appointed as the APC chairman. So Ganduje was corrupt long before he was appointed as the APC chairman, and he was openly corrupt as well. I should have actually found it. Let me look for it now. It was openly corrupt. So let me quickly dig up that video of him pocketing dollars. Hold on. Ganduje pocketing dollars. So he was openly corrupt long before he was appointed to the APC chairman. Let me show you this. You all remember this clip, of course. This is Ganduje pocketing dollars in some sort of bribery scandal. So let's also. So he was openly corrupt long before he was appointed to the APC chairman. So quite now, what has happened now to make them suddenly suspend him? So there is Ganduje right there. We've all seen this clip. It came out about 5-6 years ago with the guy pocketing dollars into his babariga. So let's just see. That's the Ganduje. I don't quite know why they've put a logo over it. But that's Ganduje. We've all seen, so there he is right there. So there he is right there collecting the dollars. And there he is talking it away. So there he is taking the dollars. So let's go back to that headline. Yes, so APC suspends Ganduje over corruption allegations. So now let's see if there's anything else. Because of course, it's under heavy pressure from the Kaduna State Governor incumbent at the moment. So that certainly was propelled this. The All Progressive Congress, APC, has suspended Abdullahi Ganduje, the former governor of Kano State. Ganduje, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has suspended Abdullahi Ganduje, the former governor of Kano State. Ganduje is the current national chairman of the ruling party. Ganduje's suspension was communicated by Hilaru Gwanzo, the legal advisor to Tawankin Tofa, local government area of Kano State. Addressing journalists in Kano State on Monday, Gwanzo cited allegations of bribery against Ganduje leveled by the Kano State government as the reason for the suspension. So if we pause it there for a moment, don't make any mistake that it's been suspended at the ward level, therefore that means nothing. If you cast your mind back to what happened to Adams Oshiomhole, this was how it started as well. And this was what happened to, by the way, Donyo Okupe as well. When they want to get rid of these chairmen, they always suspend them first at the ward level, and then they are never to be seen again. Addressing journalists in Kano State, Gwanzo cited allegations of bribery against Ganduje leveled by the Kano State government as the reason for the suspension. We decided to suspend Dr. Ganduje from the party due to the seriousness of the allegations against him, Gwanzo stated. According to the ward APC leaders, the suspension is effective from Monday, the 15th of April, 2024, until Ganduje clears himself from the allegation. So I'm not quite sure because nothing really seriously has changed. So this has to be read as a political move, by the way, because nothing really seriously has changed. There is no new thing that has come into the mix to have led to this. So Ganduje was always under investigation for corruption in Kano State. He has been for months and weeks and years. So he was always under investigation, but I think a member of his family was actually arrested a couple of days ago, but still is still under investigation on allegations of corruption. So there's nothing proven yet. So why has it now been suspended at this particular time? So you have to read politics into that. There is no other reading outside of politics into that. So let's take that from the top again. The All Progressive Congress APC has suspended Abdullahi Ganduje, the former governor of Kano State. Ganduje is the current national chairman of the ruling APC. Ganduje's suspension was communicated by Hilaru Gwanzo, the legal advisor of Dawankin Taufa local government area of Kano State. Addressing journalists in Kano State on Monday, Gwanzo cited allegations of bribery against Ganduje leveled by the Kano state government as the reason for the suspension. We decided to suspend Dr. Ganduje from the party due to the seriousness of the allegations against him, Gwanzo stated. According to the World APC leaders, the suspension is effective from Monday, 15th of April. So essentially, as we speak now, as we're having this conversation now, Abdullahi Ganduje no longer the chairman of the APC. At least it's in abeyance, it's in animated suspension. According to the World APC leaders, the suspension is effective from Monday, April the 15th, 2024, until Ganduje clears himself from the allegations. Recall that the Kano state government had dragged Ganduje before the Kano High Court on charges bordering on allegations of bribery, diversion, and misappropriation of funds, including the purported acceptance of $415,000 and 1.38 billion naira in bribes. The Kano State Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice, Haruna Dederi, said Ganduje will be arraigned alongside his wife, son, and 5 others. The accused individuals, as listed in the writ summons, include Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, Hafsat Umar, Abubakar Bawuro, Umar Abdullahi Umar, Jibrila Mohammed, Lamash Properties, etc. So it goes on to list, but really the main person they are targeting, of course, Abdullahi Ganduje. So there it is right there. The dollar pocketing governor is about to pocket a prison term. Hold on. Right, so the dollar pocketing governor is about to pocket a prison term, but of course, it's all about politics. It's politics in play here. The incumbent governor wants to embarrass him. There's the undercurrent of the hand of Kwakwanso in all of this. So a myriad of all manners of goings on. So hopefully, if we have an assembled panel, they will unravel what is going on there for us. So an assembled and that's your hint, by the way, to hop on. So let's have some people coming on to take on the conversation. Right. So this is it now. This now next. Send me the link. Money more. One man, APC Exco has dismissed the sack. So we find out. I think somebody just sent me that actually. Somebody just sent me that. I think. Yes, I think Baba just sent me that actually. This is a fast-moving space. It says Justin Ganduje's word Exco debunk ex-governor suspension blames NMPP members. So I'm not quite sure what this means. All right. We have to go with the fact that he has been suspended until we have full and firm confirmation that that is not the case. Tinubu government has brought Tinubu government has brought back fuel subsidy and is even paying more than Tinubu's government has brought back fuel subsidy and is even paying more, but many Nigerians don't know. So L had no fury like a woman's corn, is what they used to say, or L had no fury. I think we have Alexander Gomez. Alexander, a rare appearance from you. Good to see you.
Hello, how are you? You all right?
I'm good. I'm good. Always better for your company. What's going on?
I hear your weather's getting better in England. Is it true?
It is true. We actually went out in t-shirts today.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to call in to say hello. It's been a while. I have about 5 minutes to spare, and I wanted to call in to say, look, you guys are doing a good job. I like the way you guys are dialoguing. It's not one directional. People have their opinions, sometimes right, sometimes kind of warped, but people are freely allowed to express themselves. And I like that. So that's why I called. And I also called to acknowledge the wonder that my brother, Yemi Cardoso, has been performing.
It's exceptional stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know that the Naira was the best performing currency in April globally.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
These people have not seen nothing yet, or they'll see magic from these people. Magic.
Well, let the Lagos boy do what the Lagos boys are best known for. Aria aside, we're just very competent people, and we're there to prove to the nation that, yeah, we might be Lagos boys, we might be showy, but we have reasons to be showy. So that's just that. And that includes you too, because you're a Lagos boy too. You always say, oh, you're, but you're a Lagos. When you open your mouth, what comes out of your mouth is Lagos diction. That's what comes out of your mouth.
Well, there it is from Oregon inflection.
Well, exactly.
But what are you making of the goings on? Your older schoolmate and mine, Godwin Emefiele. He looks as though that guy might well.
No, he was my junior. He was my junior.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think he should rot in jail. Like I said on Rudolph's platform yesterday, and you kind of challenged me a little bit. I don't know where that was coming from.
No, you know, I've been saying that Emefiele is the richest black man. I thought maybe you heard me say it, but
no.
Yes,
no.
Nobody is as rich as that guy. Yeah,
he's stupendously wealthy, albeit in the crooked manner, but he is stupendously wealthy. But a lot of Nigerians who have his wealth are not genuine in the way they acquire their wealth. So, but he should rot in jail. The way I'm seeing it, if this continues the way it is, this man's just going to have a major heart problem and give up, because this is way too much. They leave him, they pick him up. They leave him, they pick him up. Presently, I think he's giving up.
Do you think certain people want him dead? You know, I'm not sure. I won't be surprised if that guy mysteriously passes on sometime this year, because he knows so many secrets, so many people he can implicate. You know, so many people would rather not see him alive. Yeah,
like they say in America, I think Buhari pushed him under the bus. I think that I don't know how such a brilliant guy, crooked, yes, but brilliant, whatever way you look at it. I don't know why he came back to Nigeria. I don't know what he thought was going to happen. What I think happened was, I think he had a meeting with Buhari and the president, where the president guaranteed him that nothing was going to happen to him, but it was just a false promise he was given. Because I don't know why he came back. If he knew he did so much atrocities as a central bank governor, I don't know why he came back to Nigeria. But I don't know.
Do you not think it's arrogance? I think
he's not. No, by his very nature, he's not an arrogant. This is someone I used to know very well. He's not an arrogant person. I think he was just reassured that, don't worry, we give you amnesty, just come back and we look past you. But I think they lied to him. He was trying to run away when they caught him, So I don't know, but I think other people should go down too, not only him. I think that Attorney General should definitely go down. He's as corrupt as Emefiele.
No, that's the one space that still strikes me as curious. Why it's not being picked up? But then, do you remember? Just as the Buhari administration were packing their bags to leave, he quietly married one of Buhari's daughters.
Yes.
So
yes.
I think he's packed his immunity under Buhari's name.
No, I don't think he's in the country. I don't think he's in the country. I think the people that really stole money under Buhari, I think they fled. I think they left with Buhari. Because Buhari left Nigeria overnight. He just took on a plane and just got out, said, I don't want to have anything to do. Just don't I don't want to be involved in it. I've done my 8 years. Don't call me into any things that you guys are doing. And he left quietly. But I think when he was leaving on that private jet, he took along with him a lot of people who had stolen money. I don't think that man, the Attorney General, ex-Attorney General, is in that. They would have picked him up. But I don't think he's in Nigeria. That's why. They stole a lot of money. That's why people are going through what they're going through today. Someone said,
I think it's a record stealing.
Yes,
I don't think anybody has stolen as much as they did. They just stole everything.
Yeah, I heard someone said one of the most impressive or one of the saddest statements I've ever heard, saying that only in Nigeria do we use money to buy money. And that was Emefiele. You use your money to buy money. It's amazing. Emefiele, no. I'm sorry that I'm associated with him because we went through the same educational system. But this guy was the pits, man. I can't believe that I've been shouting it from day one. Emefiele destroyed Nigeria. Now the only reason why he did it was because he knew he was working for people who didn't know their left from their right, bunch of nincompoops and illiterates. So he was just playing them. I don't even think Buhari knew he was as corrupt as it has appeared right now. They knew he was thinning a little bit, I'm sure, but they don't know that it was to this extent. He's given back $4.5 billion. And that's just
that's still chicken change to him.
Yes, and that's the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. That's the tip of the iceberg. There's still more coming. Every time they pick him up, he'll release another billion. His wife disappeared. His brother disappeared.
Another person I'd like them to go. It will never happen, of course. Is Buhari's wife? She probably stole as much as Emefiele.
No, they won't pick those northerners. They won't pick those northerners. They won't pick them. But we have two Nigerias. We have the northern part of Nigeria, and when they have the southern part of Nigeria, and 9 times out of 10, the Mutums in the north, they have amnesty. So they're not going to. I mean, what happened to the accountant general? Nobody's talking about the accountant general. He stole a lot of money too.
He's in court though. He's in court.
Oh, is he?
I
didn't know that.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay. So that's that. And well, man, thank you for having me. I just wanted to call in to say hello to everybody, and we're proud of you. You're doing a good job. I must say, your command of the English language excites me sometimes. Okay, so God bless you. All right,
all right, Brian. Thank you. So that's Alexander Gomez, the Chief Executive Officer of the One Man Went to More platform. So that's a gene up, pat on the back cameo appearance by the CEO. So back to the news. Tinubu government brought back fuel subsidy and is even paying more, but many Nigerians don't know. So I was saying, hell had no fury like a woman's cunt. That's the phrase. But hell had even greater fury than a woman's cunt when a politician is cunt. So the little man from Kaduna State, he's about to blow up the government. Tinubu government has brought back fuel subsidy and is even paying more, but many Nigerians don't know. So it's the mini-me from Kaduna State. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has declared that President Bola Tinubu has restored the fuel subsidy regime, but many Nigerians don't know. So, I've heard a lot of people say these sort of things. I've heard a lot of people say this sort of things, but you have to look at the numbers sometimes to check the. It's a bit like when they were telling us the Zane Madueke that she stole about $50 billion or something, which is the equivalent of the country's economy over 2 years. So there was no possibility of that ever being the case. So sometimes you have to look at the numbers. If the government has introduced fuel subsidy and even pay more, as El Rufai is saying, then where are they getting the money from? There's no budget line for fuel subsidy in the budget. There's no line for fuel subsidy in the budget. So we know that it's not being captured by appropriation. Are they dipping into the NMPC? The NMPC has been opened up, and I don't think they have, so where is the money coming from to subsidize the fuel subsidy? And we're seeing the effects of the fuel subsidy removal in terms of increased monies to the states and infrastructural builds like the Lagos Calabar coastal road. So we are seeing fuel subsidy monies being spent towards the country. So where is that money then that they're using to subsidize? So sometimes a lot of these things don't cohere with logic or sense. A lot of it don't cohere with logic or sense. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has declared that President Bola Tinubu has restored the fuel subsidy regime, but many Nigerians don't know. According to him, the federal government is currently paying more for fuel subsidy than before it was removed by President Buhari in May 2023. The former Kaduna State Governor made the submission on Monday whilst fielding questions from newsmen in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, after delivering a lead paper at the occasion of a capacity building workshop for top officials of the Borno state government. He submitted that the restoration of the fuel subsidy is what made the price of petrol per liter to be at 600 to 750, which could have been much higher than diesel, which is now sold for 1,000 naira depending on the location. The former governor, however, added that many Nigerians are not aware of the situation. He submitted that, and this is a party member, by the way. So they say keep your friends close, but keep your enemies even closer. This is a senior member of the APC throwing his party under the bus. He submitted that the restoration of fuel subsidy is what makes the price of petrol per liter to be at about 600 to 750 naira, which could have been much higher than diesel, which is now sold for about above 1,000. The former Kaduna State Governor, however, added that many Nigerians are not aware of the situation. He submitted that as a leader, when you implement a policy and you see that it is not working well, you should have the humility to stand back and say, this is not working. I wonder if he exemplified that in his 8 years of brutish dictatorship in Kaduna State, when he doubled up Muslim and told the Christian population of that state to go whistle. El-Rufai said, a good leader must be decisive and have the ability to make good decisions, trustworthy, empower others, irrespective of political, religious, or ethnic. This is El-Rufai speaking, by the way. It says to empower people irrespective of political, religious, or ethnic considerations. The biggest religious bigots. Do you remember that clip that made the round that he told us that the Muslims were out to dominate Nigeria, and there is because they are benevolent people, and there is nothing that Christians can do about it? That's one of the things that led to him not being confirmed by the Senate. El-Rufai said, a good leader must be decisive and have the ability to make good decisions, trustworthy, empower others irrespective of political, religious, or ethnic considerations, have clear communication skills, and resilient in all ramifications. So have clear communication skills is an acerbic side swipe at Tinubu, who notoriously speaks in a very sluggish, somewhat it's almost retarded way. Tinubu speaks like a retard, doesn't he? Really? So that's an acerbic aside towards the Tinubu's vocalization. Have clear communication skills and resilient in all ramifications. Though it is too early to judge the present administration, it's just been there for only 9 months, and leadership is work in progress. You start something, as I said in my speech, you start a policy because you are absolutely sure it's the right policy, but in the course of implementation, if you see bottlenecks, you modify, because the key word in leadership, in my view, is not ideology or anything, it is pragmatism. You should always be pragmatic. You are not God. Only God is perfect. So as a leader, when you make a policy and you start implementing and it doesn't seem to be working well, you should have the humility to stand back and say, this is not working well. I wonder, as I said, if he exemplified that in his 8 years in Kaduna State. And we're not seeing the super chat streaming, by the way. We saw Ayo do his bit. So I want that comment section lighting up in multicolors, if that's possible, super chats. For example, if you appoint a person to a position and is not performing to expectation, you should have the humility to say, look, I need a better person to do the job perfectly. I thought he said no perfection except from God. Leadership is a continuous thing. And in a term of 4 years, you can't assess a government of 9 months. But as I also said earlier during my presentation, the removal of fuel subsidy by the present administration is another good policy by President Tinubu. I have always supported withdrawal of fuel subsidy. But as you can see, in the course of implementation, so this is where he sticks the knife in. But as you can see, in the course of implementation, the government has now realized that the subsidy has to be back. Because right now we are paying a lot. Of money, amounting to trillions of naira, for subsidy, even more than before, because the impact has been seen, and the packages of the support that will reduce the impact have not been effective in reducing the impact, and so the federal government has to backpedal by subsidizing petrol. So there is a Rufai right there then telling us that the subsidy is telling us not only as it, the only thing is, where is the subsidy coming from? So it's not captured in the budget, as I said. So really it points then to the NNPC to say, are they subsidizing? But the thing is, the NNPC has now been formulated into a limited liability company. So it doesn't have that back passage government entry anymore, because it's not accountable to shareholders. So where is that money that is being used for this subsidy that Mini-Me from Kaduna State is talking about? Where is it coming from? Many people don't know this. If they want to know whether there is fuel subsidy or not, they should compare the prices of petrol and diesel per liter. This is because under normal circumstances, petrol is supposed to be more expensive than diesel. As it is, diesel is above 1,000 naira, whilst petrol stood at about 600 per liter. So we are still subsidizing for fuel in Nigeria. So there is some veracity to that logic, because of course there's not sharp enough a movement in the price of petrol. There's been consistency, which is to tell you that it's been supported in some form. But is it to the degree that that El Rufai is talking about? That's the wider question. PDP crisis, northern groups reject Atiku, endorse Wike as party leader. So you know that the PDP are going through their. And by the way, let me send. Hold on. Yeah, good to see you, Ken. Let me send the link to the studio. We need the studio populated so the conversation can take place. And we need the super chats coming in as well. So now, some of you may or may not know that the PDP they are going through their convention at the moment. They're having whatever NEC meeting to determine then who's going to be the chairman of that party. So there are two camps within the PDP, as you know. There is the Wike camp, and then there is the Atiku Abubakar camp. So now, however, whichever direction that party follows, whoever wins through between the Wike camp and the Atiku Abubakar. Actually, let me switch on the camera to explain this. So now, there are two camps within the PDP. I think we all know that. There's the Wike camp and there's the Atiku Abubakar camp. The PDP are now going through a process to elect a chairman. We all know that as well. So the chairman can either come from the sway of the Atiku Abubakar space, or they can come from the gush of the Yemson Wike space. So it's either that lilt or this tilt. So it's a lilt or tilt. So whichever direction it tilts to, it tells you then the sort of politics that PDP are going to play going forward. If the Wike camp, if the Atiku Abubakar camp, if they get hold of the PDP chairmanship, then that is to tell you then that the PDP are going to launch a full onslaught on the 2027 election. That is to tell you that they're going to go all out for the 2027 election. That is if the Atiku Abubakar camp, if they get the chairmanship position, are going their way. If the chairmanship position goes to the direction of the Yemson Wike camp, then that is to tell you then that the PDP are playing a long game, because Wike is not going to campaign against Tinubu in 2027. But once Tinubu completes his administration or his 8 years, all better off. So they can then launch full throttle against 2031. So whoever gets to pick the chairman, if Atiku picks the chairman, they are launching against 2027. And if Wike picks the chairman, then they are playing the long game towards 2031. So that's my reading of that particular goings on. But let me give you the readout. Northern groups rejects Atiku, endorses Wike as party leader. So there it is. As the crisis over who controls the soul of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) rages on, a Northern group has rejected the overtures of the 2023 presidential candidate of the party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and rooted for the leadership of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT), Yemson Wike. Just 3 days to the crucial meeting of the National Executive Council (NEC) of the party, Arewa PDP Transparency Group said the recent media war over who the national leader of the major opposition party to champion the affairs of the PDP in Thursday's NEC meeting was unnecessary, since Wike has the capacity to turn the fortune of the party around for good. A statement by Honorable Haruna Bature, national chairman of Arewa PDP Transparency Group, on Monday, said, "Leadership means care, concern, and responsibility. It is not self-serving, not periodic or spontaneous." So self-serving, periodic, or spontaneous. So those are all traditional digs at Atiku Abubakar, who disappears in the fallow years only to appear in the time of harvest. So that is a harvest politician, a fair weather politician. A statement by Honorable Haruna Bature, national chairman of Arewa PDP Transparency Group, on Monday said, "Leadership means care, concern, and responsibility. It is not self-serving, not periodic, and not spontaneous. The PDP is the biggest opposition party in Africa. The PDP, as the biggest opposition party in Africa, has suffered a lot of leadership crises, which resulted in its loss of power at the national level from 2015 till date. These crises are largely self-inflicted due to insensitivity, lack of political vision, lack of care, concern, and respect for the vision of the founding fathers of the party and for the yearning and aspirations of the Nigerian citizenry. Charity, they say, begins at home. A party whose leadership cannot take care of its own and showing good leadership definitely cannot take care of Nigeria or offer good leadership. We wish to particularly bring to the attention of the leadership of the party that the fears by some PDP leaders about His Excellency Chief Barrister E.N. Wike's appointment in the APC government is born out of jealousy. We wish to particularly bring to the attention of the leadership of the party that the fears by some PDP leaders about His Excellency Yemson Wike's appointment in an APC government is born out of jealousy, hate, bitterness, bias, and their blindness to political reality, that the failure by the PDP to ensure power rotation to the south led to its loss of power at the center. If such fears are genuine as they claim, why was the PDP still able to win governorship and other elections in states across the country? So there it is right there. So whoever wins that chairmanship slot gets to control that party. Let me bring you this. This one has nothing to do with politics, but this one is being talked about all over social media. So it's the narrative of this woman who went on the pulpit to give testimony of her educational achievements and then was summarily embarrassed by the pastor to the point that she had to bring out her certificate to prove that she's who she claims to be. I was shattered and disgraced. Woman accused of giving false testimony by Pastor Eneche at Dumina's church opens up. So a lot of you are following that storyline. So we'll bring it only as the headline. We won't necessarily do the readout, but if anybody wants to talk about that, then we'll open it up a bit more. El Rufai, federal government now paying more for fuel subsidy, but many Nigerians don't know. I think we've already done that. Still a follow-on from that, lady at the church, Abuja mega church bows to public pressure, apologizes to woman accused of false testimony. So the pastor has been forced to take a knee. The Dunamis International Gospel Center, Abuja, the Dunamis International Gospel Center, Abuja, has apologized to a female worshiper, Veronica Anyim, who was on Sunday publicly accused of giving false testimony in church. A video that went viral. If anybody has that video, by the way, send it to me so we can play it. I think there might well be conversations around this to be had. A video that went viral on Sunday showed the church's senior pastor, Paul Enenche, questioning the credibility of the woman's testimony at his church in Abuja. The woman, who claims to have graduated with a BSc in law from the National Open University of Nigeria, was interrupted by Eneche, who accused her of lying. He told her she didn't sound like a law graduate, going by how she spoke. He also told her that there is nothing like BSc in law and demanded that she leaves the pulpit. Some Nigerians, therefore, called the pastor to apologize to the woman after it was discovered that her testimony was genuine. In a statement on Monday signed by the personal assistant to the pastor, Sylvester Edo, the church explained that the intent of the encounter was not to embarrass the lady. The statement reads, whilst we remain resolute in our passion for excellence, intolerance of mediocrity and falsehood, we wish to reiterate the fact that no harm or hurt was ever intended by the senior pastor against Miss Ayem Veronica. The senior pastor feels deeply concerned and had already reached out to her. As a commission, we regret every inconvenience, hurt, and embarrassment this unfortunate scenario has caused Miss Veronica. We remain committed to our physical welfare as well as our spiritual growth, and God bless us all. So that physical welfare and spiritual growth probably means that she's been pumped with some money. Clarifying what transpired on Sunday, the statement explained that during Ayem's testimony at the Glory Dome on April the 14th, 2024, concerns arose regarding her her language proficiency and the clarity of her academic credentials. To be fair, should we want to balance to say that if somebody comes, because in Nigeria, the conferred degree for law is LLB, not BSc, but LLB. And there should be maybe not proficiency, but certainly you have to have a level of competence in the English language as a law graduate. So if those two spaces are not manifesting, was the pastor right to call her out for that she's making it up? She couldn't really speak English, and she didn't even know what certificate she has, saying she has a BSc in law. Clarifying what transpired on Sunday, the statement explains that during IM's testimony at the Glory Dome on April the 14th, 2024, concerns arose regarding her language proficiency and the clarity of her academic credentials. Edo said her speech suggested a level of English proficiency below what might be expected of a university graduate, particularly with a law degree. He added that the discrepancies also emerged regarding the nature and duration of her academic pursuits, raising doubts about the legitimacy of her qualifications. The statement emphasized that the senior pastor's actions stemmed from a commitment to upholding standards of excellence and integrity within the church. The statement reads, a scenario was created on Sunday, the 14th April, April the 14th, 2024, at the Glory Dome, the global headquarters of Dunamis International Gospel Center, where Miss Veronica came out to testify of how God helped her graduate from university, thus making her the first person to attain that feat. That's FEAT. Before you start questioning my credentials as well, in her family. These were the immediate triggers from this said scenario. First, listening to the testifier's expressions as it borders on basic spoken English conveys the impression that the minimum standard expectation of a graduate, especially a graduate of law, was not met. Second, stating that she studied law for 10 years begged the question of what her degree actually was. Third, she was unable to state exactly what the correct degree for law, which is LLB. Rather, she said it was a BSc in law, which is largely unknown as a law degree in Nigeria and possibly globally. This prompted the senior pastor, doctor, where is he a PhD doctor or a conferred doctorate, an honorary doctorate, because we need to be questioning him too. This prompted the senior pastor, Dr. Paul Eneche, to stop the testimony immediately as a product of a lie. However, relief came when it was later confirmed that she actually graduated from a university. It must be pointed out clearly here that embarrassing the testifier publicly with the attendant public frenzy was never intended. Whatever happened was under the spur of the moment. According to the statement, the action of the senior pastor was rather based on his and the church's aversion to seeming mediocrity and an appearance of untruth. So they still that's what they call a qualified apology. Sorry, but not really. That's what that sounds like. So sorry, but not really, but that's what that sounds like. So let me play you this now. This one now is a clap back to our Southeastern brethren. If this was happening in a Southeastern dominated space, of course, the whole of the internet would have blown up. Ongoing removal of illegal properties built on the drainage channel along System 1 midstream, Odo, Ayilaro, Ojota, Ogudu, Reach. So these are still people's properties being demolished, but thankfully it's not the Southeastern. So this just goes quietly as just an administrative stuff. So these are people's properties being destroyed. Imagine if this belonged to Uchenna or Emeka, the whole of the internet would have blown up. So there it is right there. It's nothing personal, it's just business. At 33.2% under Tinubu, Nigeria's inflation hits highest rate since 1996. So this is Tinubu squeezing the life out of every person within that country. I'll give you only about 3 paragraphs of this. For the 10th consecutive time since President Bola Tinubu assumed office in May 2023, Nigeria's headline inflation rose to 33.2% in March 2024. Additional findings show that the inflation rate is the highest the country has recorded since March 1996. Tinubu, upon his assumption into office, met the inflation rate at 22.41. The new figures show that the president's policies have increased the rate by 10.79% within his first 10 months in office. The last time Nigeria's inflation rate dropped was in December 2022, when the figure fell to 21.47%, etc., etc. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the March inflation rate increased by 1.5% when compared to the 31.70% reported by the Bureau in the preceding month, February 2024. The NBS data showed that the rising inflation rate was majorly driven by food and non-alcoholic beverages, the cost of housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuel, as well as the prices of clothes and transportation. So all of this list now, they exactly point in the direction of Tinubu's policies. So entirely this inflation is as a result of Tinubu's policies. The increase is coming despite several palliative measures and interventions by the president to alleviate the prices of goods and transport after the removal of subsidy in May 2023. NBS said the urban inflation rate was 35.18%, which was 12.11% points higher compared to the 23.007% recorded in March 2023. So within a chasm of 12 months, inflation actually went up by a whopping 12.11% within 12 months. So calendar to calendar, 12 months. It's unbelievable. That guy. By the time the good time that is promising comes, the whole of the country would have died off. There'll be nobody left alive to enjoy whatever good life is promising them. Let's go on from there. So we go this. I'm not going to play you this clip because I think it may well have copyright music, but this is by Ononuga. Dangote refinery rolls diesel by road and sea from its complex in Lekki, Lagos. It is a new dawn for our country, an importer for decades of refined products. So I think by the third quarter, certainly of this year, we would have consigned that language of importation of fuel to the annals of history. So to the annals of history, just a couple more, and then I think the readers have been excessively long today. U.S.-based Nigerian Chidozie, shot by wife, dies after 18 days in coma. So this is a story making the headlines in the social media space. That's just where I don't know the backdrop to it. I don't know anything about it, but it was all over social media. So many people sent it in. So let's have a gander. Let's peek through the curtains to see what's going on here. US-based Nigerian Chidozie, shot by wife, dies after 18. I'm reading it so flippantly. This is a guy who's lost his life. US-based Nigerian Chidozie, shot by wife, dies after 18 days in coma. So look at him. He looks like a bodybuilder sort of. A 26-year-old Nigerian man, a 26-year-old Nigerian man, Michael Chidozie, has died of spinal injury complications after his wife shot him 4 times during an argument inside their Houston residence, Texas, United States. Chidose's wife, Kiara Chavoye. I'm not quite sure. What does she look like? She doesn't look African. She looks Southeast Asian. She doesn't even look Latino. But the name certainly is is KeaIIRRA, and then the last name Chavioye, SHA. So it sounds somewhat Eastern European, but she doesn't look anything at all Eastern European. But whatever it is, she's a killer. Chidose's wife, whatever her name is, 2 years older, shot him in the middle of an argument on March the 21st in front of their 2 children, claiming she acted in self-defense. He was rushed to hospital after the police found him with gunshot wounds, and his wife in a panic holding their 2 kids aged 3. And so how do you even explain in the future how their father died? Is just the thing. How do you explain to your children how their father died? According to correspondence, Chidoze lingered 18 days on life support in hospital before dying of spinal injury complications. Consequently, whatever her name is, has been charged with aggravated assault, but it has not been upgraded to murder since his death. She claims to have shot Chidoze in self-defense as she feared for her life during an argument when he followed her into their bedroom. The argument began elsewhere in the house before she went to the bedroom, where she picked up a pistol and shot him, the police said. However, the report did not reveal whether the Nigerian national, who was a bodybuilder, had physically assaulted his wife for her to resort to shooting him for self-defense. Chidoze was shot once in the arm, once in the chest, and twice in his torso, and left to die on the bedroom floor. Police found the wife with the children in a nearby parking lot. After she didn't even call the police, by the way. So she did it. You know, in law, in law, there are 2 things that has to be established before a conviction can be made in law. There is something called actus reus, that is the criminal act, and then there's something called mens reus, which is a criminal intent. So for a conviction to take place in law, those 2 things have to be established, actus reus and mens reus. So if she's scuttled from the scene of the crime without calling the police, if she acted in self-defense, once the guy was incapacitated, she would have been remorseful, panic-stricken, bewildered, and should have called 999, especially as it is the father of her children that is on the floor bleeding his life away. But she escaped to the parking lot itself instead. So that is to tell you that there was intent. It was premeditated, which makes it murder, not self-defense or manslaughter. So that's just how that goes. At least that's my reading of it. Let's move on. Just a couple more. I'll probably just give you them as headlines. Federal government to compel oil companies to sell oil to local refineries in USD or Naira. So what's the compulsion there? Are those not the 2 options anyway? The federal government, through the Nigeria Upstream Petrol Regulatory whatever, has introduced new regulations requiring its oil producers to sell crude to local refineries in a move to reduce the country's dependency on imported refined products. The new regulation mandates that all oil companies in Nigeria must supply crude to domestic refineries that are unable to procure it locally. Only after filling these domestic supply commitments are producers permitted to export crude. The NUPRC will serve as a middleman between local refiners and producers when agreements on crude supply cannot be finalized, helping to arrange a sales purchase agreement based on a willing buyer. It says helping to arrange a sales purchase agreement based on a willing buyer, willing seller model. So if you are compelling them by law to sell it to the local refineries, it's certainly not a willing seller. According to the regulations, payment for crude to domestic refiners can be made in dollars, naira, or a combination of the both. The regulators plans to implement the domestic crude oil supply obligation initiative in the second half of this year. The specific quantity of crude each refinery is required to procure has not yet been determined. In January, the XYZ mandated all producers in the country to allocate around 480,000 barrels per day to local refineries with 650,000 barrel capacity, Dangote receiving the bulk share of it. So there it is. They're trying to stabilize that market space. So I think that's sufficient enough. I think I'm not sure. Let me send the link again. See if we can get people to come into the studio to have conversations. Otherwise, we might have an early night. Otherwise, we might have an early night. Let's play the Kegite music, and then hopefully by then, the studio would have populated. Hopefully by then, the studio would have populated. First, the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it says right there, Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Ekene from, I wonder if he lives in Alaba. I'll ask him in a moment. Adale Koko, of course, ever trusted, your favorite voice and mine. And one for the ladies, Prince Daddy. So that's the assembled so far. Anybody that wants to hop on. So we kick it off and we start off with Ekene, if he's ready to go. Ekene, how far?
Oh man.
Okay, it don't reach small though. Our fight don't finish.
What happened?
We don't even see your brake light anymore. You don't work out.
Oh, I don't work out. Just that sometimes even
you're breaking up a bit.
Most of the time I get to occupy this year. So most of the time I don't have strength to talk.
Yeah, it's the timing. Yeah, it's the timing, isn't it? I think the
it's the
timing is
timing.
one of the things that we are contending with at the moment. Yes. So how about
If
what
you
did they
should
happen
bring,
for your side?
everything okay, one man. We push and small. I think that happened.
Yeah, no. I know. I want to ask yourself now. Alaba, you they live or where they live for Lagos? Nobody say we won't come knock your door. You know, say, but
Now
now
Alaba they
don't.
leave, go.
Oh, okay, so you don't. So you just from home roll into the shop quickly, and then that's. How do you even get to
Yeah.
know Lagos if you don't? Have you ever been to Ikeja?
Yes. I've been to Ikeja now many times. So I mean, I got carry me on Lagos now. That's it.
Okay, so it's strictly business. All right. So, what are you looking at in the news? What's caught your attention? What are people talking about where you are?
Well, nothing much. Just this Ganduje stuff. But I know that that news is not too more. It's not. I don't rely on that news because I know that the influence of Tinubu will still play out there, and they are not going to remove him.
They are already
So
debunking it anyway. I don't.
yeah, I know that's how, I know that's what it should be, and that's what it's going to be. So Gandola, everybody don't knows he's a criminal, but the party he is also is a party that if you are ready to play along with them, your sins will be forgiven. So that is it.
According to
So
Oshiomole.
yeah, according to Shomora, and what we know is many it has happened now. Many people. If I remember my brother entered there, they cancel his debt in Amcom. So what else? That's APC for you. Come and let your sins be forgiven. That's what they do. So and this Rufai stuff, what Elufai is trying to expose is what we already know, except people that don't want to know it or who don't want to know what is happening in Nigeria. Yeah, so what Elufai said is what we already know. We know that the government is paying subsidy. Some people say they don't want to, just like a one man, you don't want to call it subsidy, you call it some sort of support. Or, okay, you call it intervention. But I don't know what's the meaning of intervention and
Why is El Rufai saying it? I don't know if there's subsidy or not, or because the government has not told us that there's subsidy. But why is El Rufai saying it is the question. He's a senior member of the APC. So is it a declaration of war on the party, on Tinubu? Is this what we're saying?
that's what it is. That's what it is. It's a declaration of war. You can't just call it. Let me tell you, Rufai is the reason why Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. Forget this Ganduje stuff. Ganduje, nobody listen to him. He's a criminal. Even though you know the role he played, starting from the time of that new currency, how he took Buhari to court, and how they stood together to support this Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, and at the end of the day, you disgrace him in the house concerning giving him a minister. So that's the issue. And you don't expect him to be happy. You understand? And
Yeah, but nothing obliges Tinubu to make him a minister. You know.
yeah, nothing. But other people that he made a minister, what obliged him to do that? Just like Matawale and what are their capacity? What obliged him for him to appoint those ones? So those things that oblige them, and you know what? That's political settlement. I think if you're talking about political settlement, Erufai should be the first person to be settled in Tinubu's governance. So even though he couldn't deliver his state to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because a lot of people from Kaduna State lost confidence in him, and he didn't make a good governor. in Kaduna State. But today, the reason why he's fighting back is the betrayal that APC has done to him by not giving him a minister. And I think he's out there to contest in 2027 against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And he's now playing his game, trying to say things.
I heard Dele Farotimi on some space talking about how El Rufai is reaching out to Peter Obi.
Yeah, that discussion is ongoing for me, but I don't think it will work out.
Can you speak up a bit? Your voice is a bit low, but carry on.
Yeah, that discussion is ongoing, but I don't think it's going to work out. That's what I know. So, but they really want it to work, but it's not. Even the Farotimi said in that discussion that if such thing happen, he's not going to support it. So, Obi, I don't know. And I don't think he's going to like.
But why would Dele Farotimi not support it? For Peter Obi to stand any chance, it needs a northern running mate. And not only does it need we saw the disaster with Dati Abed, so it needs a strong big name as well. And you don't get any stronger or bigger than El Rufai. So they should be begging him rather than why would he not support it? It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
It's the character of Rufai. A lot of people don't like his character. Yeah, and what Rufai would do with Obi is just to use Obi influence to sell himself to the South, because he knows that he cannot win any election in the South. You understand? So the only thing that, and for me, I don't see any need for that alliance. Rufai himself, even in Kaduna State, the people of Kaduna didn't vote. Even the candidate is candidate. Then the presidential election, what was he able to offer? PDP won the state. Obi still did well in Kaduna State, even without his support. So, what is he bringing in the table? I don't know. I don't see much. I don't see much that he's going to bring in the table.
He's bringing a big Fulani name to the table.
Well, I don't think so. A lot of people has lost confidence in him. You know who he is.
You know, it's not as though Peter Obi has a wide choice to pick from. You know, he doesn't have a wide choice because all of the big names in the north, they are already spoken for. He's not going to go to Kwakwan, so he's going to tell him to get lost. Ganduje is not an option. He's not going to go to Zolom. Zolom will not even entertain. He's going to end up again with another Dati Ahmed if he cannot hold his nose and swallow it with somebody like he wants a clean cut northerner. Is there such a thing?
Let's see how it goes. One man, election is still very far, but for me, what he's doing now is just a thank you tour and some visit and many things that he's doing. So, and that's how I see it. Until he comes out to say this is what I'm going to do. But he has made it clear that he's not going to drown with the Labour Party. And who is talking?
No, that was Folly B coming in.
Okay. So another thing is that the dollar that is reducing, but it's not affecting in the price of goods and services in Nigeria today.
Yes.
So I don't know.
Do you not understand why?
For me, I understand.
Okay, why? Why do you think that is? The dollar is reducing quite rapidly, but it's not affecting the prices of goods, or it's not prices in the market. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think for me, the cost of production is still high. The interest rate is still high. So you factor in all those stuff.
No, they've always been high anyway. What's happening is, even though the naira is gaining strength quite rapidly, the market is still on the price of the dollar that is high. So the market needs to get rid of that, whatever it has on that high dollar purchase before it pivots into the lower dollar. So it is old expensive stock essentially, in your language, old expensive stock.
Well, that one is still there, but I don't think things will easily come down like that, because we already have a high cost of living in today in Nigeria. So just like you don't expect me to reduce my profit to please you, when I know that a cup of garri is still what it is, a bag of rice is still what it is. So I cannot displease you and please myself, because it's still what it is. By the purchasing power of the people is still very low. So we have not tackled the major issue that we need to tackle to get things done. You see our inflation rate today is about at 3.20%, still very high. So what's the effect? Those things have not come in place. The price of commodity is not linear. The physical side of our policy is not doing well. It's just some monetary policies that Cardoso is doing. So, but the physical side of it, nobody is talking about it. Nobody is discussing about it. No policy to back it up. So,
you don't just rush to policy, because the way I see it is that Cardoso is essentially a trailblazer. So he's doing all this raft of policies to rescue and steady and stabilize the naira, and that has to play to some level of consistency before policy backs it up. So policy cannot be backing it up every single step, because policy solidifies whatever he's doing. So if it plays out for a period of time, then policy comes in to show it up at the back end.
Well, let's see how it goes, but it's still what it is. You think those things don't count? The increase in electricity tariff, the increase in interest rates. You think those things doesn't count? It counts a lot.
I know they do count, and that's why policies. You are saying the fiscal policies they are not catching up with the monetary. Yes. So all of those things they have to play out before policy can come in. What they are doing is they are unbundling all those old blocks in the economist way. So they are unbundling it, they are unshackling it,
Yeah, it's just like a banking sector. Maybe a bank paying like 2 million for electricity in a month. Few months ago, today they have to be paying like it's about 3% or 300% increase. They have to be paying about 6 million or 8 million in electricity.
If they are paying that, but then there's an improvement in electricity supply, it still ends up as a savings.
Yeah, it has to, but the issue is that we are paying that for darkness, no improve electricity.
Is it not pay as you go? No, it's prepaid meter, isn't it? So you're not paying for darkness. You are only paying for.
You can't do every month, because you still have to, whether prepared or not, you still have to buy gas to support your electricity, to power your generator at the end of the month. You understand? So when you count it, if you only pay for that electricity and not buy any gas, that would have been a better stuff. But you will still have to factor in the price of gas, pay that high amount of electricity. At the end of the month, you have to balance your expenses.
But the price of diesel has come down. Yeah,
come down to which amount? 1,000. Is it about 1,300 or so?
No, it's
so
about 1,000.
It's still not what what it should be. It's still
Yes,
very high.
it continues to
Whether
come down.
whether
Yeah, but it insulates whatever tariff is being removed, doesn't it?
what matters is that so you're going to factor in the price in terms of production or whatever service you are rendering in Nigeria today. You have to factor in the price of diesel, no matter the amount. You understand? So you are paying high for darkness. You understand?
You're not paying high for darkness now. How can you be paying high for darkness in a prepaid system?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Because if you have that service, if you have that service, then at the end of the month, you didn't buy any petrol or any gas. That's more better. You understand? So, but today, at the end of the month, you have to calculate the price, the amount you have spent on gas, and the increase in electric tariff. So something you are paying for 2 million, at the end of the month, you spend like 6 or 8 million naira. It's more than triple of what you used to pay. So you factor into that.
I'm not sure how you got to those figures. So because the tariff that they are removing, the subsidy they are removing is run about 25%. So how does that increase your output, your outlay by 300%?
Just check it now. Is it about 60 something naira to 300 and something naira or 220 something naira? Check it now. It's almost 300% increase. So I'm not. That's what it is. But the problem is that you don't see the light. So any production you are this thing affect production so much. The interest rate affect production so much. The increase in electric tariff affect production so much. Even I was surprised that I went to buy a bottle of malt. Something that I was buying 500 naira few weeks ago. They're telling me 700. I begin to shout at the woman. How can you be telling me that a bottle of malt is 700 naira? We are managing the 500 naira. You are now adding a 200 naira. The man said that is the new price. So why? Why should it be so? So he was even trying to tell me that the cost of production is even higher today than what it used to be. I just have to leave it. I didn't buy.
No, but how would the malt seller know what the cost of production of a malt is? Is he a malt manufacturer?
That's Sabina, but for me, those things are in play. You cannot just wave it away. You understand? You cannot just wave it away, because I was even surprised that something like malt or Coca-Cola is even increasing in prices instead of reducing in price. Check it. Then we are expecting the cement price to still drop, but at the rate of 7,000 something, I think it's still very high. You understand? Depending on where they met it, at least men should be selling at least nothing less than 4,500 or 4,000 to be at least to be affordable. Especially now the dollar is dropping, but so it's not affecting so much in the price of commodities. So you have to calculate it.
But Dangote, he told us that because of the price that is releasing diesel at the refinery, that the inflation will come down.
Well, let's see now. I have not been able to see it. It's just too early because he just started that one. So we still give him some time to know how it's going to pan out. But for now, there's no effect to that. For now.
All right.
So we just have to give him some months to know how it works.
All right. Let me take you to another space. Are you following what is going on in Dunamo's church, or where some lady was embarrassed?
No. I don't want to go to that.
Okay. You thought not my anointed, Abby. All right.
Yeah.
Why don't you want to go to that? Because it's Christian.
Well, for me, there are things I don't like to discuss. I don't like to discuss church matters and prophet and all those things. For now, it's not part of my discussion. So let them do their 10th go Israel, whatever they want to do.
All right.
What are you asking him that he's scared to talk about?
There's this incident that happened. This lady, she graduated with a law degree, and then she went to a church. One of these mega churches is called Dunamis, and then she went to the church.
Dunamis, not Dunamis. Dunamis.
Yeah, Dunamis. Yes. So she went to that church to give testimony about her achievement. And then the pastor called her to the front. Of course, she was giving a testimony about her English was not fluid. It wasn't fluent. So the pastor picked up on that. And then he asked her what she studied. And she said she got a BSc in law. And then the pastor then yanked the microphone off her, kicked her off the pulpit, and shamed her as a liar, that she came to tell lies, that they don't know what BSc is in law, and she didn't speak sufficient enough English to be a graduate in anything. So the lady now went out to publish all of her details, her graduation, all the roll call, everything. So it was established then that she did study that degree, and the pastor just embarrassed her unnecessarily. So now the church now remorseful, and then they are given a qualified sort of apology. But the lady, of course, was embarrassed by this 419 pastor.
Well,
and this is what Ekene is afraid to speak about.
What is?
And they don't want to say anything about pastor at all, because they don't want Holy Ghost fire to come and strike them. Holy Ghost fire.
We don't know what happened. Why the pastor did that? I mean, the pastor said his own side that she with the way she was speaking, he didn't think.
Is that not a fair comment, Ajanle Koko, that somebody that is a graduate one and a graduate of law too? So yeah. you'd expect a reasonable, if not proficiency, you would have a minimum expectation of a reasonable command of the English language. Is that not an? Is that the? I don't like that guy, even that pastor. I think it's just a crook. But I don't think it's wrong to jump to that. You are calling
what
the degree, and you are saying it's BSc.
What the pastor need to do is to show us the video of when that lady was speaking to justify her.
Yes, if somebody can send it to my Instagram, I think it's circulating out there.
Yeah. If we can see that video, that'll be able to tell us the better the better side of the story as to why the pastor reacted in that manner. I mean, pastor is a human being. He is not.
No. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. What did you say?
President, I was trying to chip in to say that it is not a place of a pastor to set her straight. She was given, I watched the video. She was given a testimony. Even let's just assume that she was lying. It wasn't the place of the pastor or the church to correct whatever achievement she must have recorded in her life, because she wasn't in the point, because she was,
your connection is very poor.
I think it's outside.
Yes,
kind of windy.
But I somewhat agree with that. Dewale, all he needed to say was, "God bless you, my daughter," and move on quickly, but not shame her and publicly. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, to second Dewale's. I was going to speak to that point. To Agalekoko. Yeah, there's no justification playing the video or not. There's no justification. See, this Nigerian pastors, they are a set of human beings that lack humility in their highest form. They have a zero humility, because all their followers treat them like gods. They're like mini gods. I mean, there was no reason. See, in society, and depending on the position that a person holds in a society, that's the way you have to behave. But
I think the pastor has come out to apologize. The church has come out to apologize.
Yeah, he can apologize.
And the lady said that he's not angry with the pastor. That the man of God still remains his pastor.
Yeah, I'm sticking to a larger problem.
So
I'm
I
not
think,
talking
and I
about it.
think that at that junction, that matter is settled. So any
It's
of
not
It's
settled.
any
McKenna is
comment?
not settled.
Hold on,
It's settled to
Ekele,
you.
hold on. Let's praise praise.
It is settled to you. It's not settled. I'm talking to a larger point here. Yeah, you talking about this instance,
Praise
which is
Daddy.
fine.
Touch
You said
not
it's
my
not
anointed.
settled.
Now, yeah, touch not my anointed. Carry on,
Praise
praise.
Daddy said it's not settled.
Praise.
It's not settled. You're talking about this
you want to
instance.
fight
The
for the
lady says
lady, right?
okay that she move on, but to my point again,
Sorry, Prince. Sorry, Prince. Dale Koko, I don't think Prince is necessarily fighting for that lady, but he's speaking to a wider point of the excesses of this pastor, sir. Carry on, Prince.
I agree. I agree
yeah,
with him. Yeah.
exactly to that point. They lack humility. I mean, you can't verify. Well, yeah, she can't speak good English or whatever. Okay, but as a pastor, no, there's some kind of character or attitude you have to display to the public, not to be phony, but it's something you have to cultivate, like the fruit of the spirit. These people don't have it. They're so arrogant, and that's why Christ said at the end of the day, in the last day, they will come to Christ and say, "What? I did this. I healed people. I opened the blind eye. I healed the lame." And Christ will say, "Get out of here. I don't know you." This is to the point. These people, they're too arrogant.
Praise Daddy. You remember there
Yeah,
was a time, Bishop, when Oedipo slapped somebody in his church, right?
I heard.
You
Yeah,
remember? Yeah, he
yeah.
actually slapped one of, I don't remember whether it was for miracle or something. So what gives these people the authority over their approach? It's like
And they were like,
they
you
were
the dish.
Adewale, the connection is very poor.
oh my goodness. Because I'm taking a walk with my little one, that's why. Anyway,
Yes, we can
continue,
hear her
Bishop.
in the background.
Yeah, go ahead. She's having the best. Go ahead.
Yes, hold on, Rational Mind. Let Prince Daddy land, and then you come after him. Prince.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I was just gonna just make that point. These people they're becoming unbecoming, slapping people, talking down on people, and this is not what you expect from a pastor, a shepherd of the sheep. This is not what they're supposed to do. You have to show humility. You don't have to embarrass somebody in front of a large congregation and the rest of the world. What are you trying to gain? Because somebody can't speak up proper English, they determine that she didn't qualify. Well, she could be, for all you know, she could be a very good administrator as an attorney, working in the back office, drafting, intellectual property laws.
How did she secure the degree without proficiency in English?
Oh, woman, come on now.
Because
Not everybody speaks.
that's the backbone of a law degree.
But okay. Let me tell you. There are a lot of Asian people. Okay, these Asians, when they have to, the diction or pronunciation or when they speak English may not be the best. Nonetheless, I've spoke. I mean, I know plenty of Asian people that speak perfect English, anyways. But my point here is that there are some that don't. But nonetheless, these people are master of the English language. One man, master. They write, you can't find one single error in the sentences or the narrative. They are that good. But when you speak to them, like this person can be an attorney, can be this and that. That's all garbage. That lady we're talking about, she probably speaks a perfect Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo language. What is wrong with that? Yeah, she does have maybe a great command of the English language.
Yeah, but
and an
that's not the
attorney.
language of law now. Yeah, the Yoruba and Hausa, that's not the language of law.
Well, my point is that just like the Asian person
Particularly in Nigeria.
Well, my point here is that just like the Asian person, they are a master of English, but they may not be able to speak that language fluently as a native speaker. And again, regardless of how bad the lady's English is, right? She could be a great attorney working in the background, so to speak, drafting documents, working on really complex legal stuff. She can have the brain, one man. Why are we limiting her to English? Well, what is that? She could have the brain she could be that smart, but not able to express herself publicly in English. You see, this is more like maybe a Nigerian or African thinking. We always box ourselves and limit ourselves based on some on quirky reasons. I mean, it's not like we would not judge her or condemn her for not being able to speak proper English. I wouldn't do that. Anyways, go back to Kenneth.
All right. Let's Rational Mind come in at that point, and then I think Kenneth does want to speak on it, so we'll move on after that. Rational Mind.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. Banana and granite.
My goodness me, what a combo.
Carry on. Yeah. Yeah, which is Boli and Ekpa, but it's just a banana, small banana and Ekpa. Anyways, yeah. So I think Pimp Daddy has already Pimp Daddy has already said most of the things I want to say. The angle I wanted to come from, what really brought me in one man was that because I just got out of the shower. I'm about going out to do a little bit of errands. I said, well, when you said that thing, when you said something when you said what really got me so mad, I was like, what's killing one man? So then it's that when you said that she had a BSc and she can't speak English. Woman, do you know the mental gymnastics that is involved when you speak more than one language? As a linguist myself, I struggle with certain things. Sometimes you have to think in one language or another language to, do you know the mental gymnastics that is involved in that? So you see, us. Let me say this. Some of our people here on this panel, the panelists say they can relate to that. And when you are here, like in America here, initially when I was having that conversation with somebody a few days ago. When you first arrive America here, well, even to this very day, I still get it. What I'm saying is that when I first arrived at America here, they will tell you where
they
you
make
from?
You repeat yourself, Abi, because of the accent.
Say, well, where are you from? I mean, that accent, like but I know I could see through, like, I mean, that's my perception that then I could see through the hypocrisy, or should I say not really hypocrisy. I could see through the
you knew you were being patronized.
Yeah, being patronized. I think that's the word. Yeah. So now they're not being sincere. They're just trying to, like, where's that accent from? Blah blah blah. I got mad. I was like, what are you talking about? I mean, like, I speak. I mean, I was raised on Queen's English. I speak British English. That's what I was raised to speak in Nigeria, where I'm from. Is it the crappy people speaking here? You think that's English? Blah blah blah. I go back and forth with them on that, but over time, I come to realize that maybe some of them were really sincere. Out of curiosity, some of them will ask that question, and they will talk about where are you from. I mean, even within the United States here, we have New York accents, we have New Jersey accent, we have Oregon accent, we have Californian accent, we have Washingtonian accent. So people can tell where you're from, even from the southern part of United States here. It's a very kind of way they speak, like in Texas and maybe Alabama, all those places. So when I even see themselves, they patronize themselves. They ask themselves. I come to understand that no, it's not really. Most of them is not because they just want to patronize you. It's out of curiosity. So what I'm trying to say here is this, woman, is that we need to recognize one thing, that it's not normal for people to be taught a language in a language that is not their first language. Case study, Nigeria.
Rational Mind. If you take a law degree in Nigeria, you know there's something called mooting.
No,
it's something they do in law. Okay. I think it's MOOTING, mooting. Okay. So when you are studying law, you do all this. It's like practice something adversarial something as part of the course of study. So one student takes the defense. So they do mooting. They do they do submissions. It's
very. Mooting you're talking about, is it orally done? Is it for them to hear you?
It's already done. It's as though you simulate a court environment. How can you have a law degree without not proficiency but efficiency in English? Proficiency is different. You say proficiency, but efficiency, you like Fanika Yode, something like Falano, You can't. How can you have a law degree without?
I don't know the context of what.
And then she said she has a BSc in law.
In what degree? What was the degree? Is it third
in
degree?
law? In
Fourth
law.
degree?
Have you patronized judge and been lawyer before?
I don't know. I don't know.
So that thing that you're saying now, if you have patronized them before, you understand that what you're saying is not really. There are a lot of lawyers that they are not that fluent when it comes to this French English of a thing. So there are a lot of. I mean, one thing is some people have phobia for public abuse. When you see them, in a public place like that, sometimes they fumble. They say things that they themselves will be embarrassed after they've launched the performance. So it's possible. Not every lawyer go to court. There are a lot of areas that you can specialize.
Are you using Bluetooth?
Yeah.
All right. I think that may be it. Let me see if I can fix it from here. There's
no, don't worry. I will so take it off. Don't worry. I'm close to it.
It is something that Kaizo showed me just the last time. On mute for a moment. Let me see if I can do something here. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I'm home now, so it's gonna be quite.
All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I think we lost Kenneth. So yeah, but no, I don't accept that you have a law degree and you don't have an efficient use of the English language.
I'm on board with you, one man.
Yes,
I'm on board with you. Let me say this. I think.
Is he going to be speaking pidgin to the judge? Is that what it is?
So, but
George, that's how we see the matter. That's how we see the matter. He say don't do it. What do we for do now?
But let us even look at it from the religious aspect. When they are talking about testimony in the church, I mean, coming in the front of the church and telling people, "Oh, I just graduated." How does that go in line with testimony? If you want to, make a testimony in the church, it might be something, happen to you that maybe miraculously something happened to you miraculously. That is when you come to give the testimony. But like graduation, you graduated. This is something that you walk to.
I get it, Coco. Having a law degree with bad English, you don't think that's miraculous enough?
With what? The bigger miracle is having a BSc in law, because they are what LLB, but she has a BSc in law. So that's the bigger miracle.
What is miraculous in something that you work towards to achieve? She worked towards,
but you don't know the obstacles that she faced to be graduated.
4 years, and now she graduated, and now she coming in front of the church. So, and that's what is that for? That has nothing to do with. It's nothing miraculous. I don't know. So she brought the.
You're a traditionalist. You're not a church person. Say a testimony can be anything. Just like Aduali said, you don't know what she went through to obtain that law degree. It could have taken her a lot, maybe financially, and a lot of sacrifices along the way. Well, it's up to her.
Apparently, it took her 10 years. Apparently,
there you go. Well, there you go. And it took her 10 years. And maybe a lot of things were sacrificed along the way. But by the way, giving testimony anyway, it's all about giving thanks, really. So one can be thankful for anything, just like God says in the Bible. Be thankful for everything. So you can't limit her to just miracle. And that's actually a wrong thinking, actually. To only want to thank God for miracle. Not at all. You should thank God at all times for everything.
But it was
you. Let me. I get to my
right.
You can land, you know.
Yes, let rational mind that. Yeah. So I was. Yeah.
So you see, one man. You see, one thing is this. Basing on our capacity to should be educated, to be literate on being able to speak English. For me, it's I think it comes out from this inferiority complex that has plagued. Let me land this point. That has plagued black men. Our language should be promoted. I don't know why.
But that's a different thing you are saying, though.
No, well, what I'm saying is this: we need to commend people when they make effort. As somebody who has taught languages to kids, to students, I can tell you that firsthand, the complexity around language learning and teaching. In a country where we speak many diverse languages like Nigeria, of course, this person you're talking about I understand what you're saying. Some people are very good at. We all learn. I mean, I've been taught language to people. I've seen different kids, different students learn at different rates. I don't have all the details as to this situation, but it's just because when sometimes we promote English as the basis for being literate, for being educated. It kind of let me use your word. It jars me. It kind of like what is wrong with us? Why this inferiority complex? I mean, we see the Germans. Go to Europe. I mean, we know the former Yugoslavia. I mean, they have like almost 4, 5. I mean, 3 countries. In they have 4.
Let him land because he's been trying to land. Let him land it. Yeah.
So we have these countries where they have to go their separate ways, and they all talk to the Slovaks. They talk to their own language. The Czech, they talk to their own language. Germans, I mean, all these countries, they all talk to the Lithuanians. They talk to their own language. I mean, why can't we promote what we have? I mean, I don't get it. When people go to hoops and different lands to learn, to be taught or learn a skill or learn some kind of thing or achieve, I mean, I get a degree in a different language that is different from their mother tongue, and we want to criticize them based on that. I understand that we all speak as an official language in Nigeria, but we have our own different dialect that after school, we go to our homes. The majority of our times is within our people that speaks not English language. Maybe you only use it for learning, maybe in school. And maybe sometimes when you interact with people within your neighborhood. But at home, where you sleep, when you interact with your brothers, sisters, mom and brother, you speak, no doubt, most times, either Yoruba, Igbo, or so that in itself, it brings in that complexity of trying to like learn that language, which is the English language. So what I'm trying to say is this: let's not put people down because they cannot speak English. I believe people can speak their own mother tongue in itself. That should count as being literate, as being educated. I can tell you, my mom can write Yoruba from anywhere. I learned Yoruba from my mom. She has, I mean, she taught me we used to have, I mean, when I was growing up as a child, she has one Yoruba written story book. Not how she wrote it. She bought it and then she would read it to me way back then. That's how I learned Yoruba. So what I'm trying to say is like, it is what we have, we should be promoting. This English, I don't get it. It's for me, it's. I mean, what's his name? Prince Daddy just said to you now that there's some Asians when they come from Asia for the first time to America here. Look at the way they speak English. But with time, they get good at it. They can even write perfect English, even more than even the Americans here who are very born and where all their generations have been here in America. So, woman, let's not. I'm not saying this.
But Prince Daddy is making wrong analogy now. In Nigeria, when you graduated as a lawyer, you are expected to be very good in speaking English.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Hold on. The educational system is English from
and also she is coming from an English speaking country. She's not an Asian. She's not migrating. She's not migrating into the language. Is it not an English speaking? Sorry, Ajane Koko. Is it not an English speaking country? So that analogy is wrong because the Asians they are coming from a different language.
Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you two of you. Let me ask you a question. Have you sat down with native speaker? I mean, when I mean native speaker, when I mean native speaker, I mean like Americans that were born here, raised here, and you that is from Nigeria. Who was maybe most part of your life, or maybe early part of your life is okay. Let me just say, I mean, some of us who came here, maybe some people that came here when they were like in their 30s, 20s. And can you compare the level of your proficiency in English to somebody who is from here? without having to grope for words sometimes.
No. I think you are conflating proficiency with
Okay.
grammar. Are you conflating proficiency with grammar?
What does proficiency entails?
It's lucidity and fluidity.
Oh, come on, woman. Lucidity and fluidity. So if you are lucid and if you are fluid, does that mean you have a good grasp of vocabulary? Isn't it?
No. It means you have a natural flow for the language.
No. You see, that is the thing. You just want to look at a definition from a point of view of being the definition. When you are lucid, you flow. It means you have a good grasp of the language. You know
yes,
what vocabulary
but not grammar,
to use.
though. Not grammar.
It's all included. It's all grammar and everything. It's all included in proficiency, being able to speak the language, proficiently speak the language. So I don't know what you're talking about. The thing is this. I'm just saying. I just want you to understand that there's a mental gymnastics that is involved in language learning.
No. That mental gymnastics only comes in if you are crossing over. English is not a crossover language in Nigeria. It's a
crossover language. One man, that's the point you're not getting. It's a crossover language because people have their own mother tongue. You speak Yoruba, you speak Igbo, you speak Hausa, you speak even before you speak English.
But every Nigerian speaks English from birth.
No, not everybody. Not every Nigerian. Not every Nigerian.
And that is
all right. Sorry. Yeah. Land and then let Dewale come in.
But the issue is this: a rational mind. Look, a lawyer is expected to speak simple and correct English. You don't have to be, not too much grammar that will, speaking too much grammar that will portray you as a person that is proficient in English speaking, but at least simple and correct English. And I think that is what she failed to do when she was addressing the church, and that got the pastor hungry. That what kind of mess is this? You consider yourself a lawyer and you can't speak simple and correct English. What nonsense is this? Just get out of here, man. Just get out of here. You understand what I'm saying? So we should be able to.
I get you, woman. I mean, I get you.
That is what got the pastor angry. That you call yourself a lawyer and you can't speak simple and correct English in front of the congregation. How would you be able to address the court when you are in the court?
We're too quick to judge. Hold on.
Somebody.
We're too quick to judge. You see, that's what I'm saying. Let's not be too quick to judge people, because like Prince Daddy said earlier, some people have phobia for public speaking. I know they're very.
A lawyer has phobia for public speaking.
A lawyer.
That's the thing. You're a lawyer. Listen. No. Let me say something to you. You see, this is it. If you listen to,
what are you people defending?
Come on.
Can I she was corrected by the pastor.
No, can I chip this in? Can I put this in? You see. One thing you need to understand is that there's a size of crowd that you can speak. If you're in a courtroom where you just have very manageable size people, maybe like 20 people. Some people does not have. I've seen people who are very eloquent, who speaks in public speaking, but when they saw like thousands of crowds of people looking at them, they just lost it. They lost it. They can't even speak articulately, or even put their word out there articulately and speak in a way they are known to be able to speak.
There's a technique to public speaking that somebody once said.
Yeah, there's a technique. So that's what I'm saying. You need to understand
You imagine the audience naked. That's what they said you should do. Imagine the audience.
That is it. Not everybody understands all the same, because some people they just. You see, let's not overflog this matter, woman. The thing is this: I just don't want us to promote English as the only basis.
They should shut that school down that gave her a degree when she can speak English.
You're your man now. I've seen many lawyers. Can I say this now? In Oyo State, there, I know so many lawyers who went to University of Ibadan, who are from Oyo, this Ibadan axis, where Bishop and all of you are here that from Oyo, you are from. Toban so English you will see that Yoruba accent in their
Yeah,
English.
boys, you're talking about
different
accents.
now.
Call answer now.
No, hold on.
Different. But at least speak
even at then, you could even still pick poke holes into some of the way they are speaking.
There's
something wrong with the grammar. That's the point. Okay, all right. Let me not argue with you guys. I know you guys have the point.
All right.
What I'm saying is, let's not put down our promote English over our language. That's what I'm saying.
No, but we are not. Though. We are not. Though we are just having the expectation that a lawyer should have some competence in the English language. But Dewale, you wanted to come in, Dewale. Have we lost Dewale in the noise?
Okay, while we're waiting for Dewale, what about to Angelico? I've heard about people studying or that study computer science in Nigeria without ever having to work or learn on the computer to that degree of their computer science degree. What would you say about such people?
I think that was back in the days that what you are referencing to happened. It doesn't happen now. When you see people that study computer science, I mean, in the school, I think they are provided with this computer to work on and stuff like that, and even they have other. I mean, from their own personal effort, they can do a lot of things. So.
So you guys are painting a rosy picture, really. Like even the medical school in Nigeria or other disciplines, like they have all the tools, all the equipment, and all the necessary resources to be the best work class graduates. I disagree. Okay, and by the way, one man, I don't believe that all attorneys or lawyers have the ability to speak publicly. That's a farce. That cannot be true.
They should be, though. I mean,
no. That should not be the case. Not everybody have that same talent. The best public speakers are not attorneys. They're actually not attorneys. The best public speakers are just public speakers. They just have that talent, the knack for it. But you tell me because you're an attorney, you have a command of public speaking? Not at all. There hasn't been that many attorneys that I'm impressed with when it comes to public speaking, quite frankly.
How would you be able to present your case? How would you be able to defend? How would you be able to present your position in the court as a lawyer when you cannot speak good English? I mean, how are you able to do it?
You guys are talking about Nigerian maybe system you're talking about. I've heard it said that the best attorneys do not go to courts. I heard it said, if you're such a good attorney, you're supposed to avoid the court system and to be able to settle with your client. And also, when you go to court, you're not going there to impress the judge, unless he's just going to kick you out or dismiss you. You're going there to present your case and save time by being practical and technical in your submission to the judge, because the judge is an equal in that degree to understand what you're talking about. So it's not about show off. It's about presentation. Go there and say the right things to get a judge, to look into the case. So lawyers are not good public speakers. I'm sorry. From my point of view, I don't think so.
I know.
All right. We have a clip of the lady. So let's play the clip of the lady, and then maybe we have Dewale to pick it up.
And they are appreciative of God. So your name and what God did for you.
Praise the Lord. Above only, I want to appreciate God for my life and my family. And I want to thank God for using mommy and daddy for our sake. It all happened that I was trying to school in National Open University. Before I came to this dunamis, there's a lot of things that is happening in my life and my family. From my father's side and my mother's side, nobody is a graduate. They will only ended up primary or secondary school. Praise the Lord. But when God remembered me, I got a job and I was working, and I decided to further my education. I started the school. I want to do law program. I started 2012
2014. So I continue like that, and I want to thank God because during that time, I never lack of money to pay my school fees. Praise the Lord. I keep going to the extent I go to 500 level and challenges everywhere. Problems, sickness, they afflict me with leg pain, and I cannot be able to finish. My mates have finished. So the law program is 6 years. So since I cannot be able to meet up, some of my mates finish, and I keep on like that. And yesterday, God declared me.
Well, she said that embargo was there in the course of her program. The course of her program, she was afflicted, and it looked as though she wasn't able to, or she isn't going to finish that program, but God helped her. Yesterday, she graduated, like she said, the first person to bag a degree in her family.
Degree in what?
In
what law?
No program.
What's it called? What's the name of the degree? Like medicine is MBBS. Give her the mic. What kind of degree is it? My medicine is MBBS.
BSc, sir. BSc in law, sir.
So the testimony is a lie. There is nothing like BSc in law. You either have LLB or BL. It's a lie. The testimony is a lie. Please go back to your seat.
So
that one man.
That was it.
That is
one man. Now,
so that was it.
You can't lie. You can't lie before the people of God. You can't lie before the people.
It's a God that help me. You know.
Guys.
Are you there?
No. You see, this is what we're doing here.
She brought this shame on herself.
Listen.
No. And nature brought the shame on himself. That's what I'm saying. Nature brought the shame on himself.
The man asked her twice, and she mentioned BSc twice.
The lady was nervous. She was nervous. And by the way, she spoke raw. By the way, I didn't see anything wrong with the damn English she spoke. What was wrong with it again?
What's wrong with that English? Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong with that English?
No, it is not nervous.
That's English should come with subtitles.
No. Why you see, you are the one who is making us believe that that's why the young,
not the English, but because she lie.
Woman, the way you people painted that lady, and people cannot even express herself.
I know. It's crazy. She spoke very well.
That is what we are able talking about our passport. I think that lady is somebody that is a rich person. Would that take a passport? Even the way there's a way by which you can ask a question, and the person that you are asking, you know, the way the pastor asked a question, it was a probing question, as if she's under investigation.
No.
Hold on. The pastor had to intervene because she was unconvincing. She wasn't. And then hold on. The pastor said, "What did you study?" Like in medicine, they get blah blah blah. I'm not quite sure what it said.
Yes.
And then in engineering, you get whatever it is. In doctorate, so he already prepped her up and then gave her the thinking time to tell him what she got. And then she said BSc, and then he invited her to repeat it again because, of course, he had indicated that there was an error in what she said, and then she repeated exactly the same thing. She was a Scooby-Doo being all over the place.
But Open University, hold on one man. Go to the Open University website. I think they give BSc in law. They give that, yeah. Their kind of educational qualification that they give, the award, is quite different from the normal, because they call it National Open University. So they don't give normal, they don't award sometimes. You know, some of their degrees they award is so ridiculous sometimes, but it's still, yeah. So I won't say she's lying if she has a BSc in law, because I know National Open University has some ridiculous kind of degree that they award to people that go to them.
Apart from that, there is a BSc in law and there is a LLB.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think so.
BSc
it is
in law, they specialize on different parts of, apart from the legal, they also go into the contract, economics and every other. It's only LLB that are legal, that basically they did not involve any other discipline, any other courses other than the law. So there is a BSc and there is a LLB. And one thing I want to, there's something that I want I want you to also appreciate is this lady is coming from a background of uneducated people. Now, and they have limitations in their family, and she struggled that no matter her limitations that she's doing, she wants to break the deal. So, you should. The pastor supposed to
you know, I'm so upset right now.
No, the way pastor, I'm really mad with that pastor. Yeah,
I'm so upset right now the way the pastor treated her. It was so unfair.
No, hold on the star. I think other voices want to come in, so just hold it for 1 microsecond. Yeah, Prince.
Okay.
You know, that pastor acted so terribly. I mean, it was just uncalled for what he did.
He was arrogant in the way that he.
Open University.
All right. I think Prince lost connection for a moment.
Open University.
Oh no, the star. Yeah.
Sorry. So I would like Star. I mean, like I if you go to that now National Open University of Nigeria, they have different degrees that they award. So I think BSc is one of them. So she's not lying. You see, when you think hold on.
It's been established that she's not lying, and the pastor has apologized.
But hold on, woman, because the issue when we had this topic, the way it was presented to us here was that she cannot speak English. I think the bone of contention here was when she said BSc. That was when the pastor said that you yank, or she says, I mean, just discarded that like, no, you are lying. How could you say somebody's lying? I mean, publicly you are shaming her. No, hold on. He's publicly shaming this girl. You see, this is a girl who just came from grass, from the lowest and lowest. You could tell, she struggled to even speak the English. So you see, I mean, if you know the kind of method of education of National Open University, you understand it. Because I've seen their program before. I've taken one of their program before. Still from here, I had to discontinue some time back. I was taking a program in their diplomacy, which they have. So you sit down at home, you can do it from your comfort of your home, you can study and all of that. So my point is this, woman, is that we need to commend that girl for being able to break that circle of never going beyond maybe primary six or primary secondary school secondary school education. And the way that pastor, that is the thing about these pastors. They think that they are kind of some kind of personal savior to people, or they Jesus Christ never even treated people like this. I mean, these pastors, they are so full of themselves that I don't even know why Nigerians keep going to their churches. I mean, I don't know, people are so brainwashed that they can't even see. So for me, woman, that pastor went overboard here. That pastor, I mean, any member of that church should be leaving that church in protest, because how can you be a pastor and then right from there you'll be calling somebody who's on the pulpit in front of a large crowd of about almost 10,000 or even 20,000 people, and you're saying she's lying when you don't even have the fact? You think you know because all you know is
that woman would have cried all the way home.
Exactly.
I can imagine.
That is shaming. I mean, you share. It's an embarrassment to her. I mean, look at how she came and she was happy to even relate the story that she broke that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
and if you see the way she dressed as well, she built herself up for the occasion.
Like Star was saying, if that girl were to be a very wealthy, say, son of Fashola, I mean, son of Tinubu, or any of those big men in Nigeria that came up like that, and she said she had BSc. Let's just forget the English, and could that dunamis guy shame him or her like that from the pulpit like that? Can she do it? You see, when they commonize people because people are not from a well-known family, they don't, you see, You see, that's what I think. There's a portion in the Bible. I think Book of James.
No, you know what I think is
the
guy likes phone. He wants people to be speaking
yeah.
phone.
So you see, that's what I think James, when he was writing in his James wrote in his book, the Book of James. I forgot that. I think he talked about people who do personality worship, people who are favoritism, who give rich men the front seats. Come and sit down. You lowly one, go sit down behind. I will sit down here on my floor. These are the kind of pastors.
Is that not the natural order of life? Who will you sit in the front? The poor people. Is it the poor people that you will sit in the front?
That's why I said some people don't understand the whole idea behind Christianity. Christ said he came not to save not to save righteous people, but sinners. And if you look at all the episodes and the different writings of even Paul, when Paul was writing, he said God called the lowly ones, not the ones that are intellectually sound. You see, that's why I would say these pastors, they are just phony people. They don't really represent what that Christ is. They're just there for the optics, so that they become known. They want to have 10,000, 1 million seated seats of arena. They just want their name to be. It's not about, for them, it's not about fame and the money and whatever, the wealth and the allure that comes with it. Christianity is about service to the lowly people, the very lowest of the society. But look at how he shamed this girl. For me, I think members of the church, if they see this thing, they should stop going to that church. It tells you that this person is not even. When what was his name was talking, Prince Daddy was talking about the fruit of the Holy Spirit, or the fruitage of the Holy Spirit. This guy apparently lacks it. He doesn't have it in the first instance, because for you to even have it, you will not be displaying this kind of it's this embarrassment that you're embarrassing people, or even to himself. So one man, you see, now I get the picture clear now. I don't think it's the English. I think it's just because the girl says something that he thinks he knows. But no, he was wrong. That there's a BSc in law. There are some schools that award that, the National Open University awards that. And it's a good thing that the girl came out later and showed these things to the world. That look, I said I have BSc, and I have it. Look at it. You see, these pastors, they should learn humility. They should learn humility and learn that Christianity is not about service to the rich. It's about service to the poor. You serve the poor. You don't give them seats at the backside, like James was saying when he was writing. Say people do personality worship. They want to they give the front seat to the rich. No, it's not. That's not what Christianity is. That's what James writes in his book. Go and look at that chapter in the book of James. I think James about 5 chapters or 4 chapters. So go and look for it. You see it there. Maybe James or Jude, and we just go and run over them. So Paul, woman, our listeners, you see, you should be able to read between the lines. Read your Bible yourself and read and compare these things. Jesus said, by their fruits, we shall know them. These are one of the fruits we're talking about, the fruited here. No, lack of humility, lack of people are they're very presumptuous. They lack modesty. Yeah, I think that's another word for it. He's a very modest person there. Just call somebody liar from it. Do you know what it is to call somebody liar in front of 10,000, 20,000 people seated in your church? Why am I leave it at that? It's so annoying.
All right, brilliant. Dewale, are you there now? We came to severally. Okay, I don't think we have Dewale fully yet. Kenna, you don't want to speak on that space, so shall we just move it on then? So let's move it on. Let's move. You've already spoken on the inflation, Kenna. Do you want to speak to? Do you want to speak to the narrative of this US-based Nigerian that was shot by his wife? Is that something that would interest you?
No, I want to talk about Wike and PDP.
Oh yes. Oh, okay, yes. I wanted you to talk on that as well. So the goings on there. The PDP now, they're in the throes of their NEC to determine the direction of travel of that party. So the direction of travel of that party will be largely shaped by whoever is elected, appointed as the chairman of that party. So there are two stools there's two divides within the PDP. There's the Wike camp, and then there is the Atiku camp. And whichever camp gets to install their man as the chairman of that party will tell us then the fortunes in the immediate and long term of the PDP. So what are you reading of that space, Ekene?
Well, Wike is fighting hard to take control of PDP, even though he's in APC. I had Shegu Showumi saying that accusing him of paying to
It's
National
not
Working
APC.
Committee.
What do you mean that because it's serving the government, does that mean that it's in APC? It's not in APC.
Well,
It's a member of APC. So
he has
that
already committed to 2027 of Bola Medicine Tinubu now. So, which means if he take control of that party now, in 2027, he's not going to field a candidate now, according to his words. So he's not going to challenge Tinubu until 2031. So he made such comments. So let's see how it is if he's able to, if he succeed in taking over the party. Your Shehu Shomi is accused him of paying $30,000 to some national working committee of the party. So that Wike is not. He can spend money to get whatever he wants. So let's see how he's going to take charge of the party, and it means that PDP is no more a party. It's a women organization. So they have shot themselves in the foot, and it will be very difficult for them to.
Do you disagree with that strategy? Because there will be it will be very difficult to unseat Tinubu in 2027, and the pragmatism of politics tells us that. And what Wike is strategizing is that the play is not in 2027 but 2031. So if he gets hold of that party, they have all of that 7+ years to build up to 2031. But if they launch against 2027, they will fail, and then the party will revert to this disarray, and then they might not have the momentum for 2031. So that's his argument.
Whatever happens, PDP is not going to have anything to do again as a party. They can only have state election, but in terms of national election, they have lost their relevance, and they continue to play in the hand of APC. And doing that, they are losing their relevance. PDP, most of their members love money. And the Wike just were like what Show me said. It's already feeding them with money. So I'm not surprised that this Northern group reject Atiku and endorse Wike as a party leader. So that's the money they have chopped. You understand? Because for me, Wike is one of the people that fought for the downfall of that party in the 2023 election. So it's an anti-party man. It's only Shehu me that is saying that he will sanction Wike and all that, which I don't know if he has the capacity to do that. So Wike, for me, Wike has brought more damage to PDP, and he's not a loyal party man, especially during the time of presidential election. It's one of the reasons
how did he
PDP
bring
is.
damage to PDP? How?
He has done a lot of damage to PDP, starting from the time of their primary and all those stuff. He fought to clinch that ticket. He fought for power to the south. And a lot of people told him, if it is power to the south, then it should be southeast. But what he fought for is just to take power. He made it clear that he's not going to go to the southeast. It's just going to be power to the south. And that is why PDP decided to throw their ticket open. At the end of the day, they played him northern politics in the primary, and he became angry. And he was still not able to recover from that. And mind you, in that primary, Wike stood up to say that whatever be the outcome of this primary, as a royal party man, he will support it. He made such statement, and that is why people like him are not to be trusted. Up until today, did he support it? No. After he failed to claim that ticket, did he support it?
Wike is not the one responsible for the power shift to the south and not to the southeast. It's the party. It's the party.
No, it is him.
Done now.
It is him. I know. It is him.
Stop this propaganda. It is
No,
not.
there is nothing like propaganda, Baba. You see, let me tell you. Wike.
Oh, can you hold on?
Wike personally installed the.
Let me speak. Hold on.
Ekene.
Your chair, you, yeah.
Ekene.
Hold on.
Can you let
the party inaugurated a committee that had its membership one member from each state of the federation. That committee went around the whole country, every geopolitical zone. And at the end of the day, to get what the party members want. And the party members across the country adopted adopted that presidency should open to every part of Nigeria and not, zone to any part of Nigeria. So, and that decision was made before they start selling the form to everybody. Obi agreed with that. He bought the form. Everybody agreed. They bought the form for nomination. So it's not Wike's decision. So don't say this. What you are saying is wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
well, Babaja, you have made your point, but I still disagree with you. The reason being that Wike has been a powerful force in PDP. If you look very well, yeah, Wike has done some good to PDP, but the damage he has done to PDP is more than the good he's done. For me, I don't like Atiku's style of politics, because if Atiku has stayed together when they lost the first election, they would have rebuilt that party. But what Atiku does is go back to Dubai, come back whenever he wants, pick the ticket, and it got a lot of people angry. You see, and they have Atiku. Somebody like Wike has supported somebody like Tambuwa in many times to get the support. But at the end of the day, if you know the role Wike played in PDP, all the role he played is to get 2023 ticket. He first of all put somebody like Sokondus. He personally put Sokondus as the chairman of the party. Then now seeing that that's not going to favor him in 2023, he went ahead to remove Sokondus and put Iyo so that the chairman will be at the north. But surprisingly, Iyo work against him. As a northerner, he worked with Atiku to defeat Wike in the primaries. But those things were there. Wike played the game to make sure that he pick up the ticket of 2023. So what you said is just what they discussed and what you had. But if you listen to their interviews from most of their members, everything Wike did is to pick the party form in 2023. And that is the reason why Atiku Abubakar personally told him that if it's going to be South, after all, South has been there. Then what happens is just throw the ticket open. You understand? Wike insisted that it's going to be South, only South, because he knows that if it is only South, he has the upper hand. But Atiku refused and said no, unless if it is Southeast, then they will not run. But Wike said no, it is South. It is South, so that he would defeat. He knows that he has the capacity. Apart from Atiku, the next person that has money in that party is Wike. Then, because he controls state resources, he has already just check the primary now. When Wike was coming for the primary, he's already feel like a king. He drove a lot of convoy. He was shouting, raising his hand as a winner, driving around the arena, and everybody thought he has already won the primary with all his ego. He mount the pulpit, he praised himself, he said whatever he wanted to say, and he said, as a royal party man, whatever be the outcome of this primary, I'm going to abide by it. He made such statement. So as that royal party man, when the ticket didn't go to your favor, what next is for you to obey the outcome of the primary. But that animosity was living with him.
Hold on.
Can I help you with something?
Hold on. Let me say this. What of Ayacha are you? Ayacha are you that said openly? We have the video. The video is out there. That if a northerner should win that primary, he will leave that position of chairman for a Southerner to take over. He said it.
That is what they that is what they discussed.
Hold on. He said it. So Wike was holding him responsible to that statement. This is what you promised us before the primary, that if a Northerner should win, you will step down for a Southerner to take over in order to have rebalancing of power within the party structure. So when he failed to do that, that was why Wike was saying, and the G5 said, no, chairman, you can't do it. A Southerner, a Northerner has won.
Hold on. Agalekoko. He said that. You see, I don't know, sound like maybe I'm trying to make it, because when this whole thing was happening, I was thinking like you. You see,
Did he not say that? Did he not say that?
You see me?
Is that not what Ayosha promised?
He said it. Hold on. He said it.
Okay.
He said it. So,
yeah.
But you need to understand the what played out at the end of the whole thing. Yes, we expected him to have resigned. But then what they said was that after the election, that they will do that. That it's not now.
He said what? He said what?
What the article camp said is this: that after the election.
No. It is not. Hold on.
No, that's what they said.
Hold
okay,
on,
what did they say?
mind.
What did they say?
Don't mix things up. This is not about Atiku camp or Wike's camp. I'm talking about the chairman of the party.
I know he said that. We understand he said that.
Hold on now.
Okay. All right, go on.
You can't be the leader of the party, say something, and you don't want to, fulfill what you promised the party. So he promised the party, I will step down if the chairman, if the candidate of the party comes from the north. He didn't say, oh, after the
he didn't say that. We know, we get
he said
it.
that.
No, we know he didn't say that.
After the primary and the northerner became the presidential candidate, then the leaders of the south.
But the thing you are failing to understand.
Hold on. The leaders of the party in the south, overwhelmingly, all of them, now ask him, Oga, this is what you promised us. Okay, step down and let us have our own from the south to be the chairman of the party. And then they refused, and then Katakata started. So don't blame Wike. It's not Wike.
No. Hold on.
All right. Rational man, make that point. Can I round up that space, and then we go to Folly B just to.
I also want to talk to.
Okay, you talk.
Hold on. We're doing it turn by turn. This stuff. Yeah.
All right. So I'm sorry. Let me quickly see. Sometimes when we go back in time in history, we leave out some details as to. I do that too sometimes. I mean, maybe because we are not all perfect. I leave out some information. But when we go back to the scene of what happened back then, how it all played out, as Ekene already told you part of it, is that you remember that after that election, that when Abubakar was declared winner, the Wike camp says, no, you must leave that place. And because he said that, we agree. But one thing you're leaving out is that vital information that you're leaving out is that Wike was playing his game to become the vice president. Then Atiku had to raise up a committee that you people go and do your whatever and come back to me as who you're going to nominate for me as my VP, and I will take it. When Wike saw that thing did not play in his favor, he was skimmed out of that too as well. Then he launched on Yocha that he must resign because you said this. And Atiku Kukam says, we cannot do that right now. That's what he said. Of course, he said that. I agree with you, but he said that, no, Atiku Kukam says, no, we cannot let you resign now because it's going to tilt the whole arrangement for the election. So maybe after the election, you will resign. But Wike said, no, we want it now. So you see, I understand Wike's politics here. But you see, the thing is this for me is that these politicians, they are people who lack principles and moral principles or whatever principle you want to call it. Because this is the same guy who said, I would not, I will stand by whoever win this election. So why did he even, why did he keep his own side of the bargain? Because what they said with them was that he will resign, but let this election be over first, because we don't want to do another convention in the middle of an election for a presidential election. So when the election is over, he would resign. We'll make him resign. And when Wike now started working against them, okay, they said, okay, well, of course, it's not going to resign then if you want to work against us. So you see, Wike cannot eat his cake and have it. You cannot eat your cake and have it. So Wike politics is say, you see, Wike, all of them were in PDP.
You're mixing things, Rational man. You are mixing.
All right, gentlemen, we must move on at some point.
Hold on, one man.
Yeah.
The position of chairman is different from the position of vice president or president. The chairman is who control the party. You understand? And he promised fulfill it. The game that Atiku them were playing, you thought that the Wikes them, they stupid that time. You thought the Southerner are stupid. This winner take all politics doesn't work in a party that, have the structure across the country. Winner takes all Northerner. Look, the structure of the party then, the Northerner was the chairman, the president from the north. Most of the strategic positions were from the north. And that is why the Southern leaders, including Wike, saying that, no, we can't have, we must have rebalancing of power within the party. And you are all saying that, oh, it's Wike ambition. No, it doesn't work like that. Tinubu said the same thing too. When he saw Buhari trying to frustrate him, he said, look, Emilokan, if you want to play that dangerous game, I will fight it to the end. That is the way the game is played. It's politics. So it is not Wike. You guys should not blame Wike. It is for rebalancing of power between the South and the North that the leaders
you're not, okay,
of the
okay,
party...
All right, we have to move on. We have to move on.
Let me make a conclusion.
Yeah, in a short summary.
For me, I think that Wike arrogance is what destroyed PDP, because even the Secondus, he's the one that appointed him. Iyoshiayu, just is it not few months to his appointment, he's now wanting his resignation because he didn't get his ambition again. You understand? For me, that's the arrogance of Wike. And that arrogance is why PDP is where it is today. And the PDP should not give him that chance again if they really want to succeed as a party. The point is clear. Whether Iyoshiayu say he was going to resign or whatsoever, because you know what plays out there. So because of Atiku to succeed, he has to agree on that agreement. Wike has wanted all the lifetime, his ambition is to that 2023 ticket. He has played along, removing chairman, putting in chairman, you put in your Iyoshiayu, a month or 2 months you install him as a chairman, you want to remove him again. Now you the waka come for PDP, not only you there for PDP. What kind of ambition is that? He's a very greedy fellow. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that Iyoshiayu didn't say what he said, but his own greediness is too much in a party that is not only him, that has leaders in the north, leaders from the southeast, leaders from south, leaders from southwest, and every part of the country. You want to be, only your decision must be obeyed in the party, every given opportunity. You want to say, this is what happened in PDP. And people in PDP begin to fear you. They couldn't make proper decision for the property to grow because they have Wike. And I still blame PDP. And they still allowing it. Today is going about bribing the National Working Committee, put in anywhere in the party, to make sure that they stand by him, for him to still take charge of PDP. What is he looking in PDP again? He's already a minister. Why not concentrate in his ministerial position? So he still want that, he's still not showing that ambition. Too much ambition is not good. And Wike has too much ambition in him. And he's a greedy fellow. He's playing out. You install the share, you install Secondus. Some few months you remove him. You install the Iyoshiayu. Because you didn't get the ticket, you said Iyoshiayu should resign. Few months. Who does that? In a party. Not only you there for PDP.
All right.
So for me, People allowing Wike to destroy PDP because of his personal ambition is the people that I blame. And he will continue to do that. And in doing that, PDP will continue to crumble. And that's what I have to say.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Ekene, for that. So gentlemen, we're going to do 8 minutes monologue just to get around the voices quickly. So with the 8-minute monologues, interjections are allowed, but only if you feel it absolutely necessary. Only so that we get to the voices a lot quicker because our people have been hanging around. So we do it in this order. We go to Folly B, and then we go to we're going to. I thought we had Dewale has dropped. So we go to Folly B, we go to Prince Daddy, and then we go to Larry. Just by the because Folly B is in Nigeria. Hopefully still there. Folly, show you. I'm a Folly. Alpha. Oh, the dark reveal this on it. Eh? Báwo ni kí ló ń ṣe láàrin òru yìí ẹ pẹ̀lú àwọn àgbàdo
I just woke up.
Well, so talk to us. I mean, what is foremost in your thoughts in the politics of the day?
Actually, in fact, I think
Is Showore back, by the way? Is he back in the country?
No, he's not yet back. He's still in the US. It's still in the US.
All right. So I mean, the headlines that we have, the Ganduje being suspended, or has he? We're still not clear on that. El-Rufai running against the government, telling us that Tinubu is paying even more in subsidy. And then this Dunamis church that embarrassed somebody and had to apologize. And then the record inflation that so the highest since 1996. So either that or anything else that takes your interest. 8-minute monologue from you.
All right. I think let me start from the inflation stuff, and then it's not actually new to us. It's not something we believe is non is that we will not face. From the onset, we all know this will happen. Even Tinubu himself know what is going to happen about it. But the problem is, I think I was listening to a particular one of my brother here when he's talking about the dollar coming down, and yet inflation still at where it is, which is the truth. I'm not sure the dollar can actually have anything to do with the price of things in the markets, because even if dollar come down from now to the next 6 months, okay, I'm not seeing anything. I have not seen anything that will make the dollar to make the price of things to come down yet, because already people are already stocked up, and before the people can actually go back to markets to get their goods for it to come and meet up with the new price, it will take much time. Apart from that, and already a lot of people are already believing what they are selling. That is where they can meet up with what is happening in their society. You can't expect me to sell things and come and use the money to buy sell things at a cheaper rate, and come and use the same money to buy something at high rate. I think these are the area that we are not getting it right. While we're thinking that dollar should affect, which dollar has nothing to do about it yet. Maybe with time, maybe that can come down yet. But the dollar we're even talking about is the dollar even come down with 1,160, 1,060? It's not, to me, it's not yet down. It's only we are seeing it coming down, but it's not yet down. So I'm not seeing anything happen on that space at all with the way things is going. So with the issue of all these what's it called? What are these people? Ganduje, Ganduje matter, I'm not
Yeah,
interested in.
being suspended for corruption.
I'm not interested in talking about those people. These people are they're just playing our intelligence wherever they wish they want to. Is it today that we know that Ganduje is corrupt? Have we not talked about that before? Before he even win the next governor of his state, the second time in his state. Have we not seen it? I will not see what he did the first time. So all those people, the space is not something to talk about. So Nigeria politics is not something anybody should be discussing or debating. We have the crooked who already hijacked the system from us. So any pretending that they are trying to pretend for us. I'm not freak. I'm not in it.
Folly, talk to us about life where you are. You are in the interlands of Yoruba land. Is life getting, even if it's marginally, is it getting somewhat easier, or is it stable? What's the lived experience of the average person where you are? Is things stabilizing, and are there marginal ease in just life where you are?
Mr. Woman, whatever will call me. I love you listening to all these what's it called, internet economy that used to say things about Nigerians as if people are better here. I won't like to you. And whatever will come here to talk. The reason why I decided not to be even talking as much is people think that maybe because maybe because I'm complaining, and maybe because this thing is affecting me personally. That's why a lot of people think we used to come here and we talk about what people are actually facing in the society. It's quite good that a lot of people will be fine. Many will be doing fine, even if things are difficult. They will still know how to play their game. But when we're talking about economy should be a kind of space where anybody with the little he has in his hand can actually felt. Any system that you cannot feed people, that cannot allow people to feed with the little things they can do, I'm not appreciating it anyway. So wherever we talk here, people think because we are not in this political party and we are never politicians, we are just here because this is our country and we have no place to go. And we cherish where we are and we want to make sure things work for everybody. But anytime we are here to actually sharing our mind, our opinion about what is going on, people believe that it's because I'm frustrating this and that. I would just be laughing at most of people here, wherever they are trying to have that kind of mindset towards our direction. But things are not really easy for Nigerians. Things are not easy for Nigerians. I won't lie to you. Nigerians are actually facing it.
Yeah,
But
is it getting marginally better though? Is it getting? Are you seeing any signs of things easing up?
I don't see anything easing up here because the transport still remain on high side. The food is still the same thing. The prices of things is still getting high. There is no any increment in salary. So there is no way things will getting easy. But we always love to paint it that we are getting better because we are using to that system already.
All right. Do we still have you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Okay. Are you following then the goings on in Dunamis, the church
Yeah,
that time?
yes. I think I was actually falling about what happened in that space as well.
You are pausing quite. Are you there? Can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on?
Yes, there's a heavy pause from Folly.
Volley, okay. Yeah, maybe we come back. It's internet.
Yes, yeah, it's the connection, I suspect.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go on to Prince Daddy then.
So
Since he's actually speaking. Folly, we lost you for a bit.
okay. I said the pastor in questions. I'm not sure it is his first.
All right, and I think his system finally gave up. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince.
All right, woman, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
All right.
So just free flow at it, or you don't have to even talk to the talking points or whatever is foremost in your thoughts.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. What is there to talk about?
The kind of school that he actually attend is all these open university of a thing. These are the people that would just go to school, go and write exam to pass. They are not going to school to go and add any value with themselves. They only go to school to go and write exam. So it's not new. But this is their own thing. With church, we don't like talking about church. Church as society.
And there he is again. He's gone again. So sorry, Prince, you have to take the floor. I think Folly is in a kitty, so you can imagine.
Yeah, he doesn't even know when it dips out.
Yes, I bet you he's still talking now, thinking,
right.
I'm talking to my friends. On carry on now, Prince.
Yeah. Well, I guess wrap up on the comment about this nature guy. The guy behaved like a charlatan. Go ahead, Foley.
Yeah. So it's just a system. Is it a systematic fail that is coming out, that we are now seeing how routine the system is? That what actually caused whatever is happening now. I've not. Maybe the pastor was surprised. That why would you be a law student, a graduate law student, and you are speaking this kind of the way you speak? And to be sincere, the lady is actually a graduate.
Foley, if you can hear me, Foley, did you listen to the lady? I mean, how bad was her English or her diction or pronunciation? Was it really bad for the pastor to have come out like that to her?
All right. All right. Foley, we must move on. I think it's dropped again. Foley, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, your system keeps dropping out. Then you come back in, but then and it's gone again. Prince Daddy, just take the floor, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Yeah. So that pastor in nature did not behave like a pastor, like a man of God. It was just it behaved like a charlatan. And being a man of God, you would think he had some kind of a premonition or a word of knowledge to know that this lady's lying. And I don't doubt that people come to his church, or people in general, just for attention or whatever reason, would go to the stage or the pulpit and make things up. People do that for attention. I know people do that. But but there's a way to handle such situation, especially in this case. I didn't think it behaved well. It behaved in such a crude way, crude and crass for a pastor. It was just unnecessary the way it came out. And again, personally, not an English teacher, but I don't see nothing wrong with that lady's English. She just spoke like any other Nigerian, if you ask me. For the most part. The fact that she wasn't so maybe eloquent or fluent in English like an attorney. And by the way,
what Foley was saying is that no education actually takes place in those open universities, and I think Rational Mind was hinting at the same thing. No education, and I think we can guess that from what we heard, that no education actually takes.
Yes, then you're making the assumption that all the other states and federal universities maybe excluding the top ones like IFE and the others, ABU, you're assuming that they all churn out this quality graduates. Let's not make that assumption. And yes, the private universities, they may have a lot of shortcuts in the way they do things. Okay, fine. But let's not pretend that the rest of the universities, they churn out the best of quality graduates. It's not true. So let's not down on this lady again for whatever she's accomplished. Okay, for however little you guys think of it or nothing about it, well, she did it. She put in the time, and she came forth to explain a struggle and her challenges. And for us, or for that pastor or people to make fun of her and trying to ridicule or mock her was just unnecessary. I don't find that in my heart to do that, or to even trying to associate with such people. No, I don't go with that. Yes, all degrees are not all the same. I mean, one can say a degree from Harvard is not the same as some degree in some other school here in America. Fine, but we all have different levels. Okay, so let's just try to appreciate people for their own accomplishment at their own level. It is what it is. That is life. Not everybody's going to have it perfectly or have everything given to them in such a way that they enjoy the best things of the world. And that's not the way it works. We have to have compassion. And that guy, I call him that guy, that energy guy. He doesn't have any compassion in him. Not the way he spoke. Of course, he can be forgiven. Nobody's beyond being forgiven. That is fine. But such people, again, to me, they just appalling for the most part. That's and the lady, she's not a young girl, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know too much about this story actually, just from listening to you one man.
Just from the visual, she looks at late 30s, early 40s, thereabout.
Yeah, she's not a little child. She's a grown woman, and she came forth to explain her struggles in life, and I could empathize with her and see where she's coming from. So you can't just call her out in the public and try to mock her. I mean, people like myself can be reserved, but if you call me out like that in public, I don't give a damn who you are as a pastor. I'm gonna call you out too. People are just yeah. Anyway, I was just upset about it, really. But again, looking at the entire scenario, it wasn't so much about that lady. It was so much about how that pastor behaved. If you ask me, not so much about the degree if it's fake or not. I don't care. I don't know about the school she went to, but that's the way you treat people. And you think a pastor would know that for sure. But anyways, let's talk about Wike. Wike trying to fight for
the soul of the PDP. Yes,
the soul of the PDP.
Yes.
Well, in order to, with the backing of Tinubu, I guess. I mean, obviously, no one wants. Well, not. I mean, some people do want Atiku to continue, really, because he is the money man. Is the man with the bag of money. So, but okay, Atiku is never dying. Of course, I mean, I heard it said before, he wouldn't mind coming back in 2027 to run again, and after coming back from Dubai. But it's all part of the plan. It's all strategic for the most part, if you ask me. It is in the interest of Wike to be at the helm of PDP because, of course, it benefits Tinubu, and Tinubu would do whatever it takes to back up Wike or support him to fight for that leadership in PDP.
Does it benefit the PDP for Wike to be at the helm?
Not as a party. No, it does not. I mean, you can see now how formidable would PDP be to be a real opposition to Tinubu, especially when Wike is working with Tinubu and being close to Tinubu.
They will have to jettison 2027 and then build to 2031.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, but is that not a better plan though? Because 2027 seems it's not a reach. There's very little prospect of them being able to wrestle power from Tinubu in 2027.
Well, with the present configuration, yeah, perhaps not. But I mean, I don't know. It's the gentleman you had on your show not too long ago is a Shobawale, right? Um,
Show me.
Showing me, yeah, show me. He wanted, he was vying for the chairmanship, right? Yeah, it's to yeah, PDP is a party that money talks a lot. That money talks a lot, and we know that. And and that's why over the years, Atiku's been able to buy his way, to buy his way. One second.
All right. So Prince Daddy needs a moment to attend to matters. But I feel that Wike serves a better strategy for the PDP than Atiku Abubakar, because if they go after 2027, it will end up in another disaster, and the party will be in disarray after that. And then it will not be sufficient. They will just go through what they went through in this cycle again in 2027, and then the party will fall apart. There'll be quarrels over how to reconfigure the party, and then before they know it, 2031 is there again. But if Wike takes charge of that party, he will give up 2027 and launch at 2031, and that's the long game. But that seems to me altogether a better strategy for that party than going with the Atiku strategy. That's just that seems to make infinite more sense.
Okay.
You're back. Carry
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. We say it makes more sense. You said, woman, for
Yes, to play the long game, to abandon 2027, go for 2031, and let Wike rebuild the party.
we can rebuild the party. I don't know the PDP right now. Really, if you look at it, at least for example, as a comparison, the MAGA section of the Republican Party here in America, right? With Trump at the helm, the leader of the MAGA faction, right? They've been able to maneuver and meander their way into the Republican Party, and now, quite frankly, they are at the helm of power, because now we have the chairpersons of the party were from the MAGA group, if you want to put it that way. With the PDP, I'm not sure what to make of them, really. I don't know the construction of PDP. It's, of course, it is fragmented right now. I know. I think you said earlier they're trying to choose their own. Do they have a chairman right now, or are they trying to go through selecting one? The PDP.
They have somebody interim, some
okay.
Dama, something or the other, some nondescript element.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I take that back. No, not a nondescript element, because those are sort of words that get me into trouble. But yeah, you know what I mean. A non-figure.
I got you. Yeah, PDP. See, Atiku, as much as we all want to pretend about this Atiku guy being this great leader that has so much, leadership quality, the guy to me has none. And he's had this PDP party at his behest for such a long time, and he's not been able to mold this party to your own image, if I can say that. To be a reflection of you as a politician, as a leader. He's not been able to do that. He's such a poor leader. Atiku, I'm talking about, such a poor leader. Okay, now and it shows because he uses money to buy everything, and that shows his ability to negotiate and to be strategic in running a political party. It's been a big failure, and supposedly PDP is supposed to be the largest. What now is the opposition party in Africa. At one point in time, was the largest political party in Africa, but they've not shown it. It shows that the strategy would defeat just money galore for everything. Strategy would do that. And that's why, I mean, the way Tinubu came into power, I think we all know that by now. It's miraculous the way he did, because he had everything working against him. And
but the man was strategic and he was smart, brilliant politician, and that's the only reason why he was able to win. If it had been somebody else, without such quality as a leader, it wouldn't have happened for him. So um, yeah, PDP it's fragmented right now. If you ask me, it doesn't have a real shape. It's an amoeba for the most part, quite frankly. And everybody's kind of adjusting right now. Wiki is trying to take power or seize power. And if it does, again, it's to the benefit of Tinubu, not necessarily APC, but Tinubu for sure. And he's going to get the support to do that. And right now, I don't know where Peter B stands. Something tells me, which I've said, just like many other people, that is going to leave the Labour Party. Okay, Peter B is not a loyalist. He's not loyal to anyone. Okay, he's going to leave the Labour Party if they can carve out a room or a good space for him in PDP. It will go there. It doesn't care. It will go there. Whatever vehicle is able to use to propel himself or to run, it would go. He has no loyalty to anybody. That's Peter B for you. And I always say he's not a builder, and that is fine. Not everybody's a builder. We should appreciate and respect people for who they are and what their abilities are. Peter B is just that kind of a character, and that mimics that of Atiku also.
Atiku is not a builder either. Is what phrase Joshua Mole called him? A rolling stone that gathers no more. So what is it?
That's a pretty good description of him. Yeah, he's not a builder. Yeah, just like Peter Obi said it, because he had the opportunity to mold PDP into his own image, and he couldn't do it. And to that point, when you guys were talking earlier, you see, we know, of course, Tinubu is a big whiz politician in the APC. Tinubu does not own APC. We all know that from even what happened in the last election. Of course, when you are in the party, you try to get a momentum, build critical mass, and be the person that things default to, or that call the big shots. But even that, it shows that you don't control the party. Look at what happened to El Rufai. I think, quite frankly, Tinubu wouldn't mind El Rufai being the minister of power or whatever. But obviously, there was some internal opposition to that. Okay, and if Tinubu had his way, he probably would have called the bluff or just do whatever he wanted to do with El Rufai, but he couldn't do that. Okay, as a leader, it tells you, if you know when people are smart, you know when to push your power or push the limit of your power, and when to draw back or resist. And that's when you know you have a good leader, a really smart leader, a wise one, in the person like Tinubu. And yeah, Tinubu doesn't control everything in APC. It does not. Of course, he has a lot of power and influence. It doesn't control everything. So to think El Rufai, and whatever El Rufai is doing right now, I think you said he's trying to align possibly with Peter Obi.
Yes, I heard Dele Farotimi speculating to that. He was saying that he's reaching out to Peter Obi. I would like to see that happen, because that will pretty much end the Peter Obi something or the other. Imagine El Rufai and Peter Obi. It's just only in Nigeria. Can you imagine that?
Well, at least Ekene called it right. Ekene was right. He said no. That's a bad combination. Ekene can see through it. He said no. It's not going to be a good combination, and if anything, it's going to erode Peter B's legitimacy, Peter B's influence somewhat. And because El Rufai is a strong character. I mean,
El Rufai is not anybody's second fiddle. He is not he doesn't see himself as a second fiddle.
Oh, never. The man from of course he does. He sees himself as a prominent leader in his own right, in every way, shape, or form. And so Peter B, it's that combination is not going to work. It can't work. It can't handle Erufai. And quite frankly, I think we know Erufai doesn't think much of Peter B at all. He does not. But they can align just for political expediency. That's about it.
But who do you think because Peter Obi necessarily has to get a running mate from the north, and then we saw what disaster that Ibaba made that was. So if he's going to stand any realistic chance, not that he stands any chance in cats in hell, but if he's going to stand any chance at all, he has to be a big hitter from the north. And all the big hitters from the north, they are off the El Rufai hill, kind of a bit damaged, a bit smelly with a rough past.
Yeah, well, I don't know a big hitter from the north. Who that could be? I mean, we have the names, but do they really want to align with Peter B? I don't know. No, I don't know of anyone. Well, I mean, we still have a few years ahead of us. I mean, who knows? Who knows what the combination could be?
Do you think the Peter B? Do you think the trajectory? Do you think it will sustain till this time next year or mid next year?
Is momentum?
Yes. All this high octane verbosiousness around him. Do you think he can sustain for? Because it's a long lift to. Can he carry this all the way through the 3 years up to the election? Does this bouncing up and down, making noise, constituting a nuisance to time and space? Can
Yeah,
he sustain it?
I don't know if it. Well, you see, Peter B somehow conserves its energy, and what I mean by that is the internet or this social media space helps propel and fuel a lot of his momentum or his activities. They over exaggerate what it does, and it just comes in sometimes and does interview, fills in the gap, go to the north and do some boreholes and all these things. So it can't. I wouldn't. Yeah, it's sustainable. Let's put it that way. The way it is going right now, it is sustainable. Actually, it is sustainable because it's not really carrying the load of it. The heavy lifting is not really doing much of it, quite frankly. And because guess what? He's not sitting down trying to reconfigure the Labour Party. He's not negotiating. He's not doing a lot of things to build a party. He's not doing none of that. So his work is kind of light. If you look at it, one man, his work is light. He's not trying to build a real political party that he has to spend time, energy, and effort and do a lot of work. He's not doing that. It goes up and down, he runs, and he's not doing none of that. That's where the real work is. And Peter B is not doing it. So yes, to your question, I think it's sustainable based on the way things are configured right now.
So he'll just keep jolling them along till 2027. All right. Let me take you to one more space, Prince, and then we'll go on from you. I think we'll go to Larry. I'm not sure if you have any interest in this. US-based Nigerian Chidozie, shot by wife, dies after 18 days in coma. So this is a story that was high on the headlines, but I'm not quite sure if it reached you.
No, I just heard it for the first time on your show, one man. Yeah, unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation. I don't know much about it. Who knows? It sounds like a domestic violence kind of a thing, obviously, to pull a gun out and shot the husband, a man in front of his children. That's horrible. I mean that's just a nightmare. That's
kill that man. No, he killed she killed 3 people. Because I said she didn't just kill that man. She killed 3 people because those children now. It would take some heavy therapy to get them over that, if it's possible.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you to your point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It just like you put on. It's Yeah, it's a nightmare. I can only feel for those children. I mean, what would become of them psychologically in the future? It's just terrible. It's terrible, and sometimes that's why we pray, one man, because sometimes you can't control every situation. Who knows? Such situations are almost sometimes unavoidable when a couple or people get into an argument, and something just leads to another thing, and our ego takes over, and it gets crazy. But it's a sad story, and it's a 26 or 24-year-old a young man. It's a sad story, and I wish the family, the children well, and the rest of the family, quite frankly.
But look at the guy, though. Not to speak ill of the dead, but if the bullet had not gotten him, maybe the steroids would have. Look at that. Do you want to look like? I wouldn't want to look like that. Would you want to look like that? I'd like to be in shape, but not that. That's
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I mean, I know people have their own forte. Yeah, we all have an ideal a body type that we would like to be. I'm pretty pleased with mine. But if I were to have an option,
even with the beer belly, look at Prince. You think we don't know?
Well, if I were to have an option to choose, I would like to have a body of a swimmer.
Oh, you mean that felt sort of yes, like who was that American swimmer that won all those gold medals and then
no, that's freakish. That's Michael Phelps. That's
Michael Phelps, yes.
Yeah, that's a freakish body. No, if I'm talking about like a body of a swimmer. They have this body that's like it's just not bulky, super lean, and it just, but you have, it's well built. That kind of a body. No, I'm not a macho man kind of fantasy kind of a guy.
What do you think girls want? Do you think girls want this?
I don't know, man.
What this guy is presenting?
Well,
because I don't think women want this.
Well, woman, you speak for yourself. I can't speak. I think some people do like it. I don't know, but for me, it doesn't do it for me at all. But I think some people do like it. I don't know.
All right, his biceps are bigger than the whole of my body, and I'm no stick insect. But so thank you, Prince. So that's the elegant Prince that they are. I think we have Folly back. Folly, do you have you now? Is the connection better? All right, let's go to Larry then. Larry, hopefully you are there. Larry.
Good evening, one man.
How are you?
Fine, sir. I'm all right, sir.
Good. Speak to us. Just free flow. I mean, you usually know what you're talking about, so talk to us. Let's delight in the vastness of your knowledge.
Okay. I think let me start from the inflation. I know a lot of people have been saying they've not really seen the impact of the exchange rates on inflation, prices of things. And I think at this point, what the government did with the exchange rates, it's unconventional. And I think they need to kind of like do something now on inflation. Because if you look at the whole thing that they did, right, they first started with the conventional way, trying to like make kind of like looking for an equilibrium and looking at Nigerian factor, right? A lot of things were really at play. So they were not really dealing with some of those things. And at the end of the day, they saw that demand and supply was not going to make it work. Then what did they do? They started looking at the other things, other variables. And those other variables was able to help them stem it down. So, and I think they need to do the same thing now. I think probably, I don't know what they want to do, but what I expect them to do is to now move towards the big guys, right? The big guys in that industry, the Dangotes, the Boas, and kind of like, sit down with them, know what they can do. Because at this point, because I understand the fact that a lot of people are feeling the pain, because you can, it's a lot of the major problem we have in Nigeria is a lot of things are not documented, and everybody kind of like do all sort of things how they like, right? Arbitrarily, they increase prices, and there's no way to monitor it. So, but be it as it may, I think at this point, what government needs to do is to talk to the big guys in that industry. At least let them know what it costs them to get each of those products to the retailer in the market. And if they can actually get that, at least you can one or two put a little bit of markup and see what is normal. Then if they want to come into that space, because you can't just come in and people are saying regulation, you can't come in to regulate because
Larry, I think they're asking you to speak up a bit. It says, Larry, more volume, please. So, yeah, carry on.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think that's slightly better. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. So, sorry, I'm sorry. So I was actually saying what government needs to do, because I know a lot of people are kind of like complaining now because they've not really seen the impact of the exchange rate stability on the prices of goods and every other thing in the markets. And I think at this point, I don't know what the government is planning, but what I think is that at this point, they need to now sit down with the key players in the industry, sit down with Dangote, sit down with Boa, because obviously, if you look at least Dangote and Boa are presently in Nigeria, they control at least 40% of household things in that country. So at least let's look at what exactly is the cost price and what exactly does it cost for them to get it to the retailers in the market, and put a little bit of markup and see what is actually normal in that market. So if they are able to do that, because at this point they need to look for unconventional way of handling this. They can't just leave everything to like, oh, it's going to normalize. It won't normalize.
Would that not be interfering with free enterprise?
No. It's not. It's interfering with free enterprise if they've not been able to sit down with the guys that are supplying those things. If they just go arbitrarily to the market and start saying they want to regulate. Because the major thing they need to do now is, if you can sit down with Dangote, take for instance now, Dangote brings out sugar, Dangote brings out spaghetti, Dangote brings out a lot of things. And if they are able to factor the transportation and everything, what exactly does it cost for it to get to market? Take for instance, now let's look at spaghetti. If spaghetti costs, let's say like 400 to get to that woman in the market, and put a little bit of markup, probably that woman should be selling at probably 430, 450, right? And eventually, if Dangote is able to let us understand and make it public that this is what it actually costs for it to get to that woman, and if that woman is now eventually selling that thing for 700, obviously, then you know that something is wrong. Because at this point, the only problem we have in Nigeria is there is no data, and everything, people kind of like sell things, unlike what we have probably in the US or somewhere else. At least you can, at least particular minimum, you can know what is being sold in Walmart or probably what is being sold in some other places. But it's not like that in Nigeria. So at this point, I think what government needs to do, right, is to talk to these guys, even if they need to subsidize a little bit, right, of this, they need to come in, because you can't be talking of, because most people, right, that buy things, we talk about dollars, the most people that really understand all this dollar thing are people that are on the internet. An average person in Nigeria wants to go to the market and see the impact of, kind of like buy things cheaper, because obviously things are not cheap. And I don't know how government is going to do it, because my projection is that in May, inflation is going to increase after May, because I'm expecting them to announce the new minimum wage. And with that, that's also going to increase the inflation. So they need to do everything they need to do now, from now till May. They need to use whatever they want to do, right? Use the normal artificial way, how they did it. You can see that the Bureau de Change guys are crying now. They started crying now, right? Because it's that business is not booming again. So I'm not saying they should just go and start saying, oh, go arbitrarily to the market. No, you need to first know what exactly does it cost that person. Even if they said they had stock, right? Obviously, whatever stock you have, maximum probably like 2 weeks, that stock, you should be able to, like, get that stock out. So that's what I think personally, what the government needs to do now. And it's not something they can just sit down, because if they sit down, things are really going to get out of hand. Because after May, if they are not able to tackle this inflation, after May, and there is, they announce the new minimum wage, it's going to get out of hand. And that is the same mistake they did with the exchange rate. They announced it, they didn't do the right thing, things got out of hand, and they were trying to use every econometrics to bring it back. So that's what I think in that aspect. Hopefully, if they're able to do the right thing, people will start seeing it gradually, right? At least gradually, and they just crash the market. Obviously, it's going to be a win-win situation for the woman in the market to get an average profit, not that exorbitant profit at the detriment of the people they are selling to.
All right, brilliant. What politics do you think El-Rufai is playing? He's telling us now that not only has fuel subsidy not been removed, they are actually paying more in subsidy than the previous administration. So is this a case of sour grapes, or what's going on there? What's his politics?
So for El-Rufai is just playing the politics of relevance.
That's relevance or bitterness or both?
No. He wants to be relevant. That's just the truth, right? Because I don't see El-Rufai pulling any string. El-Rufai is just going to be another Kwankwaso. Because presently in Kaduna State, because if you want to really have that capacity to control things in the north, you need to have that call, as in that followership. And I don't say El-Rufai. If you put El-Rufai today and put Kwankwaso today, Kwankwaso will beat El-Rufai hands down. And even in Kaduna that El-Rufai is coming from, El-Rufai and the governor are not on the same page, right? So what I think El-Rufai is trying to do, you see, this normal, I want to be relevant. Even him himself, he knows. So now, on the issue of subsidy,
do you think he wants to be relevant, or do you think he's smarting from the way that he was, because he was mistreated? We have to. Do you consider he was badly handled by Tinubu?
One man.
Because he did a lot. He removed El-Rufai, Tinubu will not be president. They stabbed him in the back, and he's not willing to take it.
See, one man. Let me tell you something. Everything is politics. Everything is politics. It will be dangerous. People that actually advised Tinubu against El-Rufai, they knew what El-Rufai could do. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So people that actually advised Tinubu against El-Rufai, they knew what El-Rufai could do. El-Rufai likes power, right? If El-Rufai had been in that government, El-Rufai would try to be one of the probably the most powerful minister. And I'm telling you, if El-Rufai has that power and capacity, El-Rufai is going to stab Tinubu in the back in 2027, no doubt. So sometimes when you are playing this politics, right, you have to play this politics smartly. El-Rufai, you see, most of all these northern guys, and that's exactly someone like El-Rufai. All El-Rufai needs is that power and the capacity to be able to like push things. If you've been looking at El-Rufai, probably if you've been monitoring El-Rufai's politics, El-Rufai politics is this guy that proves to be loyal, right? Gets closer, is able to like control a lot of power, and thereafter he comes out in his full with his kind of like full self. From Atiku, remember El-Rufai versus Atiku, this loyal guy that is always kneeling down, kind of like playing this loyalty, and thereafter he becomes popular, and then he brings his true self. He did the same thing with Buhari, this loyal man that sometimes you kind of like look at El-Rufai, it's always loyal, he greets him, kneel down as if, El-Rufai is everything. At the end of the day, what actually happened? So for Tinubu knows him. And I think what Tinubu was trying to do was, okay, fine, I think I can still accommodate this guy. But along the line, probably when they look at one or two things, right, they felt, okay, Tinubu might not really be able to accommodate that guy. Because look at now, Nerufai in Tinubu's government, a Wike in Tinubu's government, you know, it's not going to be easy.
Well, they've been able to manage Wike though, and as big as El Rufai's ego is, yeah, you can't say it's bigger than Wike's ego. You know, there's an element. Do you remember a time that El Rufai went to Lagos to go and confront the Tinubu space, and he made some rather unguarded comments? There's a theory that they set him up to flog him for that unguarded.
No, they didn't. They didn't. I think a lot of things happened after the election. A lot of things happened after the election. I think El-Rufai made some move. And that move was, I think most people that worked against El-Rufai were basically Ribadu and the vice president. Those were the two people that kind of like worked against El-Rufai. So, you see, this politics, there's a lot of things that we don't know from outside that a lot of these guys actually have access to, right? They have access to meetings, they have access to one or two gimmicks and everything. So that's why some of all those things, because personally we felt, oh, why is El-Rufai not giving that opportunity to do this and do that, right? But some of these guys, they think far beyond, normal, now, right? The whole calculation beyond 2027, these guys have it. They have the template. They know what is going to happen in that party. So for El-Rufai, I like him, right? I like him. He's smart, but it's kind of politics. It's kind of politics. It's a little bit, right? It's kind of politics. He gets closer to you. Once he knows that you're weak, he stabs you and he comes out full force. So that I don't like that kind of politics.
No, all right. Do you have any commentaries on the goings on in Dunamis church with this rather arrogant pastor reducing this hardworking lady to tears?
Yeah, you see, I've heard a lot of people talk, the pastor, the lady, and some people even went on to say, probably the education system, it's a noun thing. Open.
Should should I call social services? Look at this guy.
No, it's not. She's fighting with the sister.
I know. We have that sound in my house too. Yeah. He pinched me first, Yeah, carry on.
So I've heard a lot of things today, right? But what people don't understand is even here in the US, how does some of these open university actually work? Some of these online university, there are instances that you go to some universities here, and by virtue of your experience, right, there are some credits they just give to you. And if you look at that particular woman, this is someone that have risen to the point of being an inspector in Nigerian police. And for somebody, obviously, probably she entered Nigerian police with O level. And that means she must have spent years in the Nigerian police, right? And she has a lot of experience, Experience, you see, there's a difference between experience and this normal whole academic, theoretical things, So for me, I think the pastor was wrong. And it's good that he came back, apologized. They did some PR, the woman came out and probably, she doesn't have anything that's, oh yeah, it's my pastor and everything. But I think it's good. Probably that's how God actually wants it to happen for the woman, right? And this is actually...
I have the sense that the woman will ultimately gain from this.
Exactly.
She will get job offers. She certainly will get money. You know how Nigerians like to throw money at those sort of spaces.
No, it's not even that, right? So I think this is it. For you, even when you have some of this degree, it takes time for you to get promoted in police, right? I think for me, the first thing is just that she's getting recognized. And obviously, I'm expecting her to probably get one star in the police very soon. by virtue of this, then, this has actually brought her out. There's a lot of eyes on her, and it will definitely help her too. So that's why, some things happen to
in the whole of the thing, the person that actually came out more Christianly is the woman, not the pastor. She defended herself and she forgave very quickly. She spoke honestly, but the pastor was just arrogant and pompous.
What would she have done? Number one, it's good that she's able to come out and defend herself. And it's not even that she came out to defend herself. I think it was actually people that immediately the thing happened, they went to her Facebook page and they were able to see pictures when she was for her convocation pictures. So, and people kind of like started bringing that out, that this is that convocation pictures. And I think some people even went to the fact that they went to look at her name in the last now convocation list and they found it there. So, and obviously, the pastor was kind of like being emotional, which is normal. It's human too. So the fact that he's a pastor doesn't make him, non-human. It's human, and it's obvious. It's good that he's able to identify his mistakes and he's come out to apologize. And yeah, the woman is good. I actually hope that would definitely help her to, bring her out and see what she can actually do in the Nigerian police, and get some promotion from it.
All right, but then let me take you to one more space, Larry, and then we move the conversation on. Do you want to speak on Ganduje, the suspension or lack thereof? So the headline that first broke was that he had been suspended for reasons of corruption, but it looks as though now they're saying that that was a bit that's not the case. But so much shrouded in fog, that whole space. But off the back of the first headline that Ganduje has been suspended, is this the new direction then of Tinubu cleaning up house? First, better you do, now Ganduje.
No. Tinubu is not involved in this. I think it's just more of normal Kano state politics. It's the state government trying to, pull some things. But it's not going to stand. It's not going to stand. I think it's more of the state government, kind of like trying to pull some things in that regard, which is normal, right? Because how can you as a party, you said you are party leaders, you said you are suspending somebody because, he has an issue with the state government, who obviously is actually from another political party. And this is a case that is already in court. And I think it's been adjudicated that, for you to try this case, it has to be tried at the federal level. So there is no basics, because even if you say you want to suspend somebody and that person challenges in court, right? So it doesn't have a stand. So you can't stand something on nothing. So it's a normal thing, right? It happens in politics. They tried it and it's normal. So let's not deceive us. Let's not disturb ourselves with these politicians. It's a normal thing.
All right. Is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle before I go on to Ajan Lekoko?
Yeah, I think another thing, I just want to say something a little bit about is the PDP issue.
Oh, yes. It's a real game of brinksmanship going on there. Whoever blinks first loses. So Wike, again, we've been there before. Wike versus Atiku round 2.
You see, I know a lot of people have one or two things against Wike, but have people even been able to look at? A lot of people are not happy with Atiku taking hold of that party, because the way Atiku handles that party is more like, it's I can always get ticket anytime. And if they're not able to take Atiku out, right, PDP is just going to die a natural death.
It's using the party as like some sort of booty call, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anytime it needs.
He believes any day, anytime. I'll go to Dubai and come back probably in 2026. I can always do one or two things. I'll get the party ticket, and a lot of people, particularly the PDP governors, right? So if you see a lot of them, everybody just think it's Wike. It's not Wike. A lot of PDP governors really want to get that party out of Atiku's hand. A lot of them, even in the north, Bauchi state governor and a lot of other governors, they really want to get that party out of Atiku's hand. Because they want to have, obviously, the governors definitely want to be those people that will definitely take ownership of the party. But Atiku is, Atiku's game, and a lot of people think they are looking at Wike's direction. What I'm seeing in this Atiku issue, number one, I'm looking at this Bauchi governor. I'm seeing Sheyi Makinde's hand, and I'm seeing some other people's hand. Because if they don't get that party out of Atiku's hand, Atiku is still going to come back in 2027. He still wants to contest. And obviously, he doesn't have a chance. Unless PDP is able to purge itself out of some of all these characters, Atiku and Wike and kind of like go back to the drawing board and see what they can actually do differently. Because the present PDP that we have now, I don't see that PDP winning national election until probably they purge themselves out and start looking at how to really re-strategize.
Do you think they should abandon 2027 and use a long period to inflect and recalibrate? Because I don't think they stand a chance in 2027. So why even put in any real? Of course, just show up for keepsake. But do you get what I mean? That their place should be really 2031, not 2030.
No, I won't write them off. I won't write them off for 2027. Now, it's a function of one or two things. It's a function of how Tinubu is able to manage the Nigerian economy. It's a function of how Tinubu is able to manage the northern politics. So 2027 is still far. So a lot of things are still going to, if they can, number one, if they can actually get themselves, purge themselves, take ownership of the party, leave these individuals, some characters that will come back in, Dino Melaya and the likes of them that will come back in 2026, purge themselves out of those people. Now start looking at how to really rebuild the party. So if they can start now, rebuild the party and look at what Tinubu is doing. If Tinubu doesn't get it right? If Tinubu doesn't get it right, if he's not able to take charge of the economy, if Tinubu is not able to take charge of a lot of things, 2027 is going to be difficult for him. He's not going to get it on a platter of gold. So it needs to, it's a whole lot of, that's why for me, I'm not talking about 2027 now, because there's still a lot of hurdles for Tinubu to cross. So that's, for me, 2027, I don't know. So I'm not talking about it. I just think everybody because for me, I want a very viable opposition.
Do you not think the politics of 2027 is already in play? Peter Obi is already campaigning, not that he ever stopped. El Rufai is throwing his hat into the ring, looking for a party to propel his ambition. Atiku Abubakar is indicating that he wants to run. The campaign, the 2027 is already in play now, is it not?
No. The thing is, all of them are not busy. When people are not busy, they tend to look for one or two things. For Peter Obi, for me, Peter Obi has not really gotten where he's going, right? Because if he really wants to start talking about 2027, I think he needs to first resolve the issue with Labour Party. But I don't think he's interested in resolving that issue, which means that if he's going to leave Labour Party, he's going to start looking for another platform, right? And that platform, and if he doesn't get that platform now, probably people are still advising him that he can get that platform in like 2026, or then he still needs to now push that platform into people's hearts, and it's a whole lot of things. So for me, for Atiku is just normal Dubai guy, come in, bring some money, and like I said, El Rufai, El-Rufai, without getting his state governor's support, I don't really see El-Rufai getting his influence outside Kaduna presently. So everybody is still, it's a normal thing, politics when people are not really busy, they start thinking of 2027. It's not even 2027 now because a lot of things are still going to unfold in 2025. A lot of things are still going to unfold. So whatever anybody is doing now, it's just a normal, I'm trying to see what I can do. But
who do you think is going to superintend the? Do you think it's still going to be Mahmoud Yakubu? Because I think they might actually be flouting constitutional provisions. I'm not sure that. Is it not the provision that an INEC chairman cannot serve more than 2 cycles of elections, and he's serving? Is this his 3rd one now?
No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's his 3rd one. I think it's still his 2nd one. I think
if Mahmoud Yakubu leaves and Tinubu picks there is game over, isn't he? He's not going to pick anybody that is not going to make him win now.
Oh well, let's wait till then. Let's wait till then. Let's wait till then and see. Because obviously, I see Tinubu picking someone from the south to be our next chairman. Because I think we've had 2 people from the north, right? From Jega to Mahmoud. So, and probably if anybody replacing Mahmoud will definitely be someone from the south, and that's going to still raise a lot of things, right? A lot of debates, a lot of eyebrows. So, yeah, it's normal politics, it's normal politics. But let's wait till we get there. I don't know what they have in their mind, and well, let's wait till we get there. Hopefully, we're still going to be here to discuss it.
All right, that's excellent. Know that we will be. So thank you. So thank you, Larry. Stay with us. Let's go from you to Ajale Koko, see if he's ready. Ajale Koko. All right, we do. I think Ajale Koko will be in the fridge. Let's go to Kulata. Kulata.
Hey, one man.
Your avatar, man. What's going on there?
I'm an obedient fan.
Look at that. A new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is possible, but are we even already getting? They keep saying they want a new Nigeria. We're getting a new Nigeria with the raft of policy changes and infrastructural bold moves that we're seeing. We are already getting the new Nigeria.
Well, it depends. What makes you say we're already getting a new Nigeria?
Because they are putting in policies that for the first time makes the country actually look like a serious country. I'm talking about the moves of Cardoso. And the Jim Obazie mandate is to go into the financial system to identify the corruption, yes, but the loopholes so that can be plugged. Everything is being streamlined to follow an automated sequence of processes. So that there's so much excellence going on there. And then the infrastructural development, the rapid rate at which Mahi is traversing the country, the security situation, we can see a visible, significant reduction in incidents. So the whole thing is just coming together. And then Dangote rolling out, everything looking good. The future looks bright. A new Nigeria. A new Nigeria is not only possible, it is already here.
Well, I don't know. You're setting me up to prop the government, but yeah, if you talk about Dangote, yes, that's consumption to production. We're talking about CBN. I said CBN. We're talking about local supply of crude from the PIB bill. That's a new Nigeria. Essentially, as of today, as far as the capacity for Dangote's refinery, we've essentially stopped importing diesel. That's a big deal. And I want to believe if we use naphtha, what's the name of that heavy oil, we don't need to import that too. And jet fuel, we won't need to import jet fuel. So with a matter of time, petrol, even though we may bring the crude from America or whatever, but at the end of the day, we'll export some, which will make us dollars. We're adding value. We're finally adding value to what's it called? Raw to things we dig out of the ground. So in that sense, we're moving ahead. And I also think we're moving ahead because I think at Doso, they're trying to drop the Naira back to the old black market rate, which is around 800, 850. So if they can get it to that level, right? The only additional net that people have done was the removal of subsidy. So the amount of money they will need to pay people minimum wage will be small. They won't kind of like, all those times that labor was asking, was it 200,000 naira or something minimum wage? No, if you can get dollar back to what it was, the old black market rate, around that range, let's just say 850, 900, that Buhari range, 800, 850, 900 and co. Then how much money do people want to ask for minimum wage? The only additional thing you're going to ask for is for something to cover the fuel subsidy, because you're going to have pass-through effect of the stronger naira. So anything that requires import should be cheaper. Inflation is going to come down. It will start coming down. It may take a few more months because, like I said on another platform, even though from chats, that prices, they're lagging. All these things, people will first abuse. They have to replenish old stock, abuse the stock. Abuse the privilege of old stock, whether it's real or imagined.
Sorry, Alexa, before you go deeper, I know you mentioned we hadn't value to something right now. So to give us some clarity, could you define or explain to us what it is to add value, or what is value added to anything?
Value addition in layman's view
The
is to take
question, we try to pretend like he knows what he's talking about.
Is to take a raw material, raw commodity, and make it into and process it into a more finished good. So crude, you put it into the production process. You get diesel, you get heavy oil. Is it napalm or naphtha or whatever? You get bitumen. You get things. You get more things. You can get Vaseline, right? You can get Morgan's pomade for those that dye their gray hair. You can get all those things. You can get drugs out of the refinery. So something that, how much is it? $90 per whatever barrel, the going rate. I don't even know. If you convert that, you refine it, you will make way much money than just selling crude. So finally, we've gotten to that stage, at least with our biggest product. The only regret I have is we stopped investing in oil and gas extraction, especially onshore. We stopped that a while back. So while many people say, oh, no, they're stealing 400,000, it's not that simple. They're not literally stealing 400 barrels a day. We're supposed to be able to produce those additional, but because of vandalism and all, if that pipeline doesn't put out the expected PSI or whatever, then they will say, okay, this is money forgone. While they're stealing, it's not literal 400,000 a day. Those things could just be pumping the additional. But if we had invested, or we kept on reinvesting, we will have way more production coming out of those oil fields. We'll be able to get to like 1.82 million. But we didn't do that. Throughout Buhari, I don't think they invested squat. I can take it as far back as Jonathan. So that's what we're really suffering, because now we have no choice but to import crude, which is not bad. What's there? I mean, a refinery will have capacity, running capacity. You have to be able to make that capacity. So if an NPC cannot satisfy you, you go and buy. And if you have contracts and they're still not satisfying you, you go to the spot market, you buy. So all those things I'm fine with it, because at the end of the day, we're going to be exporting some of these things, and they were making way much money. But the balance of trade between importing crude and exporting and selling refined diesel, refined petrol is fantastic. Dangote exported whatever product, I can't seem to pronounce his name. I have to Google it. It starts with N. He exported it to America now. They're buying it from him in America. He's already started selling. So, I mean, it's good. It's good. That's consumption. Anybody that wants to know what consumption to production is, that is consumption. I mean, I'm being silly anyway. I'm being facetious, but
no,
that's from production.
You're not being facetious, Kulata, because when they use all these peppy little phrases, a new Nigeria is possible from, they don't actually know that it is slow, boring steps that actually take you there. And it's those that's what's happening now. You know,
yeah, that's what's going on. It's a slow grind.
Yes.
They think Peter Obi gets there and he snaps a finger and then everybody starts producing. No, the economy needs to be well oiled to be able to support that. Our fiscal policy, our everything. So when we keep looking at what's going on now, like I said, I suspect they want to get the Naira back to like 800 level. And if they get it back to 800 level, that's kind of like starting back from ground zero, but a good ground zero whereby there's no arbitrage. Check it out. Parallel market is encouraged to buy dollar. If I want to sell dollar now, many people, I mean, if you see that parallel market is slightly lower than even the official. So the way Cardoso has done it, parallel market is more encouraged to buy. And then the banks have whatever, they have the capacity to sell. And there's that maybe $50, is it $50, 50 Naira, some small difference. And the what is fantastic about this managed float is the amount of money they use to maintain this rate. It's not a lot. It's really not a lot. They're giving $10,000 to BDCs. How much is Eloni at the end of the day? It's not, it's not significant chunk. People saw that time that the reserve dip. They said, they were using the reserve to do this. No, that's not true. They used the reserve to pay the way 4 trillion ways and means that Tinubu borrowed last year. They used it to service, they paid back CBN. So for the ways and means, they basically they were not supposed to, they were not supposed to take any out. So things are looking, things are looking up. But it's, of course, there's still some challenges.
But they're looking up on a more solid footing is more the point. And that's what I'm saying, that
sustainable footing.
Yes, that's the new Nigeria, isn't it?
Sustainable footing. That's the new Nigeria, because while subsidy is gone, is back, if we can get Naira back to 800 or something, then government will not be paying any subsidy anymore. The reason right now is because we've devalued the Naira so much. And we need to get our mentality of fixed prices. That doesn't exist like anywhere in the world. You live in the UK, I live in the US. Is there any such thing as petrol price? I can wake up and know what the petrol price will be. Of course not. I have to go to the gas station and see what the price is. We Nigerians, we've been spoiled with that, somehow that the price must not change. The price just needs to stay. Like, where in the world does that happen? I don't know a country that is not heavily subsidized. Maybe they don't know what to do with money, that they'll be having fixed prices. So I get why they had to start subsidizing petrol again, because the shock was too much. And what El Rufai said is true. When you look at the actual Naira amount, if you look at the Naira amount, The amount of subsidy they're paying is higher than under Buhari, but relatively, if you look at the value of the naira, it's lower. But when you look at when you look at it in absolute terms, yes, the subsidy naira getting paid is way higher than what Buhari is getting paid. But if they can bring the naira down, if they keep on bringing it down, it's going to get to a point where they won't be subsidizing anything. But at that point in time, please release the brakes. Let the price move with the market. You can let the price move the market and say, okay, I will peg it at some point, meaning I will intervene at some point. But which is what they're doing, but don't let that intervention just go for multiple months and months. Let it go up and down like it is. You can ease it a bit so it's not too much of a burden. But we just can't have this single fixed price. Look at diesel now. Diesel is not single fixed price now. If you go to your gas station right now, premium PMS is more expensive than diesel. I lie for people that buy gas. When you go to the gas station, isn't diesel cheaper than petrol? Or am I wrong? But in Nigeria, even if diesel, because I can't remember, I don't use a diesel car, but there are few cents between each other. But when you look at, if you go and buy diesel now in Nigeria, it's over double the price of petrol now. Over double. And these are things coming out of crude oil. So all that heavy-handed subsidy that we have to satisfy Nigeria. The price needs to be one. Please stop it. Even in abroad here, even electricity is not just one price. They change all those things. We have to get used to market forces. We've been spoiled just to kind of like have one price. It's not like that in the real world. So once they can get the dollar down, further down, release your foot from the brakes. Let the car move.
How far down are you looking at here? I think Goldman Sachs says 700, right? That's what they're looking at.
700 naira?
Yeah, the $14. That's the range they're looking at for the dollar to come down to. So how far down before we start to see that impact of what you speak of? Like how far?
The pass-through effect.
Yeah.
It depends. It's when you think about, okay, let's think about a situation like people that bought stuff at $1,800. Even the people that bought stuff at $1,500. It's gonna take a while to sell those stock, right? It's gonna take a while. But whether it takes a while or not, people will also want to abuse it because some people will start. This is not a good time, honestly speaking, because it keeps going down.
Yeah,
so
but the reason I asked that question is because months ago on this platform during the campaign, we discussed is it pricing board or something like that, where they kind of watch all these things.
Pricing board for commodity board.
So that way you prevent like hoarding of goods and services. Like when they've exhausted their stock, but they're still keeping the price high, even if they're buying low. So that's why I asked the question to
I don't know. I've not seen any action about like Minister of Agriculture.
Do we have a board right now, or they're still working on it? It's coming.
I don't know.
It's coming.
I think it's coming, Lawa.
Okay.
Because it's only serious government like Lagos. At least they've done something about their own. And if you look at the latest inflation numbers that came out, Lagos inflation increased, but not significantly like other states. So that own Jericho, you can literally see the impact of that own Jericho in the inflation coming out of Lagos. So, but the Tinubu Commodity Board is that. I think we're still is coming because not all ministers are performing. Like even Cardoso is just a superstar. Everything we're saying now is because of some of the things Buhari laid out before, and Adeyemi Cardoso. The rest, you still have slim pickings of people doing good thing or the other. But I don't want this to be a lamentation fest. I've been doing that too much. But if that naira gets that 800 and it stays there, I mean, let's say back and forth between 800 to 950. We get that through next year. I mean, by towards the end of the year, prices will come down. I mean, because the only sustainable cost push that we're getting is going to come from expensive petrol. Diesel that is used to power generators, used to drive trucks. Diesel has been diesel. It's been removed for a while. So really, the only sort of damage to people's pocket that you can say Tinubu will cause, I mean, if we can get the dollar down, it's just petrol subsidy. And the what's it called? The effect, I mean, the ways and means that got printed 20-something trillion. Hopefully, we'll keep mopping up those by open market operation with the high interest rates that CBN has done. Maybe they will jack up interest rates further, which will further increase FPIs, people that are bringing in money for fixed sort of investment. Another thing that can happen is, I think I mentioned this before, if America lowers their interest rate, people that want like fixed income investment, they will move to the countries like Nigeria will be more attractive because we'll probably increase our interest rate. And we probably have capacity to ride that out for multiple times before we finally contain inflation. But I think we should start looking at prices coming down, small, starting from the next 3 months. We should be able to start getting some respite, in my opinion.
I think. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah. So now, what can you say are the short-term shocks that this government can actually do before May? Because obviously, if they announce new minimum wage in May, inflation rate will definitely increase. So what are those things that you think they can do now?
Well, whatever they do, whatever intervention they do is still going to cause inflation. But what they can do is that distribution of money that is backed up by NIN. They can do that. They can kind of like give some stimulus checks to people, right? And another thing they can do, whatever agency is supposed to be going, I mean, whatever agency that's supposed to be responsible for prices or price controls, they can deploy things out to go and shake up the market to see people that are gouging the system, right? So, but those are not significant. I mean, the latter one is not that significant. The former one requires them to be prepared because they can't keep doing the distributing cash the way they used to do that in Buhari, because we know they were just stealing that. So if they say, okay, NIN, go to bank, or is it NIN or BVN? I think it's NIN. If it's NIN, go and get BVN. I think you can mix the two together now. I don't even know. I don't live in Nigeria. Say go to bank, you will receive your stipend. And then they give stipend while they still work on getting this thing down. Because I think what will be this major justification if we can get dollar back to the black market under Buhari? So how much minimum wage should I increase it by? Because the only thing that kind of like increased on you is just the subsidy. So should I now double your minimum wage? No, because I got the dollar back to where it was. So the only other thing is just subsidy. So I can give you a 25% bump or whatever. You can say, okay, how much? I mean, you can't really say that because petrol is supposed to be fluctuating in price. But let's just say you calculate an amount and say, okay, this is your living wage adjustment. Of course, that really applies to government workers. Minimum wage means nothing to the general economy. So while you stimulate government workers, it will have multiplier effect. Yes, we get it. But the majority of the population will even not feel that bump of minimum wage, because a lot of states will not be able to pay it. It's just going to be federal government, Lagos, and maybe maybe Port Harcourt and a few other states that will be able to quickly do it. So even though that inflation may not be too much, And then we're going to look at, okay, so which one carries weight more? Because we have both what's called demand pull from the 23 trillion, which hopefully the increased MPR rate, interest rate, is supposed to curb. Then we have the cost push, which is mainly pass-through cost from increasing transportation cost. And I don't even know where we're going to put the insecurity. So we have that cost push. That one is the stubborn one. That one is going to be the most stubborn one, because the factors surrounding it, they're not addressing it in an encompassing way, like addressing insecurity like in a more robust way. The fuel subsidy one, like all those buses, all those things they promised, that one is also under is coming. So at least one area of the inflation I know for sure will target, and any inflation due to dollar, whatever, anything, let me put it this way, anything that can be controlled by Cardoso, we can know that that will be fine. Anything that can be controlled by the fiscal side, the Edun side, we're still in is coming. We're still in waiting mode. Because the tax reforms, they've announced stuff, they've been doing this. We need to now get action. Like, where's the bill? Where's the bill to pass to kind of like unify? I mean, they said they're going to unify, simplify the taxes, make it less than 10. So where's the bill? Where's the bill? Is it in the House? Where is it? What reading? When are they going to do something about that? So that's kind of like the fiscal side. Also on the fiscal side, let's even look at that Zeta's friend, Anete, that minister of what's her minister of that fine woman, trade and investment. I mean, we need to see some action from our side, like serious action. So I think anybody but Cardoso, they're lagging behind, in my opinion. It's now time. There are two things that need to happen. Fiscal side needs to catch up. Law enforcement needs to catch up too. Even though I feel at this point in time, law enforcement is probably even doing better than fiscal side, because a lot of all this stuff we're talking about, EFCC's action, enforcement and all, will go a long way. Because we've, to an extent, we've kind of like curtailed, or we're curtailing spurious demand for FX. And we're encouraging people that want to have it to come and invest in it in Nigeria. That's good. But from the fiscal side, right, what are we doing to get things moving? And another area that they can do, they may try and, I've said it before, I think it's time Tinubu picks some winners. It needs to create a new set of billionaires with private jets that will invest, that will get things moving. It happened under Obasanjo. You could see that there was, but that
was oil and gas and telecom. So which sector are we looking at here?
What's wrong with the gas sector?
No. I'm saying.
What about even solid minerals? That place remains on top.
I can still do oil and gas is fine, but what about other sectors to create this billionaire?
One man just mentioned one now, solid minerals.
Yeah, so
what about that? What about even power? What about even power?
That one, I agree. That would be a multi-billionaires in dollars if they get it right.
There's so many areas that
if they have to do it in power, it'll be bogged down in a legal mesh. Remember, they've handed out all these licenses to all these portfolio people. Power sector, man.
I was arguing in my university, my university group today, that all these discos, a lot of them are only basic. They're owing money. Why don't you make the bank?
Because this before now, on this platform now, we give a solution to that problem.
Let the bank take over. Why don't you let Amcon take over some of them? They're only basic. Many of them don't have, I mean, they're insolvent. So there's opportunity. There are opportunities. There are different areas where there are opportunities. Some people, you can even give some people tourism. You can give, there's so many things now that we can do. We're creative people now. So they need to give access to productive Nigerians, people that can do, people really that can do. And don't let the government want to do everything. Tinubu can make his own one or two there too. That's fine. But at least get people there. So I'm expecting more action from the fiscal side. Cardoso has been, I mean, what he has. And another thing, look at how many people that Tinubu has taken money out of their pocket. All those BDC runs, all those say take dollar here 300, go and sell it 800. Gone. Even subsidy, while we're still paying subsidy, it's not like bo subsidy where everybody and his dog were going to get subsidy payment. This is more like an NNPC, Trifigura, Vitor, and all those trading companies is part of their deal. It's not like general now. And those are kind of like in billions of dollars. But those are going to Swiss trading companies, some Nigerian trading companies, and all whatnot. But while the number is high, it's not like you don't have too many people chopping from that anymore. So the fundamentals are getting set. And part of the fundamentals is also, like I said, not having a fixed price. That's not realistic. Prices change. So if all those things get in play, empower new billionaires, 30-something-year-old, 40-something-year-old, 50-something-year-old, empower them. They are the doers. Every society, the majority are not the doers. It's just a few. How many Elon Musk do we have in America? How many Zuckerberg? How many? I mean, not too many, just a few. But those few will create stuff. Additional mecunos like me will able to chop out of the stuff, go and work for them or go and help them do one or two things. And that's how it's going to spread around. So, I mean, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Can you recap those sectors again that you think will be areas to create this billion? You said energy, mining, right?
Gas.
Oh, yes.
Gas sector.
Do you not think that space is oversaturated already? All that's oil and gas. How many more oil and gas can we oil and gas?
I'm not saying oil and gas. I'm saying the gas sector. Gas, gas.
We're flaring now.
We're flaring it.
I know we're flaring now, but the Germans are looking to liquefy it already.
What about us? What about us, Nigerians? Go.
Do you know that there's a problem that is coming from that sector? I just pray that the Tinubu government is able to manage it well. With this shell suit that they filed in the US, and that is another thing that can cause a lot of problem for that country.
Is that another PNIDA?
It's crazy and it's coming. I don't know how they are going to manage it. If they are really serious now, the Minister of Justice needs to stand up and start working, because another problem that is coming.
What's the case, please? Let me Google it.
So I think it's Shell. I think there was an agreement on what they are supposed to supply. NLLG, they didn't supply. Shell sued them in the US. There's another one coming up in the UK. They're going to sue them in the UK again. And it's huge. So, and these are things that I expect, them to start putting their Lego team together and see how they can actually, face some of all those things. The normal thing, when they want to sue you, they go to either the US or the UK, and they put you into another issue. So when you were talking about gas, when I knew that's another big thing, right? And most of all those problems happen because you have people, they kind of like do a lot of things under the table, and at the end of the day, the country is going to survive. That's another good thing, I don't know why that is not really making a lot of headlines, because it's coming. If they don't have
I've seen it. Something with Shell. Suing Venture Global LNG, and they said the Nigeria may be impacted because Nigeria and Shell and Nigeria were in joint venture for the LNG now.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. So why would they sue us?
Yeah, I think there's an agreement on what they were supposed to supply, which I think they breached the contract, and Shell is all out for it. And there's another one coming in the UK. I think
Oh, breach of contract. Failing to deliver 19 cargoes under a contract is executed in 2020, January 2020.
Yeah, I just hope that it's a lot of, I just hope, for me, I want Nigeria to be good. And what I need from the Tinubu's government is to be proactive rather than being reactive. Any government that is proactive will succeed. But if you are reactive, there is no way you can succeed. You can only keep patching. And that's the problem I have. Because for this particular issue now, right, if they don't start looking for ways, settle out of court, look for a way to mediate, look for a way to handle things, right? So that you don't, because they are fixing it's a lot of patches now, right? Imagine they have that thing again, that's going to impact one or two things in that sector. And these are the sector that you are looking at, because that sector is basically powering electricity in that country. So it's a whole lot of things. So for me, that's why every time I keep saying I need them to be out, to do some things, whatever they can do. Because some things, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, there's a lot of things that do not follow the normal laws of economics. It's a lot of factor, it's a lot of variables. So for them to be able to handle things, so they need to use unorthodox way of solving conventional problem. So it's a whole lot of things. When you see some of all those things, and the people that are actually close to the government, you need them to be there to start working. Don't wait till there's a problem and everybody's not like, oh, what's happening? These are things that they can settle out of court, negotiate, look for a way to resolve it, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win for everybody. It's just unfortunate. I just hope they learn from it.
I don't think, I don't know if we ever learn, because all our civil servants that are responsible for all this stuff, they don't love the country, so they cut their own deals and they don't really care. So I really don't know, but what Shell is suing a company called Venture Global, which is an Oyinbo company, because I'm looking at their board, they're all white people.
Yeah, and it's related to NLLG.
Do they act on behalf of LNG? Because what they did was they ignored contracts while they were selling to higher margins with the risk of a court case. And I think they said each cargo had like a margin of $19 million or something. I just did a quick speed read.
Yeah.
So, I hope we settle it. But this one doesn't look as scary as the PNID one.
Yeah.
That would have bankrupted Nigeria.
Why? Because, the issue is this. One is that if they are suing us in the US and they are suing us in the UK at the same time, and this is how those guys deal, right? They want you to be on it, they'll sue you simultaneously, and you kind of like, you be in the middle. So for me, that's why I'm always more like, yeah, let's start negotiating now. What do you guys want? What can we do? Obviously, most of all those things are not things done by the Tinubu's government. These are deals that predicts.
They happened under Buhari.
So now that's exactly why I need them to start negotiating. Okay, fine. What can we do to really resolve some of all these things? Because at the end of the day, it's going to affect them. Because number one, it's going to cause some distraction. And what they think they need now, it's a whole lot. And Kalata, I like the fact that you talk about the fiscal policy. But for me, I think there is just more of the approach, right? If you look at what is happening with the tax side, I think the tax side is more of revenue generation rather than really looking into one or two things. For the investment side, that woman, I don't know what she's doing.
She's not doing much.
And I don't know what she's doing. Because at this point, for me, I still believe in the short run, right? The likes of Dangote, Bois, and some of this local player, they can still do something. At least when it comes to food inflation, they can still do something. It's just more like, looking for a way to meet them at the middle. That's what I think they can still do, because that's everybody you see in Nigeria now is feeling the impact, right? So if Tinubu can really work, if that minister, I'm not even talking about Tinubu now, because that minister work with these guys, see what you can do, with these guys. I know people, Nigeria is always full of arbitrage. Everybody wants to make profit at the expense of the people. But there's a way you can, like what they did with this Bureau de Change thing, right? They were able to cut those guys off, and the guys are now the ones complaining. So go there, look for something in the middle, meet them in the middle. At the end of the day, everybody will kind of like say, yeah, I need to, instead of waiting for that big margin, they want to sell at the lower margin, at least for them to break even. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win situation for everybody, which I think they need to do now. At least.
But the thing is, if you like, those guys are kind of like the market makers. So definitely you have to give them access into something for them to kind of like intervene that way. Because yes, they can set prices and it will have a ripple effect throughout the economy. For example, cement. Both of them can dictate how much they're going to sell cement in Nigeria, for sure. Lafarge will follow suit. Dangote can determine how much sugar price is going to be in that country.
Spaghetti,
noodles, whatever else is selling.
It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
So
if you want to subsidize those guys, subsidize them. I don't care.
Yeah, but don't you have to get some kind of board involved in this regulation of this prices? I mean, they will at least have a say in it.
No. The issue is this. If you look at what is really coming from those guys, right? All they need is just little margin, right? If you can meet them at the middle, get their cost, and just let them put that little margin. These guys, with that little margin, they can still survive. But the problem is,
you can't do that now. You said that earlier on. You can't go into a private company and force price on them.
No, I'm not saying force. That's why I said if they
what he's saying is, like, in America we call it consumer protection, right? You will make your margin but reasonable profit, where you don't gouge your.
But that's not the model that Tinubu is using now. What he's doing is
that's the reason why I was asking.
The economy in the air and say that's
the reason why I was asking, because I was reading this article earlier. I was just by the vice president talking about February this year they were going to launch the consumer board thing. That's the reason why I was asking Kay earlier about maybe he's heard anything about that board. Because I'm like, what did
they announce that they're going to launch it?
No. Let me find it. The article said in February they were going to launch it. So I'm like, who are the members? Let me send that to one man so you can put it up. So because I really want to know who's going to be on that board. That's okay. Go ahead, sorry.
So one man, right? You see, it's something that it's normal even here in the US. So we are not really saying don't make profits. There's a way government can actually work with those guys where they can make a reasonable margin. And that reasonable margin, and if you ask those guys, they will tell you, oh, this is how much you're selling, and we don't know how much it gets to those guys. So at least if they can be able to work with those guys to get that point that it gets to those guys in the market, then it's easier, right? Because obviously, if take for instance now, if Dangote is from factory, spaghetti, for instance, if spaghetti costs from factory 400, and for it to get to those guys, it's more like probably it costs like 450. So are you telling me that if Dangote makes that open, and if everybody gets to know what it costs, and somebody is selling that spaghetti for 700, because now we don't even have the data, we don't even know what everybody does what he wants. And that's why everybody can actually, they can just decide in the market. It's a whole lot of things. Work with Dangote, work with the Yalojas, work with everybody. At the end of the day,
but Dangote is crashing diesel prices.
yeah, it's crashing diesel prices. It's doing a lot, but I think what they need now is, you know, we need more. You understand?
I apologize. Let me just read a few things here. You remember there was a court case in Lagos where somebody sued for increase in prices, and the federal court ruled that the government by February 7 has to fix the price of goods and services, including petroleum products, within 7 days. That was in February. That was actually a court ruling in regards to that board has to come around. So that was a court ruling, not political will. Court actually said that they have to set up a board to regulate, to fix prices of goods and petroleum products. One man, I put the link.
But I saw that headline. I didn't read it. That's
Right,
kind of like it's a useless court ruling. How can courts be saying?
That one I don't know. I don't. I'm asking the question. Like I don't know how far are we on that one. Is it constitutional to even mandate people to do that? And if they're going to bring up a board, well, they're going to have any LLC. It's not going to, but I'm going to assume some kind of price control. So
how does that judgment come into effect? You know.
How do you even enforce it?
Yes.
How do you enforce it?
Do you make the government pay subsidy or not? What does that? Is a meaningless.
I don't even know how they can actually enforce that judgment, though. But you know, they just have to look for what I think they can do. That's why I'm more like I'm interested in those big guys, because those big guys, they control a lot of things. And if those big guys decide today that okay, fine, we just want to make a little profit and we can do something. Those guys can do something. No, there is a lot they can do. And another thing that is driving price in Nigeria, custom needs to review their rates, because I'm not sure they've reviewed. I think presently, I'm not sure they've reviewed their rates, bring it down based on the current exchange rates. Because that's
is 1.2 something now. It's higher than the current one.
Yeah. So they need to get down, you know, a little bit, even if it's going to be a little bit below the official price. Because that's another thing. You know, if they can do that, that's also going to have some effects, you know, on things that are actually coming. So it's a whole lot of things that they need to do. You know, there's a lot of gaps. So they just need to, you know, start looking, you know, small wins. What they need now is those small wins. Those small wins will definitely have impact. Wins from the custom, you know, reducing that price. Talk with those guys, see ways you can actually do it. If you need to subsidize, for me, if you need to subsidize the likes of Dangote, subsidize them and let that have some effect. Because obviously the common man on the street is only interested in the price of what they buy. So those are the ways that government can actually come in. You don't just go in and say, we want to fix price, but let's sit down and meet on the table. Tell me what I can do, because obviously this is going to have some effect on people. So if they can do that, so I don't have a problem with that. I'm not against subsidy, but I just want subsidy to be tailored to where it will definitely have a lot of impact on the people.
All right, Larry. Let me bail out. Go to bed, especially seeing that nobody has super chatted apart from Mayo. So that's giving me the hump. No, I'm only joking. But I was waiting for my co-hosts to turn up. But a bit like London buses, you wait for hours and then two turn up at the same time. So Thomas and Mike here now, so that gives me the window to bail out. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Also, Thomas, Kulata has the floor still. You may want to ask him about the goings on in PDP once they've done the economic bit. Ajale Koko has now spoken. When he's ready, he'll let you know. I called him earlier. Of course, the majestic BT here. So Mike here as well. So between the two of you, you coordinate matters. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, good night, Mama. Yeah, Kulata.
Thomas.
Babagba, how far now?
I do.
But let me just put some input. Yeah, what government did here is to subsidize the farmer heavily. They subsidize them heavily, so that and they monitor the price of the food. Yoruba said, I don't know how to say that in English.
So they gouge the price of what they are selling. So subsidizing Dangote for food there's nothing bad in that. It happens all over the whole world. It happens here in Australia. They subsidize, they give the farmers grants. Then when they are selling their farm produce, they don't sell it, they sell it in a subsidy way so that there will be food in the land. I don't know, maybe it happens in US as well. So that's
They
my
subsidize they subsidize farming in America heavily.
They do it here.
So
It's
they do it. Every country, you have food security must be a priority in every country now. You don't want you can't let your people be hungry. So I mean, they should do that, but I also think we need a new set of billionaires in Nigeria. We need the productive type to be incentivized. Like you need to give them incentives. I mean, it may sound crass,
No,
but I'm serious.
No, I think you're right. I see a lot of investment, right? Just like you said, I see a lot of people now getting more interested in investing in Nigeria because, particularly people in diaspora, because with the way the exchange rate is going now, I think it's better to invest in Nigeria now, right? Because look at the exchange rate is now favorable. So I see a lot of money still coming into that space, and you know, a lot of people are looking into several sectors, and obviously, you know, I see a lot of.
But can you base your brain on this little fall in dollar to naira? It may rise anytime. You know, Nigerian stuff. Things go up, things come down. Things go up, things come down.
I don't.
No, Thomas, not like this. No.
I have a quick question now. Can you
Yeah,
hear
go
me?
on. Yeah, we
so,
can hear you. Honestly.
So, Kolata, I think I heard like a couple of times now say we need a new set of billionaires. Is that a euphemism for new kinds of entrepreneurs in different sectors? Because I don't know why you keep emphasizing on billionaires.
Yes. Well, when I say billionaires, I'm being flippant. But yes, new set of entrepreneurs in untapped sectors.
Okay.
Because why are we leaving them idle? We know the government is not going to do jack shit about it. So why don't you empower people that can actually do something about it and create the opportunities? And once the opportunity is created, then the economy follows. Like, I mean, God created smart people or resourceful people for a reason. So if they deploy them, the market will move. I just want expansion, right? Not just sitting in the same thing, doing the same things, and then we're just wallowing and wasting resources away.
But in what sector are you looking after?
Thomas, like I said, gas sector, even mining sector, agriculture concept, tourism concept, what do we call it? Even gather people to be doing call center, before robots take over all that part. That area is there. I mean, even
Kolata, don't you think what we need is rich corporations and not rich people? Like wealthy corporations.
It's rich people that creates rich corporations, Mike.
No, like like a corporation, for example, it's not really like you don't really own it. You're more like a shareholder. You can be 100% owner, but it's really separated from you. It's more like a major liability company. So it's own. A LLC is owned by the corporate public, but in a sense, it's a separate entity from you, the individual.
But someone needs to create
your salary. What you pay yourself is regulated as rules. You can't just the money that belongs to the corporation also belongs to you. You can pay. You can decide to pay yourself whatever you want, but it's still it's a corporation. So if something happens to you, it doesn't die with the business doesn't die along with you now.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we're saying the same thing because the entrepreneur that is going that should get empowered, hopefully is not going to go and create a
But
limited liability
I think
company.
Mike was talking more of public companies.
And that I was going to get there, that someone needs to create a company, and then it will need more money. It will be doing well, and it will need more money, and it can decide to either go to the bank and get a loan, or go to the market and float and float the company and sell shares.
I don't
But
even.
someone needs to start.
Do you know that I don't even think those public companies are the ones that really drive the economy? If you look at US, for instance, majority of companies that drive the economy are basically private companies. Most of all these LLCs. So, which I think it's really lacking in Nigeria. I think it's just a little bit of, stepping it a little bit further, right? At least that middle tier where people kind of like open LLC. If you have an LLC that can, have, you're recruiting like 50, 100 people. If you have more of those, you are beginning to have that capacity to tap into some of other sector, even at your own little way. And those are things that really drive economy. If you look at US, for instance, how many companies are actually, listed in New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ? Majority of the companies you see in New York are basically LLC that have probably like, 100, 200 staff, right? Not really gotten to that point of really getting listed on the stock exchange. So, which is really lacking. If you look at Nigeria, basically most little companies you see in Nigeria are majorly probably sole proprietor, kind of like,
There's no perpetual, like limit, very
yeah.
small.
So very small company like that. So probably they need to have that middle tier where you have people having more capacity in terms of LLC, opening LLC that have that capacity that could actually at least run with like 100 staff, run with like 50.
Larry, yes, let me say this. Yeah, all the time we always depend on the government. I don't know. I haven't been in US. I don't know how you guys got. There's nothing government doing in this country. What are they doing is just create the enabling environment. It's the private people that are striving and making the country.
And even
Hold on,
Thomas, they
okay.
even frustrate private people self. They will frustrate you. This American government.
I disagree. I disagree with Thomas. I disagree with Thomas. Your government is doing a lot. Your Australian government is doing a whole lot that you don't know about. Okay.
Let me ask you something, Thomas. What is your definition of enabling environment? Let's start from there.
Yeah, my definition of enabling environment is in tax. Just I don't even know what to say now.
Infrastructure.
Let me come in. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, let's hear Padosti. Yeah.
You see, there are all of us, these things that we are saying, a lot of people have been saying it, that the drivers of the economy are the small and medium scale companies. And I'm happy somebody in the US is saying that, yeah, the real people that are driving the economy are the small and medium scale company. Now, in Nigeria, our own definition of the small and medium scale is small. Most of the limited company, the publicly quoted company we have in Nigeria, they will fall into category of medium scale companies in America, in Canada, because of this revenue size and maybe their scale of operations. But Nigeria know that's what we need. The small scale companies are the ones that will eventually grow to become a medium scale company. Somebody does not just come up and say, I'm setting up a medium scale company and put his money. He can do that. But with time, it might collapse. But if a small scale company grows into a medium scale company, that makes sense. And how is that going to happen? Government need to be deliberate and be serious. I said deliberate. I'll start with.
And very decisive. Very decisive.
Yeah, serious in the sense that we have been saying it. We have done something about it. That setting up SMIs. There's one SMI funding that the banks were supposed to have. They were supposed to set aside a portion of their profit for small and medium scale companies. But what I discovered was that a lot of banks, MD then, they now went and set up their own small, medium scale companies. You see a bank having a printing company, Oceanic then had a printing company, this one had this company, this one, and they were using those money to fund their own companies. Whereas those money are supposed to be in pool accessible by any small company that or medium scale company that's trying to thrive. But for a small and medium scale company that's trying to thrive to access those funds from the bank, they will bring a lot of conditions. So that's why I say government need to be serious about it. They need to say, okay, yeah, we want to take some risk. Relax those conditions, make it easy for a boy that is just coming out of school that is ready to set up a small company to access funds, maybe based on his certificate or diploma or anything. Relax it. If you don't relax it, the banks are the ones going to, the big companies and their friends are still the ones that will take those money. And those people are not necessarily entrepreneurs. They will just go and use the money to buy dollar, use the money to buy house in Dubai and keep it. When the return comes, they bring the return. They say they are doing business. So they need to be deliberate.
Pato, thank you for bringing that up. That part that is for establishing right now. My question to you is this: for those that are already established, I want to expand or they want to grow their business. That transition, right? What can government? Because what you were talking about is people that are just starting from the beginning, right? With their degrees, but those that are already established.
Let me sweeten your part. Look, Pato, answer this one, join. Let me give you a comparative statistics. In the so-called big company in Nigeria, our market capitalization in Nigeria, $35.43 billion, right? $35.43 billion. The market capitalization in South Africa, $1.2 trillion. Why is our market cap a dwarf compared to South Africa? Don't you see, even the companies we have in Nigeria, they declare profits higher than some of these companies in South Africa that have more valuation. Why are big businesses undervalued? What can the government do to even get a market capitalization to like $200 billion? Pato, if you can join that one to your question, to the question.
Yeah, let me start with that. You see, you are saying that companies are not properly valued. You understand? It could be a lot of things. There are infrastructures, for example, statistics. You'll be surprised that even our companies, their books, the books they are keeping, the quality of reporting, those are the things that the real company, the real valuers will look into and say, okay, yeah, this is the revenue we are looking at. This is going to be the cash flow. Now, when they discount that cash flow, that's when they will know this is the value of these companies. You will discover that it's either we are not keeping proper reporting for those companies for so many underground or undercover reason. I don't see a reason why a company that is making so much more profit than another company and that has potential to continue to make more profit will be valued at a lower amount than a company that is making lesser profit. I will explain how that works to you. If you want to value a company, there are so many things you can do. You can look at the assets, look at other things, and then assess the value of that company and say this is the worth of this company. But the real meaningful one is to look at future cash flow, net cash flow from operation.
Yeah.
You understand? Maybe in another, you look at 10 years cash flow.
Let me just say something so that it will support what you're saying. One of the problem of Nigerian companies in terms of reporting is the mode of reporting, financial reporting in Nigeria. If you look at that South Africa that you're saying, now, South Africa started reporting based on IFRS in 1995. And in Nigeria, I think IFRS in Nigeria started more in 2012, right? So there is a lot of lapses that's been in terms of reporting in Nigeria. So which is in most cases, even when you're valuing a lot of things in Nigeria, particularly most of all those public companies, you have a lot of issues with it. So I think in terms of being undervalued, I don't really think a lot of Nigerian companies are really undervalued. I think they are kind of like getting their true value. And a lot of us think, the way we look at it probably a lot of things that we're looking at. But if you look deeply into their accounts of some of these companies based on IFRS standard, you end up seeing that that's the true value of some of this company. And that's why I support, kind of like injecting more into into them and kind of like working more on their capitalization. Whatever it could actually be probably requirements, probably standards that are being set, for them to start looking at them having access to other inflow, and some of the big guys like divesting diluting some of their shares and letting more people come in. If that is what is really going to
But let me ask you one question. Don't you think that people are saying, okay, we should put structures in place? Now, why not look at the soft infrastructures? Soft infrastructures like ensuring the framework for reporting is IFRS,
No,
ensuring.
that's what I just said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there are other soft infrastructures, even apart from that, that's supposed to be in place that will make our system open, transparent. Part of the soft infrastructure is this floating of currency. Part of the soft infrastructure will be very reliable legal structures and systems. I'll give you a good example. I'm an investor from India or maybe from Europe. I'm bringing 10 billion into or $1 billion into Canada, into Nigeria, and I discover that somebody can cheat me, or if I have a receivable that is so huge, if I go to court, I can spend 3 years in court trying to realize my receivable, and at that point, my cash flow is gone. So I don't want to be in that kind of environment where I have to go meet a judge to get someone, a senior advocate who knows a judge, because that is the
Well,
one who knows the judge is one that can win a case
yeah.
in the court for me. So I don't want that kind of system. I want a
Let me
system
chime in, Patoski.
that's
Go ahead.
reliable.
Yeah, line your points, Patoski.
So I want a system that's reliable. So if I do that, those are the kind of soft infrastructures. It's not just the road, the power. If you have road and power, some foreign investor will still not come.
Right.
If I know that to even get my tax returns from IFRS, I need to pay so much to get a particular thing. I need to pay this much. It's not going to work. And for them to have that kind of confidence, it's not just going to be, oh, we have a new president who is serious, and investor will now say, okay, let's come. They want to see it work. They want to see that seriousness maybe over 4 years.
Okay, that's a good place for me to chime in here. Great point. What you guys are talking about right now was pretty much delineated by Festus Keyamo like a couple of days ago on Arise Television. To the point that you're making about, for example, the airplanes, what do you call them? Airline operators, when they do a dry lease on airplanes, right? And they get the planes into Nigeria, because of the legal framework or structure in Nigeria, these companies or these owners, they collude with the legal system that prevents these foreign companies from being able to pretty much repossess the airplane because they're not meeting their financial obligations on these assets. Because they corrupt the system. Now, Keyamo now is working to overturn that. In so doing, actually making Nigeria's airline industry more robust and attractive to the rest of the world. Now, open the books for them so they can actually have access to capital and leases. So to your point that I think was Larry speaking earlier, this legal challenges is not unique to Nigeria. Mostly in developing nations, and maybe quite frankly, apart from Japan, many Asian nations, you're more likely to suffer a legal risk or challenge trying to recoup your money, be it receivable or whatnot. Okay, but in regards to the valuation of companies, we have to know what category or industry of companies we're talking about here. You got to keep in mind, South Africa is somehow well-developed business
It's more
environment.
diverse. It's more diverse.
Okay, good. It's more diverse, and they have legacy companies that, apart from their physical assets, okay, when doing evaluation for such companies, they also calculate or factor in the intangibility of these companies also to know their true value, because they've been around for such a long time and they have good processes and they make good products and they're well known. So I'm not sure how many Nigerian companies, perhaps apart from Dangote that has the name, is able to accumulate enough intangible asset on its books to give it a more robust valuation.
You see,
In addition to that,
no,
let me, can I say something?
okay.
I think most of our companies are locally based, and their assets and valuation are, are very local. So when you are trying to value it in dollar, they're worth nothing in comparing to that of South Africa. So, comparison to that of South Africa. So as long as we have our currency so battered, we cannot match South Africa when it comes to the valuation of our company's asset and capitalization. So South African companies, in Africa, are more international company than that of companies that we have in Nigeria. So, and that gives them that, how do I say it?
A higher valuation.
Yeah, high valuation than ours, because they are more of their asset. You can value them in dollars because you value them more in dollars than that of Nigerian companies that are locally based. Look at MTN, for example. They are in many places around the world, and they rank as the, sometimes ago, I think they are the number one, number one company in Nigeria.
But Ajale Koko, if MTN, the kind of performance that MTN is doing in Nigeria in terms of profits, if they are making the exact same number, the exact same amount of profit, and they are located in America, do you know the billions of dollars that they will, value MTN? It will be exponential. They will be so rich.
They will be like AT&T.
Yeah.
I'll be now.
Yes. We are our own company, except Glow, that is maybe in West Ghana or Republic of Benin.
I have a simple answer for it. I think it's because when you both don't participate like that in Nigerian stock markets.
Our companies are just too local. They are not. They are not. They worth nothing. They are not competing in the world.
But I disagree. The profit that is declared, if you go and declare that same profit in another country, but even just convert from naira to dollar, they will value those companies anyhow.
Are they hiding the real profit, or what is it really?
No, I'm even saying even the declared profits,
right?
Because you look at some companies in America, zero profitability. Of course, they look at future potential, one thing or the other, market share, this clinical. But what I'm saying is, you look at the company like GTB, it's so small, and you look at a company like Access Bank that is so big, they have almost the same kind of profits. So GTB is a very profitable company, very nimble company. The valuation should be high. But I just think we're undervalued, maybe because we're a black country.
So how does government come into? It's like a board that does evaluations, like a stock exchange.
I don't know, but I think
America
has an opportunity.
They value your company and then they put it on the listing, right? So we can buy.
I think in terms of that valuation, everything still boils down to your financial thoughts.
But Larry, I'm talking about financials now. Like, just carry GTP financials, convert it to dollar, match it to take it to America. Look at how much they're going to value it in the stock market. Or
But
take it to South Africa.
you
Look
know,
at how much they're going to
you
value
know,
it.
another thing is in terms of those companies too. One thing I don't know is how much they even invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure in this case is not just, it's not just the buildings, right? Take for instance now, I don't see any reason why those guys will not be able to invest in. There's a lot of things to invest in because take for instance now, the data they actually have, most of those companies, when dollar was really, really going up, a lot of them started looking for how to domicile some of the things they have. A lot of them that had a lot of things doing with AWS, doing with Google, they started looking at other ways. I think what Nigerian companies, all those companies need to do is to now start looking at how to, invest more in infrastructure, you know, data infrastructure, domicile or some of all those things. Because most of the expenses they spend, most of their expenses goes into some of all those things. And some of those all those things they, what they pay to AWS, pay to Google, pay to all those people, right? So and we can actually have something of such, something similar in Nigeria.
Well,
It
the
does
AWS serves even companies as large as Netflix and many other big companies. AWS as how do we put it? They build a critical mass to be able to offer their services at a
yeah,
at a decent.
they have an availability zone in South Africa. So but whatever it is, Nigerian companies are making money in naira and they are paying AWS in dollars. So there's a lot of things.
Okay, hold on. Is it Larry? Right, Larry?
Yes.
Okay, are you saying they're paying so much that they should rather be, they should localize this services in Nigeria, or I mean,
Yeah,
is it the
yeah.
cost factor you're talking about, or what is
I'm
it?
talking about it's part of it, the cost factor, right? And those are things that are eating into a lot of their revenue. Because if you don't
Well, but
localize,
what about the argument? I mean, I'm thinking, I don't know the real numbers, but the argument that, see, AWS offer its services at such a attractive price point that taking on such ventures may not be even profitable and maybe risky for these companies.
no, it's not as cheap as you think. It's a sector I'm actually into. It's cheaper for people, it's cheaper for you if you're in the US, right? But it's not cheap for those companies in Nigeria. If you look at a lot of startups in Nigeria, when that dollar was really, issue, if you look at it, because most times I'm always on LinkedIn and I'm always in so many conversations with tech startups in Nigeria. It was a lot of issues, you know.
Okay, sorry. So you talk about startups. I'm talking about
Yeah,
established companies
that's
like the banks,
yeah. I'm still
and
saying we are still saying the same thing because they make their money. These are companies that make their money in naira, and services in AWS are going to be paid in dollars. So there is no, even if it's cheap, right? It's cheap. It's cheap for people that make that make money in dollars. So it's
well,
not even cheap for
okay.
them. It's not like their AWS is not going to say because your currency, has been undervalued, we are going to reduce how much
The
you're
price.
going to pay for S3, how much you're going to pay
Of
for
course not, and that's why
ACC.
I'm making the point. Just like you say, if you know better, then that is fine. But I'm
Yeah,
making the
yeah,
point
yeah.
that even the weakness of the naira, that the price point of AWS services is so attractive that is, to me, is not such a, it shouldn't be a big burden for those that procure their services. That's my point.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
it's still expensive, Prince Daddy. It's still expensive for some of these companies because everything is benchmark on how much the dollar to naira is, and they make their money in naira. And
Okay.
that's why you see most of them trying to like divest into some other African countries, at least to be able to reduce that risk, that financial
Larry,
foreign
can
exchange
I
risk.
ask you a quick question in regards to your evaluation? Just to
Yeah.
see, I know they have different method of evaluating. As someone that trades stocks here in the diaspora here, we
Mhm.
always look at price to earning ratio. So I'm looking
Yeah.
at your quarterly earnings to your price point. I'm always reading that. And I know the major part they would do. They would look at the assets, right? That's the popular way to look at it, the market approach. But how can you best, looking at our own peculiarity in Nigeria, what would be the best approach to properly evaluate a company in Nigeria? What would be the best approach for that?
No, in terms of evaluation, it's the same thing everywhere. Like somebody said about intangible assets, which is kind of like goodwill. Take for instance now a company like Zenith Bank. If you look into their financial statements, I'm not sure their goodwill is going to be more than 30 billion naira. Right?
That's small.
What do you say?
I said that's small.
That's small. You understand what I'm saying? I think if you look at, let me see. Last year, I think 2023 intangible asset, I think it was something around 25 billion naira, for Zenith Bank, and as big as Zenith Bank is. So it's a whole lot of things, that they put together into some of all those things.
Yes. Let me chime in real quick. Depending on the company, right? Okay, an easy one with Dangote. Now, if I were to evaluate evaluation of a company in Nigeria, usually it's going to be more heavily asset based, but also the market share. Dangote, for example, I'm not sure it controls 60% or more of the cement industry. That'd be a good one. The market share that the company controls, it's a good way to look at their future cash flow. Okay. And of that company. Okay.
Prince, I apologize. Am I reading this right?
Yeah,
Access
you're
Bank's,
right.
hold on. Access Bank is valued at almost $30 billion. Is that true?
$30 billion.
No, Babati. No.
Nah. Ooh, that's a lot.
I don't think that's true.
Babati, our entire market cap is 30-something billion.
No, this is Google. Maybe I'm wrong because I'm like, really? It says
maybe it's
access.
naira.
No. It says in dollars.
No,
how is that possible?
Let me put the link in there so you can read it. I was like, really? I'm not. Okay, just
maybe Access Bank Holdings and
globally the whole thing. Yeah,
even everything. It can't be
$30
billion. Okay.
Let me quickly answer Babati's question. He said, how do you think we should value in Nigeria? It depends on the company. For example, price earning ratio will be applicable if the companies are listed, or if you have a similar company that is
right.
listed.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can be able to know,
right.
This company is listed, it has a price in the stock market. That's the market value, and then we can start doing the calculation, and then work back to the value of the shares, and then look at the number of shares listed, and then come to the total value of the company. But if the company is not listed, you can look for a similar company.
Sorry, Patoski. I think you said it earlier. In a place that we don't trust their numbers and their accounting principles or their methods, even the price to earning ratio. I mean, I won't feel comfortable doing it in Nigeria.
God bless you. That's why we need to be more.
That's the reason why
our capital market needs to be more transparent.
Remember, I asked earlier that are they hiding anything? I was asking Kid that earlier that are we even sure the numbers are accurate? Like, are they hiding anything? But by the way, no,
they are public companies
now. Okay, hold on, guys. I put the link in the private chat that says $28.8 billion as of 2 years ago.
I've checked it, Babati. It's 636 billion.
This is on their webpage now. This is from their website.
I'm looking at Market Watch. It's 636.
This is what they said. This is their own. I'm only asking the question. This is what they said on their own bank website.
Babati is not even up to $1 billion. It's 636 billion naira.
No, I think what Babati is saying is what Access Bank reported.
On their own, look at the link now. On their own bank website, what they say.
You see why the regulatory body need to sanction them.
So you see this disparity here, Coletta.
What are they talking about? Even Bloomberg has them. Bloomberg has them at 659.
So how can you then trust that data? That's the reason why I was asking, can you even trust the earnings?
Exactly.
Because are they hiding anything?
You can't trust them.
Because they go match now.
The market. That's what it means.
Exactly.
Hey, Babati, what they are telling you is if you want to buy, this is how much you are selling. You want to buy the
Do
bank?
you know that?
No,
Do you know that the problem?
no.
Do you know that the problem most startups that want to see that need investment in the US faces? Most Nigerian companies, right? They overvalue themselves. They go out, look for funding, and they get some of those funding. At the end of the day, you kind of like see that, what's it? And I think that's where I think the
Okay.
regulators kind of like I can, work with CBN and kind of like bring a very solid standard out with the IFRS, and so that at least we can have some decorum in that aspect. What everybody just does is once
Okay,
everybody,
you said that earlier. You said that Nigerian companies are undervalued. Now you said they go outside, they're overvalued. Now, who is giving them that? Is that an independent evaluation or
that's what they
valuation or
tell them.
what?
Okay, look at what we've
Oh,
just seen now.
I think, Prince Adi, I'm the one that said, in my opinion, they're undervalued.
Okay.
That's my own stand.
It's
So
when they
Continue.
go outside and give those misrepresentation of value and everything.
yeah,
Is
that's
what
what
they
they
have
do
done
now.
in collaborations with maybe their auditors, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And they take their books out there, and they are misrepresenting the country because if you
But
say,
Pato, 1 billion difference is one thing, but this is almost 30-1 now.
it's
You have to put
manipulative
now.
now, manipulative. That's what
Babati,
they
are
are
you
doing.
sure you read the right thing? I
No,
hope
no,
I
Look
no,
at
heard
he's
it.
right now. He's
okay.
dropped the link
I
in the
put the
chat now.
hold on, Larry. Okay, I put the link of the bank on the one Ben now.
Oh,
I
and
put
this
the link there
Saleh.
now.
If you go to the, you
That is
see
what they are saying
38.3
on their own
billion.
page now.
I don't know. Maybe they're talking about the assets. I don't even know. That doesn't even make sense too.
But now
I don't know. I don't know.
The bank is not only Nigeria. They're spread all over the world. Is it Access or is it Zenith?
Yeah.
No,
Access
Access.
Access. I didn't know. I know Zenith is in. They're kind of
They are
international.
everywhere. That's the reason I'm asking, just to
No,
clarify here.
Access too is trying to be everywhere, but don't
So,
trust
okay,
those
the
banks.
one you say that 1 billion is this for Nigeria only, or they are everything?
Well, I just went to Bloomberg to see the what's it called market. So I think this is coming just from Nigerian stock this is probably just only coming from Nigerian stock exchange.
Okay.
So it doesn't. But I'm looking at Access Holdings PLC, which I believe Access Bank is under because this is their holding company. They're selling 18 naira 55. So cheap.
Okay,
18
I
naira
think
55.
Babati, I've seen it.
Yeah. So you
I've
see,
seen it. He
on
said that
their own
they say
webpage, they say they are worth
that is
that much
that their assets is total 28.8 billion.
$1 billion. Yes.
So I
That's
was
not the
right. I said
value.
it's
No, that's
assets.
not the
That's
value
not
of
the
the
market
company.
cap. That's not the
That's not
value
the
of the
market
company.
cap. That's just the asset. It's what they have done is they look at all the loans. For a bank, the loans are the assets. Those assets are funded with your own equity and then with liabilities. Liabilities for banks are all the depositors' money. So when they say their asset is worth 28 billion, what they are saying is all the loans we have given out, various loans that we have given out is worth 28 billion. That's what they are saying.
But they
Plus
have a
plus the building,
1.1.
plus
Okay.
the building and other stuff that they have. And other investments, maybe they have investment somewhere, they have maybe commercial papers.
So everything is that's the amount of everything that they have.
It's possible for them to have that because they take deposits now.
But
All our deposits
if you have that much, how is your market cap that low compared to what you have out?
It's different because
That is a lot
it's
now. I
possible.
mean,
It's possible. If your market capitalization, if for example, your net asset, which is eventually your equity, which is relatively what you have in the market, is a function of your assets. It's either funded with your equity and it's funded with your equity and your
I am
liability.
not, Pato, I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying 1 to 30 is just.
That means that the return on asset is very low. That's what it means. That means the company is not doing very well.
For $30
You
billion.
understand? If for example, you have this much asset, your capitalization is low. Some things can be responsible. if you are utilizing the asset, you have very good asset utilization, you are supposed to generate sufficient returns. It's either when you generated those returns, you just plowed it back, you just gave it to shareholders and as dividends. So you are not keeping money in the system, in the business to increase your equity, which will consequently increase your
So,
capitalization. So I don't know how often they
essentially,
declare dividends, but I mean, if they don't declare dividends and they have this
Well,
much assets, that means they are not getting no return.
Patrick, their price to earnings ratio is 2.34. That is
Okay.
clearly undervalued.
So that's my question again. Is that on purpose, or you see what I'm getting at here, Clotta? You see what I'm getting at here?
No, no.
You guys are getting to my original point that we are under. I mean, our market cap
No.
is
It means
anyway.
that the asset utilization price to earning. The issue is that this asset that they are having now, 20 point something billion. Look at their asset. Look at their profit. Look at their
Mhm.
profit to asset ratio.
Well, when you look at asset, not that stuff that they're declaring, something billion. I'm not seeing that in their balance sheet, though. So it's probably, I don't
It's going to
know. I
be
mean,
there. If you look at their risk assets, maybe all
No,
the
it's gonna
total
be there.
loans.
let me
If you look
look.
at
I'm looking. Let me look.
what is the total loan?
Something is not matching somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
No. I think that
Something is off. Something seems
no, it's not
off.
off. It's not off. Look at their I don't have that book here. I don't have it here. I'm just trying to
I
find
would
it.
not be comfortable, Pato, if this was on the stock exchange. I would not be. I'm not going to invest in this kind of company if it was listed in America. I'm not going to put my money. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do it. Larry,
Because it
am I
looks like
wrong?
the return.
No, you're not wrong.
I would
It looks
not
like
do
the
it. Come
return on
on, it's
asset is
too.
low,
I'm not
Abi.
going to do it.
well, but I'd say is Access Bank traded?
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria,
It's traded
maybe
in Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Yeah, so
Okay. So the market cap is essentially their stock, right? There's the outstanding stock out there and the price of the stock. It could be that high, depending on the price of the stock, right?
The stock is I think the stock is 18 naira 55 kobo.
That's it.
Their stock is less than
Yeah.
10 cents now.
They must have a trillion shares out there.
You can't tell me you are what 30 billion and you're 18 naira whatever. Come on, that's not.
That's
So
what I'm saying. They have
their market cap,
trillions of
their
shares out
market
there.
their market cap is literally like $500 million.
Dollar.
Let's just say 12. If you use 1,200,
So
it's
that
like
asset is not that what I'm trying to tell you guys are for a bank, that asset is not likely to be wrong because their asset includes all the loans they have given out.
Right.
They
Okay.
give out
Okay.
loans to oil companies for all those. So the asset
but
there,
it's also their liability and plus whatever the retained earnings they have. The assets, traditional, typical accounting. So, but what I'm saying, how can a stock that is 18 naira 55 they pay dividend of 1 naira 80? Their P to E ratio is 2.34, which means they're undervalued. They have a yield of 11%. This thing, something is not. Something ain't
Right
right.
there, right.
is it? That's why we said there should be
Nigeria,
those
one of the draw
systems.
like this. Nigeria.
Security Exchange Commission need to start working well so that we are showing the world what is happening. We're showing the world this is the way we are. A lot of things we just bandit figure out. For example, look at our population. Oh, we are 200 million. I don't think we are up to that. The same thing is what our companies are doing. The same thing is what you understand. We just do things in a way that is funny, and they come to have implications on us. We need to be deliberate. We need to be more open. We need to let
For
the
me,
world
right?
see.
For me, investing in banks in Nigeria, it's not really.
Let it get there. Let it get what we're saying. Don't
Yeah,
mind
it's not
Pato.
like
Just
for me. I still think there's a lot of shady deals. Shady deals. Those big guys, those big guys in that sector, there's still a lot of shady deals. You know, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, the Wigues. You know, there's a lot of things that is happening in that place, and they kind of like reported, you know, it's a whole lot of things, you know, from the audit firm that audits the accounts, you know, to the guys, right, to the internal auditor, to the external, everything.
Well,
I,
newsflash, Larry. I tell you, the banks in Nigeria, they're not any different than the banks in the United States.
But
Word,
well,
word.
but Prince Daddy, what is the United States? You're right. Look at all the stuff Wells Fargo was doing. You're totally
Exactly.
right.
Yeah.
But one thing that is helping United States is the fact that they can fake the funk that they have transparency and they have economy. It basically is a transparency game. So the
but
price
Baba
of corruption.
Kulata,
Let me just land this point. I think the price of corruption is undervaluing our equities by as much as 100 times because I don't see why our equities that are listed. I want to think we should be around 200-300 billion dollars. And if we can have 200-300 billion dollars in our equities, do you know the liquidity that will be in that country?
Kulata, let me ask you. Whenever, can you tell me any time that you heard that Security Exchange Commission or regulatory body sanctioned any audit firm in Nigeria? Maybe Pricewater.
When we say that people like Peter will be the head of SEC at some point in time.
Do you think the woman be
Black,
bored?
that's why breaking
Do you
the
think the
case.
woman be bored? They see those big company house.
Did I lie? Shebi was head of SEC when Buhari first entered. Jonathan put
Yes,
him there.
now.
I'm
You
not
see,
lying now.
Kulata, they see those guys in those big company house, and they can never go wrong. So anytime those people audit, I will say, this is even audited by KPMG.
I'm telling you.
Again, Patoski newsflash again. The same thing happens in the United States. How was it possible for Bernie Madoff to swindle investors over $50 to $60 billion, and the SEC and all the auditors until it was caught was getting a rating on all of his portfolios and
But
investment, and that
Prince
happened.
Daddy, have you heard of Nigerian SEC go after anybody?
Catching anybody.
They're not going to catch. I mean,
They won't even go after. I'm not even talking about catch.
That would be the answer the question.
Answer now.
I don't know. I don't think they do. But
Maybe
my
Nigeria
point here, this is in America also. There's a lot of shitty deals that happens. A lot of companies are overvalued. Many of them they're overvalued by over 20, even 50% sometimes. And
Of
this
course.
I don't trust all this auditing companies, KPMG. All this, I don't tend to trust them a lot because at the end of the day they produce report. They produce report on a lot of these companies, and by the time you dig deep or something happens to the economy, the way these companies fold based on the reporting over these years don't support anything.
But let me ask you guys something. Will you blame KPMG, PwC, Ernst and Young, and all of them? Because obviously those guys will do what they want
I
to do.
do.
No, okay, wait, let me say something.
Why don't blame them? What do you mean?
Wait, those guys want to do what they want to do. Okay, take for instance now, in terms of financial reporting standard, right? Not until recently, when Nigeria started the full implementation of IFRS, right? And with that full implementation, even if you are going to some of those banks to audit some of these banks, you still have the local standard, the Nigerian local standard, that some of those guys will still kind of like follow for them to be able to audit some of those companies. So all they need to do is just they come in, they do their thing, and Nigerian system has done it in such a way that, we are not doing the full implementation, just do what the regulator wants. And even if you are able to raise something, do you think most of those guys don't raise a lot of things? They raise a lot of things, some of the audit reports that they release, right? They have one or two things that they've raised in some of those audit reports. But obviously, the big guys in the bank work closely with the chairman, and they're able to really, dial some of those things down. And even at the AGM, they don't even put out some of those things at the AGM, which by standard, at the AGM, they're supposed to put every other thing out. But what do you see in most of the AGMs? If you go to most of the AGMs for some of these Nigerian banks, all they do is just that, the guys, CEO and the chairman, they work hand in hand, and the only thing is just tell you, oh, want to do
Well,
the
Larry and Kulata, you're trying to exonerate all these auditing firms. No, one second. You're trying to you make it sound like they're not part of the whole game. I mean, they turn their face many times also when they do their reporting.
No, you only audit what is given to you, Prince Daddy.
No, you don't. If you want to audit anybody, you can only audit what you have, right? You can't go extra mile to start looking for data that does not exist. All you need to do as an external auditor, you are coming in, you are expecting them to be transparent and to be able to give you everything that you need. And that's where the regulator needs to come in, right? To ensure that they are able to comply. But if you as an auditor, you look into their books, right, and you kind of like give a qualified audit report with some one or two things, right? So it's just for you to audit and leave. It's now for the regulator to look at that audit report that you've given and work on that audit report.
Okay, no. See, it's not as easy to make
I
it
don't
sound.
completely agree with you.
Yes, one second. See, it depending on the line of business. Okay, you can't say you come in there and just go by the data they give you to audit. No, it don't work like that. I don't believe it works like that. I'm not an auditor, but nonetheless, it depends on the nature of the business. You would know the performance. You would know the ratio internally of that business. Okay, regardless of any policy or regulatory laws. I mean, there's a way you can like if you evaluating a business or doing a company evaluation, you can do it independently of laws and know if a business is viable or not.
Prince Daddy, what about things? Prince Daddy, what about things under the books and talk? How will you audit that?
Prince Daddy, what I'm saying is this: if you audit, KPMG will only come in to audit, right? And in terms of the people that needs to do something on whatever they've audited, KPMG is not there to implement anything. Their own is just to come and audit, and they give a qualified report if they want to give a qualified report. Now, it's now left for probably CBN, SEC, and every other people that is supposed to do their work to look into that audit report and do some things. Will KPMG,
no, but this is what I'm saying.
Okay, so now you support my argument that these auditing firms, I don't pay too much attention to that. If that's all they do, they don't provide any value to me in that regards.
Exactly. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
You see, the auditor has a duty also to ensure that the financial statement fairly represents the performance of the company.
Yes,
I
and
am
give
an
a
XY
qualified
company.
report.
I'm telling you that my company makes 20 billion. I want to be sure that that's a true representation of their performance. And there are so many things. If you follow the standard, the audit standard, it will throw up issues and it will throw up questions. You raise queries and they will respond. With that, we're able to see that actually it fairly represents. But if, for example, you don't know whether it fairly represents, you can refuse to give an opinion.
No, that is what I mean by qualified.
No, a qualified opinion is that it doesn't really represent,
of course,
or it
now.
doesn't. But
When
if you can decide to say we are not expressing an opinion,
no, if you are
or we
giving
don't
an
have
audit
sufficient
report,
information to give,
if you are
there are
giving
so
an
many
audit report,
ways.
is that you give an audit report that is qualified, which means that it doesn't represent the true picture of what you've actually.
No, what I'm saying is that I can give to more than it's not either qualified or unqualified. You can also have an audit report that does not express an opinion. The auditor is saying, look here.
Because you see the whole essence of everything. Because for me, I believe most of those audit, if you look at some of the audit reports of some of those people, There is a lot of things that are there. But what most of those banks do, because they have their highs in CBN, they have their highs in SEC. And that's why obviously every day I'm always more like, some of all these bank guys,
Nigeria
coming
get
to the
problem.
CBN
Do you know
governor.
the man who was chairman of a bank in Nigeria was the president of SEC?
So it's just more like my paddy,
Now,
it's paddy
conflict
thing.
of interest is there now.
So you understand? Even when Cardoso came, not
Patrick,
until
who be the guy? Who be the guy?
No, leave me.
Who,
I mean, you
who is
don't do
that
that.
guy? Who is that guy?
Is it that there are no people in Nigeria? Obi
Tell
now,
us
and the
now,
man,
Patoski.
Obi, and the man took it. He's supposed to say, no, I don't want to take it. I have a major investment in a bank that is listed in this market. I was the chairman of the bank recently. You just get out of it.
Patoski on Rudolph some days ago. He was even proud of it. He
Oh
was
my
saying
God.
it
Oh my
emphatically. He
God.
was proud
The
of
guy,
it.
I think knowledge is power, actually. Somebody, the way he was so proud of putting his state money in
He was proud of
in a
it. This
brewery,
2 days
in a
ago.
brewery where he has his family business.
You guys are kept and Jack quiet, so this will be a back.
Pato, quick question right there. So when a governor, because by the way, FYI, it was not the only one doing it at that time. Where was the agency in government to check that, say, listen, you cannot do that, or that is illegal? Go after him. Where were those bodies in Nigeria at the time? For somebody to move government access into
You mean why
his
the
own private
agency in
business?
government is not saying that? The issue is that the man who is the head of that agency in government, he must have used the lobby of the governors to become the head of that agency.
Pato, the man is, look at this. I committed a crime, right? I come on TV to confess to the crime that I committed myself openly, and yet nothing happens to you.
But once you
Come on
confess
now.
it's no longer a crime. People want to think of crime as things you do at night, middle of the night. But when you say it casually, nobody puts two and two together to think that
Now,
this is a
but this is a
massive
crime
conflict of
now.
interest.
But in law, you just did it to yourself, and you openly confessed to it. None of one
He put his company, he put his
another
state money.
problem of accounting practice in Nigeria, I think, is more of a deliberate effort, particularly by the people in public service to really bring down accounting profession in Nigeria. And everything started with the first thing they did. They went in for ICANN, right? They were able to destabilize the ICANN. And immediately they were able to do that, ICANN lost its voice. And
How? How do you think they did that?
Okay, yeah, they did that with Annan. Do you know the politics they did with ICANN versus Annan?
No, it's like that everywhere now. In UK, you have two accounting bodies.
No.
In Canada, you have 2, 3 like that.
Do you know what? You know why I said that? It's normal for you to have different ones. But when you have the other one, right? If had it been all of them are following the normal standard, right? Strictly IFRS, without no government, no government interference. But what most people, because at that time, you remember, if you look at most of the public accountants, they saw ICANN as more of, they are so stringent, their rules, their everything. And the cheapest thing to do is to set another thing for them to be able to checkmate ICANN. And
No, it
along
was
the line,
ICANN that created that problem for themselves.
I don't think so.
I'll give you a reason.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. When we
Why
were
do you
writing
think so?
ICANN in Nigeria,
Mm-hmm.
if you have double star, you have passed. You do 5 papers or 4 papers.
Mm-hmm.
You have passed all the 3 papers you've done. You have double star in one. You fail everything.
No, that was before. They changed it.
That was how it started. Now I'm telling you, when we were writing ICANN, it was like that. That was how it started. And then people stopped writing ICANN. They go to write ACCA or go and write this one in UK. You understand? Because if you pass, they will record it as you have passed, which you have actually passed. So those civil servants were like, This one is easy to pass. It's not as if it's substandard, though in another case it was substandard. But
Yeah, I understand. Patosi, give me 1 sec, please. But we are saying all those things. You guys are narrating the right thing to do. The people in the government, they are not doing the right thing. And we are saying Nigeria is going to be better, it's going to be prosperous. Are we just saying those things in our dream? Because these people, they know what to do. They travel abroad. Most of them school abroad. They know what is the capacity in where they school. They live abroad for years, for decades.
dreams do become reality. I hope you know that, right?
Babati, we are even saying that Nigeria will be better. We are not saying it will be good. You understand? Because Nigeria is in a war state now. If it is better than it is now, that means Nigeria is better. It doesn't mean that Nigeria has become good like that.
But in fairness though, some of what this guy is doing, example for that forex one, to have a transparent forex, even though whether it's free float or managed float, to have is part of the transparency that attracts. Is managed float. It's managed float. It's not free.
Yeah,
it's never been free float.
Pato, this is my point. At least
it's managed float. Managed float.
My point is, to Pato's point of being better, at least let me have some benchmarks to look forward to, so I know when you get to that level, okay, this is what you want to achieve at A, B, C. I can follow you now. I can follow you.
See, now small. If we have a transparent CBN, transparent market, the next thing is respect rule of law as far as respecting of contract. Then if people see that foreigners, then they will be bringing their dollars into our market. Right now, they have no qualms investing in our fixed securities.
Kulata, where to even start is that legal framework. That's the starting point. Because if you don't have that structure and that legal framework, if you want to ensure transparency, if somebody violates your transparency, how are you going to enforce the law against that person? So you need to put those laws in place. And Nigeria has sufficient laws, but we need serious people that can enforce it. I'll give you a good example. So let's say something, but he's in jail now. Yeah, I saw somebody spray money on Davido. Davido was not put in jail. I saw another person spray money. They are not put in jail, but Bobrisky is in jail. That's how serious.
I'm sorry for cutting. I've been trying to.
We need to bring that those. Yeah. That's how serious. The law that cannot put the company, the president behind the MD of the company of the president behind the dock. That's not a law now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you still hearing me?
Hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello.
Thomas, we can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. That's bring me to Kulata, you've been away for maybe a week or some days. Let's make like a comic relief. We've been to technical LA. Yeah. What do you think about the Bobrisky jail time and arrest, everything? What do you think? That's to Kulata. You haven't made any comment on it.
Let me save him. K is a corporate guy, like he always is a corporate guy. He does not get involved in those.
Which corporate?
No, that is his own words now. I'm not saying he's a corporate guy. That's what he does.
Honestly, I didn't think about Bobrisky because who cares? I mean, they just wanted to send a message to curtail the number of transgender and the cross-dressers that we have in Nigeria. Because, it's not because of spraying money now. Everybody sprayed money. When I went to Nigeria, I sprayed money on my own mom. Is anybody going to arrest me?
You should be arrested.
Kimano ofun ya mi, ya to bi mi, na the Chris. Na the Chris. Which kind of stupid law?
Yes, American.
Know the number of your house. You will be rendition to Nigeria.
I spray my mama. Ghana the only person where I spray. I no go spray my mama in a decrease.
I
So
want
I
to see
mean, so
diplomatic tussle between America and Nigeria.
eh?
America will be claiming that no, Kulata is an American. This law cannot, you can't defend this law. You know, I will say, oh, this is guy from Malaysia. We have to punish him.
So you think they are just making him an scapegoat? There's nothing about money moting him.
No, it's just scapegoating now. You
They've
can't, I
been looking
mean,
for ways to get punish him since now. People are looking for something to catch. So they I think that's the only reason they went after him. It's because of his publicity.
Okay, fair. Okay, guys, listen. What really happened is
Baba,
Thomas, what
let
do
me say this, Kolata. That means in previous session that we had, that means that Nigeria still we are not going anywhere. That is a
The
double
only
standard.
prosecutor they don't like now. The only prosecutor they don't like. You guys have been saying they don't go.
But you guys, you know one thing, we're very lucky, Sha. I hope nobody's listening to me, but in Ghana, Ghana wants to pass anti-rainbow law. And because Ghana attracts all these diaspora and dudu, they attract all these diaspora dudu.
That was a mistake, by the way. That was a mistake.
The parliament or is it senate or whatever they have there, they passed the law. So is now for president to sign the law. Be signed. And what will happen today? What will happen today? The money we Ghana supposed to settle, basically. I mean, they won't borrow their money. Say because of this law, then that thing fall through. Ghana go default.
Wow.
Because they consider this law.
So Nigeria does not want that same attention. That's why they don't want to.
That's why they just use the normal him breaking the law. They didn't go after him because of.
Babati, do you know the next thing they did? Now they've been able to make us know that Bob na man.
What the year why we?
Not year now. What that publicize there?
Claim now.
No, also pay at a point. Also pay on yo.
So that guy is a joker, man.
She prosthetic loan.
Silent. We could see your chairman come back.
Kò tí yọ wọ́n sọ pé wà intact.
Chairman ẹ sì dúró dáadáa.
Ó lè di fi estrogen, ó lè di fi estradiol àbí estrogen hormones, ó lè ti fi báyìí.
Síwájú méjì ẹ̀ ló dáadáa náà.
Bàbá yẹn kàn fi àwọn èèyàn make owó gbà yẹn níbẹ̀ yẹn nìyẹn náà. That guy is a smart guy. He's just doing all those things to make money.
Ó náà sọ pé òun make owó ni náà ó sọ.
Bóyá máa convert tó bá dé tó bá máa lo 6 months.
Ṣebí James Brown ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ti lọ́kùnrin lòun báyìí ó ti ń wọṣọ ọkùnrin báyìí. James Brown àbí kí lorúkọ.
Ẹ̀rù ti ń bà.
Ìwọ ló ti wọṣọ ọkùnrin báyìí ó ti lọ́kùnrin lòun.
James Brown.
Mọ James Brown ajalè kòkó ó bẹ báyìí.
James Brown ti kú ti pẹ́. Ìdáni ìkànnìkànnà James Brown.
Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀gbẹ̀rẹ̀ kan. Ó ní bọ̀bọ̀ kan. Bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ní to be a man is not easy. Now why did you think Bobrisky left us? Bó ti rí pé nǹkan favour obìnrin náà. That's why Bobrisky if you say
but that guy is a genius. So I mean, the way he dresses and
he'll find you a lot of women now.
That guy is a genius, man. Let's just give it to him.
Go find me.
Lojuti, Pato, he don't have to at all. But you better know.
Fine too. Celebrity to John Kola.
Yeah, any points. Yeah, any points.
Ṣé boy yẹn, mo ní ṣé boy yẹn, ṣé boy yẹn ò fight ju tó di kilo.
Me or more. I don't know. Marco Bible.
Baba, answer the question.
No.
Ó fàájì tó tó lọ náà.
No.
Ó
But,
fàájì Ìyábọ̀ Òjó lọ.
but there's a push for it in our culture, but we must be very careful with the international press media, because it's the face of that right now. Back in the day, it was daily. Back in the day, if you know who they released in the 90s, but it's now the face of that movement now, and it has a lot
Nigeria, the international community wọ́n máa wò.
So if you go after him that way, you get that CNN attention in your country, and we don't want that right now. We don't need that.
So what the commercial ni pé they go just tell am for where he dey say alaye farabalẹ̀. No, I'm very sure. Probably, them telling him to plead guilty.
It will Larry, the man will be out in maybe 1 or 2.
He pleaded guilty now.
Yeah,
he pleaded guilty.
So everything is, they will not tell and say, bros.
But ibo náà máa fi ṣe detention ọkùnrin ni àbí detention.
Ọkùnrin lọ fi sí mẹ́.
Pàtó kò lè lo.
Ọkùnrin lọ fi sí.
Listen, kò lè lo 6 months in here. They will release him very early just to warn him. They will let him go very soon. It's not going to spend that.
Then òfin wa ò ní meaning nìyẹn now.
Are you surprised?
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé ó máa lo. He go use am o.
Really?
Àwọn èèyàn wà after it now.
He go use am. Yeah, he go use am. He go use am. By the time tó bá máa fi dé, everything ti normalize. Everybody ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa ṣe normal.
Ara balẹ̀ àbí?
Oh. Insane. For you to see anybody coming out to shake, everybody going to sá wọlé. Gbogbo àwọn upcoming ló ti sá wọlé. Upcoming billboard ló ti sá wọlé.
James Brown one.
Gbogbo wọn ti sá wọlé. James Brown ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ ṣòkòtò àtọkùnrin pa ó ti padà lóhun. So it's a whole lot. Alaye gan ti gba kámú.
Sorry guys, what do you think about that Biola Onitiori, that woman?
Let's move on. Remy, let's not do that. Let's not do
It's for a lot of people who are against her. So many people in Yoruba.
Nobody I knew she was a fraud. She came to our movement in a World Congress. Now we knew she was a fraud. Now once you remember when we were doing that petition, once she removed that counter, I knew she was a fraud. I told them, like, how can you remove counter from a petition? And I say we have 4 million back. We knew she was fake for years ago. So I don't even talk about it.
No, they cash out.
Babati, they cash out for that this thing though.
No. Larry, my own approach is different. Everybody knows my approach is very different. Since I cannot
where is that woman? Is that woman in the US or UK?
No, she's in Nigeria or something.
No, she's not in Nigeria. If she's
she's a fraud. Once, like, let me tell you, my own approach is very different from what you see online. I've always said the best way to go about the solution of Nigeria, which is the peaceful way, is the way our elders want it to be. You get your regional government first, then you leave. That's the peaceful way to dissolve Nigeria. So when you hear your elders discussing regional government, the end game is to leave the country, but they won't tell you that in public. I'm telling you right now. That's
why don't you guys just be upfront and approach the government formally? You want to leave? What's all these dancing around and open? What's all that?
Because Mike, listen. Because it will be very bloody. That's just the reality.
It won't be bloody. No. There's nothing wrong informally proposing something on the floor with your senator, your leadership, your governor, whatever. Propose it. No one will shoot you for proposing, and then we'll see how they say no. But no one in Nigerian history has ever brought a succession division issue on the formally to the federal government. Even Ojukwu didn't bring it up. Ojukwu did not bring it up in Aburi. He didn't bring it up at all. He just declared and started war. So what is so difficult? If you want to leave a country, try it. No one will come and shoot you.
I'm telling you what has been in work from the Awolowo days. The approach of the Yoruba elders is what I follow.
No, that's I don't understand all that. But what I'm saying is
but they believe that is step by step is a more peaceful way of going about it without leading.
Bro, the most peaceful way is your lawmakers of the Southwest come together and your government.
They are not useful.
Hold on. What is not peaceful about that? Go to the Senate floor, approach the federal government and say, okay, we want to negotiate existing Nigeria. Is that a crime? I mean, your leadership should be the one to push this. When she one on entity from nowhere, that know that's irrelevant, inconsequential. We just come and say, I want to bring
Nobody
your people.
buys
Come on now.
to no,
When you
nobody
go,
buys.
one the person you don't
No.
get any mandate. Go
Like I
just
said
go
before,
lead us out of the country.
But see, so those
Yeah.
people they arrested, is Nigeria charging them for treason?
Is Baba with them? Baba is not with them now. So what am I? I don't. I can tell you. I you know that's
I listened to
I
those
can't
people
speak
today.
to once this woman abused him. I wanted to take over the movement of the old defunct world
I
government.
really pity. I really
That
pity.
was the end of me even
I
listening
was
to.
listening to the interview today, and I pity those people. You know, that woman was just basically taken advantage of.
But if you have brain, if you have a brain, you should have not seen that from afar now.
I'm telling you, one young lady was more like, yeah, she was looking for a job. She doesn't have a job.
And then you're Larry, listen to me. Doing work against the fund. She came to the Zoom meeting that we had, and she was very rude to Agbe. And I'm like, this is not it. Who is this one? Only Yawabiolani. From where to where?
Yawabiola.
Yeah, I'm like, who is buying this fraud? Who is? So I knew she was a fraud for almost 3 years.
Now, which Yawabiola? How many Yawabiola you gone?
So, like I said, my own approach is regional government first. This is the line of the elders of the Yoruba. That's where I am at. Now you can disagree with that approach, but for me, I want to go to that for a peaceful decision of the country. So, I'm not in.
That woman no be juju they use for those people because I don't
know. No opportunist in now.
But why will you? You know, somebody told you go and wear one uniform and carry gun and you are. I don't know.
Larry, once you leave Ibadan, once you go to Okeho, I want be.
No, I think they said she took all of them from Igbo.
What you bring from Okeho to come and you follow that suit down?
No. But I dreams waiting happen now.
Wait, Diwali.
It is who put this on.
No, but I dreams never is like this. But maybe in 6 months now, so but I dreams go be like.
About 6 months, yeah, it's okay, but hopefully.
No, he go dey normal now. Idris will he go come back as Idris.
But he makes more money.
I hear say they put down for male seller.
Now he's a male now, so why would
they? One lobe. Sure, me get one.
No, they say they go the guide them. They say they go the guide that protect them. Yeah, this smell.
That guy finished himself. He said he told the judge, I'm a male. I said,
no, yes,
I'm a male.
No, what were you expecting? Because
I know he can't say
what now. Because the judge will have actually requested for examination, and it will be they will find out that it's actually a male, so he knows now.
But hold on. Why are they asking him is a male? His offense is not about is a male or a female.
No, because
the judge is
he has to identify himself now.
The judge was trying to help, for the correctional guys now, because he needs to, you are the ones to say your gender.
You are a male or a female.
Yes, you have to at least identify what do you identify as? And he said he's a male. Even if he had said he's kind of like a female or something, they will still evaluate, because for him to go, they need to evaluate to know exactly what he is, to know where he needs to go.
Okay. What do you mean by evaluate? What are they going to evaluate?
Okay, now you think so. Now, when he gets to the correctional center, for them to know where to put him, they will put, if you are a female, they will carry you with one female. Go check him now. Where you go put her? And that guy, the one go see say something still dead there. Then we put her for where he belong.
They say the guy still have that thing, no?
Everything there full intact, no changes.
Yeah, they say no changes, no changes. It to talk, if you remember some years ago, he had an interview with Dele Momodu, and he even said it on that interview that he do female.
But after that, it was after that now they now said he has done a major operation, that he has removed.
No. He's just using that one to
You know that guy is just using. It's an entertainer. He's just saying what Nigeria wants to hear. Do you know how many people is following him on Instagram, on
Almost,
TikTok?
I think he has almost 2 million. No,
5
2
million.
million
5 million.
followers.
million. Can you
No,
imagine?
5 million. Yeah.
And people are saying he's a bad character, he's a bad image, he's
You
a
don't know
bad.
Nigeria. Don't you know that's what Nigeria like?
And I'm very sure his followers will be most Nigerians.
No.
Be most Nigerians.
And Nigerians now.
But Larry Thomas, Kola Adunade and Adebayo's son, they've all starred in movies where they played a female role, like they were completely, like they were just like a female in those roles. Jelili, right? If you remember those movies, they've done movies where they were like literally dressed up like females. They put on a dress, using the American context.
But that's a female. Yeah. That's what they do for the living.
No. They were literally portraying like a female character, like a caricature of a female, some sort of on TV or on tape. So that is, I mean, maybe it's the new Nollywood now. That's maybe we should get used to that. See more of these funny characters on camera, but I don't pay attention too much to it anyway. It's not a serious issue for me. Just don't make it a global or newsworthy storyline or CNN.
I never pay attention to him. Is what my rancor is the double standard. That's just it. I don't care about Bobrisky. They can jail him for 10 years. I don't care. But just the double standard. I've saw case.
No, Thomas, you're not listening. Thomas, hold on, you're not listening. If you listen, people said that we all know the reason he's there is not because of whatever he did with the cash. We know that. It's just to save Nigeria from the attention from CNN. That's the reason. So if you know that as a fact, why are you bothered? You know why they really took him in. It's not because of the, yeah.
Can you look at it like this? Do you think the government can actually negotiate with that guy for that guy to be locked up?
With who?
With Bobrisky.
You can negotiate with him how?
Beyond 6 months or why?
Negotiate with him to plead guilty for him to be locked up.
Really? Why do you think that?
Because I was not really expecting him to plead guilty.
Negotiate for him to plead guilty so that I can do what?
Yeah.
Larry. Oh, plead, he was still going to go anyway. You think they care about what he has to say?
No,
to plead guilty. I'm trying to get you.
Yeah, the genesis of all those things was number one.
Larry, wait, they have him on tape. What do you mean? Not plead or not?
No, wait. I think we are missing the point here.
Yeah, please, can you clarify, Larry?
The case for which he went there and to which he's pleading guilty has nothing to do with his gender.
No, everything for him to have gone there, everything was towards this money spraying and all those things.
Right? That's all. That's why he was one that took him there. So if he's pleading guilty to that, he's pleading guilty to that money spraying.
Yes. Yeah. So for me, because I don't know the lawyer he has, because I was not even expecting that lawyer to have actually advised him to plead guilty.
No. Let me tell you.
To spray the money now. Why would he plead guilty?
They have him on tape, Larry.
You have it
now. You have it on video.
Now. So you know my issue. You know my issue now is that now legally he has declared his own status as a guy. So if he goes out now and represents him as himself or herself as something else, they can arrest him. And that's what's going to happen. Just watch. They have him on record. He has an affidavit or a declaration in the court to a judge that he's a male. So if he goes out now and he keeps dressing and doing what he's doing, they'll just arrest him and say,
I don't think they can. They can't arrest him for dressing.
They can't arrest him for dressing.
They will arrest him. The law.
No, they can't arrest him.
No.
They can't arrest him for dressing.
They can't arrest him. No.
They can arrest him.
That law They can't arrest him for dressing as a female.
As a female, no.
Except they go back to National Assembly to put that in. The only thing they can arrest him for is probably, is in this kind of like amorous in this relationship, and it's obvious that probably is that they can actually have something. Do you know that when this police guy actually came, he said the same thing? So I don't think dressing as a female, right, in as much as, it still is within his fundamental human rights.
Larry, hold on. Do you think if he could have been arrested for that dressing, they would have arrested him long time ago?
They would have.
No, there's no law to back that.
But there's no law.
Nigeria, they will not. They didn't want
guys, I want to
No.
ask you a question. You know that this guy used to use a lot of medication because of some simple surgery he has done. Now that he's in prison, are they going to let him continue to have those medicine or something like that?
Remy, he has a right to take his medicine. If his prescription for whatever he did, he has a right to take his medicine. You can't say the in prison. If it's prescribed
because I think he
medication,
did some simple surgery to
yeah,
correct.
hormonal whatever, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so if he has a doctor's prescription for it, legally he has every right to take his medication. You can't back up on
Babati, if they don't let him take that, that means they are infringing on his right. He can sue them for that.
Yeah,
they are infringing on his right.
If he has
you guys think you're in Western Nigeria is the Western world.
Well, I'm just telling you what
I got to look to protect in that regard.
Mike, the ethics of it, as of that I'm just you cannot back from taking
in America,
yeah. Well, it should be a global. It's not an American. Ethics should not be.
Babati, forget ethics. Those guys no go allow him. So far, what is doing him is not life threatening.
Come on, go now.
Nigeria prison, someone know you. Come on, beating the shit out of ethics.
I think they deliberately put him in a kind of separate male cell with maybe one person.
Come on, love one loyun better. Come on, love one loyun if
No, they did not put him into that where this adding can don't matter for it here. Don't matter. They didn't put him in that place though. I get my voice hello, second. No, they didn't put him in that kind of hardened criminal. Maybe they just put him in one or two cell.
No,
but come on. So you should have access to his doctors. You should have access to his medications,
See,
things like that.
Forget that thing. So far.
So you guys, no, Larry. Why are you encouraging? Come on, it's not fair.
I'm
telling you the reality of that place called Nigeria and things that they will do. So you think, okay, cosmetic, I want to have my cosmetic this and that. Immediately the guy identified as a male. You see all these cosmetic, this thing, cosmetic, that. The only thing that will allow them to, those guys for him to bring a doctor is probably he's sick or probably has any life-threatening issue.
I think before he will go out of the jail, the plastic rubber in his breast, everything go fall down.
Well, no,
come on,
all the rubber way in package for breast, everything and for yash, everything go fall down.
I'm not sure anything did then. I just package because if you get one picture where I be see where the guy everything flat though.
Everything flat? No. Have you saw? No.
Mike.
No. Have you saw one picture that he almost nude himself? He just covered his nipples.
Which one?
Bobrisky now.
For where you see that one?
Larry,
is he online now?
Larry, what show you now?
I see one for EFCC where he wear black where he wear black
so
jalabia.
everything was flat.
Where everything
No, he was covering. He wear jalabia now.
I see one where everything they flat for front. That guy
everything they flat for front. Really?
Forget that thing. That guy they package that thing.
Package.
Larry, do you know why? Because years ago, years ago on
Thomas, they sell fake front and back, Thomas, and you look at the picture. I mean, you can't tell.
Prince, no, Prince, hold on, Prince. The one I saw years ago was on this famous American gossip blog, Media Takeout. So they had Bobrisky there when he did the breast thing. He was on a bed covering his nipple like this, and he had the whole thing out. So I don't know when he removed it, but that was on Media Takeout like two years ago, maybe. Yeah. And he even said that he went to Dubai to do the surgery or something like that.
Babati.
Yeah.
I even saw his pictures. He was almost nude.
Yeah, the man, the boy even Larry, the man even announced it and said that okay, he went to Dubai to go and do breast.
That one now, what we see for Dubai. I mean, we are saying what we saw now. Now, so everybody they talk say where the team.
Why you guys surprised?
But see, this guy is a fraud. The guy is a fraud.
Everybody's now saying where the front disappear and go.
Everything you want is there already now. Just buy it and you put it there, and people will think it's real, and it's not really real.
So the guy is using silicon.
This is why go. She on your door fair near begin to buy.
Remy, if truly you guys saw a picture when the chest is flat, that means he's packaging himself. It's a packaging.
I do support. Don't repeat it again. Why are you repeating it? I think you can buy it online for free. It's easy, and you put it on. People will think it's real. They are selling everything now.
I know. Yes, yeah, of course.
Blend to your skin color. They also have different color to blend to your skin color, and people
your skin color, yes.
So they are selling. So that's what he's doing. I think the package is very well. So
this guy is a fraud. He's making fortune. He's making fortune though. The guy
now,
is
let me
making
ask you, 5 million followers. Do you know how much the Facebook will be paying? Monthly, we'll be getting close to 2 to 3 million naira from all those social media handles. They make a lot of money from it now.
He has TikTok. He has Facebook. He has Instagram.
Remy, my advice is curiosity. You already have a feminine name anyway. You know, you have a very.
I'm sure that if I stand beside you, I'm even more muscular than you.
Remy, to back converse anything, there will not be anything of name now. Remy will be Remy now. Thomas, Remy will be Remy still now.
No, I expect an appeal.
No. But for the guy making fortune through that, I respect him for that.
No,
he is really making fortune.
So for me, I'm actually expecting.
He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy.
If his lawyers are really looking well, I'm looking into more of an appeal that the lawyers should appeal.
But guys, Remy, let me say this. I think they caught him on video and the lawyer advised him to plead guilty. They thought they would just fine him 50,000 naira.
Yeah.
That is their notion. They didn't know that.
I think there is more to it. I think they want to use it to curtail that kind of thing in the Nigerian.
Do you know? Immediately I saw who the judge was.
One way or the other, but it's a way to stop that kind of thing.
For me, immediately I saw who the judge was. I knew Bobrisky was not going to go scot-free. Immediately I saw.
But what do you guys think about the actors and the actresses? They always mingle with this guy. They invited him to a party. All of them just run away. Nobody caught.
Okay, wait.
High level prostitution is also involved. Okay,
Thomas, Thomas.
Actresses.
Yeah.
What would you have expected them to do?
Just to go to the court and give him some solidarity.
How?
Solidarity for what?
For what?
Solidarity.
Thomas.
I'm not saying they should be shouting.
If any of them try it, hey.
Wow, no.
That person is finished.
Well, actually,
but that is not a crime. It's not a crime. Nobody can charge you for that.
Thomas, all these people you are talking about, what do they sell? Brand.
Yes.
What do they sell? Do they have anything they sell than their brand? So you think
but before his arrest, hear me out. Before his arrest, some of them are identifying themselves with him.
With him or with her? Which one?
Anyone, with him or with her. They identified. They invited him to their party. They invited him to their Owambe. They even sold a female attire to Bobrisky.
Thomas, they are just using it to cruise on their social media.
Of course, now.
They know these guys. People
Thomas
continue to troop into their video. They make
so
more money.
use and dump. Use and dump.
Now,
but for now,
it's a normal thing now. You are talking about a Bobrisky that has. You are talking about a Bobrisky that has 5 million followers.
Yes, it's a lot of money. That 5 million follower will fetch him nothing less than 2 million every month.
So Larry, we went from talking about banking system and fraud to Bobrisky. This is what we.
It was Thomas now. Thomas is the one anchoring.
Patrick. I want to ask
We are
Patrick
too technical in that place. We've talked a lot in that.
Shame on someone.
Is Patrick still there? I think
Patrick is not here. No,
I'm here. Okay, I will throw it to
Patrick is here. Yeah.
So Patrick, the question I want to ask is
I think Thomas loves Bobrisky.
Yes, so it's also he or she. You don't know.
Thomas,
no, Ajale Goko. My whole life
every time you just want to open that Bobrisky.
You should know where I'm coming from.
We don't know where you're coming from.
No, Ajale Goko. My own is the double standard. If they are arresting Bobrisky, they should arrest Kolata too. Kolata should spray money. If they can arrest Bobrisky, Kolata should be arrested.
Kolata is an American. You can arrest an American over such things. So,
arrest
nobody even want to spend money anywhere. Recently.
They are spraying on the
recently
the tray on the carton. They are spraying on the carton now.
Just they not on the one by one. And if you want to do bondu, they do the bondu.
Which is really good because you know our people in Africa now, they brought those things to abroad too. Australia, they spray money here, throw money on the air.
Thomas, okay. Can I ask something real quick? Okay, forget that one for a second. How about the one they also brought this so-called evangelism on the street, putting loudspeaker on the street and yelling.
Really? Where is that? Is it in America?
In the UK. They put a whole church on the street in the public area with speakers and drums Oh my God!
No, I think there's an issue with that. Babati, let me just answer.
That was embarrassing, man. Patoski, come on, you can't defend that now.
No, wait now. They take you mean they take loudspeaker to the street and they
they were in a public space. They had loudspeaker, but they also bought their drum set from church and their guitar and keyboard.
I think they are wrong, but I think what they are trying to do is that you know that in UK and in France now, on Fridays Muslims close the road. They just put their mats and pray.
Well, do you know what happened last Friday?
It's happening in UK and France now. So the Christians are saying that has to stop, and if the UK government is not doing anything, then they will bring their drums and be blasting on the streets.
Wow. So that's why close the road.
Yeah. In France, forget it. You would think you are in Dubai. They close the road.
Wow.
They close the road.
France accept everything.
No, it doesn't happen like that here. You know,
you would think you're in France now. You would think you're in the middle.
So, Patrick, my question to you is, because I know you're a former banker. And that means I've been listening to you guys about the technical and many data and terms you have used. That means most Nigerian banking sector and also insurance, they have been cooking their book for nearly more than 40 years.
I don't want to say that with no, I don't want to say that with every sense of assurance. You understand?
Yeah.
Because I don't have proof, but it's very possible. It's very possible, and people have not been penalized. People have not. They are not being questioned why certain things are a certain way. I'll give you a good example. Look at during that capitalization. Some people started working towards it now. Started working towards it. They started building their, preparing themselves. If they know they are going to go into the public very soon, maybe they are even in public already, but they want to go to the market with an issue. Maybe they want to have an issue in the market. They want to start working on their books, tidying up, which is okay, but they go far by maybe tweaking things and stuff like that. So I blame the regulatory authority because they are the ones that are supposed to know what to do. But you see, in the regulatory system of Nigeria, there are no checks and balances. There are no checks there because the CBN governor is probably a political appointee.
Yeah.
The
And what about
yeah,
the Security and Exchange Commission? What about their
yeah,
own
the
function?
president of SEC is a political appointee. You understand? The NSC president is a political appointee. All those kind of things. They are not professionals. Then too, they are they have interests. If, for
Yes.
example, a Dangote, I'm not saying that's what he's doing. A Dangote or one of these big people, they want to make sure they have a mouth in who becomes the sec. Okay, let me give you a good example. What
I don't
happens?
think we can fault them for that because
The
you
bank,
as a
the bank
business,
MD, Bankers Committee, Nigerian Bankers Committee,
yes,
want to be the one appointing central bank governor. That is wrong.
yeah, that is wrong. I
That's
think that is
wrong.
the problem we have about putting MFLA there because MFLA have deep interest in the banking sector, and then
That
you
was
now,
the problem with
okay,
that was the
yes,
problem with Sanusi.
it's just like
Sanusi was not the candidate of the bankers committee.
what about Cardoso now?
Cardoso is not a candidate of bankers committee. He's the candidate of the president. You understand?
But he also have vested interest in the banking sector because I learned that.
Yeah, yeah,
Remy,
yeah, but
for,
kind of. But I mean, it's just what it is. To
for
me,
Cardoso,
a CBN governor is not necessarily supposed to be a former banker, but a very good economist.
you see for
Very good
Cardoso,
economist.
I think when for Cardoso first started, right, he doesn't have that. I think he doesn't want to go against these guys. I think it was when things went south,
Yes.
right, that he doesn't have any choice than to go against these guys. They started bringing a lot of all these policies and everything. So, and even Cardoso himself, because he doesn't have any choice. They know, Cardoso know where the problem is coming from. So, and it's good now that he's now facing some of these guys. And even the guys themselves, they don't have a choice. They just have to abide by what he wants to do.
Opatowski, what of competency? Is he competent?
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
think
what
he
we're
is.
looking
So far, so good. I think he is.
at
And I
here.
also want to ask questions about the auditor. I mean, as ICANN, which is the regulatory body for people that become a chartered accountant in Nigeria. I think they also have a big blame because if these guys are cooking their books, they are solely responsible. I mean, most of these accounting firms helping them to cook their books because they are not reporting the true value of their financial statement year in, year out. So, what do you think we should also do to this kind of accounting firm, or how can ICANN come in and stabilize the system so that they can withdraw their license easily if they go against the ethics of accounting?
You see, ICANN is who is ICANN? ICANN is a committee of accountants, just a body of accountants. Who are the members of ICANN and who are the officials of ICANN? The official ICANNs are members of ICANN. Some of them are players in the industry. They are players in the in the firm. You understand all those kind of things. The people really need to do the ICANN has its own role. The people really need to do the job at the Nigeria Financial Reporting Council. I think they have a body like that.
But I
Yeah.
also think that most of the members of NFIU and SEC, some of them are economics, some of them are chartered accountants.
Some of them are economics. But what I'm saying is that
Mr. Remy,
SEC,
yeah.
You know the thing is this. Why I won't blame ICANN that much. Take for instance now, if you're an auditor and you're an ICANN member and you want to audit an account and you put an ICANN seal, if there's an issue with that particular account and an issue, something is raised against you in ICANN has a disciplinary committee, right, that is very, very active. But unfortunately, what you have now is, prior to when this issue of Anan and all those things come, ICANN used to take things very serious. But the government has been able to demystify ICANN to the point that, presently you see a lot of auditors using the Anan seal and everything. But I think ICANN is still doing what they can do. But there are still limits to what ICANN can actually do, particularly in terms of, their own member, because ICANN cannot even every accountant in Nigeria are not ICANN members, but the ones that are ICANN members, if they audit an account, if they are putting an ICANN seal, if there is an issue with that account, and you raise an issue against the auditor, probably the auditor did some malpractice, right? An external auditor did some malpractice, and you're able to establish something. All you need to do is just to raise that with ICANN. There's a disciplinary committee that is very, very viable, sits on that, and if they find that person wanting, there is also a panel that person
But
goes
I
to.
still believe that they are not really doing their
No,
oversight.
they are.
Because they have more credibility worldwide than.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. They've been able to demystify them to the point that now you see a lot of people using Anan seal, but a lot of people don't even know, right? That's why if you're looking at a financial report being audited by an ICANN member, that ICANN member will definitely put an ICANN seal. And if you see that ICANN seal, and if you have something against that person, all you need to do is just to raise it up with ICANN. I've seen several people that have lost their ICANN license because of things like that.
So my question still boiled down to, you guys said is the regulatory body, they are not doing their function very well. And we can also see that some of these multinational corporations are cooking their books. And if they cook their books, that means most of ICANN accountant, chartered by ICANN, they also put their seal. So they are working in cohort. And you have to look at it, like you say, you cannot blame them. I think they must do something. I think
No, you can't blame ICANN.
That's what I'm saying now. ICANN is doing their own bit based on what they can do. And ICANN can only do things on their members.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
I don't know.
Like what you just discussed here today for nearly 2 or 3 hours with collateral within the three of you and other guys, it clearly shows that some of these multinational corporations, their book does not tally. There is a lot of discrepancies in what they are pushing outside there, and who is helping them to audit their book every year before the regulatory bodies check it. So you are putting the blame on the regulatory body, but you are not talking about those people that help them cook their book. So I don't know. That is where the dilemma is for me.
Now, the thing is this. Take, for instance, now, if you're a shareholder in some of all those banks, and you have some evidence to tell you that probably these people have actually cooked their books, right? So it's always easy for you to kind of like raise that even with the external auditor. But what happened in most cases is that some of all these people, they come in, give an audit report, that's well qualified, that states everything. But at the end of the day, right, you see, these people just have a way of, they just have a way of killing some of all these things. That you yourself, that you are a shareholder, you don't even know what's even happening. And that's what I see in most cases. So, because if you can actually, like, if you're a shareholder
and you know that you can actually, with what you've seen, and you have clear evidence that states that probably the audit report has been compromised, all you need to do is just to raise it up against that audit firm. And in most cases, if it's not all these multinationals or probably some,
Because when you consider the profit after taxation they declare and the dividend they give to their shareholders, and then you now equate it to their share, their stock price, it's really surprising with that kind of a huge amount of profit, and then your share price still like 18 naira. I don't understand it.
Can I say
So
something? I don't know why a shareholder will go and report their own company knowing that their share is going to plummet. That is a conflict of interest, for one. And I think earlier on they were saying something about, oh, I forgot to say hi to everybody. Greetings, everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. Yeah, they were saying something about evaluation of our companies, that's the value of our companies. I'm not sure that is surprising. When you're in the country, sometimes you find that property prices in different areas are valued differently because of the value of that area. And clearly, Nigerian economy is not exactly, and the environment is not valued. So the value, even if same type of company exists in another country, will have higher value than the Nigerian institution. So that, for me, that one is not too surprising. What is a little bit surprising for me during the conversation I've been listening to so far is that I heard someone, I think there was a discussion going on about how the rules were meant to be followed and people need to enforce the rules and all that. And then the next minute, everybody was talking about how they are breaking the rules and nobody should hold them accountable. I really found that very interesting. And I feel like we as the people have to make our peace with the fact that either we want rule of law or we don't want it.
Nigeria, they want selective justice. When they fix their own narrative, then they want justice. When they don't like something, they go against.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worrying trend, especially with our generation, because we always thought that the older generation are the ones that have that problem. And not just our generation, you guys are considered somewhat above the average when it comes to political awareness. And I'm hearing it here. That is shocking because there's no hope for the others then if you guys are doing the same thing within how many minutes of each other. Because sooner or later you have to realize that the level you are is quite relatively high of our awareness, and you have to take yourself seriously. You can't just be swinging both ways and expect your country will never get better. And I don't know whether you guys love your families or your children. I'm sure you do. If you love them so much, you better want your country to get better, because this life we are living overseas and everything, I don't know about you. I prefer to be in Nigeria. So I really think that we have to, like me,
what do you think about what Sulaiman, what's his name? Is it Prophet or Pastor Sulaiman, whatever they call that guy? How he's criticizing Nigerians for when the currency was bad. I mean, they were talking, and then when his thing is dropping, they kept quiet. It's like it's almost like they're happy that things was going bad. When things start going better, they kept quiet. So, I mean, what do you think about that?
I think it depends on the quarter you're talking to now. To be fair, Nigerians are not exactly very good at praising things when things are getting better. They don't notice it. They always think that they always think that everything is bad. They most people feel that everything is bad. No, I think some people want the current administration to fail. That's a given.
Exactly.
Some of them
say that again.
Yeah. Some people want this current administration to fail now.
Oh God!
Forefathers, can you be more specific about these people?
No, it cuts across. It cuts across these in regions and.
Well, we know a group of people. We know a group of people that.
No, you have Northerners. There are Northerners out there that are complaining, and I think Tinubu was raining.
No. They are complaining. No. Please, they are complaining for him to do better. Some people just want him to fail regardless anything.
No. So some of them are not complaining.
Don't compare.
Let me explain what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what you like to hear. Let me tell you what I know. Some people from the south is one of the things they say, that they will keep quiet and leave everything. They're not going to protest. They're not going to do anything. So that is not complaining. That's saying, Let's see what happens.
No,
But
we are
at
not
least
asking who's complaining. We are talking about people that want him to fail, that want things to fail. That's what we are talking
I
about.
think most people don't want him to fail because they
No,
know that it
there are some
affects them
people that
too.
want him to fail.
Of course, there are some people
category
that
of
want to
people.
fail. There are a lot of people, even in the
And we are asking
every
who
region
are
that want him to fail.
those people, the demographic of those people.
There's no real demographic. You see,
Come
that's
on, man.
you
It's only you know them now. You know your people now. Stop behaving like this.
you are just being this is prejudice. You see your prejudice. This Yoruba supremacist. This your
Now he's
prejudice.
going
Is double
ethnic now.
Mike, who
system.
are his
No,
people?
because
Who are
that's what
his
you are doing.
people?
That's what he's doing.
Mike,
He's not seeing straight.
who are his people? Mention now. Say it to his face. Who are his people?
Forefather is even their host. He hosts them a lot now.
You see what he's doing now. You see what he's doing.
That's what
I also know people that he hosts every
when
weekend.
they ask you this question for fathers, you always avoid it. They always ask you, where are you from in Nigeria? You never answer that question. You always like you're afraid of telling them where you're from in
Why
Nigeria.
would I be afraid? I'm not afraid. I just feel like
But
it's
when they
irrelevant.
ask you, you never answer when they ask you that question. You never answer
Because it's
that
irrelevant.
I think it's irrelevant.
I know.
From
but
Rivers
It's only
State.
relevant
From Rivers
to
State. He's a riverine
tribalists.
person.
It's only relevant to people that care about tribe stuff.
I know where you're from. You've said it before, but I know on that side you shy away from saying it.
What do people care about where guys? I don't know why they're always asking. Like,
They're always asking because it's completely
the guy from
relevant.
the south side, that's what they matter. He says on the
truth
south
is
side,
that
that's what it
South
matters.
South.
What do they
From
have
the
to know
South South.
exactly with pinpoint village or tribe in the south
Maybe
side?
maybe it has something. So maybe it has it.
It's from the south side, man.
It's the way people think. People just like to associate you
I
with
know, just be
somewhere.
backbone. Just play along.
But that said, we all know some people want the current
They want to
administration.
go after his village. That's why after his tribe.
And sometimes it's without reason. And the reason why the people we are criticizing, we do exhibit that same trait. That's why it's self-awareness. Because some of all these people, they actually want the country to work well, but they don't want people to succeed. How is that supposed to work? It's contradictory. Because people needs to succeed for the country to be good. So and it's not because they hate the country. So many of these people, even like from my experience, anyway, talking to people in the southeast, the hatred they tend to exhibit towards the country, if you ask them what they want, it's not going to be very different from what you want. So that is it's very, very strange.
So let us go by your statement, sir. Your statement now. You say they want the country to work, but they don't want Tinubu to succeed.
Some of them.
So can you put percentage to those who want?
Okay, if generally if you're an obedient supporter, you'll say 70% of them
Come
want
on, I
Tinubu
mean
to fail.
90 something.
No, it's not up to you. You don't know there are various types. There are various
I haven't even met one. I can agree with you 100%.
Am I not obedient?
So majority of them doesn't want Tinubu to succeed. So how does that? I mean, how can we interpret that if we want to,
it's political now. People that are too politically biased.
So
beyond
at this
reason.
point, with what we are going on in Nigeria, they don't want him to succeed. So who is going to suffer it? Is it not?
That's why I say it's illogical. It's illogical.
It's illogical. Yes. So if Tinubu fail, we all going to fail, and them too we fail. So somebody like you, that is always in their means, you should be able to, tell them that look, what you are doing, you don't want this country to.
What do you think I do? I do that. I do that to them all the time now. I do that to them all the time.
I see that sometimes when you say that they want to, everybody will carry not cutlass.
I do take a beating. I do take a beating all the time. So, but I did tell them the other day now that Tinubu has it in his gift to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever had if he doesn't squander it, and it's because it's a fact. No, they didn't say anything. No, they don't oppose it because I give reasons for it because of the environment. Everything seems to be favoring him, and I must say, Buhari left a lot of good momentum for him. The question is whether he takes advantage of it. If Tinubu just does what he says he was going to do in his manifesto and execute it perfectly, he's going to be one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had. It's not necessarily his own doing. It's just the environment. The oil prices are increasing. Dangote refinery is coming on stream. And the world events means that he has a little bit more room to do what he wants to do in Nigeria. He could even improve security. If he does all those things, just oil alone will make Nigerian people's life improve significantly. Please go ahead.
I just asked some people, some of my family in Nigeria, how much is the bag of rice now? It's now 60,000 naira.
Well, I don't know what that means, though, because I don't know what the previous price was.
The previous price is nearly 90,000. Like
okay, it's come down.
Yeah, it has come down 60,000.
Thank goodness. Was it 60,000 last year when Tinubu came into office?
Yes, it was around that price, from 55 to 65,000, around that range.
If it goes back to then, it's not the worst thing under the sun.
That is what I'm telling you, and people will not report it.
But at that time, though, people hated the country at that time, though. So let's not act as if that time was nirvana.
Talking today, naira to dollar is already 1,000 naira today.
So, the question is, how long is it going to stay there?
No, before the week runs down, it's going to continue to appreciate against the dollar, and probably.
I think it could appreciate, and I think it's not because of some of their policies did help. They started, basically what they did was they started going back to the way it was before. They started controlling the exchange rate to an extent, and the Dangote refinery, it didn't work. Don't you understand when the policy work? If he had left it the way he left it, the whole thing would still be going in the wrong direction. It's because they took a lot of measures. They took a lot of measures to correct it. Their error.
I beg to differ with.
The currency is not floating, right? You think the currency is not floating right now? It's not.
No.
He floated it before and they reined it in now.
No. You see, there are a lot of policies, that are actually working now compared to what we had before. Fine, they are managing it, but how are they managing it? What method are they really using?
Larry, sorry to cut you short. I apologize. Can I ask you a question in regards to this Tinubu government? Do you feel like, especially in the financial sector, do you think that they are building? Because we always lament about we don't have strong institutions, right? That's one of the issues that we have in Nigeria. We don't have strong institutions. We always rely on body language and whoever comes in. Do you feel like in that sector that they are building something that will last? When he leaves, it will still be as strong as it is right now. That way we can curtail all this nonsense of having new CBN people coming and just changing the system. Because I'm seeing something where the way they're changing the system in that sector, it's like you're building a solid foundation for the future. Am I wrong in saying that, or am I saying it differently? Do you see it differently?
Institutions, for me anyway, I think from my mind, I think when people talk about institutions, I fear that people tend to talk about it as if it's some kind of mechanism you just put together and it's just strong on its own.
No, of course, backed by the rule of law. I get you. That's the backdrop.
That is not where I'm coming from, and that's something else. There is something else. The strength of an institution comes from precedence most of the time. If someone can you imagine Bobrisky now has gone to jail for this thing, spraying naira, and maybe there was another lady that went to jail too for spraying naira in just last year, December or so, November. So if that keeps happening, guess what happens? If ordinary person goes and sprays naira, what do you think they would think? They would think, if those guys can go to prison, I definitely should be careful. That's how institution gets strong. You have to take big scalps, and you have to have precedence. That's the strength of an institution. It's not. No matter what you create, human beings will dismantle it.
Hold
on. That's what I was asking. That there's some kind of precedent being set in the financial sector by this present government, in terms of curtailing, like the forex things, for instance. What they're doing. If they continue to do that over time, like you said, forefathers, if it's sustained for a period of time, then it sets this kind of precedent, like don't do this will happen. But I'm only focused on that sector for now.
Yeah, Babatin, in terms of that institution, one thing I think this government has actually done is financial transparency within that sector. There's a lot of things that are crude in that sector, and I think they are trying to sanitize that sector. Now, most of the transactions you see now, they are bringing a lot of transaction into the formal realm, and they're having a lot of things from NFIU to EFCC to the bank. So within that financial system value chain, we are seeing a lot of transparency along that line. And which means that, for instance, now if you call any bureau de change, now that you want to do any big volume of forex, none of them will collect it from you. Because prior to this time, it's always normal, right? Call one of those guys in Wuse zone 4. Hey, far alpha, I won't do this, I won't do this. Ask them, call them now. None of them will collect it from you. That's how transparent it's been now. Because every transaction they do now is now going into the normal formal sector that is being tracked and is being traced, and it's easier for it to be traced. Why do we have US, right? Why do you have a very good institution financially in the US? It's because there is financial transparency within the financial values chain. If you're doing a transaction, big volume of transaction through the banks, right? It's not just the bank that will know, right? Every agency that is supposed to know is supposed to know.
I think it's sorry. I think we have to be careful when we start saying just because you can track things makes it okay. If you are running a capitalist system, and I really hope we start understanding the nature of these animals. A capitalist system favors the elites. They don't have to even be corrupt to have advantages that we describe as corruption today. They can make it legal. That's how they do it in the West. So you can see transparent transaction. It's just that Trump is a crazy guy that managed to get himself in trouble.
Transparency that I'm actually talking about. One thing is for things to be transparent. One thing is for it to be transparent to the extent that institutions that are supposed to do their job, they have access to that data and they're able to do their job based on that data. What is the whole essence of transparency in the US if it's not the data?
But it doesn't prevent corruption.
FBI can knock on your door, right? You don't go to FBI to do that transaction. You go do that transaction probably through your bank, right? And FBI have access to that data. And your bank is able to notify FBI if you're doing a transaction above $10,000, right? If you're doing a big volume, FBI have access to that particular data. Every other person have access to that data. IRS is able to knock on your door if they see that you're stealing from the government. So, and that is exactly what makes an institution to be viable.
But hold on though. But to what end is all this? Because if you have an institution that you can now can catch somebody that steals, but in the end, because these people are very, very rich and powerful, to catch those people that are steal are the poor people. But because these people are very rich and powerful, then they actually get the key. They don't need to steal. They get it.
See, everywhere, even in the US, you still see people that are rich and powerful, right? Do their things. Why would someone like Trump be in court? Is he not powerful?
Because the guy is he doesn't even know how to do stuff.
No, there are a lot of people, not just Trump, that are even in this system, right? But because they have this transparency within the system that can let them, even if they don't audit you today, if you do one or two things today and you go away with it, it can actually be in 2, 3, 4
but
years.
what you are missing is that you are saying the institution is what is catching him. The institution, what is doing to Trump is just entrapped Trump. It's not because it was designed to catch Trump from doing real corruption. Because what Trump did was because of the election cycle, he had to take money and hide it sideways, which was a stupid thing for him to do. If not, he could have taken the money from his the legitimate company and give it to that lady. It's not going to matter.
That's not the only thing they are charging Trump for. That's not the only thing.
That guy he doesn't run his business
that's
well
not the
now.
only thing. So what I'm trying to tell you is just that it's not like they don't have bigger thieves here. There are bigger ones here, right? But what I see that is lacking, that I think they are bringing into that system now, it's always easy those periods, right? And now it's even difficult. Why do you think do you think it's easier for even the Brody change guy? Why do you think they are crying? Why do you think they are
course, it's
crying?
not good for them now. They were making exorbitant profits before. They need to
It's
stop.
not good for them because they can't do most things under the table. If it's
And they should go out of business then.
So
is it by force?
Prior to this time, they can do a lot of things under the table. But now, doing things under the table is not even viable again.
Because the government capped it. They are not offering value. What are they there doing? Just exchanging money.
Yeah.
What are they exchanging money for?
You see a lot of them now coming out that the business is no more viable. which I think is a very good approach to send them out of that business. Which I think, for me, I think
That you go and find proper job that is actually productive
as
to
of
do.
today, I was reading some of them today complaining, that the business.
No. Can you tell us what they were complaining about exactly? What were they complaining about?
Yeah, number one, they are complaining that you can't even, they said, okay, one of the things I saw in the dailies was, I think their chairman was more like, nobody wants to do any, undercut any, under the table, anything, everything is open now. And look at what their exchange rate now, most times now, their own exchange rate, they can't peg it, and with the fact that they can't peg it, and even is not even below what they are actually seeing with the official rate, which means that all this guy needs to do now is put some new fresh funding. If they I think at presently now, I think it's at 1,100. That's the official. So just bring the official down a little bit and wait for some time. Obviously, that is also going to have some effect. That's how you will keep bringing it down to probably like 900, 850, which is now even viable. So I still see it more going down. And if you see them now, they are now shouting now that there is no demand because nobody wants
Exactly. Isn't that what I was talking before? They need to cut demand and they
nobody
can
wants,
reduce demand even further.
so
If you
those
reduce demand further, the Nigerian currency will appreciate
so
more.
those artificial things, right? Those artificial scarcity are not even there again. So which means that there's a lot of volume in the market. And by doing,
Larry, sorry, you're the one that was talking. See,
yeah.
what they've done is that when the current president came into office, they created that chaos. And can you imagine somebody that just bought Nigerian currency, that bought dollars? How many years ago? That's how many months ago? Today they would have made almost 50% profit or so just because of the trade they've done. That is the chaos that the current government created that didn't need to happen. They know these measures that they could have taken, but they didn't do it. I'm not just being a doomsayer here, but they are experts. They know better than I do. Why is it that suddenly now they know that breed the change, they need to cap it? Why is it that they knew all these things already?
No. The thing is this.
A lot of people have made a killing.
You can't stand something on nothing. Why do you think they are now doing all those things they are doing? Because they have liquid to do it. Because
you have to know when you're getting corn. People have made billions from the Nigerian currency in the last couple of months.
Wait now. All these things they are doing also come with some costs. Right? As at that time, I can tell you, as at that time, they don't have that liquid to be able to do it. But with what they are doing now, they are injecting liquid into that market. And at the same time, every other person that have caused that artificial scarcity are now bringing that their own out, so supply is coming from the flow of supply is coming from different pipes. So one is coming from what this guy is giving, what Cardoso is giving to the $10,000 that is given to the Bureau de Change guys. Another flow is coming from those ones that people have kept, and people are now bringing it out. And now, and with the fact that nobody's even, you can't even go that you want to go and buy dollar when you know that it's going to go drop tomorrow. Will you go and buy?
But hold on. See, let me explain to you. If I was the one, I wanted to con Nigeria, how I will come in this. I know all these measures that I need to discourage the use of dollars and makes dollar available in the economy, but I will just come float it because we have insider knowledge. Because even American politicians have been caught doing this sort of stuff. Then they will go and procure the dollars at a cheaper rate, and then when it gets expensive, they offload it on the market, and they will make a killing. And I really hope that somebody actually tracks the people around the power structure in Nigeria during this period. They don't need to steal from the coffers of the federal government, but what they've done, they can steal billions without you even picking up on it, just from the fluctuation of the currency. And that is what I'm concerned about. They are basically digging a hole and covering it and say we should thank them for it.
So how?
Because if you are in a system and you know where the price is going, you can buy and sell the way you see fit, because you know what you're going to do to bring the price down or make the stuff more expensive again.
Who's going to buy and sell?
The ones that have insider knowledge that know that let's say you know you are going to buy the dollar at a certain rate during the time when there was a crisis, then later on you know you can sell it on another rate, or the naira vice versa. If you know you're going to make profits and you know where the direction is heading, you can take advantage of that chaos.
No,
and that is what they do. They do that in America. They do that in many places. What makes us think that it doesn't happen in Nigeria?
No. It's not like, you see, this issue of, the direction that it was actually going. It's not, I don't think it's actually like that. You see,
to me, it is simple.
No.
That's why I know they know.
No. Nobody, I don't think it's actually like that. They know the direction is going. No, I don't think it's actually.
How can they not know? You are underestimating their knowledge. How can they not know?
You see, a lot of all those things, it's not just the me and you just go and buy dollar and keep. A lot of multinationals, a lot of banks. You see, some of the another thing I think Cardoso did was some of the banks were even reporting foreign exchange differentials as profits.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Which is not supposed to be done. So, which means that most of the banks were just basically doing the same thing, buying the dollars, keeping it, having some differentials, putting that differentials as part of their profits in their books.
They are making money. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people made money
that's
from what
I'm
is
saying. So
happening.
that's why I said policies, right? Transparencies, policy directions, standing with some of those policies. These are the things that are actually happening now. Now we are
I think what really happened back then was that the banks were making artificial scarcity of the dollar.
Yes, now that's why they're
All the
having that
central banks.
differentials that
That
they are
is what
reporting
they
as
are.
profit.
Commercial banks.
Yes.
Because they were having the dollar, they were not releasing it.
I think Buhari was a little bit shy of going after the Bureau de change people.
No,
Because,
it's not Buhari. It's Emefiele that's supposed to do his job, but Emefiele was using all those Bureau de
he has to go after a lot of northern
to do
interests.
round tripping.
He has to go against a lot of northern people that do money exchange.
It is not against. He's a crooked man. He's a crook. He's a corrupt man. He was making
It has
money
been like
out
that
of
forever.
it.
It has been like that forever. This is not the first time.
Been like that.
What are you talking about? Nigerians have been selling money on the street for decades.
Wait,
is it normal?
Are they not still selling
It's for more than 4 decades since I was. Of course, it's not normal. Why? But why didn't they stop it? Obasanjo didn't stop it. Wait, now Obasanjo didn't stop it. Emefiele did this.
Trying to justify Emefiele by saying
no. I don't like the idea that you some people the way you see things is always through lens of tribe.
But it's your own opinion.
They are the ones feeling like that now.
They have their own opinion too.
No, but his excuse. Did you hear him hold his own guy accountable? The guys are in office now.
To Niger.
It's very quick to go after Emefiele.
Emefiele is from Niger's village. That's what.
I don't like when people do this thing. He remained quiet when we're talking about the current one. Then he suddenly went after Emefiele.
What is this guy talking about?
When they were defending Tinubu guy,
no, I'm not defending anybody.
Oh, has Emefiele not committed criminal act?
Yeah, have you convicted him of it?
Look at this guy. He's waiting for him to be convicted before he can.
I think the way he will talk sometimes, I don't understand it. If he was a Yoruba man, you will be saying exactly.
Why are you making about tribe? Why are you making about tribe?
Because you are just like the people.
Don't get emotional. There's nothing we accuse Emefiele of doing that he didn't do.
Because you are just like the people I know before now. That I host on Sundays.
How is he tribal mentioning?
We mentioning Emefiele. I calling it tribal. Are you kidding me?
No, because you know why I'm saying that? Because what he's accusing.
Because it's from your village. That's why.
I didn't know. Okay, it's from my village.
No, but hold
on. Let me make my point.
Hold on. Nobody. No.
Because what is accusing Emefiele of?
Hold on, please.
People before Emefiele did it.
Hold on, for fathers. Nobody brought tribe into the argument.
I did.
You did. Why?
Because he remained quiet until he wants to go after Emefiele.
What is this guy saying now?
Can I say something?
It is tribal to mention
And
about
I've had, I
now.
know, I've had you do that several times. When you are talking, you tend to
Look
pretend
at
as
this
if
guy.
it's not only Emefiele, other groups too. If it was Igbo people
Emefiele is
and all
on
these things,
Agbo.
or Northerners, you pretend as if it doesn't
What
affect
is
them.
this guy talking
When
I am
it
about
so
comes to
now?
Yoruba,
disappointed
you
in
try
you.
to protect
And
them.
you,
You
forefathers,
all do it. You all do it
forefathers,
from the
Forefather,
west
where
and
are
from
you
the
forefathers.
going,
east. You
man?
all do the same.
Do you know what's funny? Because when you first came on the platform tonight, you condemned the very thing you're doing right now. That was the first thing you said. You said the tribal cyber. Then you're not the one doing the same thing.
No, I'm accusing him of doing it. I'm
Yeah,
not the one doing
What
it.
am I doing? What am I doing? The first thing I said,
Because
the first
that is not
statement I made,
consistent.
hold on. The first statement I made was against the banks. I said the bank was making artificial scarcity of the dollar. And that was the reason why you see dollars against naira was the disparity between them. I mean, the exchange rate was too huge, you know. And
Okay,
and the
so
next time,
if this CBN fails, would you blame the
hold on
CBN
Now
now,
let him
failure?
land.
hold
Now
on,
don't shift the argument. Man. Don't
hold
move
on.
goalposts.
No,
I know you
it's
like.
taking too long to explain. I
No,
can't.
it's not
Hold
taking too
on.
long. Allow him.
Why are you so emotional
Get to
over
the
this
point.
Emefiele now?
I do that all the time. Get to
You
the
don't
point.
want Emefiele to go to jail?
No, I
Eh?
think I don't
You don't
have any
Emefiele is his
you
uncle.
don't want your you don't want your
I'm just
brother to go to jail.
I don't just like it, and
Eh?
that's why people don't like me on the other panels. I don't like when
What
people
have I
play this
said
game.
now that is
I see you don't even
tribal?
hear yourself. But
To
carry
Nigeria,
on. I will shed light on why I'm reacting the way I'm
can I
reacting.
just ask
Carry
you
on.
one?
Oh,
Can I
oh,
just
Well,
ask?
let Papa Jali go land quick now. Let's let him land.
Okay.
so, like I said, the first statement I made was that the bank was making artificial scarcity. They were having that dollars in their vault, over 7 billion that the bank were holding that did not release to the public. They were supposed to sell that thing, but they didn't sell it. They were holding it because they were doing round tripping. So, and then after that, I mentioned, you said, oh, they have been doing it, this. I said, Emefiele is the one that's supposed to come out with policy to make it impossible for the banks to have so much money and not release it to the public. And then you started with, why tribal or Emefiele? Look, what this guy has done now, Cardoso, what he has done now, policy after policy, measures after measure that this guy has taken is what is responsible for the performance of the Naira.
Oh my
He
God.
instructed the banks, the central bank, to release all the money, to sell off
Oh God.
all their dollars. And
Thank you.
those that could not, and if they were unable to sell off all the dollars, they should release it. They will return it
Yeah,
to the central
the
bank.
point has been made now.
Hold on now, let me land. They should return it to the central bank. And make it that they shouldn't hold on to any dollars, any dollar they couldn't sell in a day cannot be kept in their vault. Everything must go back to central bank. And as a result of this, and it limited the amount that the what do you call it? Bureau change can have on a daily basis. And
Okay.
due to those measures, spiritual change that were in existence when it came in were over 6,000. A lot of them have been wiped out because they can't cope with this policy. They are less than 1,000 now. They are just more than, not more than 1,000 from 6,000 plus. So he has taken some policies that are sanitized that banking system. And that is why you see this Naira appreciating in value against dollar. I'm not saying that we have got there yet, because to me, when they came into government, it was 600 plus. So now it's 1,100. So, but to me, I don't think that until when it's go down to 600. That is where, or below 600. That's where I can say, oh, they are performing. But as of today, I think so far he has taken some measures, some policies that it look like it's working, and it might get us to the promised land. So it's not. I'm not after Emefiele for tribal district, but I'm just saying Emefiele destroyed that system. He almost bankrupt that system, make mess of our currency completely. So what do you call it? To Niger. So I don't know what you are referring to. Oh, I always do this. I always do this. I don't know what I've been doing. That
Okay, to
sounds
be fair to
tribal
you,
to you.
you do try, even while you are explaining like that. Have you guys tried to, use a manual gear in the car, and you're trying to put in a gear and it just keeps refusing to get into the gear? I felt like your brain was doing that.
Father,
Hold on now. Come on, hold on now.
They ask a question. If you make it a duty or not, yes or no.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Because that's how it felt like his brain was struggling to get it into gear. He just wouldn't get into gear. See, the point I was making was very simple. I attributed the situation to Buhari not wanting to do stuff, and he just diverted straight to Emefiele. And completely, and this is the blind spot that is going on in the country right now. As if Emefiele was the president. There is nothing Emefiele does.
Okay, well, central bank central governor is independent now.
Okay.
Not that independent.
What do you mean not that?
The current one cannot do something without Tinubu. So let's not
What do you mean?
So Niger, if I ask you one question, aside what
I'm not even dissected what you said, but go ahead.
Yeah, aside what Baba Ajani Koko said, what exactly do you think this guy Cardoso has actually done, right? That has actually made a lot of impacts in the foreign exchange.
What I think he has done, which he did months, like 7 months after they floated the currency, when the damage was already done, was when he started, like Ajani Koko mentioned just now, the Bureau de Change limitations that they placed on the Bureau de Change, and had people the banks release currency.
That's where I just want you to. That's what I want.
So those things are the things that were supposed to have been done before you even float the currency.
Wait, that Bureau de Change that you said, that's the genesis of the problem that we have.
Yeah, but hold on. I know that.
Let me finish. In 2021, Emefiele discontinued the sale of dollars to this Bureau de Change. In 2021, I can still remember July 2021. That was when Emefiele discontinued the sale of dollars to these guys. And Emefiele was basically doing the allocation himself from CBN. And it was more of allocating to whoever they like. The only difference that this guy has actually done is to now use that particular people, legalize them, use the former ones, and sell to them. And that's exactly why you are seeing the impact now from the market side, not from the IE window. Now, it's now beginning to do things. CBN is able to do things from the IE window, while on the parallel side, because it's selling directly to these guys, and everything is documented. Their transactions are now documented, that we can actually see what is actually happening at that sector. That is exactly what is happening now. That's the transparency we are talking about.
Okay, so
unlike what Emefiele was doing, arbitrarily giving this one.
That is not the reason why this stuff is this thing. The limitations is placed at the one critical one. The bank release of funds, which made dollar a bit more available, is another this thing one. And you saw that I don't know whether that matters much. Where the federal Tinubu's spokesman came out and told Nigerians to buy Nigerian-made goods, which they could have set an example.
All those ones are not
See, every little. Hold on now, let me finish. And then you had the Dangote refinery come on stream. All these little things add up to the markets to say, you know what, this economy is not going down. The currency is not going down. It needs to be going up. So those are the things that were put in place to shift in the right direction. But remember, from a year ago, the currency has value has almost lost value. The value of the currency almost lost almost twice. This is because 600 to 1,000. You know, depending on how you look at it, it could be 50% this thing loss in value that has occurred. So from that point of view, you can't sit here and say, "Oh, he has done very well." This is within a year. The damage that has happened.
No, I'm talking about. See, I'm not looking at what happened 7 months ago. I'm more interested in what happened from 2 months to now. And if you look at everything that's actually happened 2 months to now, right?
Why? I agree with what is happening 2 months to now. I talked about all these things months before that.
Wait, let me talk now. It started from when the backlog, foreign exchange backlog, right? They paid the backlog. That's number one. Immediately they paid the backlog, we knew that something was going to happen. Thereafter, he brought back the policy, all these things that Baba actually said. And after that, he started selling to these guys. Have you noticed that immediately the first one he did, selling to some of those guys, after some days, we started seeing the effects. Now, the last one that he sold, right? I think the last one he sold at 1,000.
It's not only one item that is causing it. You're just making it look like all this thing that he did is just what caused it. Otherwise, the currency would have gone back to where it was
all
before.
those ones you are saying from that other sector, they are not short-term effects now. You are talking about Dangote. You are talking about when the
yes,
Dangote
because that's how people set price for currency. That's how people have currency
now. Dangote started selling this when?
Because people start having confidence in your economy. The value of economy starts increasing in value.
About confidence. For confidence is not confidence that will definitely drive anything. You can have
people are not going to be dumping the naira the way they even if it's 5% reduction in dumping of the naira.
Dangote until Dangote started selling something now. Every other thing is just okay. It's just probably Dangote will sell. Dangote has not even started selling petrol.
He doesn't have to. Don't you understand how these things work?
Wait now. You are talking about.
If it was you, that's what you would do if you're a businessman. If you see an economy doing better, you are going to want to invest in more in that economy or not pull your resources out of the economy.
No businessman, right, will base anything on expected profits. Businessman will always base things on what he sees now, what he sells now, what he gets now. All those ones are expected. Do you think as a businessman, I will now base my profit on expected profits? No.
You are making my point.
No, confidence that you said is based on expected profits. I'm expecting that probably if Dangote starts selling, things will stabilize. I'm talking about what I bought now.
It points the right direction. It points in the right direction. We're not talking about.
I'm buying diesel. Okay, take for instance, now Dangote said he will sell diesel at 1,000, and I'm buying diesel at 2,000 today. Will I wait for 1,002? I will base everything on the 2,000 I buy now.
Calm down. There's a reason why even last year I was saying that. That's why I said Tinubu had the chance to be one of the greatest presidents in Nigeria because the headwinds are in his favor. The crude oil price has gone up. This in Dangote refinery has come on stream. They've released currency into the economy, and that's the CBN did that one in terms of having the banks release currency, and they limited the Bureau de change, the one that actually do more damage in terms of speculation and all the rest of it.
Talking about those CBN policies.
So no, these are CBN policies. But remember, at the same time, your view seems to be narrow in the sense that you are saying it's only 2 months. But the reasons why all this is appreciating.
I'm telling 2 months because that is when we started seeing the impact of that downfall trend. When did the downfall trend started? 3 months ago.
What you have now, the statement you have now, let's say all the policies that the current government did is in place. Let's say all of them are in place. And what was happening before, the difference between that and now is that the only major difference between that and now is that the Bureau de change and the speculators have been curtailed. But in terms of the value of the currency, it remains stable. It remains stable. So it's not that different. It's less than the Nigerian currency has lost value.
Let me give you a hint. What will happen when Dangote starts selling? When Dangote starts selling, now it's going to even make it drop more because at that point we are not going to be needing because major.
I know that we are all in agreement on that one.
Now. So that's why I said Dangote has not even come on board now. Anything Dangote is not what is driving foreign exchange now. Anything Dangote. We are still expecting anything Dangote probably in like 2
Why
months.
you are thanking somebody for? It's like you know what you are doing. Like you
What am I
had.
doing?
Let me tell you what you are doing.
Yeah.
I saw you on the road and you have $5,000 in your pocket.
Okay.
Then I told you, hi, this guy, I have this business that I wanted to do,
Mm-hmm.
and just give me this $5,000. I'm going to use it to do something for you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you gave me the $5,000. Then I come back to you. I told you I've lost everything. And you're like, oh my God, I don't die. Then I told you, oh no, don't worry, don't worry. I found this in $2,500. Take,
Mm-hmm.
and you started thanking me for giving you $2,500. That's basically what you're doing now.
You know what is difficult for me is the fact that you're saying, oh, probably because people have hope that Dangote will start selling. That is what is driving foreign exchange.
No, it's not the only thing. I also give credit to the
And
part
here
that they
I'm
are
telling
doing.
you that it's not even a factor. That Dangote will start selling is not a factor that is driving foreign exchange. Because those ones are just still in, probably we felt Dangote will start selling by so time. It doesn't have any impact on the foreign
What does that
exchange
mean?
now.
Nigeria owns 20% of Dangote. That's
Forget
foreign
about that
exchange.
until Dangote starts selling and we're able to see that
It's
we
the
stop.
direction. Is the direction is pointing.
The question you have asked to Nigeria is this: if those policies the CBN put in place does not have a positive impact.
He said those policies are not the driver, it's not working.
Oh my God, you are not hearing me. See, this is what I mean by how you listen to me with tribal ears.
No. The first thing you said, wait.
I just told you that it
The
was
first
possible
thing you
because
said,
even I was
we were
asking for those
telling
things.
we were telling you about the policies. You came here, you said those policies are not, that we were talking about those policies, that those policies were not the key things. And Baba Jale Koko tried to outline each of the policies.
You didn't even let me address Ajale Koko's statement.
Wait.
You didn't even let me go after
No,
Ajale Koko. But
he
it's all
tried
right.
to
Ajale Koko
outline
is
each of
my
the
man.
policies to you. And now, me, am asking you which other policies? You said probably it's Dangote, is this, is that. And we are telling you that policy that you said
But
probably.
you're not
Dangote
hearing me. I said
are not those things.
what the CBN did in the last 3 months, 2 to 3 months, was positive things that helped the economy. But it didn't need to happen they didn't need to flow the currency before they did this thing. They could have done it at the same time.
How will they do that? And I'm asking you, where would they get the liquids to do what you wanted them to do then?
Because the liquid that they got, where did they steal the liquid that they got to do it?
Oh God.
Did they steal it?
How did they want them to get the liquid?
What do you
No.
call liquid? Did they steal it?
To Niger, look, let me tell you, the liquid that this guy is talking about, Central Bank took some action, or let me say some measure. You know that NNPC used to get their own this thing directly to them when they sell crude to outside world. They manage the the revenue comes to NNPC account. You know that one of those things that Cardoso did is that NNPC cannot get that money directly anymore. Any sales, the proceed must come to central bank.
Mm-hmm.
So that enables them to get a lot of forex in that they were using to settle all those backlog. How do I say it? Debt,
the
debt, and all the rest. And then another thing is that since the president has stopped, what do you call it? What do you call this thing? The subsidy. Okay. So you see that a lot of money being spent for importation of crude, will not spend anymore.
They still lost quite a lot of it because now they still have to put subsidies back again.
Hold on. So now a lot of money that they were spending for importation of this crude, that one, was eliminated too. Dangote came in and that is how they started saving money. So a lot of steps that he has taken, central bank particularly, is what is really, really helping us now. You look, the system was so bad as at the time.
You know what is wrong with me?
Can I ask you
You
straight
know what
questions?
is
I'm
wrong
going to
with
be
me? Let me
asking
just say
certain
something.
questions now so that you can think about what you are saying yourself.
Let me just say something before I go. Because you don't want to agree that your brother Emefiele has done a very bad job. Yes.
You know,
that's the
Because
fact
you
now.
have to
know
agree
what
that
you
he
are
has done
He
doing.
a
doesn't
very
want to
bad
agree.
job.
He doesn't want to
And
agree.
you
See, no,
think
you are
He
listening
was
to
blaming
me
think
through.
Buhari. He was
someone
blaming
else has done a good job
the
will
president
be a
Oh my
disservice
God,
to
man,
your
Nigerian
brother.
speakers are
Buhari
really
that
That's
funny.
time.
exactly why
Instead of
Even
when
blaming
the way
you
you
know the
hear
truth,
things, you can't even hear it right. When somebody is
even when you
supporting
know
your
the
policy, you
truth,
fight them
you
for it.
decide to kind of like cover the truth so as to
No, there
make
is
it
no
look as
covering of
if
any truth. See, what
no,
I hear in this
that's
country is
exactly
that,
what has actually
see,
happened. Call a spade
Emefiele,
a spade. Call a
Emefiele, if
spade
he
a
stole
spade.
Nigeria's money to go
Emefiele
and rot in
is
jail.
a
Let
problem
me say this. See,
that killed
Tinubu
that
stole
country.
Nigeria's money to you can ask him to go and rot in jail, but you won't because that's how you see things. If Emefiele stole Nigerian money, personally, if he stole anything over $1 million, I believe in capital punishment. They should take his life. Do you believe that for Tinubu? You don't. That is the problem with our people. You say you want rule of law, but you don't want it. You just want to play your tribal games and run our country
What
to
do
the
you
ground.
mean by tribal game? So is Tinubu the
Because
CBN governor?
you didn't even hear that I supported what the central government did in the last 2 months. You didn't even hear me because you were just thinking about defending yourself.
Nobody is defending anything because when the genesis of what you said was basically coming here to say, oh, we were thinking Emefiele did this, and to you, I'm quoting you, that to you, all those things that we felt Emefiele do was not really the key thing. That was what you said.
Yeah, it wasn't the key.
Yeah, that was what you
Because
said.
let me explain what I said. Because what Emefiele met when he was there, what they had exchange, this Ibiru the change. They were all over the place. You go to airport everywhere, you see them everywhere. Before he came, Obasanjo, Abacha, all of them, they were always there.
Hold on. He met it, and he saw that the way that they were operating was injurious to the system, and he could not take measure against it in order to,
Okay. Now let me finish what I was saying. I was trying to finish my
make that.
explanation. So don't cut me short. You've already explained your case on this matter.
No. Because
let me finish what I'm saying. You're not going to let me talk. I just started talking and you shut me off again. You don't know. You don't want me to show you. You don't want me to. You don't want me to. This is. You see. You don't want me to show people that I want to expose
what
the
you are doing
bias
is very
that you are
clear
showing.
now.
You see now. You see now. Okay,
You
hold
see
on. Now
what you
let
are
me
trying to
expose the
do.
bias. Now let me expose the bias
No,
because we have to be consistent. We have to be
okay, land.
consistent. Let me
Then
expose.
we come
Thank you.
after you.
Thank you.
Okay, land.
Thank you.
Land.
Yes, you are welcome to come after me.
Land.
So when Emefiele, that's what he meant, and what he did was, where I started from was that Buhari probably didn't want to go after his fellow, the way Nigerians think, fellow Hausa men that are selling all this money. He probably didn't want to go after them the way Tinubu is doing, and so that's why maybe he didn't do it. And the next thing he did was he went after Emefiele because of that exchange rate issue. But what I was saying was that Emefiele met it there. He didn't change that part. And to be frank, what Emefiele was doing was capping in Nigerian currency officially, while in the black market they were selling it. This thing, it was losing this thing the value from the point of view they are selling it more expensive. However, the headwinds during that time in that economy, there was no Dangote in the horizon. Oil prices had crashed in that horizon, and there was also COVID-19 in that same period we are talking about. So the idea that you are attributing everything that happened in our economy to Dangote, this in Emefiele's policy is a little bit unfair, to say the least. Because this is why I always say you have to ask yourself, to what end is all these things that are happening? Just because this guy is shuffling the paper here, there, and there, and the Nigerian currency has just depreciated by almost 100%, and we just say, oh, it's okay. He's doing very well as long as he just improved by about
What did
50%
they
in the
say he
last.
was shuffling? What did they say he was shuffling?
He was shuffling this in the current. See, let me show you what he just did. Let me distill down
What
what he
was
just
he
did.
shuffling? What was
Hold
he
on
shuffling?
now. Let me distill down. Just paying off the outstanding money that we owe other people is not a reason for the currency to appreciate. It's not. That's not the reason why your currency will appreciate, because you paid your debt. That's not. Otherwise, American currency will be dead. The reason is now. That's why I always say, to what end? So just because this is my problem with some people, the only you highlighted those things. Hold on, let me finish my point. The only reason why you highlighted that point, because you think that's the reason why. Oh, let me finish my point now. The only reason why you highlighted that point is because you thought that is the reason why the currency appreciated. The reason why the currency appreciated, one, is because they took money from the Bureau de change that normally used to go to them. That gap, that speculation gap, this current government closed it in the last couple of months. That they closed it, so the Bureau de change people are not making a lot of money, and they put them out of business. Those who are useless to the economy, and they should have gotten rid of them a long time ago. We had a discussion here about it some time ago, and some people were just defending them, say, "Oh, they are not the reason that we need more dollars in the economy. That's the reason." But now they got rid of them. Well, guess what just happened? So this is what I'm saying, and what he's just done now. The currency now, by getting rid of them, the value of the currency has stabilized to an extent, because the speculation is not as high,
What do you mean by
and the
getting rid
demand.
of them?
Hold
What do
on,
you mean by
he got
getting
rid
rid
of
them?
these people that are left to speculate with the Nigerian currency, and they keep increasing
Are
it
we
because
not still, are we not using Bureau de change now?
we are using it, but they are not making as much profit from the point of view of the
Yeah,
currency.
because they are not making as much
Hold
profit.
on,
Because we are beginning to use them now.
and if you think about it too, if you ask the same question, to what end? In that case, the effect they had, I'm not even sure is that significant in terms of the effect it has on the economy. Like the way the Nigerian government is going after Binance, maybe there was some things Binance is doing with the Nigerian
Binance
exchange rate.
was, see, let me now tell you about Binance.
No. Let me just finish my point. You have your chance to. So the way the Nigerian government was going after Binance, because that's one other area where hemorrhaging value, because they were allowing the Nigerians to speculate on the Nigerian currency. So they are selling, in other words, they are buying Nigerian currency at a lower value because the Nigerian currency was buying the dollar at a higher value, something like that. And then you also had this thing. This gap that has been closed now, because if let's say the government left the Bureau de change, the Nigerian currency will be selling at 1,500 right now, because they will be hoarding the currency and increasing demand, and then you have to buy it. So by getting rid of that economy, they have taken space. They have taken that space in a way similar to what Tinubu did in Lagos, because it's not because it doesn't mean that before Tinubu started taking tax in Lagos, people were not taking tax. Agberos were taking tax from people all over the place in Lagos. But when he came in, he got rid of a lot of all those infrastructure and replaced them with himself. In a way, that's what he has done again here. So, so what has changed now? The deck hasn't changed that much. The value of the currency is only appreciating further. Remember, it just stabilized because he got rid of some people. The currency is going to appreciate. It will appreciate further. And I believe there are things he can do to make it appreciate further. He can discourage the use of the dollar. One of the ways you can discourage the use of the dollar is to start making Nigerians manufacture and stop importing useless stuff that is not useful to the economy. If you are importing toothpick, stupid bottles that you don't need to, when Nigerians can manufacture it, put tariff on it, so that it will cost more to import those things. And then when you import it, take the extra money that you get from the tariff, use it to sponsor local manufacturing. And guess what? The demand for the dollar will drop, and the Nigerian currency
He has
will increase in
started
value.
discouraging dollar now. He has started discouraging.
Yes, I saw that too. I saw that too. I saw that too. I agree with you on that.
Look at the people that were holding those dollars. Everybody has brought their money out because dollar is losing value.
I agree with you. But they started doing it 2 months ago. I give him credit. See, I give him credit. They started doing it 2 months ago.
Yeah,
you have to understand why I feel the way I see. I know I sound very, very critical. I don't want to.
You know where you are getting it wrong. You know where you are getting it, because you are trying to defend Emefiele.
No, I'm not defending him at all. I just told you, if he stole money, he should lose his life.
He stole money. They caught him. He was
then take him to court. How hard can it be to try him?
Look, hold on now. Wouldn't he be investigated get all the
How
facts
long?
against him
Literally, people
before
staying in
taking it to
office.
court. So
Okay, so
report,
so hold on. You just
report
accuse
of
him and
his
accuse him of stuff
investigation.
without trying him. Okay,
Look,
fine.
no, they have not. Look,
You just assume he's stolen, but the investigation hasn't been completed.
You know, they set up a panel to investigate his account. So they have investigated him. They caught him in so many deals. The way he was selling
Then why
money
have
to
they not
some.
convicted him of those things?
Hold on now.
So it's Tinubu that will convict him. Is it not
They
the same
have to
court
take him
that
to
he is
court.
in now?
But they've not even taken him to court to be tried, so that people can hear from his own
What are you
side.
saying now?
You see,
They've not
the
taken him to
problem you
court to be
have
tried.
is your
How?
defense for this guy.
Do
It's
you
as
know
if you
they
are
held him
having
for months because
sympathy.
no,
It's
I
as
see.
if you are having
No, I don't have sympathy.
It's
This
as
is
if
same thing.
it's as
Listen,
if you it's
I
as
don't
if
have sympathy.
the way you are what you are saying is as
Oh
if
my God!
Emefiele have not done anything wrong.
No,
You are saying
that's not
that.
what I'm saying.
No,
Hold on. You
I
said
think
that
Nigeria is not conversant with what is going on in Nigeria.
you said that
what I'm
Emefiele
saying.
has been taken to court.
you are saying that Emefiele met something on the ground, the way it's been practiced, and he let it continue. I mean, it cannot continue like that because everything he meant, he encouraged the expansion of the under
what?
him. The
Expansion of
Bureau
what?
exchange
I don't even
expand
know.
in thousands.
Naija. I don't even know why
Do
you
you
are
have
blaming.
actual figures for
by
that? Do you
thousands.
actually have figures for that?
I don't even know why you are blaming Buhari for Emefiele's incompetence.
Because he's the commander in chief.
How?
No, commander in chief
Buhari
cannot
that
control central
does
bank.
Emefiele go to Buhari
Oh
anytime
my
he wants to
God.
do foreign exchange allocation?
He does the policies that the central bank carries out.
Forget
Is
about
coordinated with the
policy.
finance
Day to
minister
day
and the
running of
president.
central banks. Does he go to Villa every day to
They
go
do
and tell
coordinate
Buhari I
it
want
with
to
the
do this?
president. Let's not see what we do. This is what
You see,
shocks me
this is
about
where
you
you are
guys.
getting it
It's
wrong.
because
You are
coordinating with the
defending
president.
Emefiele.
No, coordinating with the
I'm not
president.
defending
The
Emefiele. I'm not
president
defending Emefiele. I'm saying
You are
you guys
defending
are all.
him.
You are
You would rather
defending
go up.
him.
You are defending
You
Emefiele.
see what
That's
Ajale
what
Koko is doing. Ajale Koko, if you carry on in this trajectory, I will lose all respect for you.
you are
Seriously.
defending
Because
Emefiele, man.
what
What
you
are
are
you
doing
saying?
here, you are trying to
You don't
excuse
know
the
that
president.
Emefiele is an independent body. Central bank is an
No,
independent body
that
from
is
the
why
executive.
Tinubu was able to throw him out of office. That's
So
why he's
I
so
don't know why.
independent.
I don't know why. You see, problem I have with people is, you see,
You don't want to blame the president
when they put
that they
somebody
coordinated
somewhere,
everything together.
when they put somebody somewhere to do a job, and that person does not do the right job, you tend to always shift the blame on the person that actually put him there. Emefiele do
No.
the day-to-day running of affairs of CBN. He doesn't go to Buhari every morning to go and tell Buhari, I want to do this foreign exchange allocation today. Come and sign this. Emefiele signs all those things. The only thing he goes to Buhari to do is if there is a policy
Oh my
that
God.
actually affects the country. So why are you now saying Buhari should be responsible?
Can
This
I
is
See,
somebody
come
that
here?
my point is
Please,
that
please give me 1 minute.
it's like the currency change issue too.
this same
People
Emefiele,
keep saying that
Emefiele,
without Buhari's approval, Emefiele can't do it.
see,
There
Please, can I
are
come
so
in
many
here,
things
please?
Emefiele did that he cannot do without the president's approval.
what are you
Can I
saying?
come in here, please? I beg you, because first and foremost, CBN governor is being the president will choose one candidate and send the name to the Senate. Without no Senate approval, nobody can become CBN governor. And CBN have they are independent on their own to follow their monetary policy. It doesn't need to go to Buhari for anything. What it does is it has been, in the Constitution specified. What you are doing here today, to me, just my personal opinion, you are basing everything on speculation and anticipation. And that is not how economics work. That is
Exactly.
what you are basing, what you are thinking. It's about anticipation and speculation. But what they are trying to tell you is that a lot of policies put in place by this government help them to make the naira to appreciate against the dollar.
Oh
If
my
you are
God. He didn't appreciate. What is wrong with you
I
people?
said 1 minute.
Jesus Christ. The Naira depreciated within a year almost by 100%, and you are saying he appreciated.
Can you hold on for 1 minute? I can see where you are coming from. If you calm down and don't look
I get tired of just talking like this. I don't have time. I have to go and watch. Maybe. I get. I'm just a little bit frustrated. I don't have a lot of time.
let others talk because so I see, to me personally, this is my opinion. You are looking at it in quite emotionally, which you are not supposed to do it because and when you follow Nigerian trend very well, when they came in, there is no money, there is no liquidity, and if there's no liquidity, it's very, very difficult to, and they don't, maybe they also have their own blame. They don't get the overall picture of the Nigerian economy very well. But when they get to government, they discover that there's no liquidity. And of course, when a new government comes in, there's so many things that they have to readjust. And readjusting can bring negative or positive impact. It brought the negative impact immediately. And we can see later the positive impact. Because if free money, when they remove subsidy on petrol, today we are consuming less than 30 million liters of petrol in a day. Before we are consuming up to 80 million. I don't, just let's do the math. From 80 million to 30 million.
Have you
So,
considered that a lot of people shifted from petrol?
no,
I
no,
did.
no. I'm just trying to tell. Let me finish just 1 minute. So at least the difference is there. That means some people are very smart to buy more than 2 decades from so many years of Babangida, Obasanjo, and the rest, and Buhari. A lot of people have become billionaires. So we know that our country has a lot of trouble. But what we are trying to tell you is that the policies they put in place is far, far outreach what you are speculating or anticipating about. The so-called Dangote started lifting diesel. Even it's not up to 2 weeks. And before 2 weeks come, last 2 weeks, the Naira has appreciated considerably over the last 1.5 months. That's what they are talking to you about. That means if there's these policies, if they are not in place, maybe we are still going to be where we are before, even worse than before. So that's what we don't need to. And the friends, no matter what you said or what you are going to say about Emefiele, that guy did a big disservice to our government, our country, and he needs to.
Seriously, all of them have done a big disservice to our country. By the way, it's not, nobody is defending Emefiele here. Hold on. He just said a lot. He just said a lot. I'll forget everything he said if you carry on talking. I'll forget everything he said. Let me deal with one thing at a time. You see, Buhari now is a stupid man that everybody takes advantage of. It's okay.
Took advantage of Buhari because
he doesn't have a finance minister. Please, let me just say
something. Even working with the finance ministers.
Hold on now. Let me just say something.
Not even working with any finance minister.
Okay, Emefiele is his own mafia now. Okay, good. Let's say Emefiele is his own mafia. He's so powerful, and that's why he was in jail and all the rest. Let's say he's the boogeyman. But what I see in Nigeria is that whenever justice is about to happen, it tends to happen with the ethnic minority. Because if you look at Beta Edu, ethnic minority, Emefiele, that's smaller groups. That's where it tends to target. They tend to target those ones. It doesn't mean the other groups like the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Hausas are not humongous thieves. They are the biggest thieves, but you don't see them being revealed. And the reason why this are not being revealed is because people are like you. You just blind your eyes to it.
You see him defending his tribal man now.
No, I'm not defending him. I'm saying my own policy. Hold on. My own policy is if anybody steals money from Nigeria that results in the loss of life, they too should lose their life. I don't care whether it's my tribal man or not. But I'm calling you out on your tribalism and on the kind of bigotry you put display. You are not even conscious of it. You just do it.
Better do to this conversation.
Hey, you see, he just wants to defend. He's a minority. He's one of those. He's from the minority tribe. So Emefiele is considered as a minority like you. So if
tell me how many people
why are they going hard on a minority?
Because of
and all of us that are majority have been left alone to continue.
But this is nonsense with Nigeria. Now you all play this game in Nigeria. Where this is why somebody would do something wrong in Nigeria.
Emefiele did not do wrong to you.
Who said he didn't do wrong? I never said that. Are you hearing me? Or you are hearing me with only that tribal filter in your ears?
Yes, they are trying him because he's
that is the only thing you have. It's like you can't even hear me that he did something wrong. No. I don't have a proof of it, but until they take him to court, try him and confirm that he's guilty, you don't even hear it.
They are trying Emefiele because he's a minority, right? That's
no,
what you think.
I'm not saying it's the only reason, but in Nigeria, from what I've observed in the last 2 years, I started watching the political scene in Nigeria. Obviously they've arrested Northerners. I've seen cases where somebody comes out of prison and the villagers come out and say, "Hey, welcome," and the person went to jail for prison for stealing money. and the villagers will be praising them. This is the kind of stuff we do in Nigeria. There is no level playing field for the law to exist, and yet we sit here talking about great institutions when we are the ones killing the institutions. See, let me say this. Nigerians, all of us are part of the problem in this country. We piss inside. I gave that example a long time ago, and the last time I was here, and I'll give you that example again. It's like we are all in a swimming pool. Everybody's pissing inside that swimming pool. One person piss, the other one piss, the other one piss. And by the time we finish pissing, we are all swimming in our own filth. And if we carry on in this method, we are all going to drown in it. You watch what happens. Because sooner or later, we have to be dispassionate about these things. Like for me now, if Emefiele stole, the way I look at this is that he should be killed. Because I believe that if you are in public office, you are very, very important. And if they give you money for the people, and you take the money, like, can you imagine if the health minister was giving money? He stole it, then the money that was supposed to go to hospital doesn't get to the hospital. The people want to have children, the women are dying in childbirth. They don't treat people, they don't give people vaccine, all that stuff, because people are stealing money. Why should they lose their life if they steal public money? That is how I believe. Do you believe in that? If you believe in that, you watch how corruption, and also we should not be listening to all these people that are telling us that we should not carry out capital punishment. Because if you don't carry out capital punishment, you know there are about 3,000 people in the Nigerian prison that have been given capital punishment. But if you don't carry it out, what do you think is happening? You are giving room for people that lack integrity to thrive in the Nigerian system, while the ones with integrity are being denied space. Because can you imagine if you start a business in Nigeria now? You want to do the right thing by the people. You want to work hard, develop your business
Let me
for
ask
10
you
years.
this question. So,
And some
by
other
your
person
own
just comes
judgment,
and
let
steals
me ask
money
you this
and
question.
becomes a millionaire.
By your own judgment, and with all that you have, with what you know, did Emefiele do wrong?
From what I know, from what they've said on this thing, they said he did wrong.
So, by your own judgment, what do you
By my own judgment, if you ask me, all our leaders, elite class,
well, no,
90%
be specific.
of
Be
them.
specific.
No.
Let's focus on Emefiele.
No. I'm not.
Just
See,
only on Emefiele. Forget about others. Others, in their own areas of position or where they operate is a different thing. But Emefiele, being the head of central bank and the man that was managing the monetary policy of the country, by your own judgment, with what you know, do you think he managed it well during his time?
I don't think he managed it well at all.
Okay, so
there is no Nigerian government that has managed the Nigerian economy well. Is that shocking to you?
Forget about Nigerian government.
Stop it. You see, why are you asking me to stop it? Why are you asking me not to criticize the others?
He is not part of the government.
You see, this is what you go do. You don't want to criticize the others. You just want to criticize only one group.
We are not talking about the government. The government is different.
I criticize Emefiele, but he doesn't want me to criticize other people. Who is the tribalist now?
No, let us focus on Emefiele. Forget about the government. Emefiele is separate.
Just focus on him. Okay, what else do you want to talk about him? You want us to get his DNA?
It's separate entity from the government.
What do you want us to get from Emefiele now? Since you are obsessed, what do you want to get from Emefiele? You want to get his DNA? No, because it's like I criticize Emefiele. It's not good enough for you.
You're obsessed with Emefiele.
No, it's like it's ridiculous. This guy is so tribal, and you are quite tribal actually.
What is tribal?
You are quite tribal, and the worst thing about it is that he walks around talking as if he has integrity. No, because you don't want me to mention anyone else. You are telling me stop. Let's only talk about Emefiele.
No, let's talk about Emefiele. The way he managed that, monetary policy of the government. You have just said it, that he did not manage it well.
This is sick.
And do you agree that he managed it?
This is just
with
sick.
corrupt
I'm really disappointed in
practices?
you today.
Do you believe? So do you want to agree with me that he managed that plate with enormous corruption that totally mess up our monetary policy?
God. This is rotten. It's like the kind of stuff you do with Pansat.
Do you agree with me? Do you agree that with me?
The way he managed, I just told you he didn't manage the economy well.
So he was so corrupt by the way he managed that monetary policy, the way he managed it, it was so corrupt and it damaged the economy so badly.
He
You
didn't
agree that
manage
with
the
me?
economy well.
Yeah.
If you ask me, if you want me to pass a judgment based on the way I know Nigeria, yes, he's probably definitely corrupt. But we don't until they try him, we don't know that for sure. So from my own point of view is that the economy has never been run well, including with this government. It hasn't been run well. Most of the things that is working for this economy is not even in their own hands to control. If anything, they mess the economy up, and we are thanking them for just retrieving a lot of the damage that a little bit of the damage that they made. It's unbelievable. It's astounding. And you guys are quite a Jalikoko, you are one of those people who actually listen to.
So
that is scary.
So if you want to compare the way the Cardoso is managing that central bank now against Emefiele, who would you say I mean has done a good job? I mean, between Emefiele managed it for 8 years and you said he didn't manage it well. But Cardoso, since he came in with the way he has managed it, do you want to give kudos to him? Do you want to agree that he
If I
deserves
look
some
at
good?
the data, I would say I don't know, but if I'm going to predict that, I don't know if I go and check because Emefiele was in office for at least 8 years, at least, and the depreciation of the currency. If you can give me a breakdown of how much the currency depreciated under Emefiele versus how much it depreciated under Cardoso, it will be easy to make a judgment. Can you give me that?
Okay, if you want to consider.
Oh, you are not going to give me, are you? Can you give me that?
No, hold on.
You see, he's not going to give me that because he doesn't favor him.
Hold on. Emefiele, the ways and means that that we had under Emefiele and the debt that he incurred and the collateral of our our reserve against debt compared to what Cardoso have done is settle all the debt that Emefiele incurred, the ways and means that this administration, under this administration, the ways and means that they had, he has already paid it already. So compare both of them with what he has done and what Emefiele did. He didn't pay debt. He incurred more. The ways and means grew from almost zero to like 23 trillion.
30 trillion.
30 trillion. And this guy has already cleared everything. And who would you with between two of them? Who do you think
because he cleared it?
Hold
the
on,
money
hold
that
on now.
Oh my
hold
God!
on. All the mess that Emefiele left behind, this guy is correcting all the mess, settling debt.
Oh my God!
It's trying to make things work, and then if you give this guy 8 years to run this central bank, between him and him, who do you think will have run it better? 8 years.
Okay, hold on now. Calm down.
8 years
Because
versus
so
8
you don't
years.
run from the numbers because I'm not going to use my own opinion anymore. So what I can see here is that in 2016, the Nigerian naira was worth $300 in 2016. By the time he left office in 2023, it was worth somewhere around $600 and something, if I'm not mistaken. So that is about just over double the currency value for 8 years. And your guy, the current one in office, came in.
Hold on. You can't. Hold on.
I can't.
You are trying to.
That's scaring you now.
Hold on.
Oh,
No. Hold on. If you want to base it on,
you see, he don't want to look at the numbers. So you see what he's doing. He doesn't want to look at the numbers.
No. Okay, hold on.
Listen to your tribal brain. Just listen only to your tribal brain alone. Okay. Your tribal brain is going to help you. Your tribal mathematics is going to calculate properly. Okay? Yeah, use your tribal mathematics to help you do the math. Okay?
If you want to look at that number, I will advise you to look at that number holistically.
Oh,
right?
now, you see the tribal brain is coming in. They are beginning to make excuses now. You see that they want to start making excuses. So
Wait now.
you look at them.
Wait now.
Your guy going to office in how many months? The Nigerian currency almost collapsed, and you're here talking this. Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's use simple mathematics, right?
Okay, do that.
Yeah, you have 500 naira in your pockets, and you show people that this is the 500 naira I have. While against that 500 naira, you have a loan of 10,000 naira. So if they now ask you what is the true value of what you have, will you say it's 500 naira?
Yes, it's still 500 naira. You just have a loan.
So the true value of what you have is not 500 naira. The true value of what you have is negative 9,500 naira.
Oh my goodness! Depending on the context, all these things depends on the context.
This is not context.
If you are looking at cash flow, if you say somebody has cash in the account, you say that is what they have. You can't just say because the person owes money that money doesn't exist.
That is why I said the true value, right? I'm not saying cash value. I said true value.
I think it's the gross or whatever the balance. If you want to balance the sheet, that's what you can say. If that's what you want to say, if that's what you want to say, okay, because you owe people money, but that standard, America is negative. How do you feel about that now?
Wait. America is negative, not against. We are saying this against that particular.
Stop with all this fake tribal mathematics.
Against that particular currency, because everything you've done is against
America
that
is
currency.
worth negative money if you want to go by that standard.
The ways and means you collected is against that particular currency. The money you are using to defend that currency is against that currency, right? So that is why.
Let me explain this to you. In business, one of the first things I learned in economics, which I am shocked I even know anything about economics because I am not an economist. One of the first things I learned was that it's better to have the money in your hand. It's better that you are the one that owes people money than people owe you.
Wait. It's better for you to have money. But do you know that as a normal economist that you just said, right? And you are doing business, you need credit line. So do you think anybody will have given you credit if you are owing? Yes, because you are a businessman. I'm asking you.
Everything you are saying is contrary to logic. You know full well that most of these Western companies. See, let me explain the reason why people can give you credit. It's your ability to pay.
Nobody
you're not listening.
Credit.
Let me explain.
When they know that you have 500 and you already have a loan to back that 500 of 10,000. So do you think any sane person will now overlook your loan and say, oh, I'm basing things on that 500, that 500 that another person can always easily put lien on?
Yeah. See, I think it was in Singapore that owes 1.4 trillion US dollars. And yet they are still kicking fine. Why? It's not because they don't owe money. You guys, you see, some of the things you people do. The CBN went and paid people our money, give them our money. No, they are giving their friends money quicker so that we have to wait to buy other things. That money that they are giving to those people, if it was them, until they are ready to give us. When Abacha money disappeared, do you know how long it took for us to get the money back? They pretend as if they are investigating the stuff. You guys, I don't know where you got the way your thinking is. If you know the true nature of the world, I don't know. Maybe you guys need to see from my own point of view. That's how I come up with some of all this stuff I come up with. It's not because I'm an expert. It's just, for me, it's just common sense. If your country has money, you have to give money back to the people that you owe at your convenience. Don't just be in a hurry to give it to them because, they are your pals. While your people are, your own economy is torpedoing. That has nothing to do with the currency at all. It has nothing to do with the currency.
thank God that Peter Obi did not win that election. Obviously, probably Emefiele was
I hope that your tribal brain will help you calculate that very well.
No.
See,
Because everything
you
you've
know what
said
you just
here,
did now. You ran away from the maths.
everything
When
you've said,
you hold on,
here
you try to
has
criticize
been
Emefiele
basically
and you ran away from the maths.
wait now, to Nigeria.
Ah,
Why are you so
stop.
emotional tonight now? Calm
No,
down
I
now.
don't like it. No, because
You're just
when
angry and you keep accusing
when
people of tribal.
no,
You
you know now,
forget did
you
they
are the
mention
ultimate
your
tribal
tribe tonight?
supremacist now.
Did anybody
You are the
mention your
ultimate
tribe
tribal
tonight?
supremacist.
Nigeria,
No, because I don't like when people
Did
do
they
this thing.
mention
I
your
told you
tribe
now.
tonight? Why
I
you
don't
just
like it.
why are you projecting now? Why you
I don't like
projecting
it.
your own?
I just told you I don't
No,
like
no,
it.
no.
And you
His brother
You
know
is
keep
I
on the
don't
accusing.
like
march
it.
Hold
to
on,
jail. His brother is on the march
You're
to jail.
accusing
You know
That's
I
people
why
of
don't
he's
like
tribe,
it,
angry.
Mike. You know I don't like it,
But
Mike. You know
nobody
I don't
ever
His
like it.
mentioned
brother
Emefiele's
Emefiele is
tribe.
on the march
What is
to
wrong with you,
jail.
man?
No, because I feel like the way we talk, that is what informs everything we say. It's not logical.
Because that's the way. No. Stop projecting because people on the show
No,
you go to. That's the way they think. It doesn't mean
I
that's the
don't
way
like
everybody
it.
here
You
thinks.
know full well.
Stop
That's why I call you
projecting,
a
man. If
tribal.
the people are talking about
That's why I
Emefiele, it
call
doesn't
you
have.
a Yoruba.
Hello.
Hold
There's a
on,
reason
calm
why I
down,
call
calm
you
down. Let me
a
talk,
Yoruba
man.
supremacist.
Can we talk? You have been talking all day now. Give me a chance to talk too now.
Yes, to Nigeria,
You've been
relax.
talking all day. Chill
I'm
out,
not
man.
coming because
Don't worry, go
you
ahead
are
and talk.
talking.
Hold on,
You are
guys. Hold
making
on. Give me 1 second.
generalization now, which is
Guys, give
wrong.
me 1
Hello,
second.
to Nigeria,
Who's that
to
now?
Nigeria. You are
Who's
talking
that?
as if every
Can you
other
let me
person
talk?
except you
PQQ.
is saying the same
Can you
thing.
calm down? Do one at a time now. I can't talk at the same time. Calm down.
Sorry,
Calm down. Sunaja,
please. Sorry. Mr.
Sunaja,
Mike,
here's the deal.
sorry. Mr. Mike, please allow
Here's
me.
the deal.
Allow me, please.
Okay. I heard you now. Allow me talk.
Allow me. Allow me 1
Sunaja,
second, please.
can you let me talk, God, Lord?
It's getting hot. It's
Talk
getting
now,
too
make
I'm
hot.
your
talking. You're
point.
just forcing me.
The
I mean,
number
come
is
on now. Calm
hurting.
down. Sunaja,
Nobody
here's
is
the fact.
forcing you. Make your
I'm
point.
listening to you. Lord have mercy. I listened to you guys go argue for the past 30 minutes. And I'm trying to make sense of the thing you keep accusing them of tribe. All they've mentioned is the Emefiele. I bet you if you ask Anjali Koko or whoever the other person is to tell which tribe Emefiele come from, they don't know.
Nobody knows. Yeah, you're right.
I have to go and dig it to find out Emefiele is from, I think it's from Agbo. He's from Delta, somewhere in Delta. They don't know. And you keep accusing them of tribe.
Well,
They
at
don't
least
know his tribe.
they know enough that it's not Yoruba. And don't pretend they
But
don't.
you are generalizing
So
it
what
to
is
Nigeria.
what the heck? These
Yes.
guys,
Don't even
man.
pretend they don't, Mike. Don't even
I
pretend they
just need
don't.
to.
And you know I don't like
That's
it.
what is
So
getting
stop.
wrong.
See,
Sunaja,
Mike,
you're full of crap, man.
You know me. I
Yes,
don't
No,
like
it's
it.
not true.
And
Sunaja,
that's why
here's
I
the
call
deal.
you a Yoruba supremacist. So stop that
Okay, that's
nonsense.
fine.
You
I
know
don't
that I
care.
don't
You
like
can
it.
call me that. It's okay. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I am a Yoruba
So
supremacist.
why are you surprised that I don't like it? You know I don't
But
like
but
it when people do those
but
things.
but why are you accusing the other people here? That we all
Because
know.
it's not logical.
Everybody.
You are
And what
accusing
they are
us.
saying is
Sunaja,
not logical.
calm the hell
You are
down,
saying
man.
you
Every
guys. Which guys? Who are those
Sunaja,
guys
calm the
that
hell
is
down.
discussing with you? Yes.
Everybody that follow this show that know we know for a fact that Jale Kuku is not a tribal person. Everybody know that.
Yeah, right.
Mike, let me calm everybody down
It's
since
not
I'm
it's not
neutral.
a subliminal
Let me
tribal
hold
instinct
on.
that
You
he
guys
doesn't
make a
You
break.
come here just accusing him of tribe.
It's not
They
only
might
on
have
this.
a
He's
conversation about
accusing every
Emefiele. You
other
are
this
talking
person.
about
issue.
tribe.
It seems to be because it's not
Sunaja, you sound really foolish tonight, man.
Mike,
You normally sound smart, but you sound very
let's
Mike,
foolish.
organize.
Mike.
Let's
The reason,
organize it.
the only
Hold
reason why
on.
he came in is when the ultimate thing came in. When
No, I was
hold
listening,
on,
trying to make sense of what you're saying. But
yeah,
the thing
because
is, if it's
Hold
someone
on
else you're
now.
accusing of that, then I
okay,
can understand. But you're
Pastor,
accusing people that don't, and everything they're
Mike,
telling you
Hold
Mike,
has
let
on.
me
nothing
ask
to
you
do with
directly
tribe.
now.
Hold on.
Let's
Please,
calm down.
please.
Let me ask
Yeah,
you directly, Mike. Let me
let a
just
new
ask Mike.
person.
No,
Hold
Pastor,
on.
let me just ask Mike one question, then it will be okay. You see, Mike, you saw when Ajalo Koko asked me between this current government and this in Emefiele, how well they performed. And I said, give me these numbers. And he didn't give me the numbers. And when I checked the numbers, and I told him, give me the number. Do you see the number? Then he tried to run away from the number of his own guy. He said, no, don't do that. You see, that is what bothers me with people.
So what does
Why
that to
don't
do
you
with
do that?
tribe?
So
If you're
it
if
bothers
your
you.
argument is
Now it's
superior
all
in
of a
whatever you're
sudden.
arguing about, but you keep accusing of being tribal supremacy
Because he seems to be protecting his own. He doesn't want to just focus on
who's
the
Please.
issue.
His own. Who's his own?
Okay.
Current government. The
Hold
current
on.
government.
This guy is full of crap.
Hold on.
This guy is
Is the guy from Yoruba?
Okay, let's hear from other people too, Nanja.
Hold on,
Let's
please.
hear from
Let's
other
hold
people.
on. Hold on. Let me. I'll take
hello,
2 minutes to
Wait,
make
wait.
my. I'll take 2 minutes to make a remark, and then I'll wait for my turn. That's okay. No problem. Let's just calm down. I was watching.
Your pastor, I think Big QQ wanted to come first. I'm not trying to take side, but let Big QQ come first. He wanted to come first.
I've been listening to his back and forth with Babajali Koko. But by the time you start using the word "you guys," all of us, that is what makes me not understand what you are saying again. You're having a dialogue with somebody, but don't generalize it like all of us, all Yorubas,
Yeah,
all those
I think you are right
kind
there.
of
I take
narratives
that
are
one
not
back. I take that one back. You are right there.
yes, thank God you know, are not wrong. If you're in another platform, if somebody says something like this, you know, of course. So every platform always have some kind of superior narrative they flow to. So, and if you have in that kind of platform, you need to respect that. If I'm on Dr. Damage's platform, I know the narrative they flow to. If I'm on the satanic platform, which you know, there is a narrative they flow to. So if you are on this platform, if they flow to a narrative, that doesn't mean that we are all crazy or we're all mad. So that doesn't now mean that if you're having a dialogue with somebody, you will now be generalizing it. You guys. No.
Okay, I think he's apologized.
That's the point.
Okay,
Yeah.
So
So
what I was gonna say, I'm watching the debate, and of course, there's this tribal undertone. And there's nothing wrong with tribalism, to be honest with you. But in this case, what to Nigeria for the first time, it's making a lot of sense. It's making a lot of sense. And please, let me.
Man, guy, you are making sense to pastor. That means something's wrong.
is going to mess this thing up.
Please hold on. Please hold on now.
It's the
What I'm saying
generalization
is
that
this.
is saying every platform has some tribal
BQB,
tone to
you
it.
were given the courtesy to go first before me, and I didn't
Yes.
protest. So please relax. Let me
He's
say what I
making a
want
lot
to
of
say.
sense by generalizing and counting all of us
This
that are
is
not
the
involved
reason
in their
why,
debate
right?
together.
Before
What
you
sense is that?
talk about the issue that we have with the CBN governor that performed his duty as a public servant. First, we have to know the history of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Act of 1958. That's when that institution was established, right? And what it's supposed to be doing is to ensure monetary and price stability, to issue legal tender for Nigeria, and then maintain external reserves to safeguard international value of the legal tender, that currency. Promote a sound financial system for Nigeria. That's the role of the CBN governor. Now, I'm going to talk about other acts, for example, the one of 1991, and then, of course, the one MFL himself put together. So you have to know that Central Bank of Nigeria is an independent agency, just like we have here in the United States. The Fed is what we call it here. You're not supposed to, after a public servant performs their duty according to law, according to the establishment of that act, it's not under the whims and caprices of politicians. He's supposed to do his job. Now, he doesn't have to do a good job. He could get it wrong. And some of us would say that he got it wrong in many cases, because how could you not? In Nigeria, you have a military dictator, a former thug, as president. What you're not supposed to do now, because we were there, we know that during the campaign, towards the end of or the beginning of the last election, that he instituted a policy that Tinubu disagreed with. And the entire camp, the entire APC political party were against what he was trying to do, even though the president himself was complicit. Buhari was complicit in whatever activity he's doing, because the last act about the CBN put the CBN under the presidency executive. They're not supposed to do that, but they did do that. The autonomy that he's supposed to have was yanked away from him. So Tunaji is making the case that he cannot do a lot of things he's accused of doing without the president and other actors. You should arrest all of them if you're going to arrest them and go to court. But in that, he's entitled to due process because it's an independent agency. So when that case gets to court,
the first judge is going to throw it away. He's going to throw out the case. That's why they charged him with terrorism. They found a couple of guns in his house, just like they did with this cross-dresser. They don't like the fact that he's cross-dressing, so they charge him with currency, whatever. And that is instituted by Emefiele himself. That's the kind of country we have. That's a nexus between all this lawlessness. But you don't go, Ajan Lekoko doesn't know these particular things. These are the things you have to know. The
So why are
autonomy
they going after Emefiele? Why?
Mr.
Are you
Pastor,
saying
that's why I'm telling you, it's a bandera. Hold on, it's a good question, right? We can only speculate. But please, let me land. He asked me a question.
No, I want
Why
to
are they
just
going
correct,
after
I want to
Emefiele?
correct
They're
one
going.
thing that you just said now.
So Emefiele,
hold on, please.
Emefiele that
You never listen to hold on, but you always want somebody to hold on. Hold on.
Okay, go
Now,
ahead.
Larry, what is the question you have? I want to conclude. But what do you want to say?
Yeah.
What do you want to correct?
You were talking about the charges against Emefiele.
Yeah.
Did you read the current charges against Emefiele? Because I think it was the previous charges that you were quoting.
Yes.
Now, the way the law works is that there's something called the fruits of a poisonous tree, right? You're not gonna go under one guise to arrest a public servant who just completed his term, and you are charging him with terrorism, and then you start holding him. You never released him. He has no access to his legal. There's been no judicial. Nothing has been by judicial authority, and then you start charging him with other things just to hold him over. You're not supposed to do that.
No.
There's something called justice. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Now,
asking for the last charge, the current
to
charge,
Niger,
they're asking.
So Naja, do you share the same view as Jude here? He said they're only arresting Igbo and South South. Is that true?
Yeah, well, that is true too.
Really?
Right?
But Tunaja, do you believe that too?
That's not
Hold on,
tribal.
it's not true that I just turn now. Ask him at
What do
his
you mean?
turn.
I'm asking Tunaja a question, man. It's not about turn. It's just I'm just.
No, just hold on. It's gonna
Let
complicate.
Tunaja answer my question, man.
All right, Tunaja, do you share that view? He's a moderator, so what can we do? We have to.
That we've had so far seems to involve people from the South. That's what
You
I'm
said?
He says yes.
Let Tunaja answer now. That's like calm down.
He says yes.
I didn't say yes. I don't have conclusive evidence. All I'm saying is that the high profile.
Why is this good?
No, you have to have conclusive. I can't say something I don't know.
So you disagree with answer is no. Okay.
No, okay. So
all I know is that
Tunaja, please hold your peace because
Tunaja disagree with you, Pastor. Let Tunaja speak for himself, man. Tunaja,
hold on. He's answered.
Let Tunaja continue. Tunaja, finish your line, man.
If you don't want me to make my point,
let Tunaja talk. Let me moderate, man. I'll kick you out, man. What's
you're a Yoruba moderator, so
okay. Good night, Pastor.
Oh my God! You see, come on, man. Mike, don't do that. He didn't do much wrong.
Yeah, what is that? You think me I would tolerate this guy coming to insult my ethnic group? I mean, come on now.
Okay, he didn't insult your ethnic. Okay, that's not nice. See,
you won't even. I know your Dr. Damage is there. You know, you guys do that. Just go ahead. Let me not even get into this kind of stuff.
Don't even start. Good. So for me,
and I think tonight, what you're doing tonight, you are projecting your echo chamber mentality, Dr. Damages. You are projecting it on onto this platform. I need to chill out with that, okay? That echo chamber crap you guys do.
Stop it.
Yeah, it's not an echo chamber. It's a diverse view here. Everybody has different views. You have it's one side. You have people got different views here. So don't come and be saying in this platform you do.
You see,
they will still allow you to do all that too, right? Half of the things you said tonight. If I go on your platform and say cut off, you will kick me out because I'm not been there before where I didn't even go that far.
Why would I kick you out?
You didn't did I even say anything close to that before you kicked me out that day?
No, I didn't kick you out because you were insulting people or something and you refused to stop.
Are you kidding me?
See,
you are telling me to condemn Oba of Lagos.
Did I ask you to condemn Oba of Lagos?
That's what you did. You told me to condemn Oba of Lagos, and I said, I can't condemn. He kicked me out.
No.
Whereas I cannot on the same show, I cannot say the Oba of Lagos. He started the Oba, not this I cannot hear, but a different I cannot. No, if anybody listening, there was one Igbo guy that has head like sledgehammer. The guy was reporting Tunaja. Hold on. The guy that your Tunaja. Hold on. Who is this now? Tunaja, calm down. Let me tell you. I'm just trying to let you know. No, that same day, that guy named not this Ekene that come here, but a different Ekene. That one guy, one good guy, we had like sledgehammer. The guy was talking, say about Lagos is an idiot, about Lagos this and that. He was talking about Lagos, and you were telling me to condemn about Lagos or for what Ekene that kid. And I said, I just ignored you, and they kicked me out for that. So I know I can't call you on that show. You guys are very one-sided, biased towards, your southeast kind of
Can
thing.
I say something? Can I
A
say something?
Yoruba person cannot come there and talk half of the thing you say here
Can I say
tonight.
something?
You never tolerate it. You kick him out quick.
Can I
I
say
know that for
something? Can
I
I
know
say
that for a
something?
fact. But me, I'm nice. I allow you to do all that. Okay,
You are
you go
nice.
ahead.
You are not the owner of the channel, so stop acting as if
But I'm moderating tonight now. I'm just letting you know
fine.
I'm different from you.
Okay,
Just
good.
go ahead, sir.
Let me make the point I'm making. The original point is that I don't know whether I will be proud of it. I'm the only person that hosts a platform where almost everybody in the chat abuses constantly. So even the people on the panel, almost every Saturday they come and attack me. For what reason? It tells you that there's an element of balance that is going on. Every platform I go, they attack me. So because
It
it
doesn't
tells
mean
you
you're
that
balanced,
Nigeria,
place.
no,
And that's why I tolerate you, because those people the people we are dealing with tonight, they're the kind of people where if you agree with them 99%, 99, that 1% or even 0.1% you disagree with them, they will attack you. So it doesn't mean because you are balanced.
people don't like to be called out.
That's where they are there. So you agree with them. No, hold on. They only attack you and then kick you away from there because you agree with them 99%. 99.9%, but you disagree with them
I could
0.1%,
have
and
been
they
here.
attack you on that.
See, Mike, I could have been here. I could have been at Nigeria Watch. See, I would talk to anybody. My own thing is I tend to be logical. Maybe I'm a little bit autistic. I don't know, but I tend to be logical. I don't tend to play these games that we tend to play within Nigeria, and I see that it is damaging us severely. We keep saying we want institutions. I like, if you want institutions, then do what it takes. Stop acting as if you're going to have institutions by playing it both ways. You can't eat your cake and have it. And that's what I do there, and people don't like it. I go any platform, you've seen it yourself. So I'm not here being biased. You know me, even when we are on other platform, on the Kezo and all the rest, you know how I roll on this issue. I don't like it. Okay, look at what we just had the
I have to
conversation.
say you have evolved a lot. Yeah, you have improved a lot. I would say that.
Now I've evolved. You see, now I've evolved. You just have to exchange with this guy for 4 hours before he starts saying sense with you.
I would say, like they make you look like angel. I mean, I'll give you that. I give you that. I give you that, Sha.
So
You try to be fair. Yeah, that's true.
I try to be fair, because if we don't get fair, we will pay the price. We look at our country; it's a total mess, and we have highly educated people. That should tell you something is wrong with us. And this is what is killing us. We lack objectivity for some reason, and we can't get ourselves out of our own way to fix the country. Like me now, I don't like to be punished, but if I do something wrong in that country and I'm caught, the way I will look at it is that, okay, fine, I'll fall on my sword, because it's better for the entire country that there is rule of law, even when it's unfair. Because people have to understand that when you do something wrong, you pay for it. But if nobody pays for it, it's anarchy. That's all you get. So that's why I come from this point of view. And when I watch Nigeria, I see a lot of that. I've witnessed it over and over again. Nigerians don't want rule of law. And yet they say they keep complaining. They really don't. Like, literally, they will tell you, oh, it doesn't matter because it's our person. Or it doesn't matter. I've seen people say they don't want people to control traffic in Nigeria. Like, there's a traffic warden there. And I say, why is the traffic warden not controlling the traffic? He said, no, because the traffic warden is going to abuse his power. That is the country I live in. And this is happening in the capital, Abuja itself. That the whole junction is choked.
Why is he employed for if he can't control the traffic?
Because they took the power away from him to control the traffic. And then I asked them, they said he doesn't have the power to control the traffic. I said, why does he not have the power? Why don't they give him the power? He said, why do you want to give him the power? So I go and abuse the power.
Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any
now
sense.
you are seeing, this is what I lived through. Nobody told me. I was in a taxi, and this is what I was told in Nigeria.
But do we in natural sense need all those traffic wardens?
Are you
need
seriously asking that? The junction was choked. There was nobody. It took a military guy to come in and clear the road for me to be able to get past, go along after he went past with soldiers before I went on. The whole
So
junction was blocked.
the thing I'm saying is that way of doing things is sustainable? Why are we still?
Of course not.
Yeah, so why are we
Terrible.
still more like, we still need to have one guy wear one yellow thing, stand on the road and
But we don't have traffic lights. We don't have
start
traffic
doing
lights.
hands like this, even
Nobody
in Abuja.
obeys. Most of the time, they don't obey it.
No, the thing is this: if this is in Abuja, we are not even saying
My
somewhere
brother, hold on.
one
So the
place.
country you are living, if there is no traffic light, they will need traffic warder. It's because we don't have traffic lights, so we need traffic warder. There's no traffic light anywhere, you know that. It's few people who say that traffic lights. Even here, to Nigeria, if there is hold on. If there hold on, please. If there is light outage or something, the traffic light is not working. The police has to come in and do the traffic warding, because there will be accidents. Nobody will want to wait for their turn. Yeah.
In Abuja, it's not like there are no traffic lights, and that's why I'm on Abuja itself. Some of these things can happen in some other states, but we are talking about Abuja here.
I was heading towards the train station. So when you're heading towards the train station, that is where I encountered that problem. So it's in Abuja, and depending on where you want to consider the train station to be, it's still in Abuja. So I was heading towards the train station, and there was a road
Abuja
you have
is
to bend
supposed to
to
be
go
the
there.
standard.
Yeah, you would think now.
That's where it's supposed. Abuja is supposed to be the standard. So even if you are saying there are a lot of things, right? If you are saying probably in Lagos people don't follow traffic lights, they don't do this. Yeah, it's understandable. A lot of things happen in Lagos, but this is Abuja, for crying out loud.
It's crazy, isn't it? I think in the cities like Wuse, all those main areas, things are better. Some area where I'm
Even in
operating
those who say they are not, even if you go to Wuse, you go to Asokoro, right? You go to all those places, they are not even using it. Abuja is my base. I lived in Abuja for over 15 years before coming to US.
That's solid now. You have experience there then.
So if that's why I'm always more like, these are things that are not sustainable, and they know it.
Which area were you in Abuja?
I lived, when I was in Abuja, I lived in Gwarimpa.
Gwarimpa is good though.
Yeah, I lived in Gwarimpa. I lived in Wuse. I lived in Lugbe.
Lugbe, right now, Lugbe, you can barely get light. That's another one that I'm experiencing. We are seeing in Lugbe now.
So if a lot of things are happening in Abuja, and almost everything I have in Nigeria is in Abuja.
Yeah, you see? Lagos is not bad, you know. Lagos.
Lagos. Me and Lagos are we are not. We are two parallel lines.
It depends on where you are in Lagos.
No.
Places,
There is no time. See, to Nigeria. Even when I was in Nigeria, anytime I'm in Lagos, immediately I leave the airport like this. I don't know. That thing just comes into me. I'm like, hey, well, I don't come.
You know what? People that live in Abuja, especially if you spend 50 years in Abuja, you won't like Lagos.
Immediately I get down from, I just get out of Ikeja like this. I don't know what comes over me. Everything is just like, wow, this is another problem place.
I do like Lagos. You know what they say? They say people that live in Abuja, they can take Lagos maximum a week, then they want out.
No. You won't. If you live in Abuja that long, you won't want to go to Lagos.
It's too fast. It's too fast.
Lagos is crazy. It's crazy.
Imagine
I was in Lagos. I was in Lagos somewhere around Maryland, and where we were going to, just where I could drop from my car, and we spent close to 2.5 hours somewhere that I could just use my leg to trek. No.
Well, I do like Lagos though. Lagos, you see, when I came from Port Harcourt the first time I came to Lagos, yeah, it was a little bit fast, and but you get used to it. And it turns out that my own personality is quite quite fitted to Lagos, because even the people that were around me, they were like, "What is wrong with you?" Because like in Lagos, you can be walking around and you hit somebody. In normal place like Abuja, you're like, "Oh, sorry," or something like that. Lagos is like, the person will look at me and say, "Get out of here." It's like everybody just insults each other, and it's a very like rough place. It's very
Lagos is just like like New York here,
I don't know New York. I have not been, so I can't be.
No. Just like New York.
for me, New York is another place that I don't like. Anytime I'm in New York, it's another problem for me.
But sorry, the traffic situation is better now, Sha. Probably
In
because of
Lagos.
the fuel, yes, in Lagos. Probably because of the fuel price and the economic situation.
The traffic in
It's better
Lagos.
now.
Like, well,
No,
that's
it's
my own
better now. It's not as crazy as like before.
If you don't
Yeah.
grow up in Lagos, then you can't
Yeah.
understand Lagos.
Let me
If you don't grow up in New York, you
traffic in
can't survive in
At
New
least
York.
to go from Iyanopaja to Ikoyi in the morning can be like 45 minutes now. If you know that journey before,
Bill
in the
Kilby.
morning, no. In the
Bill
morning,
Kilby.
no. You can
But
spend 4
bros,
hours. Yes.
when Lagos problem start,
Let me tell you my story.
Yes.
2 years ago, I came to Nigeria. We went to see my sister at VGC. VGC to my hotel in Okwebi, we spent 8 hours. VGC to Okwebi, and it was a straight road, my brother.
Yeah.
From VGC to the Tom Milan Bridge, I stayed to
Yes.
Okwebi. So my
Yes, and
hotel
straight, yes.
was Okwebi. I'm not going to Yanopaja or Abulegba. We
Yeah, I know.
spent 8 hours.
No, it's better now. It's better now. You know, we go there regularly and often. It's better now.
The traffic
In
is
fact,
no more in
this is
Lagos.
the,
I
yeah,
was
this
just
is the
there,
best
like,
time to enjoy.
yes.
Yes, if you are there. At least I was in Lagos, December, January, and
wow.
Yeah, I was
late
just there
January.
this November.
So yeah,
It's
and
Opiato. What's his name? Thomas.
Otiato,
Especially if you don't go. Especially if you don't even go during. If it's not the rush hour time, it's like everywhere is
yeah.
free. You drive, no traffic at all.
No. Apart from that, even if you go during rush hour, what I observe is that more people now use. There is this
Train, right?
BRT now more.
Yeah,
And the
people use
So more
bus and
people
other things.
use, yeah. So it creates a form of free
But
access.
BKB, what
Yeah,
contributed? Why
I
we're
think fuel.
having
I
less
think fuel
traffic in
price
Lagos?
majorly. That's
The
what I
fuel,
believe.
the
You
fuel
know another.
price is the
And
major.
No.
A lot
Before
of
people
the
can
people
bread
buy
price,
fuel
cannot drive their
700.
car
that's
I
again.
know.
another thing,
Yes.
sha. But also another thing is when they ban Okada. You understand?
Yeah.
Because those Okadas they create a lot of traffic too. Go all those things. So
Ah.
they ban all
No,
those
no,
things.
Mike, it's not Okada. It's the fuel
I
price.
don't think it's
A
Okada.
lot
No,
I
of
no.
think
people
it's
Now
cannot
the
fuel
freight
also.
price
I think
contribute to
it's
people
fuel.
not moving
No,
around that
that
much.
is the
That's true.
major. That
Yes,
is the
people don't move
major
around
reason why you don't
recklessly
see a lot
again.
of car on the
Yes.
road anymore. People cannot pay. They can't buy that gas.
Maybe
They
that's why
can't buy that
Tinubu.
petrol.
Yes. So
Tinubu want
ordinarily,
to fix Lagos.
even if you use
Increase
Petrol,
freight
small
yeah.
price.
car like
Petrol
a
price, yeah. Oh, my
matrix
bankrupt
or
everybody.
Corolla,
Nida.
or matrix or
No more
Corolla, you are
joke only
spending
one man.
25,000.
Everybody pack
Yes, so
No
even if you
more
use
nosy.
yes, even if you use matrix or Corolla, all those small, you spend 25,000 to fill your tank.
So if
Uh-huh.
So
you are
no
not
be more
using a
money.
V8
And less
engine,
than a week, maybe 5 days or 6 days, you don't finish.
Ah.
so if
So
you are not,
how much do you want to be spending to be fueling car
Yeah,
and be driving
that's
around?
quite true, because with the almost tripling of the fuel price, a lot of people cannot
Yes,
afford
now.
cars anymore. They have to
Yes.
give it up.
Ah.
Wow. That's quite significant. For me, I had to even shift to gas, then to solar with what I do in Nigeria. So you can see why the usage of petrol plummets, because a lot of people are running away. It's too expensive, and and that's not even the highest price. If not for the subsidy that I'm putting in it, you'll be somewhere around 1,000 right now. Can you imagine that? I don't even know who uses petrol in Nigeria.
yeah.
It's so expensive now. Unbelievable stuff.
Hopefully, I'm actually waiting to know what Dangote wants to charge if he eventually starts.
Let
For
him
me,
charge whatever he wants. We have 20% there.
no. He's still going to charge. No, whatever. Even if we have 20%, he's still going to charge. He's still going to charge what he wants to charge. So for me, even if we are paying subsidy and we can actually know that this is how much we are paying
It
Dangote,
will reduce. Price will come
so,
down. Then
so
definitely.
it's you know
Believe so.
if Dangote can, obviously probably Dangote come on with like maybe probably like 700. I'm actually looking at something around 700, 750, and probably government is subsidizing like 150, and is giving out for like 600, because obviously government is still going to subsidize Dangote, because there's no way they won't subsidize him.
Why would they need to subsidize him anyway? Because
Yeah, because they will definitely need to subsidize him, because if you put everything together, Dangote cannot sell at 650, 670.
Yes, I don't know how to
Or
look
what
at
you are
it.
trying to say, or what are you trying to say is that when they buy from him, they will now subsidize us, the buyers. Is that the way it should be? They
No,
can't
no,
subsidize him
it
now.
depends on how they
He
want
has
to do it.
he has
They
to pay
might,
on
yeah,
when they
it
sell him
depends.
crude, he has
Yeah,
to pay on international price now.
yeah, it depends on how they want to do it. Probably they can subsidize at the depot level. Probably what the marketers buy. You
Hmm.
know, probably
I,
it's
I,
up
I
to the
don't know what
marketers.
I think. I guess that's the term you can use the word subsidize. That's what it means because the way I look at it is that whatever share belongs to Nigeria in terms of the profit, Dangote should sell the petrol. The price is meant to sell to make profit for the company because if the company is making profit, people will want to invest and the company does well. But the share that Nigeria gets in that it should be coming to dividend, the Nigerian government should leverage it to reduce the price domestically.
Yeah. That can be a way of probably they want to use that. I don't know the deal, and I don't know the agreement if that is what they can use to subsidize in. You know. So and another thing is the Port Harcourt refinery. I'm still waiting on that. Let's see.
When is that one due on? I've been waiting every month. They keep saying next month, the next 2
Yeah.
months. When is
No,
it coming?
I think the last time they said end of April. All right. I think they said end of April.
It's around the corner now. I've had
So,
it
so
of end
and
of
it's
month.
almost here. So probably we wait for that. I think that is
So,
gonna do 60,000.
yeah.
60,000.
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr.
60,000.
Larry.
60,000.
Mr. Larry and Tunaja. So what you are saying, if I can get you correctly, is that if Dangote comes on board, the price of pump price, I mean price in the machine in the filling station, is not going to come down. It's
It's
still going
gonna
to sell
come
it
down.
in
No. It's gonna come down marginally.
marginally, like how 10 naira,
Yeah, marginally. Probably. I think how much is it sold now?
600, 610, 620,
Mm.
depending, but majorly around that
I think what is going to
something.
happen is that the money that the Nigerian government is using to subsidize the petrol right now,
Yeah.
that we have to take from somewhere else, will not be coming from the income from
Yeah,
Dangote
it should be.
refinery.
I think it will be a significant reduction,
Yeah,
not just
no. I'm
marginal.
not. Don't
I
expect.
don't think they will.
No,
I don't think they will reduce it. They will use the money
No.
instead for some other thing. I don't think they will
No,
go.
if they
They
are
then
could.
saying
They
there's
could.
if government wants to do like that, then there's no basis now. Why are they now not
no.
building refinery?
No, you know what I'm
If I
What
expecting.
is
was
now
them,
that
I'll take
purpose?
that money, the money that I'll get from Dangote,
Yes,
this thing, or
the reason
then
why I'm
use it to
saying it
fix
is
the
that
other refineries or
Mm,
speed the process up.
if you go to UAE, Saudi Arabia, you
mm-hmm.
can't compare the pump price here and in UK or US now. Fuel is cheap here.
Yeah,
In
you know what,
That's what
Nigeria,
I'm
you mean?
saying.
I'm
So that's why
expecting.
I'm surprised that
No,
that is their natural resources and they have
you
the
know what I'm
refineries to do it.
well
So
for
why
me.
would CC be selling it at international price?
No, because it's buying crude in international price.
That's what I'm saying. That you can bypass all those international price, international something. If
No.
you have the crude,
It can't.
you are buying in your
You
country
can't.
and
You
you can
can't.
refine it.
No. They can't sell to him outside.
It's government. It's government
Let's not
refinery.
complicate it. We have
Big
Yeah.
20%. That's what
big
matters.
big
It
TD
doesn't.
is government
Uh,
refinery that can do
you
something
understand
like
what I'm
that.
trying to say?
But
Yes.
for
Maybe this country I'm
Dangote,
trying to compare to is
Dangote
because it's
refinery,
government that
which is
owns it.
privately owned,
Who made the
Yeah,
invest? Who
that's
made
the
the
point.
20% in Dangote refinery?
So
Who is it? Buhari that made the investment in Dangote refinery 20% for
No,
Nigeria?
yeah,
Nigeria now.
it's
Nigerian
Oh,
state.
is it Emefiele? Who said Emefiele? That tribalist.
Emefiele on behalf of
It
Who
is
Nigeria.
mentioned who mentioned
Yes, now
Emefiele
it
it's
is
again?
Emefiele.
Buhari. It is
No,
Nigerian
no,
Binaja,
state.
yeah, it's
it's
Oh, no, that is
Emefiele
Emefiele.
from
Buhari.
your.
It's
That is
Nigerian
Buhari. You
state.
see
It
that?
is
You see
not
that? That is
No,
Buhari.
Buhari.
Nigerian
wait.
You see
state.
what I mean by Ajale
That
Koko? That is
Is
Buhari
two
that you.
Naija,
Nigerian
two
state.
Naija.
Keep on
Babajale
stop
Koko,
running
Babajale
this
Koko,
your
Babajale
tribal
Koko,
You know,
Babajale Koko.
Ajale Koko,
Wait,
I'm going to
wait,
be on your
wait.
case. I'm going to
Babajale
be on your
Koko,
case.
wait. Who made that statement that is Nigerian state? Emefiele said it now. Is Emefiele now?
No.
Okay.
No,
Uh-huh.
It's
it's
Ajale
Nigerian
Dangote.
Koko
state.
stays in Nigerian state. It's not
That
Emefiele.
that
It's
communications is through Emefiele. He's on the internet now. You can
Okay.
it's
check it.
Nigerian state. That
I'm not saying it's not Nigerian state, but I'm
he
saying
made it on behalf of Nigeria. That makes it
that's
look
what
like
I'm saying.
yeah, he
You are
made it
saying
on
that
behalf
when you mention
of
Emefiele, as if what I'm saying is wrong.
Emefiele made it on behalf of Nigeria. But what I don't
Yes.
understand, and that's why I'm more like I don't really know how they actually made that deal. I don't know if that deal is related
It looks obscure, like not clear.
to
You
supply.
don't even know.
You know, if you're saying 20%, will it affect supply? Kind of like what is coming out from
From them,
Emefiele, probably
with the
20%
price to
of
us
it.
generally.
So I don't
So
know.
if
I'm
it's
not
not going to
sure.
affect, then what is the
So
purpose?
I'm
What
not
is
sure.
the
You see, the beauty of that arrangement. You see, the beauty of that arrangement is that no matter what shenanigan Dangote refinery does, Nigeria owns 20%. Whatever profit they make, except somebody is taking the money and escaping with it, 20% is still going to come to Nigeria. So no matter what, that's why I like that arrangement. There's something I wish Nigeria did that with Dangote cement and all the others. Actually, would have been making money from all of them.
Yeah. So that's what for me, that's what I'm actually waiting for. I would have loved Dangote refinery and Port Harcourt to start at the same time, or probably Port Harcourt start before Dangote.
Yeah.
Because
And they said the Port Harcourt one that is 60,000. That is the smaller one that they are working on, even because I think that refinery is supposed to do almost more than 100,000 even. But they are working on the smaller
that
side.
I don't understand.
I think they worked on the smaller one. There's still this other big one that they didn't touch.
Yeah, why leave the big one that is more modern?
No. I think even the 60,000 home they did, it was more like they did a ground zero to 100%. You know, kind of like bought new things and everything. I think it was going to be more expensive to do the other one, because I was listening to someone on Arise News one time, one of the former refinery this thing that
Then
they got.
Who cares about expenses? Get it done, and so you can start making. Look at the money Saudi Arabia is making from refining oil.
So if they can make that work, so for me, I want to see, because Dangote I think he has started asking, kind of like trying to like look at the kind of like better price to come up with, and I am expecting.
Then they said he's buying oil, crude oil from USA. Why? Is it that Nigeria don't have oil supply, or the demand,
most of
the
the oil,
capacity it needs is more than what we can supply? What is the
Nigeria
Nigeria is not supplying adequately to him, so you have to source.
I think most of the oil.
No. I think they said it's because Nigeria sold into. They said Nigeria sold into the future, like they
we
sold
got some forward contract.
Oh,
into the future. Yeah,
we have mortgaged our future already.
That's good. I will borrow that
we've
one.
Collected money for the fuel that we've not supplied.
Yes,
exactly.
So we've done a lot of forward. We've done a lot of forward.
We've collected money for a lot of because I'm like.
So now, maybe Niger Delta people don't want to sell Dangote oil.
I think they are buying from America now.
That's what I'm surprised.
No, it's not like, I think he's buying from both ways.
No, I think it's from America till November.
From America. Most of the news you see America.
It's good for him now. He's also selling to America now.
Awaiting shipment from America.
It's going to end this November. It should end this November. I think that's when you start buying from
Nigeria. I think Nigeria, before buying from America, I think Nigeria supplied him almost 6 million.
Yeah, they supply quite a bit.
Yeah, he started getting the supply from Nigeria, but Nigeria cannot meet up the demand.
The capacity of what he
that was not it.
Guys, why can't Nigeria meet up his target?
That's what I'm surprised about. Yes, no?
Because we sold it away. We mortgaged it away. Until November.
Nigeria have commitment with other buyers elsewhere too.
And at the same time,
but Dangote should be our priority. Dangote should be our priority.
But we've signed
Dangote, man. Nigeria have commitment with other buyers around the world.
I think Nigeria is commitment with OPEC or something, I believe.
Yeah.
How much crude is Nigeria doing a day now? How many barrels?
I think the thing fell back to 1.2 million.
1.3.
What? No, it should be more. Nigeria, it should be more than that.
No, for March. For March, there was drastic reduction to like 1.2 million, 1.2 million 800 and something.
Yeah, 1.3.
It
That's
should be more than that
That's
now.
a lot of money. I mean,
I
So
thought
we
it was
lost
more than that. No,
we
no, no.
lost
I think for January, okay, for March. For January is 1.6. I saw.
yeah, I think for February we did like 1.6 in February. And in March, so I think they said probably they were doing some turnaround maintenance, some maintenance that actually affected that. So hopefully we are looking at what will happen in April.
It's crazy, because I was shocked to see that sometime during Jonathan or Obasanjo, we're doing 2.5
Yeah.
million. And suddenly, how did that suddenly crash?
Yes, now the big bros we did that side now. Now no, you don't
Wait,
know.
if we're selling 2.5 million barrel a day, and that's for 50, how much
It
is
was two
barrel?
Niger people that were blowing the pipeline and breaking and destroying everything.
Don't mind him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows
As
now.
if it
He
doesn't
knows all
know.
his brothers
It's
See,
not
already.
your people that were destroying all the
see,
pipeline,
I'm
all
not in
the
surprise of. I'm not in support of all those. I consider those people saboteurs. Anybody that disrupts the state, because we're all poorer for it now. Look at what the massive cost.
yeah.
We're all poorer for it. Instead of us to be doing 2.5, you know how much we are losing. It's rubbish, man. All this
losing a
stuff
lot of money.
annoys me, man. When I came to Nigeria in 2016,
with
I felt like Nigeria was like there was this energy in the air that things were going the right way.
Which part of Nigeria did you stay when you went to Nigeria?
You see why I'm
tell
asking.
us now. Tell us.
Okay, I didn't stay long, but I landed in Lagos. Then I went to
You
Abuja.
stayed
I
in
went to
Lagos. You
different
didn't
parts
go
of
home.
Nigeria.
You didn't go to
I
Port
went to
Harcourt,
different parts of
hometown.
Nigeria. I went to the south. I went
Did you
to the
visit
north.
your
I did
village?
all of them.
Did you visit your village?
No, I didn't go to the village then. That was the first time after many years. I didn't even have that long in Nigeria. It was barely 2 weeks. What are you
They
going
will
on about?
kidnap you now. They will kidnap you.
No, those days kidnapping wasn't a thing. It more recently kidnapping became a thing than nonsense.
Yeah, 2016.
So Lagos is the savior.
Yeah.
Lagos has been the savior for
Lagos had
everybody.
a lot of energy then because it's 16 years since I had been to Nigeria. Then when I got there, I was like, wow, there was a lot. I saw some improvements, but the city,
And I think Lagos
Ikeja wasn't that good, though.
I think Lagos has I think Lagos
No, it has
has more
improved
energy now.
significantly.
I think Lagos has already changed. I really look forward to probably going to Lagos very soon.
And you see, one of the reasons why I don't like I was a little bit from that time a little bit against Tinubu, because when I came to Lagos was during the period where Ambode was just removed from office. That he wasn't removed from office. They were selecting the next president, governorship candidate, so he was removed. And when what I was told was that it was Tinubu that caused it. And you know why I didn't like that? Because while I was on the street in Lagos, everybody was praising Ambode.
He did well.
So that shocked me that the guy wasn't allowed to run again. I was surprised.
An original Lagosian. He did well. But he
do you
didn't
know
play his
that
politics very well. So
Ambode did
was
very well,
removed.
but politically I'm not really sure he did very well.
No. He did well, though.
The people liked him, that's for sure. I know that. People were talking about him. So I was
He
a bit
was
shocked.
doing okay, but not as good as Sanwo-Olu and
Even
Fashola.
no. He did well enough to win a second term. There is any
Yeah, he just
metrics that he
continuing
wants to use.
the normal thing, like
Yes, now
what
that's
Fashola
what
was
we do
doing. He was
now. Any
continuing.
metrics you want to use to measure, he met those metrics.
He
So
didn't play
it's
his
just
politics
politics.
right.
I think
Yes, it's politics, not
Politics
about
was the
performance.
problem, yeah.
When
Yeah,
they
the
interviewed
politics.
Babagon on one show, when they interviewed Baba during voting, him too said that governance is not only about bricks and mortar. So what he's saying is that the guy is actually doing well, but it's much more than that. So everybody understood it.
I found that a
So,
little bit disturbing because then I didn't even know that much about Tinubu. The only time when they told me about Tinubu, I said, was it not Tinubu that was in London when Abacha was ravaging the whole country? Is he the one telling a governor not to be governor? I was quite shocked by that.
Do you know a lot of things that people don't know about that Lagos politics? That Lagos politics is even beyond Tinubu himself. I think they have this.
Yes, now. It's bigger than Tinubu now.
They have this.
I don't think it's bigger than Tinubu the way you're
No,
talking.
bigger than
Tinubu is Baba's
not like Tinubu doesn't have influence. Not like he doesn't have.
Everything revolves around Tinubu, so you
You
can't
know
say it's
why I
bigger
said
than
that?
Tinubu.
You know why I said that?
That's what I'm saying. Expatiate on it. I want to understand.
Yeah, you know why I said that? It's not like Tinubu doesn't have influence. But there are a lot of foot soldiers that control a lot of places in Lagos that Tinubu needs to really hear from them.
Like
And
who
I
and
think
who?
that was exactly where Ambode got it wrong.
And it's
Take
the
for
same thing we
instance,
are saying. It's the
take
same thing
for
we are saying now.
wait
Like
now,
politically, he
wait
got it
now.
wrong. Yes, but
Take
for
for
you to say,
instance now, if you
yeah,
look at
I'm
this
listening.
Ali Mosho side, as at that time,
That is my area.
yeah, as at that time Ambode was there, right?
Okay.
The likes of Rauf Aregbesola was a factor.
So what happened
This other
to
guy,
Ralph Aregbesola?
that is presently in Lagos, that is presently in Ogun State,
Yayi.
was
Uh-huh.
also a factor. And
Uh-huh.
at that point, Ambode was not really in good time with some of these guys.
Yes,
Particularly,
because there was
I
an
know of
incident.
I know
Ralph
of Rauf
Aregbesola came to
Aregbesola at
beg
that
for
point.
money. Yes, he
What did
came
you
to
say?
beg for money.
Who?
There was an incident. Yeah, Ralph Aregbesola came to beg for money
No, he didn't.
for
He
Osun
was not
State.
there. No. I think I remember that particular case. He was not
Okay.
there to beg for money. I think
Okay,
what
that's what
actually
you call it.
no,
So what did he came? What did he come to do?
no. These are people that he
Mm.
came in to see. This guy didn't see. He didn't see. I think he left him for a whole day. He didn't even come out to look at him, not to talk to him.
Yeah.
And he felt this. He felt that it's so disrespectful.
Yes, I had to.
So do you think, okay, so does that mean he has actually this is somebody that you didn't even see? So how do you know that
No,
that person has come to beg for money?
the story is that he came to beg for money to pursue Osun election. That Ambode was angry that why are these people always coming to ask for money?
Bros,
That is
at
the
that point,
backstory we heard
that's
from
the only one you heard.
Aregbesola side.
Even at
Yes,
that point, do you know that even at that point, Ambode at that
that is
point
number one.
was
Number
even
two,
see the NURTW guys that Tinubu used.
Yes.
You remember
Number
at that
two,
point, Ambode
yeah.
was even against them. He was
And
trying
that's what
to
I'm saying.
he was
Then
trying
again,
to
number
bring
two,
this Agbede guy.
yes.
He was
Number
supporting
two,
Agbede guy
there's
against
another factor, PSP factor.
yes.
All those PSP people, all those truck are owned by the APC party members. So Ambode wanted to revolutionize waste disposal and collection by bringing a new agency, a new company, yes, to do it. So those guys too feel cited that we collect free money every month. If it's just like this CBN, those people that register for Bureau de Change. There were so many Larry and Son waste collector. There's so many of them registered and they collect money from the state government every month, whether you pick waste or not. So somebody wanted to change that to not knowing that he has stepped on the wrong people that he's not supposed to. So that PSP issue too was part of it.
So
So those guys collectively make Lagos very dirty.
it was a lot of things. Was it not during that period
No,
that you can
I'm
see
saying some of the big
Wasiu
highlights. He did so many things
Ayinde
that was against them.
openly abusing Ambode?
And of course now. Why is he abusing somebody? When was you abuse somebody? It's not because of money.
No. You see, that's
Yeah.
why I said. You see, most of all these things. I know that's why
Yes, now.
probably Tinubu felt, you need
So
you need
it's
some of
not
this.
like he's not like Oshe Tinubu.
No, Kushe Tinubu now.
Yes,
You know
Oshe
why?
so many people. Don't just food soldier Tinubu.
Exactly. Now that's why a lot of people
I
were blaming
understand it
Tinubu.
perfectly. So those people are so much complain about him.
And I think
So
they said they even told Tinubu that time that if you
yes,
try to
so
impose this guy on us, we'll work against him.
so it was very
No,
obvious that if Tinubu,
BKB is not
yeah.
only even the food soldiers alone, even the traditional king. He wasn't giving them their regulars.
Like regular.
They-
So Tinubu, sometimes when they look at Tinubu is just smart. Tinubu have read the body language of the people is leading. So, and if you read their body
I
language
think
very
Tinubu
well,
is a more conciliatory leader than people
yes,
give him credit for.
yes.
He doesn't
So
force things when he knows he's not
yes.
going to. People
So
are the ones that put nudge him.
because if you remember, Fasola too wanted to have something like that during the second term. If you follow, we are in Lagos politics. Fasola too, but they changed their mind though. They wanted them to allow Fashola to come for second term.
Yes.
But Fashola does not have this negative like Ambode.
Ambode was, I think Ambode was too much at that point. They said even Oba
like
of
that.
Lagos. Do you know that even Oba of Lagos was really against him at that
Yes,
point?
now of course.
But they said at the end of the day, when Tinubu was trying, some of these governors went in to beg Tinubu. Some of them even
yes,
prostrated.
for them to allow him. He said it's done with his power.
And they said,
that
I
his
think those
people.
people, they said all of them told Tinubu point blank. And I think that was the first time they told him point blank that they were not going to support his candidates. And Baba too still wants his influence.
Of course, now. So he
Because
will obey. He will
had,
just carry on with what they say. Yeah, that's what he did against somebody. Not that he has a personal.
Yes. But a lot of people that do not understand Lagos politics, they felt probably he himself, kind of like said he was not going to let Ambode go.
That's the way
I
they are
guess
putting
that's
it.
how people understand it.
That's what they use. That's what they
is,
use in Edo. That's what they use in Edo.
Tinubu is at the tip of the spear, so
yes.
That's how people are going to understand it. They don't care who. They don't care whether he was listening to other people when he did it. They would say he's the one that did it. That's what I was told in Lagos too when I was there.
Yeah. A lot of people that do not understand Lagos politics will say the same thing. And if you look at Tinubu's kind of politics very well, he listens.
He listens. So it's people's-oriented politics.
Check the body language.
Politician. Yeah.
He listens. Check the body language.
It's a kind of common interest kind of person. Tinubu is like it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a. The way I look at him is that the way he approaches people is about their common interest. If you have he's quite faithful to the people that work with him.
Yeah, he's faithful.
So, and this is why it's very, very rare. I don't see people coming out and turning, this guy betrayed me and all that. No, he tends to stick to agreements and work with people in a more conciliatory manner. If you look at the way he became the candidate of APC, that should tell you something. Where governor after governor after governor is stepping aside for him. It tells you that, and this is an old man.
Because
that's what a lot of people owe him a lot of loyalty. This is not
money. Is it that?
Yeah, it's not about money. It's not about force. It's not.
Yeah,
force
that's what I was telling
that.
somebody.
Do you
mean that Tinubu pays everybody?
No, he cannot.
How much money would he have to pay all of them?
Do you know another thing people respect Tinubu for? He keeps to agreements.
Yes, that's why the people around him like him too, because they know where they stand with him. That is very important.
He keeps to agreement. Particularly, look at the agreement with Akpabio. Because it was an agreement that has been long.
Yeah, even the one with Buhari too. That's why Erufai insisted that they have to fulfill the agreement that they owe to Tinubu too. And even if some people within the Buhari surround, they didn't want it. But Erufai too is somewhat like he wanted to fulfill the agreement they had with this in Tinubu. So, and Tinubu is like that too. So, and I think that's where most of his power come from. Because if you look at him, he's not exactly the most forceful guy. He's not like Wike.
Yes. Thank God you know the difference. Wike is forceful, but Tinubu is not like that.
No. Tinubu is not like that. Tinubu, it's more of accommodate everybody kind of person.
And he rewards loyalty.
I heard something. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah.
When this man in Kano, this president APC chairman, was having issue in Kano at the point, and they said, people started telling Tinubu to forget about him and everything like that. And they said Tinubu told them that rather than you forgetting about this person, why don't you try to manage this person? Fine, he has his flaws, but why not try to manage him? Because if you're able to manage him, it was still going to help at that point. And that's the kind of person.
But Larry, though, the question remains. The question I wanted to ask is, if Tinubu wasn't from the southeast or southwest, and he was maybe, I think in the north, he would be fine too. But if he was in the southeast with that kind of attitude, he may not have succeeded. Because being conciliatory in the southeast or south may not necessarily be the best way to. They don't like that kind of style of leadership.
Do you know the thing is?
And which one did they like?
The kind of
Wike is forceful.
You know
They
why?
like Wiki.
You know the
They
problem.
yeah, they tend to like people that just do their own thing, carry out your vision, and make sure people don't get in your way. But the Southwest, I have to say, the Southwest, some of the things that they do, they tend to. It's very, very tricky to explain without coming across as patronizing. They tend
Yeah.
to try to follow hierarchy. They tend to maintain hierarchy,
Yes.
and then if that hierarchy is also
That is
Do
bounded
that is
with
you know,
Omoluabi.
loyalty,
do you
it
know
can
the
That is
it can
problem?
Omoluabi.
hold.
To Nigeria,
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
you know the difference?
Yeah, that's
There's a
Omoluabi.
difference between politics of being patient and politics of being ambitious.
Yeah.
Southeast and some of those guys, their own politics is more of ambition rather than patience. If Tinubu had to be someone from the Southeast, he wouldn't have supported Buhari for second term.
He would have run by himself now.
He wouldn't have supported Buhari because a lot of people, I remember UK said it now. They said he went to Buhari, Tinubu one midnight. He said it was in the midnight. It was in Tinubu's house. And he told Tinubu to support someone else. And Tinubu asked him, what alternative do you have? And he said at that point, he was saying probably Bukola or this and that. And Tinubu told him that I would rather still stay with Buhari than
Go
going
for
for all
Bukola.
these people.
How do you say that one?
Because he knows all of them.
And Buhari is quite a good bet too, because Buhari is a lot more straightforward. If you think about it,
Do you
it's
know
a good
the
idea.
number of things that some of those Buhari people did for Tinubu?
Yeah, they try to
Even people
stop
that
his
were
chances.
supposed to be loyal to Tinubu, the
Let,
likes of
let me
Adebesana and
ask
the rest of them.
BKB this question. BKB,
Yeah, Baba.
what is going on in APC now? Is it true that they fired Ganduje?
I don't know. I'm not interested
Could
in
it be
APC
true?
politics nationally. I
Could it
don't
be
know.
true?
I don't know. I'm just reading it in the news.
Baba is
But if you
Baba.
ask
Who
me,
announced it? Who
That
announced it?
is, yeah, that's not true, is it? It doesn't sound like something
It
that can
doesn't
happen
sound
in
true
the.
to me.
No, I think
no, that one is in
it's
the
more of
news.
Kano politics. It's more of
Yes, that one is in the
Kano
news.
politics.
Let me
Okay.
check. That they arrested him for or sacked him because of
No. I think they said
corruption.
some people from
Because
his
of that
ward.
same dollar issue now.
No, some people from his ward, some APC people from his ward sacked him probably because they said he was having issue with the state government. So obviously, we know where that was coming from. And I think the local governments came out and say even those people were not even member of the party. So. It was normal strategy. Now the same thing they did for
All these politicians. My problem with all these our Nigerian politicians,
Maybe Kwankwaso and his
yeah.
government are the one
They were the
behind
one
it.
that orchestrated.
my problem with all these Nigerian politicians is that it's one thing to be a politician. Most people despise politicians worldwide, but they do things to benefit their people. These our politicians, they don't. It's like they don't even have it's like they don't even care for themselves too.
Yes.
Because you can't compare Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates with Dangote. Why don't they feel embarrassed that our own rich is a little bit small
True
rich?
Nigeria, they care for themselves. What are you saying?
But if you have a farm, Ajane Coco, and a livestock farm, don't you want to feed it so you get more returns for your investment?
Don't you see the
But these
budget
guys
padding
don't
they
care
did for
about
their?
that.
Hold on. What do you mean they don't care? You don't see the budget padding they did for themselves.
Budget padding. Okay, let me give you now.
You don't see the vehicle they bought for themselves. What do you
Let me
mean they
explain
don't
to you
care
so
for
you
themselves?
understand what I mean, so you can fully understand what I'm saying here. The entire Nigerian budget is 26 billion, while California spends 200 billion for healthcare alone.
In dollars.
So yes,
talking
and
of
they
dollars
don't. Yeah, that's
against
what I'm
naira.
saying. That's my point. I'm saying these people are not ambitious. That's my like. Why do they not have ambition for themselves?
Because they are just too selfish now. They have
That's what I don't like
ambition
about them.
for they have ambition for their pocket, but they don't have ambition for the country. That's the problem.
People, yes, I agree.
They are too short-termists. Short-term. They don't think
short-sighted.
big.
They don't even have no vision. That is their problem. And the problem we have, I mean, what is going on around the world is we are not even competing in any. I don't know. We are not competing in any sector.
Nothing. Look at what happened in Israel recently. Nigeria. If anybody comes to Nigeria, we will not have umbrella even. There's no umbrella. We don't even have enough umbrellas to put so that the rain doesn't beat us. Not to
But we
mention the
normally
missiles.
say we are educated now. What's the purpose of education?
That is the problem. I think we had that conversation here now. We had that conversation
we
here.
were in a Nigerian community in Saudi Arabia. We just deliberating that we say education, and we live in a country that we can boast that we are more educated than them. We say, what is the educational qualification of the king? What is the educational qualification of the crown prince?
BKB, we are not organized people, right from
Yes,
the
but
top.
how is their
That's the
country
problem.
functional?
We
They are doing things that are being done progressively. But our own that we say we are educated, things are not
we
being
are
done
not
right.
organized in that country, and that is the problem. We don't have vision. We don't have plan.
So I just
we
wonder,
don't have
what is the purpose of
nothing.
education?
I think our problem is not organization. I don't think it's because if it was a lot of people, countries are
It's lack
all
of
over
vision.
the place.
Lack of vision. We have nothing we are pursuing. We are not pursuing. We are not
Yes,
pursuing
I think
to
part
achieve
of
any goal.
You see, every day I'm trying to get to the core of this thing. We had a conversation here about what is the use of our education if we cannot use it to solve our problem. What it came down to is that education is not necessarily the reason why the country does well, and this is why when the way I distilled it down was that I said a better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has colonial mentality. And I was speaking to one guy that was on the other channel the other day, and people were furious that I said that. I said, because all this our degree, where has it gotten us? It hasn't gotten us anywhere. Degree. Look at where we are.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? Because we are not nationalists. We don't build nations.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me tell you that our individualistic nature of doing things is what is killing us. We are not we are not how do I say, we don't do things in a group manner or communal. We don't believe in communal effort, in achieving something good.
Another suspicion that I have is that
so this individualistic way of doing things is what is killing us. Even from look at the politician, they want to be very selfish.
Baba, it's not even the politician, even in academics.
Even everywhere. So
even in academics, somebody
just
start a
bad.
research, and you've done that research to a particular point where you need some collaboration, right? But an average Nigeria, because Nami Duam, right?
Yes, you are right.
I want to take the glory. I want to take
individual. Yes.
At the end of the day, I won't even be able to move beyond, where I am. Look at what is happening in some of all these countries. For you to have a very good technology, right? Other people have to work on it. Today, we are talking about Android. We are talking about Mac OS. We are talking about everything. Some people actually build the Linux kernel, and some other people picked on that, open source it, and started building on it. But if a Nigerian has that, right? A Nigerian wants to Nami get them.
Yeah,
it won't go out.
I think Fela got it right. Let me just add this on quickly. I think Fela got it right when he said they've released us, I will not release ourselves. Just give me a minute to explain these dynamics that I fear may be at the heart of our problem. When Yoruba people left, the people that they handed power to were the people that were working with them already. They've groomed these people. These people are used to serving them. So they handed power over to them. I remember some of all these people during the colonization wars, their parents some of them were exiled, and the ones that remained, they kept them there. And some of them even were the ones that were selling our people as slaves. And then they handed over power to these same people. And these people didn't see themselves as free people. The reason why I say this is because if South Africa or Zimbabwe, where they actually fought the colonizers, especially Zimbabwe that fought the colonizers, or Algeria. You see, when you fight the colonizers, you have to fight the people that collaborated with them too. They are the elites that fought with them. And if you win that conflict and become you become independent, the people that are in charge are not the people that collaborated with that elite anymore. But in our own case, and in many African countries where they got their independence peacefully, the ones that are ruling are the ones that collaborated with them when they were in office. I've watched TV programs in Nigeria when I was growing up. You see all these our African men. They will wear short knicker shirts. They are like headmasters. They will be a kind of interceding on behalf of the locals versus the British, and they speak English. People respect them in their villages. Those are the kind of people they handed power to in Nigeria, and they never changed. And their mentality means that they don't think independent of the colonizers. Hence, you see Tinubu, all of them, they rush to Washington, rush to London, and they can't think for themselves. Look at all the countries that fought for their independence, even in Asia. Look at how developed they are.
But to Nigeria, we started well. Oh. When we started, the founding father that they handed over the independence of the country, they started very well. They were not even looking up to the colonial master for them to do anything for their people. They were, had the best of the best
because they left it for them. They left all those things for them.
Hold on. They had the best of the best people in the position of authority of government, and they were all committed to, developing their region, their people, according to what they believe in. Like about Awolowo, education. Were able to give his people education. He was able to put in place some economic policy, that help the West, to achieve that achievement. To achieve a lot of things that they achieved back then. He set up the what do you call it? Odua group of company that was a rival to the UAC by the civilian. So he was able to do a lot of things to
what
counter.
You are saying,
Hold on now. Let me land.
Fine.
He was able to put a lot of things in place to counter the colonial
powers.
Those colonial
colonizers.
Colonizer. What they left. What they left behind, he was able to have alternative against them in order to eliminate them, in so many fields of the economy, no many sector of the economy. He did a lot of things to push them out, to rival them, and then push them out. Within the short period of time that we were able to govern that place, the Oyibo man never built. They are not the one that built the Cocoa House that happened to be the tallest building in Nigeria, the La Palace, the Western House. Oyibo were not able to do all those kind of things, but he was able to do it. He had the insurance company that is totally different from Yoruba. What do you call it? What British bought them. He had, bank, the National Bank, the Wema Bank, under the management of Odua Group of Companies. He has so many companies to rival the British. He brought in the Levantis to rival their Kingsway. He brought in there are a lot of things that he did that. Look, when you are the colonial colonizer, but we will push you out of our place. So they did a lot of things. But what the Oyibo was able to do, Oyibo used divide and rule game to set us against each other. The North back then, that were resistance to Western education, were used by the colonial people against, within the structure of Nigeria, to derail the way that Obafemi Awolowo was trying to do. You go and merge with this. This is the way you can. That they did it across Africa like that. If you look at the way they demarcated the countries alongside, what do you call it? With many tribes within the component they called a particular country, they were using some tribe against some other tribe, particularly the progressive. You see, we have done a lot of what is happening now with Africa. They have planned it over 80 years ago before they handed over independence to those African countries. They handed over independence, but they will never let it go. But in our own case, we try the little way we can do to eliminate them. But the military coup of 1966 derailed us completely. Since then, we never got it right. If that coup had not happened, maybe we would have been better off today. But the coup happened, disorganized the whole structure, the way we were as 3 regions, centralizes, and then establish a central government, which is still what we have today, even though we call ourselves a federating unit, but we are still centrally controlled by the executive at the center. So it's the military rule that derailed the progress that we are making back then. So if not that, maybe we'll have been better off. So I don't want to agree with you that what did you say earlier? I don't want to agree with that.
The reason why you see, I hear all those things you're saying, and I used to believe that is actually a viable explanation, that somewhere along the line we just lost our track. But when I look the pattern that is replicated in many aspects, in many parts of the world, including Africa, and especially in Asia, where it happened repeatedly, what you tend to find is that the binding glue that people use to found nations, we didn't have those essentials. Often it's based on high level of conflict, getting rid of another force, and creating the nation. And when you do that, there is this level of unity that comes from that seems to supersede anything that comes from just, hey, let's just use logic to come together. There's something deeper than that. Like in the case of even Zimbabwe, when it looks like Mugabe was taking too long to do the land reforms, one of the things you see, that's quite a good example of what I'm talking about. The people that fought the British, that were still, many of them were they were dying and they were getting old. They told him, if you don't do this land reform, we are not going to let you rest, and this is not going to end well for you. And he was one of them that fought the British, so he knew what it was like, and he had to do what he had to do. If you look at South Africa today, that is exerting all this independence that they are showing right now in the world, part of it is because of that fight that they fought with the British. Because when you fight the British, you also fight your own people that are the collaborators. And if you win that struggle, those collaborators are not the one that are going to control the country. Because those collaborators, it's not because they are evil, but they are too close to the oppressor. And they don't understand that their own people are different. And they need to fight for their own people like the way somebody fights for their own child. They see themselves as an extension of the colonizer. This is why you see many of them, they join the secret service of the West. And was it not the Senegalese president, or one of the leaders in Senegal, that was saying it the other day, that they don't want these people to be messing with our leadership, that they will recruit them into their secret societies and use them to control them. These are the reasons why you see Africa so poor. It's not because we don't have the capacity to escape their control. It's because even many of us, our mindset is still linked to them, and we see ourselves almost as if we are there to serve them. While all the Asian countries, look at North Korea. North Korea was destroyed. 80% of all the structures in North Korea were destroyed, almost like in Gaza. South Korea, destroyed. Japan, nuked twice. This in China, destroyed. The Japanese invaded China, destroyed them. And look at all these nations now. They are so advanced. What does that tell you? That tells you something that when people survive and fight for themselves, there is a bond that comes. It's just unity in the end, but this bond, you don't have to explain it too much. You just know. You don't have to forget tribalism. Nobody cares about tribalism then, because you just know that you have to fight for each other. Common sense. But I fear that many of the nations, if you look at all the nations that got their independence peacefully, especially in Africa, all of them are just completely useless, almost completely useless universally. Because the people that are governing it today are the ones that were working with the British in the 40s, in the 30s. If you go to Kaduna today, I saw the picture the other day, I think I shared it here. In Kaduna Town Hall, you know, when they kidnapped those children and they brought the children back, one of the things I saw on the wall was they were putting a list of governors of Kaduna State on the wall. And they included the British ones too. Something that should be in the museum, you include them as part of your own governorship listing in Nigeria, which you are independent nation, you are different, you wrote a totally different constitution. It's like America putting the King of England as part of their presidents. That is what our leader, and this is what and there is everything I've just said, there is even evidence for it, because you can see that our leaders are still doing those things. And this is why we can't seem to excel. We have never been involved in any kind of first world this interaction where let's say trade barriers or conflict or anything. We've never been involved in anything. Why do you think that is? Because your leaders have completely given up that position to see themselves as an independent nation. Who do you think is guaranteeing our security right now? Who do you think is guaranteeing our security? It's not us. It's not our military. It's the British, the Americans, and the others that these our leaders are relying on. And this is why we are where we are. I believe this one is at the core of it.
To Niger, we cannot, we the people too have to share part of this blame. The reason is that when we see some of us that are very competent to lead, we don't support them. So we support politicians that are very crooked, and those ones that have, demonstrated exemplary leadership, just because they are not worthy, they are very disciplined, they don't want to vibe their way through to power, we don't give them the full support. So most of the time we don't want to, blaming the colonialists and all the rest all the time. Sometimes, to me, I don't want to agree in totality.
But what you heard me say is not the colonizers or the British are basically secondary problem. It's I told you, it's our people, not the British. Our people are the ones causing the problem, because those people normally in a nation that fought for its freedom, those people will not be the ones in charge. You see what I mean?
BKB was asking that with our education.
It doesn't make any difference.
Hold on. The problem is that we are foolishly tribalistic people. We don't want to go for the best among us. In Nigeria today, in that country, the way that country stand, if we really want a radical change, people that can work for the people and not for any interest, is person like Showore that we should go for. But a lot of you don't want to do it. You want to support one politician against the other. All of them that are committed to colonial people mentality or colonial people. So that is the problem. That is the problem with us.
But there's
We
no
are all
guarantee
educated.
Showore is not like that too.
What
There's
do
no
you say?
guarantee that he too is not gonna be listening to them
When
too.
when you
So
when you listen to everything he's saying, does it show like a person that wanted to follow the capitalist system of government the way they run it? Is that what it
I don't
is?
see him follow. I don't see him like somebody that is doing that, but I don't see
Yeah,
him
you
the other
can.
way around too.
Look,
Because
let me
I
tell you.
have reasons for it. Was he not the head of this in Sahara Reporters that was
Yeah.
based in America? So you don't necessarily know the source of these people, where their this in power come from. So, but go ahead.
Okay.
So Naja, you see, the fact of the matter is, as a weak country, you have to follow one of those powers, man. You just have to. You can't be alone in this world.
I
You have
agree
to
with
fall
you
in
on that.
line.
Actually,
It's
I agree with you on that. No,
you have to.
I
Though
think
though you may kind of leverage your, I mean, some things to get as much good deal as you can out of it, but you still have to fall under one of them to some, I mean,
you
degree.
don't have to necessarily fall under. You can be like form partnerships with them. See, the way it should
No,
work is
name a country in this world that doesn't take order from at least whether it's the US or it's the Soviet or Russians, like that West Bloc, East Bloc thing now. That Cold War politics. Every country in this world is under somebody. Like the countries that America was saying their enemies because there's the country they're not controlling. But every one of those countries, who's protecting them is the
no.
Russians.
See, let me just add this. I agree with you on
Like
the
Cuba, for
idea that.
example. Let's say Cuba, for example. Who's protecting Cuba now? It was the
Hold on.
Soviets. So,
Yeah. Let me add. See, let me add to what you just said. See, if you look at Japan, is doing fine. South Korea is doing fine.
yeah, but it's
Taiwan
US
is
that's
doing
controlling
fine.
them now.
Yeah. But that's my point. What does that tell you? It's not. What it tells you
No,
that.
no, but the thing is, they leverage. There's something leverage for them to get the best
Yeah,
deal
but
out of it.
let me
Because
finish my
hold
point.
on, okay,
That's the
finish your
point
point.
I'm
I know where you're
making.
going, but go ahead. I know where you're going. Go ahead.
Okay, tell me
Go
where
ahead.
I'm
Go
going.
ahead. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
So the point I'm making is that if all these countries are doing fine, even UAE, all of them, they are all doing fine. What did I tell you? It tells you that the white man is not necessarily a boogeyman. He's not a boogeyman. It's up to you to
I
decide
never
what
say it's a
position you.
boogeyman like
No,
that.
no, no,
Though.
no. I'm not saying you. I'm saying because sometimes the way I come across, maybe I'm talking to myself. Sometimes the way I come across, people think that I'm saying the white man is a boogeyman and all the rest. It's us. We have to get ourselves to a position whereby we say, you know what, you can't just come and tell me what to do. But if you want to work with us on this capacity, we can work with you. If you don't want to work with us because
No,
you just
they have to tell you what to do. They have
no,
to.
no, they can't
But
tell you.
you
See,
can still get things out of it. No,
hold
one
on.
of them have to tell you what to do. You can't
You
stand
see,
alone.
your thing
You
is
you can still,
hold
like I
on.
said, you can. They'll still get what they want from you. That's what the point I'm
No, they
making.
can get one. I agree with you on that. They
Okay,
will
all
get
right.
what they
Okay.
want. You get what you want.
Well, you can also get what you want. Yeah.
Yeah, because if let's say you want $10 from the deal, and they say they want $10 or $15, you say okay, give me my $10. You take your 15. I'm good. So that's how it works. That's how they work with the Asians. And the reason why they are able to work with many of those Asian countries and even Middle Eastern countries, because those countries are important for one reason or the other to them.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
We've
Like
not
for
made
example,
ourselves.
like the Japan, for example. Let me use that Japan and South Korea, for example. Those ones can easily just say, "Okay, you want to control us, but hey, if we don't get our own deal out of this controller you want, then we just sabotage you and side with. We are right next to the Chinese and the Soviet. You understand?
Now
So
you see we're on the
that,
same
that
page now.
and that's why the America had to forgive the Japanese quick. Immediately that war was over, they quickly forgave them, even started pumping money,
Exactly.
paying them reparation, taking care of them. Look at South Korea. South Korea is just a step away from siding with North Korea and China now. So America
Yeah.
has to hand out to them, like really treat them nice
Yeah.
and give them things. So that's all it is. So by the end of the day, they know that America will still say, I'm got to get what I want from you. So
Exactly.
you have to get something. But the ultimate point I'm making is you can't just say to hell with you. You
Oh
understand?
no,
They
no,
still
no, no.
gotta
You
want.
don't just say
They're
that.
gonna take as the enemy and they're gonna treat you,
No.
like
You
really
can
attack you.
see the thing is you have to understand you have options. You just said it yourself. If Americans decide to screw around, they go with China. They could go with Russia. But our leaders don't act as if they even have options. They never exerted anything. And the reason why they haven't is because of that reason that I said. Because they are so into
yeah, but the thing is, the ones that you can't, the ones that have done it, try to do something. You know what happened to them now. So people are learning from. They look at their
they
position like,
didn't
okay,
try. They didn't try.
okay, check this out now. Check this out. Abacha tried it. You know that for a fact. Even
Okay.
Muntala
Yes.
Mohammed tried it. Muntala Mohammed at one point was like, screw the. Well, even Gowon at one point, Idi Amin was trying to lure him to because Idi Amin was Idi Amin. Hold on
hasn't
now.
been invaded now. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Idi Amin trying to talk to them to turn against the West and things like that, and we're trying to, put the African plan. We can do things together. And Gowon was overthrown while he was in that meeting. And then he didn't know. He was in the middle of their meeting with Idi Amin now when they called him.
I didn't know that. Unbelievable.
The video is on YouTube now. I gotta watch the video.
Wow.
The West, the journalist put camera on his face. The moment he was hearing news, I can't believe you don't even know. Let me see if I can pull it
No,
up.
he was attending OAU meeting
With the Idi Amin.
in Uganda.
Yeah,
in
but
Uganda.
it wasn't only India me that was there now.
Yeah.
No, but Idi Amin was the host.
But Idi Amin was anti-West too.
Yeah, no. India was super anti-West.
Anti-West completely.
They had to even invade his country to get rid of him. He's one leader that got security right. He got it right, but the only thing he failed on, I think he made a mistake to try to go and take some land from Tanzania. I don't know why they do those things. I don't know why Saddam Hussein did that too. Go and take some land from Tanzania. He caused Tanzania to invade him, and the West used that as an excuse to invade his country. But that said, I think what the issue is that, you see, the reason why people like Sankara, Abacha, and the others failed is because the people surrounding them too they've never really done anything like blood brothers together, like a proper group of people that do fight their real battle. Because most nations, I said it before, the founding of most nations, like even America, was founded by people that fought for that nation. So those people are going to be patriotic and they are going to protect, they will do anything to protect their nation. But Nigeria is not founded like that. It's founded by people that just negotiated with the British, they shook hands, and everybody said, okay, let's get on with each other. That is, they don't those people, they don't get to the point where they realize that their unity and their consensus is not optional. They don't even realize it, that it's not optional. They have to work together and work together strongly before they can succeed. They don't understand that. And hence why we're where we are. Because many of these people, their fathers and their father's father have worked with the British. So they know them in and out. Some of them, the people were there when they were growing up. They nurtured them. It's very hard to break out of that kind of psyche. And clearly, the case of Africa is a very, very good example where almost universally, all the black nations, you would think Americans are invading us every day. They refuse to grow. They refuse to do anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. The way Nigeria is, unfortunately, like we have to educate ourselves to start thinking more globally in a sense, because an average Nigeria doesn't really know much of the international world. We don't even know much of most of Nigerians know much about the African world. What we know is our own world. An average Nigerian is only understand Nigerian history from 1960, and we'll talk about if you notice, most Nigerians will start having conversation, we'll start talking about Awolowo, Amadu Bello,
that's all.
Azikwe, that's it. And whatever that issue was, and that's how we see each other, and the disagreement and the mistrust, that internal thing. Imagine if I become leader of Nigeria, why would I want to start turning against the West when I know that most people from the Southeast don't even like me being in power?
Now you see what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Because it's almost conditional. Their support for you is conditional. But while if you all fought the British together, what will happen? It's not conditional anymore.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it wasn't something we did together, and then being together gone, we don't even see ourselves as that super one people like that. Even till today. That's why I say on this channel, like Nigeria needs to get to a point where they need to have a conversation about that country and just say everybody get on the same page. Because the fact that you're not on the same page, forget about say you want to start dealing with international. You can't do that.
Even if you negotiate, you separate, the problem still remains. All those people are still colonial mentality heads. It makes no difference. Personally, I think the gift Nigerians will have one day is either a European country or Western, any country, even China, they make one mistake. to attack one African country, maybe in West Africa, and galvanize the Africans to fight. That unites people. You'll be surprised. There's something that happens to people when that happens to them. They unite beyond words. It's not even words anymore. They know what they need to fight for because they know
No,
an
I
external
think when
force will come
Nigeria,
after them.
what will probably get Nigeria to start being one is maybe when other Africans start attacking us and things like that, and until we begin to see enemy outside of Nigeria before we begin to be that
If
trying to
another African country
But
attacks
most of
us,
us don't
yes,
know.
we
Like I
unite.
said, average Nigeria growing up in Nigeria does not know enemy outside of Nigeria.
We don't.
His immediate
So
enemy is
technically, we don't
probably
have
the
enemies.
northerner or someone from another region in Nigeria.
Some of them
That's what
even
we see
think
as
we don't
his
have
immediate
enemies.
enemy.
They think we don't have enemies. Like Nigeria
They
doesn't have
don't
enemies.
know anything about international. I mean, Africa know about Cold War politics, even World War II history. They don't know how many people walking around the street. Average Nigerian on the street. Do they even know anything about those things? They don't know, man. The only thing they know about the Western world is that it's a good place to go. It's a place to jackpot to. I'm going to have a good life. I'm going to
Yeah.
make it. Exactly. So is that the kind of people you are telling a leader to try to be turning against the West on behalf of?
No. The leaders have to wake them up. This is what the Burkina Faso leader is doing. He used the term that he's waking his people up to these truths of life, because you have to define yourself against the rest of the world to an extent, so that your people can understand they have their own identity. Nigerian leaders don't do that for us. They always make it look like the rest of the world is benevolent. Let's go. They are all there to help us. We can't keep doing that, because America every single day they keep defining themselves against other people. They define themselves against every rest of the world. Now Japan is even going to go to the moon with them. The other day they are giving Japan more missiles again. But we that are supposed to be their friends since 1960, they've barely given us to Kanu that they didn't make us go through hell for. And this is why I ask our leaders, it's like, what is wrong with you? Why can't you just have a little bit of pride? Even just for pride, because let's say
Nigeria, just be frank with yourself. You are talking as if Nigeria is just one group of leaders and just being all unanimous and just together like that. And no, look at our political. It's like we're still struggling for power among ourselves. The way even these guys are people like Tinubu and them. They were even through the 90s. They were fighting for power and this like that. So
but
they
it's
just
like
knew
that in every country now. It's like that
we
in every
don't have that that leadership of people where they are just one people like that. You understand, like the Kremlin, like the like America has the Pentagon, those kind of things. We haven't developed our leadership structures on that level. Now
because
what we have is just group of individuals scrambling for power and things like that.
Mike,
We
we
see
never
crazy
forced
political
ourselves
parties, so we
into
haven't
it.
have that.
Mike, we never forced ourselves into it. And I think the part of the reason why is because we never really created leaders that have foresight. That when we say foresight, are willing to do terrible things to get the nations where they need to get to. If you look at what Netanyahu is doing now, is everybody will call him the devil. What makes you think that guy sleeps at night? He believes what
Netanyahu
he's
is not
doing.
acting alone. The Israeli, they call them what they call them, what they call themselves, the
Mossad.
Mossad. Those are a group of people. They've been existing. So the things they are doing today, the things they are doing today is something they've been planning for 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Now, but
So
what do you think
that's
is
what I'm
driving
telling
them?
you. They
What
have a
drives them so strongly that they are willing to do all these evil things just to get their way? Do you think our leaders have that stomach to do some of the things
you don't
people are doing?
I think you are missing the point. You don't have that kind of structure of leader like that. You don't have it. What you have is politicians. Hold on,
That's what I'm telling you now.
Just
That's what I'm
listen. Maybe
saying
you know
now,
where I'm
isn't it?
coming from. Listen. There's a difference between having a politician, elect president, and all these things, and than having a actual structure, leadership of people where it's not just I just came in. Oh, let me look and I want to start thinking what to do. No, this is a structure of leadership. And now giving them like Mossad, the Kremlin, all those things. It's not the president that just doing decision. It's a group of people that have been planning things that they just own that country. It's a
And
secret
you
society.
are basically
It's a
saying what I'm saying.
hold on. It's a society of people. But then on the face, you see a president, but it's a society of people, and they will plan long term for the people. They plan the next 50 years, the next 30 years. But we haven't developed that kind of society of people leading us. We just have individuals scrambling for power, like throughout the military time, just overthrowing each other. So we never had that. See, today we don't have it. That's why we don't have everything is disorganized. You understand?
In
That's
a
the
way,
point.
we are saying the same thing in a way, because you are saying you don't have these structure of leaders that, by saying that, you're basically saying leaders that have, they are together, they know what they are there for. And that is what I'm saying. When you fight for your nation, when this is one of the ways these leaderships emerge. And also, one other thing they do when they emerge, they get rid of all the coons. That by default, because of it, they get rid of all the coons out of the way. And when they take over, they go and do the right. These people do terrible things. Sometimes they see some of the things these leaders do. I don't think any of our leadership in Nigeria have the stomach for it. The only one that even showed any sign of having the stomach for it was Abacha, but he didn't even have enough time. He didn't have enough. The environment wasn't right for him to be able to do that, and he failed. So
He was foolish. He can't. He was foolish. That's the thing, and that's why I won't advise any new leader to do the same thing. You can't say, "Oh, because I'm a president, I want to start doing. I want to create plan and do it." They will just take you and that's it. They will take you out and that's it. And that's the
yeah,
same. That's why I always tell people that. Listen, hold on. That's why I always tell people, like, you're not learning from others' mistakes. Abacha repeat the same mistake, or Sakai repeat the same mistake of Lumumba repeat the same mistake of Nkrumah repeat the same mistake of Malcolm X. They repeat the same mistake. Why individual want to do something, you think you want to be an individual to carry out a mission and ideology, a vision, they will kill you and your vision is dead. It has to be a society of people. You understand? That you can kill an individual, but that society of people still exists, that body of people still exists. The only way you can get rid of the Kremlin is if you just wipe out Russia. That's it. If you kill Putin today, Russia continue with their the last year of Russia continue, Kremlin continue.
because the
You
core
take
of Russia
out
is still intact.
Netanyahu, Israel. You take out Netanyahu. What they call it? Israel still continues. You understand? The real people, they're in the
Yeah, but
background. You
those
can't take them
people you are
out.
talking about are the people that I told you that fought for the nation, because they don't have the coons controlling it. In
Not
our own case,
necessarily that
the
they
coons
fought for
are
the
the
nation.
ones
They just have to
controlling
create them.
us. No, tell me
You just have to create it.
tell me any other way, because I'm be looking for it too. Tell me any other way you create those people without
It's
that
simple now.
element.
You just have to understand that you need to create it, and the next thing you do is just go with your population. Like right now, if Tinubu wants to do it, or the group of guys there, you just have to understand that this is what we need, and we just got to go between the
They
population.
will betray him. That's the problem.
No. There's a way. That's why you have to keep it a secret society, because if you keep it an open thing,
Even no
you
matter
understand.
how secret
But
it
wait now,
is,
so now,
they will
calm
betray
down, man.
him.
Listen.
Why are you telling me to calm down? I'm
Listen,
just telling you.
you need because if you allow me, you know where I'm going. I'm not. You think if you allow me to land, you know where I'm going.
Okay.
The way this thing works is you have to study human beings. Everybody. The first thing you do before you recruit people into anything is to get into the minds of the people. Know there's something called human psychology. That human beings that are born passionate for something. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now those people, they will die for that thing. Now that thing come before money or anything else, because they're so
Yes.
passionate about it. You understand?
Yes.
And then there are other human beings that may like that thing, they'll be on board for it, but it's not their calling. And they will pick money over it, or pick their own personal life interest over it, because it's something they like, but it's not something they're passionate about. For example, Sankara was so passionate about Burkina Faso and the future and eliminating the imperialists, and he's willing to sacrifice anything, even his life. He literally no amount of money you can pay him in the world that will make him give up that passion. You understand?
Yes.
However, the next guy next to him, Blaise Campore, he liked the idea too. He's into it too. Oh, let's get rid of the imperialists. He liked the idea, but that was not his passion. So when Blaise Campore was offered something, he looked at what he was offered. It was like, me, I'd rather have this money and have this thing. This thing has been packaged for me. I think it's more important than this.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. So if you want to recruit people into your society of leadership, you have to study individuals and find out those that share that same passion and that same, you know, no, feeling like that, put that interest of that thing above even their own life, ready to sacrifice, die for it. Those are the people you start recruiting to that leadership place. You study people like someone like you now. Just from interacting with you, I know you're someone that you are that kind of person. You understand? It's like that thing, it burns you. It's almost like it burns you, like you want to see that Africa just like I know that even if you become billionaire today, that thing will still be burning you. So just to let you know that the money cannot, it's like you're calling, you understand? But whereas some other people here, like whenever you talk like that, they just look at you like, what's this idiot talking about? Because all they care about is how they can become rich in life. They don't care like that. So it's not everybody that's their calling. So in those organizations, those Kremlin, those people, they go into their population and study those kind of human beings. They have so much passion for their nation and ready to die for their. Those kind of people they recruit into that leadership. So those people, they can never betray you.
Yeah, I think what you said is true, and but it looks like we are using different terms to describe exactly the same thing. I look at it from just like the environment that generates these people. Like in the case of Kremlin that you use, what I believe happened with the Kremlin when the Bolsheviks came into office, came into power, they fought for it and they got in there. When they got in there, they created more of them. As a matter of fact, it took a lot of bloody action that they took. They were very, very brutal to get their country, because what they feared was that the Western European countries were going to come and dominate them and return them back to the slavery that the Tsars used to keep them in. So they felt that they need to bring their country back to an advanced age, and to do that from an agrarian society where most of the people used to be like slaves to the royalty. They had to bring it to an industrialized state. It took like some crazy doing. In the middle of that, they fought 2 world wars to do all that, and that's how determined they are, and they got themselves. So it takes a lot of steel to, and for all those people to do those things, they have to be united. You think it's only Stalin that did it by himself? Stalin didn't do it by himself because the people around him fought to get there. So that's what I think. What you are describing it like, and in a way, what you are saying is actually more useful to us now in the context of Nigeria, because you are describing it as something you could try to create, and by just seeking them and recruiting them and getting them into place. Well, the way I'm describing it is that this one's happened organically and it generated millions of them
No,
like
I
that.
don't think so, man. They have to recruit, man. They have to recruit their members.
My point is that
Trust me.
if you watch your family get slaughtered, automatically you have been created. You have created somebody now that don't care about money. You've just done something to them that money doesn't
There's
care.
still some people, trust me, there's still some people that will get over it.
No. A lot of people
They will take money and get over it. I'm telling you. Like,
but
everyone is not the same. So now, that's the first thing you have to understand about
but let me
this
ask
life.
you this question then. So out of 10, you watch your family get slaughtered, let's say by one foreign entity. Out of 10 people, how many of them will be willing to take money for compensation, and or if they have the opportunity to fight and destroy those people back, will prefer to go in that direction?
If 10 of those people,
yes, 10 people experience it, how many of them will choose to fight back?
I will tell you that most human beings do just take compensation and move on with their life.
But how many will choose to fight back?
Beings are most human beings are the first law of nature, all those things is part of their instinct,
I understand that, but how
they
many
live
of
on
them will choose
natural
to fight
instinct,
back?
but there are
How
some
many of them will
exceptional
choose?
human beings that think beyond their instincts.
Yes,
Most human being, their instinct is self-preservation. I just want to survive. I just want to have a good life. I just want to. And they sometimes when tragedy happen, boom, you hurt them and things like that. They think of justice and stuff. Once they compensate them, they go back to their natural.
Yes, but how many of them? The
You
question I'm
understand?
asking is,
I say,
how many of
okay,
them would, you are not
I gotta
answering the
get over this
question?
now. Have a better life.
Mike, since when are you started waffling too? Answer the question.
No, you're
How
asking
many
how
of them?
many. I can't give you. I can't give. If you end up picking 10,
Okay, if you
I
say that you're not,
can't come up with a number. I can't come up with a number, but I can tell you most human beings.
okay, most, but not all. Hold on. I'm just coming. I'm just coming. No. Hold on. Now let me finish the point. Now let me. No. Oh,
this has not happened in Africa before. When
hold
Africans
on
were
now.
being
You are
sold,
going to take me away from my point now.
people were
Today, hold
giving
on. Let
money
me get.
and they
Let me
let
get.
their
Let me.
brothers go
Oh,
away to
Sunaja, you
Nigeria.
still
Come
talk
on,
now.
man.
Sunaja, just let him throw something
I
in.
don't have the
You stay out
energy.
of
I
it.
don't have the energy. I'm gonna go. I
Come
just
on
want
to
to.
Nigeria.
I want to
You
be
act like
logical.
this has
I'm
not
gonna go.
happened in
I don't. I
Africa.
don't just want to do crazy talk today.
No, not
I've been
crazy
here a long
topic.
time.
Sometimes, I mean, go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you talk.
Let
Please, Oscar, go
let
ahead.
him just go. You know, Sunaja now. Sunaja
Because
likes to.
this thing is very.
Exactly.
I
Two
came to
Niger
learn.
always want to. Two Niger thinks
I
his
came
own
to
point is
learn.
superior.
I came to
Go
learn.
ahead,
Leave me
to
alone.
Niger. Go ahead.
I'm trying to see if you say 1 out of 10 chooses to fight back. Do you know in a population that creates millions of people that are like that? That is what I mean by you create mass people that are willing to fight for that cause that you are going for.
To Niger,
Yes,
there was
you
a
don't have
censor
you
that
don't
happened
necessarily
in
have to
South
recruit them.
Africa that was passed on black people. They say black people are docile. They hardly fight back when an external force comes towards them, like a white person or a different person. That's the thing about Africans. They don't fight back.
Well,
So if a
yeah,
white
another thing
person,
is,
We
Judy,
actually
let
do
me
fight
also,
back. We
Judy,
actually do.
let
It's
me
just that
put it
we're
this way.
having fun with it.
go ahead, Mike.
It's one thing that you also you may have desire to fight back. It's another thing that are you organized to do it. That's another thing. You understand? You can have a population that's willing to fight things in their mind, everything. But if it's not something organized, well structured, or like for example, you had the most Chinese population want to fight, and they're lucky to have that government is able to organize an army, a well structured army, and put the people in place and just put it together. But you can't say because your population are willing to fight. Now, what are they going to do? Start carrying your machetes and it's not
An
going to work like
example
that.
of what I'm talking about is sorry, Jude. An example of what I'm talking about is like what is going on in Gaza right now. One military official was saying in that some of the things Israelis are doing, they think they are fighting 30,000 Hamas members. What they are doing is they are recruiting more, so the number will never finish. Because you are busy killing people, and you think you are fighting, you kill 30,000, you still see more of them because you are recruiting more while you are killing them. And this is the point that I was making. I was trying to link it to the fact that this recruitment, you were talking about how you're going to recruit. It will happen because like-minded people will come together to want to resist. That is how it works.
Well, what are you resist? What resist? What?
What are you talking about? I don't
What
even
are you
know your
talking about? I
point.
don't even get what you're saying.
What is your
I'm
point?
talking
I mean,
about like now in the context of Nigeria, you want the like-minded people to come together to come and change things, isn't it? So if those like-minded people were
To
put
come
in
and change what?
to come and change the country,
Change to what?
to an industrial nation, prosperous nation, not to be where it is right now.
So what? So okay. So what do you?
You are the
You
one that
just
made the case.
so
You don't know
against
your
who?
own
Against
case
who? So
again.
resist against who?
So, like, say you wanted to change your country for the better. If you want to resist, you want to call it resistance or transform the country. One of the
You
things
change
you
your
are going to
country
do.
not by resisting, man. Just by being productive and what.
If you want to change it,
You don't need to create a army
you have to
or
remove
like.
the people that are there right now, don't you? You have to remove the ones that are there.
No. If you want to be industrialized, you just need to you start using brains, and people that have brain need to start coming out and start being
So that's
productive.
why we
That's
have not done it.
we can give you the best data in the world. If you still don't want to be productive,
Mike is started reverting back to
we can make a variant in president of Nigeria. No, you are saying industrialized.
Mike,
What you said earlier was
you are
to
beginning to
rebel
climb down the
against
ladder
external
again.
force, but now you are talking about industrializing.
No, because you're in your own context. I'm going with your own context because you are talking about recruiting like-minded people. You must have a reason why you are saying it. If it's either not to resist other people, is to remove the ones in office right now.
Yeah, but recruiting like-minded people is okay. I mean, you just talk of the agrarian revolution. It must not be people being killed for you to have that stimulus to fight back or to change your government. I mean, agrarian revolution, people were suffering from hunger. The amount of food being produced during agrarian revolution could not meet the population. That's why people were growing enormously to change the society.
I don't know why Africans
in Africa. Yeah, but in Africa we don't even have that. We don't even have that zeal, even though there's hunger. But there's not zeal for change. Another so the main thing is the zeal. We don't have it, especially
we
with
don't
black
have
or
it
Africans in general.
because we never had any reason to have it. And I'm trying
What
to
do you mean we don't have any reason? We
don't
are
have
just
reason.
there's
We don't have
hunger
reason
in the
right now.
land. There's a lot of what the heck are you talking about? We don't have any reason to have it.
When I say that, I say it on a macro level because we have not been a kind of, how do I put it, catalyzed to do it or stimulated to do it. If you have not been, if you don't have any macro stimulant to do that thing, you're not going to do it. You can wish it all you want.
Africans are running overseas. What gave them the zeal to run overseas?
They are running overseas individually, not in an organized way to go and overthrow anything overseas. They are going to serve in a weak state.
to Niger. So they don't have that zeal to change the country, but they have that zeal to run overseas. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, because they are doing it on an individual basis. What I'm talking about is something that galvanizes the entire population to act against anything that is ailing the society. That is how other nations do it.
There's no need
I
for
mean,
entire population act. It's the group of men that do it. It's not entire population.
And it's hardly from
Even
hunger.
in China, it wasn't entire Chinese population. It's a group of men that came together and did
Exactly.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
that
entire.
those group of men, they were not just tiny group of men. It was a lot of people that supported them to do it.
Mike, you will never win to Niger in no platform, Mike. I mean,
Why it's not about winning, and in a way we are in agreement to. He's just arguing with me for nonsense
no,
reason.
true, Niger,
We are in
you know
agreement
that
to an
the
extent.
point that you make those kind of points a lot, and there's a little truth to it. There's virtually anything anybody's gonna say that doesn't have there's a little advantage to something sparking people to come together, right? So I don't know why you spend so much time trying to defend that. Most people agree a little bit, but the reason why I came back was that there was a point where Mike was making a point and hypocritically saying that we should come together, that the country should come together. And some people in the comment section pointed out that Mike is one of those who has that tribal mindedness, right? I don't think that's in dispute.
Yeah, you made my case now. To him, it's optional. Coming together is optional. That's the problem with our people. When I say to the reason why other people do well, because they understand it's not optional. They don't even. It is not even part of their conversation. They have no choice.
That
So
is
they just
true.
fought for their country.
But the major thing you need to point out in something, because what you just said there now, that's truth to that. There's nothing you're gonna say here that doesn't have some truth to it. But the point is that the problem we have in our country with tribalism, like Mike was pointing out, that it's people back home, they don't know this, they don't know that. That is not true. But even if it's true, we are not supposed to worry about ignorant people, right? Let's say you have a lot of elites, we leave and we go outside, but there are people back home who don't know that we actually have enemies like Oyibos and people who want to have us be apart. Those sort of people are ignorant, they're unaware, they're unconscious in a way, they don't have the experience. Kind of innocent because they're ignorant. That's the way we look at it. They're not enlightened, they're unfamiliar, they lack knowledge. That's one set of people. They're in trouble because they're ignorant. Now, the main one that we have to worry about are our wicked people. Now, the Bible has definition for wickedness. I have my own, but so I would have to yield to the Bible, and that is when somebody has a mental.
Hold on. Let me play this video for Tunanja real quick. Tunanja, this is the video where Gowon was overthrown live while he was in a meeting.
I watched that video. They called him on the phone and he was perplexed.
I appreciate this
That
very much.
let me start
In
over.
1972, I took them together, the show, and they gave very good coverage. I appreciate this very much.
Tunanja is being
And
told.
with regard
Yeah.
Man, did you see the former president of Cameroon, Amadou Ahidjo, on the side as well? A lot of leaders,
It was
man.
so funny that the media knew that the coup was happening. That's why they put the camera on him. The Oyinbo man already know what's going on.
Even I mean,
That's how they set us up now.
Exactly. So my point, which will take another 30 seconds, a minute or two, is that when we're on the platform talking about some of this stuff that we're talking about, trying to hash it out, it's not the people who are ignorant that we should be focused on. Could you mute that mic?
Can you let me watch the video?
Yeah, this thing, okay? We are going to continue attending this meeting. All right, you can go ahead if you want. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
You know, at that time, he was an important head of state. You know, Nigeria was not where we are now.
the guy with the red hat in the back is the former president of Cameroon, Amadou Ahidjo, as well.
Look at India.
Oh, which one?
The guy with the red hat that was just talking to him before Idi Amin. That was the former president. Take it back a little bit.
And he was talking to India. I mean, the way he was talking to him, it looks like they knew what they were supposed to be doing. No.
Yeah, that guy with the red hat. Yep, that's Amadou Ahidjo, the first president of Cameroon. That guy. Yep. That guy. That man.
This is how we follow. This
Yep,
is how we
all
follow.
of them fell. They fell one by one.
All of them fall, man.
Even if Diami fell too, they all
Yeah,
fell, man.
why are you so? This is my point now. When he left home, the coons that were home sold him out. That's how we do it because we think it's
No,
optional
it's
to
not
work
even like
together.
they sold it. They may not even know how they were. Even when went alive overthrowing, he doesn't. He didn't know why he was overthrowing it.
But that's what I'm saying now. He didn't know why it was, yet he did
And
anyway.
it's so funny. The same Murtala Muhammad, the same people that are using to overthrow Gowon took him out.
But Idi Amin was
It's the
crazy,
name
man.
of the
Damn.
game.
Look at them.
I think we just didn't understand. It's almost as if we didn't even understand life. Oyibo people were just playing chess with us. That they were just messing with us anyhow. And our leaders were just didn't understand what they were dealing with. You know, because just
Mike,
because we had oil and all this, we thought we
They have
were
no
that
idea.
big.
Mike, this was the African Union, right?
Whatever they call themselves, man. They still have the
Yeah,
same foolish union.
this was the African Union.
It could also be OAU, but please.
Yeah, OAU. Yeah, it was
The
OAU, former OAU. Yeah.
has been made. The point has been made. The point now is from what you just watched right now. If we take a census of all of us here, we agree that they're able to destroy us because we don't have unity. So we already know these things.
Because you don't have. That's
it goes
why.
to my point. The point I'm making is that it's not the ignorant people back home or here outside the country that is our problem.
But the most ignorant Nigerians are the ones in the diaspora. Though. Tunaja, you agree with me, won't you? They are the ones that even.
What I'm saying
Most
is
of the ones, are they not the ones fighting you Tunaja all the time? The Nigerian diaspora. They are more ignorant than the ones that
people
A
are.
lot of the diaspora
Problem we
are
have,
doing it.
please now.
they are more useless than the ones back home, to be honest.
Let me make my point, please, Mike. Relax. So right now, what I'm talking about, why I'm here, is to say that it's not those who are ignorant that's our problem. It's people who actually know, the wicked Nigerians, right? People who have a mental disregard for justice, righteousness, truth, honor, virtue. Those are the people who are causing our problems. Everybody pretty much knows what our problem is in the country. So, Mike, you started even.
You mean the ones that are called the minorities? Small child, you just conquer them
Right.
and things like that.
Like if
People like that.
if you have to tell the truth, that's my point. As you're hosting this show, no matter what your sentiments are, I say against me, you make a fool out of yourself. For example, for kicking me out because you don't like.
No, I don't think so. Because I just don't have time for your drama. That's why.
Hold on. It's not power. If you want to make your point, you poke holes in what I'm saying. You actually look bad when you do that.
No, when you start insulting me, I will throw you out because I don't have time to be insulting. Like, if I'm hosting, I can't be insulting my
You did it to Jen
my
Lekoko,
panelists.
and then he had
No,
you banned
if
from.
you and I want to insult each other, we meet when one man is hosting, and then we meet and you go at it.
Okay, fine.
But if I'm the one hosting, I can't be.
Okay, you made your point on that. You have the button.
If you want to talk. But if you start insulting me, I just kick you out because I don't have time to be. I can't be hosting.
Be quiet.
Okay, you start. See, that's the thing. You know, Pastor, I don't have time for you, man. Just go get. If you want to fight me, come during one man time, and you will fight. Okay. But if I'm hosting, I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to have conversation with people. That's it. Okay.
Mike, allow that guy to allow Panzer to
No,
go.
no,
But
no,
that
no.
video
The
was
guy,
kicking
no,
him,
no,
man.
no. I don't get time. The guy, me and I, we don't like each other, but he doesn't. No, the thing is, we don't like each other, but I'm hosting. Even if I don't like you, I'll still let you on. But if you want to
Exactly. I mean, he should make it.
you understand
He should
what the
make his
issue?
point.
If he have to put his issue with me aside and just come and you
Yeah,
understand?
make his point instead of
Exactly.
just
If
insulting
I'm
all the time.
hosting, just leave that aside. I can't be hosting and be fighting when be shouting and be insulting someone. If I'm hosting a show, I don't want to do that. I gotta be, respectful to whoever
But
is
Mike,
there.
that video, man, seeing all those leaders, man. Even when I watched that video before, saw the former president of Cameroon, and he left in 1982, and ever since Paul Biya has been president, since then, from 1982 to now, it's rather sickening, man.
Yeah, that's your president, man, and he's still running again. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Our presidential election is in next year. He has put in his candidature.
I don't even know how you get away criticizing anybody else Jude, with that kind of record your president has.
In Russia they have Putin that is going for almost like 30 something years in power.
Russia is young compared to yours, man. Yours is like on a different level.
It's happening in Turkey. The president, of Turkey is the same thing. Even Rwanda, the guy just put his candidature.
No. Yours was
Hmm?
around when Kagame was just being born. Yours was already president. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but that doesn't take out the sense that they have overstayed in power, 20-something years in power,
But
25, even
but
Museveni,
Jude, but that thing cannot happen in Nigeria, though, man. Like one
Oh
individual
no,
like that.
man.
Do you know why,
Mike,
Tunaja? Let
Nigeria
me tell you
wahala.
why.
No, Nigeria
Let
wahala.
me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Tunaja, because that one dictator has to come from somewhere. And imagine it would be a Yoruba man that would just be, imposing himself for 40 years over all these
No
other
way,
big.
no way, no
Or
way.
is he one
Mike,
Igbo man or is he one Hausa man? The Nigerian go, the other regions do not accept it. Like he's always one guy from this place. They will that one alone is not even possible. So
Nigeria
that's
is
why Nigeria is just
extremely difficult to govern. Nigeria is extremely
Mike,
yeah, it's
difficult.
very difficult
Mike,
for one leader to just say he wants to impose himself.
you remember I
I was
told you
trying to
when we
explain
were in
that to
Cameroon.
Alfred Damos, but the dumb guy will not listen. Like I'm trying to explain to him that Nigeria is a little different, man. Like it's just not possible for one individual to just impose himself on the entire Nigeria because we have different regions with like powerful
Yeah.
regions where one person that one dictator has to come from somewhere, and the other
Mike,
regions they won't accept it.
We've never been
you
blessed.
remember when I
Look
told
at
you that?
Idiagbon. Idiagbon was doing well, but he decided to go for Hajj. I don't know what is wrong with all these people with traveling. Just stay at home. Look at how no wonder Abacha didn't travel, but he lasted 6 years. I'm surprised Abacha lasted.
If
I
they
was
are
surprised
going to
Abacha
make
lasted
out
that
to go
long.
through Allah, Akbar, La ilaha illallah. Why can I tell us when we don't come back?
In Nigeria, even your brothers are going to Israel for pilgrimage and all this stuff. You want
They are
to
not
talk about the Muslims, talk about the Christians as well.
they are not important figures. Isaiah was basically the head of state at that time, and he was putting Nigeria on a good path. If he had just run the country for 5
But
years,
Nigeria is a Muslim republic officially. I mean, Arabic is a language used in Nigeria. There are two
no, it's
system of
not. Stop
there are
it.
two system of constitutional law in Nigeria.
No, it's
The
not.
Sharia law, and the
Look at this one.
and the
He's
Nigeria
an expert
constitution.
in
There are
Nigerian
two
law.
laws in
Tuna, you're
Nigeria.
welcome to the Jude's
Don't mind him. Don't
Jude
start
spent
now.
time on the internet to learn about Nigeria. You think he's an expert?
He's not an expert in Nigerian law. Yeah. Where did you get that one from?
The guy spent 2 years on the internet googling learning about Nigeria. Now you come here about
Mike,
talking
shut
an
up.
expert. Nigerian expert.
Mike, isn't Sharia law a permanent law in Kano State?
It's not a permanent law. It's not for everything. Jeez, it's from low-level stuff. That's what they use it for, not for like
But
something that
it's being used, right? The law is acceptable. Sharia law is acceptable in Nigeria, right?
traditional law is also acceptable in the South. So what do you say about that? So every nation, I don't
Traditional
know.
law is not acceptable. In your tradition, if they say a man sacrifice, you can sacrifice a human being. Does that law goes into effect in Nigeria? It doesn't.
Any law that violates the Nigerian constitution has to be answered to the
Come on, these
Nigerian
people
law,
got killed
not religious
in
law.
Kano because of they were talking down on Muhammad, but they say because it was Sharia law, the constitutional law did not do anything.
No,
someone was stoned to death. Someone was stoned to death in Kaduna, if I'm not mistaken.
You did. They
Or maybe it was in Kano.
arrest those that did it.
Yeah,
Now.
they do arrest
Those
them.
that did it broke the law. Yeah. It's not
You can't
legal to do that.
But in the Sharia law, that wasn't a crime.
No.
It's a crime. It's not a crime in Sharia, but in Nigeria it's a crime. Hence, you'll be prosecuted. You can't kill somebody like that.
I mean, you guys said they were arrested. I'm doubting if they were actually arrested, but it's okay.
See what? See, Mike. Our leaders, they need to stop listening to foreigners when they tell us not to carry out death penalty. Because it's so awful. Because they've gone through the process of carrying out death penalties. Then when it comes to us, they tell us not to do it.
Because Niger, stop. Who is telling you to stop death penalty?
Did they
Even
really,
in America,
say?
even in United States,
you don't know
death
that.
penalty. No,
In,
even in
in
United States,
United
there's
States, they
death
still do
penalty
it
in
too.
United States.
Oh
What
yeah,
the
so
hell you talking about?
they're always putting pressure on us not to do it, and if we do it, they will start
No, they are not
messing
putting
with our.
pressure on you too, Nigeria. That's a false
What did they?
statement. In
Oh, I
United
have a
States,
lot of
Jude,
there's
hold
evidence.
death
on,
penalty.
Hold on. Let's see where Tunaga is coming from. When did
Oh,
they put
okay.
pressure? Like,
Because oh my goodness, this guy. See, there's pressure all over the place. I can send you links about how they are telling Nigeria to give up the death penalty, not to execute people. Like sometimes when they try one musician or celebrity or something, and they say they convicted the person today, they will be fighting not to convict that person. This is what, and they
Oh my
actually
God.
oh, hold on now. They
Jude,
also
hold
have
on.
they also have a way of influencing them, whereby like all these NGOs and all the money that they give to them, if you
Yeah,
do it,
that's what I
you
was going
have
to
to
ask
get it
you.
from them.
Is it the NGOs? Hold on, is it the NGOs that are pushing the advocating for it, or is it the actual government of that country?
They no, yeah. They go through the government. They go through the government. That's why even
Because
the UN, all
sometimes
of
you
them.
have some activists, some human rights groups, different kind of NGO groups that like be pushing something, but it doesn't mean that it's the government of that country that's pushing it.
Exactly.
So it's
I
an
mean,
arm
because
of the government. That's what if it's not an arm of the government, then why would the government respond by denying the country
to
money?
Nigeria, in United States, there is death sentence. How comes there is death sentence in United States and no one is stopping it?
Since when? See, that is exactly. It doesn't matter whether they have their sentence there. They will still sanction you. There's many cases where they are
Oh
getting
no,
out.
no, no one is sanctioning you, man.
Hold on
No
now.
one is sanctioning you.
Let me flesh this out. See, I was talking to Kezo the other day, and I've already had the same conversation with this thing on the other panel that I normally host regarding the pressure that they put on Nigerians. And I was talking to Kezo. I wasn't even talking about the death penalty or anything like that. Or then Kezo said, "Oh, because Kenya is taking money from the West, they have to be listening to this thing the West." I said, "Oh, when I tell Nigerians about it, that this is what is happening to us too." Each other, we don't know that these people are influencing our politicians not to
It's
execute
not that
people.
you don't know. Once you are taking money from someone, they dictate their policy on you. They makes you
Okay,
be
now you
aligned
understand now.
with
Then
them.
why are you
But
arguing with me
that's
when I
because
say
of
that's
you.
what they are
I
doing?
mean, don't blame them. You are not independent. If you were independent, you wouldn't be depending on them by taking money. The person that fish you play his music and you dance to it. That's what it is. Come on,
Then
man.
why are you saying that they were not doing it? I'm telling you that they were
No,
doing it.
but because United States also practice death sentence. I've never seen a country that practice death sentence stop another country not from doing the same thing. It has never happened
No, they
unless you are a
do.
dumb person to call them out as well.
They actually, it's not about that. It's about they will nudge you, don't do it. And what they are going to do if you go ahead and do it, they are going to start pulling money away from you. And
So what does that have to do with pulling money? How does that affect you if you're an independent country?
Good
Also
morning,
pull
good
money
morning, good
from
morning.
United States.
Good morning,
Also pull
everyone.
your own money from United
yeah.
States coffer so they should crumble. I mean, why is
Judy,
it only, oh, they're gonna take this from us? They're gonna do
Judy,
this. Oh, they are passing there. Why is only us?
Judy.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just
Good
button a
morning.
little bit. I think maybe earlier this year or last year, if you watch this man Ali Dume interview, he said when they caught all this Boko Haram, then he used the word. He said the international will be telling them, no, you don't have to violate human rights. You have to take them to court. You have to prosecute them. He said these people have killed a lot of people, and the international human rights will be coming to tell Nigeria, you have to follow human rights law. You don't have to do it like that. We have to take them to court. Say people who have killed. So at the end of the day, they will take them to court. Some will be free again. So what people
Najama,
like that is telling you,
if I may
exactly,
want to
they are
correct you.
preventing you. Hello?
Najama, sorry. I think if I'm correct, those human rights people, what they are pointing at is that Nigerian army, when they go to those places, like they go after civilians a lot of times. Like they massacre civilians, they
No,
suspect.
Ali Udube was that
There
man is
was a
from Borno
video I
now.
saw. I follow one documentation, a video I saw when Nigerian army just went to one community because they suspect that Boko Haram people come from that community. And they were just picking boys, young boys, just taking them, killing, executing them without
Mike, what about the bomb that they
investigating whether
throw
they
in
actually
Kaduna?
Boko Haram suspect member or not.
What about the
Yeah,
bomb that they threw in Kaduna because they suspect that they were Boko Haram? Yet none of those guys were Boko Haram. Yet they kill a lot of families. You don't catch people by just killing people around or throwing
But that
bombs
was
all over the place.
the military said, that one, the military have solved it. They said there is a mistake now. So they apologize for it. They said mistake.
I mean,
They thought they were
you cannot
gathering.
make a mistake. You cannot make a mistake in such a situation like that. That's a military. I mean, you can how can you
I
you
don't
can
know human
you
being.
have to put
Is
those
it
guys
been
in
repeating
jail.
like that? If it's have been repeating like that several, people can say this is intentionally now. So you are not a military man, we are not a military man. So what are we be thinking? We're just using our own comment, putting our own comment to it. So what Aliu Dume said, let me just finish there. Because what he said is from Bono. When he was talking about what he was referring to, those Boko Haram that it was in Bono, you understand? He said this is what happened. He was saying it was a live interview. He said that is the problem. That people who have they have killed a lot of people. They have adopted a lot of people. Now they will call them, they will call the leader. The same international community will be telling them, no, you don't have to say no, you have to kill them. Sorry for using that. We have to find them. If they are buying a lot of life, why are you not spending them? Why are you not taking them to court? Because they've
Nigeria
got to have one lawyer, one
Do
big
you know
lawyer.
why? Do you know why? Do you know why United States is not calling
So
out
that is what
Russia?
Nigeria is trying to talk. They
I know,
interfere
but
too
do you know
much.
why
They'll be
United
telling you
States
follow
is not
human rights.
calling out? Do you know why United States or human rights is not calling out Russia or North Korea on what they are doing?
Yeah, because they are not independent to them. They don't take anything from them. They are on their
Yeah,
own.
so that's what you have to do. Why not cut the ties? Why keep taking money from them? I mean, it tells me you are not
That's what I'm
independent.
saying. That's what I'm saying. They should stop. Because we have to start doing our own thing. Because what is happening? Let me explain why I don't like it. Because it's not because I just want people to just keep dying. It's because one, people with integrity you have to give them space to flourish in Nigeria. Because all these people that lack integrity, if they keep flourishing because there's no death penalty, they don't have any deterrent not to do the rubbish that they do. What you are going to do is even the ones that have integrity, you corrupt them too to become corrupt. So you see, all these subtle things that they do to us is partly the reason why our societies are decaying, where you have people a free for all corruption and impunity because there is no rule of law. And we have to start enforcing these things because they did it. Because after you do it for a while, what tends to happen is that people that appear in the state, you will strengthen your institution because you're
But
not
to
carrying out the
Nigeria, what you are saying, who's going to do it? Is it not the National Assembly? Look at Nigeria today, till 10 years. The National Assembly that we have there, that they made the law that favor them, are they the one going to change it? The people that will change whatever we want is those National Assembly. Those guys, they are not going to change anything for us.
We have to push them. You see?
So we have to, if we have to push them, let's say let the featuring candidate every election for 4 years. Do you think we can get, even in 6 elections, can we get the 109 member only in National Assembly? Talk less of we are going to 369, 360 in the House of Rep. So those are the people that will change whatever we want Nigeria to be. Those are the people. And to your word, even the Bible said it. It said evil communication corrupt good manners. Those people there, they must corrupt everybody that come there. Don't you see what happened to Ningi? We have a Nigerian constitution. Those people were saying on camera by National Assembly constitution. Further, you have to wonder that Nigeria, there is different things going on. That those people are destroying Nigeria. How can they have another constitution that is superior than the constitution of the land? They can only have rules and guidelines. No, they say they have their own law. They can
Nobody
only
has
have rules and
constitution.
guidelines. Those are the
Exactly. And
Nobody
that's what
has
I was saying
constitution
that
that is
Nigeria
superior
has.
to
That's why I
that
was
of
saying that Nigeria
Nigeria.
has 2 systems of law.
No, it can never work like
Sharia
that
law
because
and constitutional law.
any other law.
Nobody has constitution that is superior to that of Nigeria. I don't know why we are saying that. Nobody. There's no law in Nigeria that is superior to that of the Nigerian constitution.
How can
There's no way a
wait
country
if they say there is no
should
law?
have 2
If
laws.
they say wait, please do the one. Let me to the Jacob. If their law, they make their law more superior than the constitution of Nigeria, how can an elected member from your senatorial district that was elected by power of the populace and a whole one man will just stay there and say by their own law he has been suspended, automatically Bauchi Central till tomorrow have no representative of whatever is going on in Nigeria? That is what they mean. And go and look at the constitution. Look, some lawyer said
You can't use one freak case to say there is some other law
To
out there.
Niger, come on. To Niger,
Hold on.
come on. These are
Automatically, you
facts
didn't
that
follow up.
is
But to Niger, please just say you didn't follow up. Because if you follow up and see what they say,
I think I heard about some
no, not
case
hard
in
about
the
it. You have to. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. Everybody will just come to talk on topic. Nobody have the idea. Nobody. That's why we only pick on ourselves. Hey, to Niger, why you say that? Because nobody have idea. And we have 10 hours to build on the platform, but we don't have just 1 hour to go over the paper, all the old
See,
newspaper every day in Nigeria.
the point I'm making nonetheless stands. I didn't even make any direct judgment on that case. I literally said you can't use, even if that stuff happened, to say that law is superior to that of Nigeria because it's just one isolated case.
How is it isolated case? We are talking about an elected member. You give me a vote to remove me from an office. I'm elected. I'm not a minister. I was not appointed. You can hire and fire a commissioner, a minister. I'm elected. For you to recall me, you have to go back to my secretarial district for them to recall me.
You know
You
there are
don't
people
have
in
the power.
prison. You know there are people in prison that are innocent, even in the
No,
West.
that is crime. We are talking about crime. We are talking about elected. It's different from appointee, from those are
because
crime.
some of all these things are based on party politics, internal party politics. So we don't necessarily, maybe they are violating the constitution. You know, a lot of people violate the constitution and break the law all the time.
To Niger,
Okay.
the Nigerian government to pass Sharia law as illegal in Nigeria, make it illegal. That's a crime. Go ahead.
Wait 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't do. So Nigeria, let me ask you another question. The day the President Tinubu was passing the budget in National Assembly, is that right? Whether we are singing on your mandate, which are start, or they're supposed to be singing the national anthem?
They are supposed to be singing the national anthem.
But they are saying, okay, is that not breaking the law in the National Assembly? That's another one. I can still
No, they are not breaking the law. I think they are exercising their right as a citizen.
The National Assembly of all the whole ethnic tribes there, you are singing one song.
Assembly. I can go inside the National Assembly and say, "All hail Niger man, all hail." I can do whatever I like. Yeah,
No.
Niger man, your own code law, we don't exist.
No.
Niger man, which law?
On
Which
your mandate, Niger man.
No.
Niger man, can you tell us which section of the penal code they talk about? If you go sing for that place, they go carry you go jail.
I don't know why.
I think because go there, go sing your mandate, you shall serve in Nigeria. This is when I could join and you go sit down.
This is the thing I was saying before. Because some people don't like Tinubu, they just criticize for even when it's not illegal. You know, there's no law that says it's illegal for people to sing there. You can.
What are you saying to like? Are you even understand what you are saying?
Yes,
you
I
even understand what you are saying? It's not more than 400 and something, 400 and something tribe. You are singing one allegiance that is not of Nigeria. What are you talking?
Are they singing allegiance?
Many of them come to news start condemning it. Even
they have a right.
But Nigeria, but you're talking about crime. That's the argument. We're not saying it's morally right. That's not the point.
Talking about the moral here. You are telling me that is not.
But you're talking about crime. That's how we are trying to know which law.
They have a right. See, my point is that they do have
a right. We have to talk. What is the song of the allegiance song of Nigeria? That is what we're supposed to be asked. Not
but Nigeria man, the people who support Tinubu no get problem with them now.
Wait. I don't have any issue with it.
This is the problem we have in Nigeria. When we want to say something, we want to think because you don't support it. No, this is Nigeria for all of us. Section 39, 38 gives everybody right to criticize government. To criticize
but you are criticizing, nobody arrest you now. What don't you say?
But are they stopping you from criticizing Nigeria?
No, wait. I don't know. We're not saying we are stopping Some people, what I'm trying to say, some people will just take it, maybe it's hatred or you don't like. No, unless you are criticizing constructively. You understand? If you are criticizing constructively, I don't see anyhow. This thing, if I'm not happy with this thing, that is my own opinion. That is what I don't like.
You know what?
You're not supposed to deprive me of my own freedom.
Nigeria man, you know what would be constructive criticism is, let's say you said, what do you think about what they sang with for Tinubu? Is it not distasteful that they were doing that stuff, when Nigeria is facing all these problems and, and they are rubbing it in people's faces? I would say yes. It doesn't seem like, they were considering other people. But if you say it's illegal or stuff like that, that's where you're crossing the line. You see what I mean? So I'm not saying that
you talking about crime. When they
it's not
so those people, those people they sing about hand they shake, leg they shake, about we know well. It's the minute person you say commit crime.
Now that was quite a
No,
hit.
that one was people outside. That was not National Assembly. That was what Nigeria. That is not Nigeria as where all the old tribe come. That was people in the street.
What do you try?
Yes, every tribe is
so who tell you say where Tinubu come now you try? Who tell you not try that they do for there? The man is no man, man.
I'm telling you, the people where that place represent. That place represent. I'm telling you what it represents.
No.
Every tribe there is represented in the National Assembly.
What they did
that is why
there,
you have
what they did in that place, they can do it in the House of Congress in America. They can do it in the House of Commons. How can that be illegal? It's not illegal. You can praise one person. Like I think in the House of in the UK here, I've heard them sing Jolly is a good fellow. I think I've seen that too. So it's not a big deal that somebody sang
Jolly is a good fellow is for who?
For somebody they were singing for somebody in the House of Commons. They were just trying to.
But okay, that song belongs to who?
It's for everybody.
See what you are saying.
Hold on. We have to let how come in at one point, guys. Hold on now. We have to let how come in. But how are you there? But before you come in, let me say this real quick. Nigeria man, you have to understand in politics is opposition versus the supporter. So the president is there to represent those that supported him. You understand? Now, he's not going to violate. Hold on. He's not going to violate the right of anybody, but he has a right to represent those that supported him. And if those that support him don't have a problem with that, he doesn't have to cater for those that don't support him. He doesn't have to cater. He doesn't care. Let's hear from her. Let's hear from her before he responds.
Are you for real?
Go ahead. How are you there?
His mic is not even.
It's muted, man. Maybe also is muted.
Are you there, bro? It's muted. The guy is muted.
If he's there, he would have started talking by now. He knows how to.
He just responded to me now.
We were there abroad. The cost problem for Nigeria.
Did he respond to you or is Jude? Jude looks like his
no, the guy on mute and responded.
Yeah, allow out, man. He's probably sleeping. This is early morning in London, so
Yeah, but see, if we are going to criticize Tinubu, we need to criticize him precisely. Like earlier on when I was criticizing him today, and Ajale Koko was trying to defend him, only for him to find himself in this thing. You have to go with data and be precise about it.
Do you know that Ajale Koko is the one that criticized Tinubu here the most? I don't know.
Yeah, I know he does. But today he was.
Do you think Ajale Koko is a Tinubu guy?
No. I know he
Nigeria was calling me a tribal.
That's
why I was surprised now. Like if you were somebody else who accusing Nigeria, I probably would have.
You don't know Nigeria.
But that's why I was wondering. Ajale Koko of all people.
To be fair,
when someone doesn't agree with Nigeria,
the guy doesn't support Tinubu, man.
Yeah. To be fair, while I was criticizing Ajale Koko, I knew I was criticizing one of the most level-headed guys here. So no, that's true because he tries to be as fair as possible. But
he wasn't coming from the tribal position at all. But you just I was listening to you guys for a long time.
What is Oscar Blackstone? What have I done to you today?
No. I'm just talking about between that argument you had with him earlier. And he just kept accusing. I'm like, why are you doing that?
Mike, I'm talking about this guy in the chat. Because he Oscar Blackbone, you're my man. Now, why are you? I'm a traitor. I'm not a turncoat. Everything I say, I have consistent everywhere.
You said there is two law in Nigeria: Sharia law and this constitution. Abi, wait. Why are people so toxic about Sharia law? In your own state in Nigeria, is it Sharia law that they was operating there?
No.
So why are you worried about another person's home? You are not worried about your home.
No, I'm not worried because what I'm saying is,
so why must I be worried with Sokoto? What is happening in Sokoto?
What I'm saying is that you cannot have two separate laws in the same
But it's
country.
only
There's only
exist to
one.
their own traditional way. If let me tell
Yeah,
you one
but
thing, people
if
only
other people are
wait.
moving,
People only
wait,
bring issue
other
where there's
people from
issue that
different
doesn't have
states,
issue. Wait, people bring
other
issue that
people from
doesn't have
different
issue in
states
Nigeria.
are moving.
How can
Wait,
you
other
go?
people.
Wait, in America you are, in UK yeah, in UK yeah, in UK yeah. If you marry to a white man or any citizen, your tradition, what you like to eat, that is what they will ask you. Even if you go and visit the white man, if you don't eat that thing, they will tell you the ingredient. If you don't eat it, if you're allergic to it, if it's against your tradition, even though you want to pray, they give you have your right. Respect your tradition, respect your right. Why Nigerians
Let
don't
me
want to
ask you a
respect our
question.
right?
Do you know
People
why?
will be
Do
complaining
you know
about
why that
Sharia law.
lady?
But some people
Do
are
you know
using
why that
traditional,
lady?
killing people, saying somebody say somebody is a witch, and then we burn that person to death. Kill that person. Whose law are they using in those states?
Oh, okay. But that's traditional law. Maybe you are right.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Why
why.
are they complaining
But
about other people? Oh, when those people are not
no, they are
complaining about
complaining.
them?
They are complaining because if you kill someone under traditional law, the constitutional law is a crime. So they condemn you for it. But in Sharia law, those things, some of them they don't get condemned by the constitutional law. Only few, but some of them don't. So that's a big problem to have two separate laws, a constitutional law and a Sharia
Let me
law,
tell you one thing.
being on the same
Let me
level.
tell you. Let me tell you. Like Deborah, the people that by Deborah, they never prosecuted till tomorrow. What happened? The IPO that take those people that charged them to court. He charged them to court. The matter was adjourned for more than 1 year, 2 years.
There
Those
you go.
IPO they never show back again. Every
There
time
you
they
go.
call the case, they never should judge to not persecute those people. You have to discharge them.
Yeah, but come on. If that happened in the South, wouldn't you think it would have been a different story?
Why is it different? So the people are the one causing confusion in Nigeria. What is Nigeria? Why are you both getting all this? Because you just ate one part for nothing, doing nothing. Everybody just want to condemn the whole Muslim, condemn the whole Northerner. For what?
One thing I like about Nigeria, man, is that they tell you are very, very kind of intuitive and rational with the way you think about stuff. It's funny how some people I don't know why some Nigerians lack that.
In my own state, before they were killing, they killed I don't want to put it. They will kill about 7 humans because of one person dead. What law is that?
Even to today now, there are places in the south. If you saw the king,
I don't just
don't
want to
make it alive.
you understand?
If Jude,
you
in the
understand?
southern
What law
Nigeria, there
are
are
we
places.
operating?
If
Nobody.
you
But
insult
when
the
the
king,
Northerner, okay, you are
will
saying
fire you.
some people want to tell you, wait, Mike, please. Some people want to tell you, if I go to North and I cannot go and sell beer, they are collecting money for beer. The sugar cane, the wheat, the everything they are using to do that beer, where is it coming from? Is it not from the North? Are they not paying tax too? People should think well. Nigerians, we have to think well. Somebody told you this is not what I want. You are in abroad. They will tell you don't drink in this street. So you will not say because you pay tax here, then you buy the beer here in UK, you must drink in that state because when you see the food sign,
Niger
don't
man,
drink in that food.
I agree with you. Even in the United States, the laws are different. The federal law pass a law, and other states have the right to refuse or accept it. In a different state, drugs is legal. In another state, it's illegal.
It's
So
illegal.
if
I
you do it,
wanted
it's
to
a
tell
crime.
you a place like in UK. Yeah, you understand? So people should
Yeah, I
not be
live in
doing those things in
so
Nigeria. Okay, if you don't go to Saudi Arabia now, okay, because you have been paying tax for them for 10 years, you go and take their loan in the bank, then you not go and use it to open beer parlor. You will not tell them, are you not paying tax here? Respect people's law, respect their tradition. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. Nobody wants to respect this one. This one to be superior than this one. This is their law.
You know the one I can't stand.
If I go to Kano, they tell me they don't drink beer here. I will not drink beer there. That is their law.
Najama, you know the people I can't stand.
No.
People that will be complaining about something being victim in other people's region. Like you are complaining that this way they do things, just like you said. This way they do things in the north, bros. Why you go there? Even if you can't deal with the way they do their own thing, don't go to their space.
Don't go there, man.
It's not like they come to your own space, they can't violate your own space. Obviously, go no, they go violate their religion. Things they
violate their law,
when
their
they claim they be victim.
No, we have to know. We have to get a limit.
So Nigeria first. So it's not only the Fulani people that commit crime in Nigeria, right?
Every tribe commits crime. My tribe commits crime.
Oh, okay. There
Every
you go. You are
tribe
the
in
right
Nigeria,
man.
everybody
Exactly.
that say his tribe is clean. There is a okay. What about the woman that buy 2 children and cook them and eat? He said it's actually
Oh
what
my
law is
God.
that?
Oh my God.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's
Is that
all
no
kinds of
wicked
stuff
more
is
than
going on.
the person that said don't sell beer in my street? Your own 2 children, you tie them and cook them with the pots, everything. So what are we saying?
That's hardcore stuff.
Huh?
You know,
What are we saying? We just want to focus on the North. Everybody. I don't know where they will bring propaganda for how many years. Just the North. I don't know how the North is their problem of Nigeria. You have a governor in your state. You have your rep. You have your senator. You have your House of Assembly. You have your local government chairman. Why are they not building your state for you?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. Okay.
Shame, I'll be gone by the time he returns anyway.
I mean, you don't have to wait for us to Nigeria.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask Mike a
Don't run away from me. Don't run away.
No, it's not from you. You know, I've been here for a while. Sorry. I wanted to ask Mike a question, just in case, or ask everybody actually. In which year, or not year, or how long do you think it would take for Nigeria to have anything remotely like what Israel has, that their defense shield that they have?
Talking about their technology.
Yeah, like how long do you think
we never get light.
See, you're trying to think use your brain, but I can begin to give you number, but you haven't even started using your head. You're telling me to tell you which year.
You have not been able to solve the small problems that you have, like insecurity, water problem, all these ones. To Nigeria, come on, man. You are thinking about
you never get light, get tap water.
You never get light. You want to build the Iron Dome.
You dey talk about nuclear
weapons. Your mouth too big, man.
I'm saying. You just say my mouth is too big, but you trying to think like that.
Honestly, man, too big, Mike. Honestly, man, too big.
We better stop thinking like that, otherwise we are dead.
So that you never been build power plant for your village. You won't build Iron Dome.
No, Mike, water. Come on, tap water never did. You dey talk
about patriot missile.
See, no.
Can you build a borehole? Do you know? Can you?
I can. Give me $2 billion, I'll build that. I tell you. But the question I ask you though, how long do you think it will take us? I know we have electrical problem, but you must see a future where Nigeria will get out of this mess. So how long?
Not this generation.
Not this generation, my brother. Not this generation.
The generation is 20 years. So how long do you think?
Not this. In 20 years' time, we are not there. We are not solving electric problem alone. So don't forget. I know electric. You want to go put. That is why they will put CCTV. No one is working. Go put solar. At the end of the day, solar will not reach 1 month or die away. We have to be serious.
So are you saying okay, 20 years, 30 years? Do you think we'll be there in 30 years?
To Nigeria is too small, maybe over 100 years to Nigeria. Over 100 years.
More than, because we still have a long way to go.
Let me say this, man. You see, what you've just said just now just means we are dead. Because if you don't have that by that time, we will be dead people.
Of course now.
We are not there. We have been coming since how many centuries? No light. No development is coming now. But for now,
come and feed on us.
No.
To Nigeria, the only time Africans were better was when the Europeans were still controlling Africa. That was when they were beating us. That was when they were whipping us in the back to control railways and all these things.
Right. Judah, can you mute now? I'm back.
It's like when an armed robber comes to rob you, while they are there, that's the time things are better for you. Come on.
Okay. To Niger. Let me start from where Mike left. Mike is 100% right. Tinubu owes his constituent. That's people that voted him in. That goes to every leader in the world. Also, obviously, he's the entire nation. But the people that voted in as a president, he is the one that he owes first. Because they're the one that handed over the keys to him, right? That's one. Judah, you contradict yourself as you speak all the time. I don't understand why you do that to yourself. It doesn't sound good. Because you said why there's Sharia law, in the north, and then obviously the Sharia law is more supreme than the Nigerian law. That's not true. Even in America, as they pointed out to you, that you have certain states that have certain laws, right? I don't support it, but that's the reality.
We have moved past that. We have all agreed. We have moved past that. Make your point, man.
All right. Okay. All right. Just let me speak, man. Listen to me. First of all, Julie, I'm disappointed in you. Number one, you flip-flop. Your loyalty is very, very vague, right? You are very kind and noble.
Every politician flip-flops, man. You don't stick to the same point.
No,
once your point has been debunked and is not good, you have to recheck your points. Every politician does, even Obama, who was a politician, he flip-flops sometimes. You have to.
No, I'm talking about, okay, first of all, hands up. I'm the most expensive guy on Kaiser show ever. Yeah. $300.
Oh, come on, man. This is not Kaiser, man. This is one man wins to more. I mean, if you want to talk about Sierra Leone, tell us about what is happening in Sierra Leone. Oh man, this guy lives in London and have one of the worst network. Come on, man. You don't even have a better network to talk on this panel, man. Come on. Nigeria, do you guys have Obama phone? Do you guys have poor network in London as well? What's going on? I thought that was a first world country.
We have good network here in UK. We have good network here.
Which part of London are you? Are you in Tottenham? That ghetto part, which one they call it? Not London, whatever they call it.
Peckham. They have that Peckham place where they sell all that African food stuff on the road. It's like Africa.
Is that where you are?
No, I'm not in Peckham now. Yeah, Peckham, man. No, I'm not in Peckham. Peckham is terrible, man. Nigerians have got better.
Wait. What is it? What are the things what are the bad things that go on there? Like, is it compared to the US?
No. I think
it's not about crime. It's just that the environment, it's like mushy. They messed it up a bit. I don't know why everywhere Nigerians go, they go with these some of these traits where they leave a lot of rubbish everywhere. I don't know how it happens even. I really don't understand it. But Peckham looks quite dirty when I saw it on this thing the other day. So it's just what it is. Just like Nigeria. Nigeria is messed up, man. You guys, haven't you been to some part of Nigeria? It's like, oh my God, this place is dirty. It's ridiculous.
Am I clear to you guys?
Mike, you know that kind of place they sell goat head in the market, like Bodija market. They will show you the street. All of them did there like that.
Mike, can you hear me now? Is that clear or not?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Stop disturbing, man. Mike, send this guy to the back chat, man. This guy.
You gotta fix your internet, man.
No? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'll move it. Judah, stop your village mentality, man. But anyway, I live in the UK. Yeah, the internet, some areas is bad. Some areas is actually quite good, as you can tell. But I live in one of the most prestigious cities, by the way. Unfortunately, the internet is not really that good where I am.
Where you live? You live in Watford, right? Or Liverpool?
No, Liverpool is dirty, bro. It's nasty. I live in Bristol. To Niger, tell them where Bristol is. Have you been to Bristol, to Niger?
Mike, you forget that people that live in London. London is not even up to a stadium in United States. It's a small town, man. A city like Houston is bigger than the whole United Kingdom.
London is the biggest city in the UK. Don't forget that. But
what I'm saying is a city here in United States is bigger than the whole United Kingdom. A city here in United States. So is
London bigger than New York?
London's bigger than New York. There's some capping, man. You talk so much rubbish, bro. Honestly. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is the problem we have in Africa is, the people are not supportive towards their leaders sometimes. But sometimes the leaders are not supportive towards their people. It's lack of trust. And also we have a lot of puppets out there that, have a different legion. Instead of having a legion to their people, they have legion towards outsiders. So it is a problem. If you come to power, yeah, you're not coming to power to solve your people's problem, but you come into power to solve the people that sponsored you to be in power is a problem. You know, but it's having a balance, you know, because every country in the world or every political party have lobbyists that give them money, you know, to get to power. You know, it's not limited to Nigeria or Africa, but however, when you get to power, you need to obviously pass a law for the lobbyists, you know, to benefit from, because that's what they do. They buy laws. Lobbyists buy laws. The population install leaders. Yeah. So by the time they actually finish their tenure, you realize they actually are spending more time legislating for their lobbyists instead of their population. So this is a balance that needs to be done, you know, for the by our leaders in Africa. I don't think they know how to do it well. But looking at what's going on in the current situation in Nigeria, I think me, as I said from the beginning, I haven't changed my mind. I think Tinubu is the right person and he's doing the right things. And even though there's a massive chunk of the population in Nigeria that do not support him and they don't want him to succeed, and they're gonna regret it, because at the end of the day, by the end of his tenure, he's gonna do great and he's gonna do good for the people that voted him in. Because look at the Naira policy at the moment. Look how the Naira has gained value. When the Naira fell, they was all bashing him. And now the Naira rose, you don't see the same people that was criticizing coming on the internet and say, oh, wow, he done so well, so we should back off. They ain't going to do that. This is the problem with our African people. We're not supporting.
From 640.
Sorry?
From 640, you said this Naira is dropping. What are you saying?
No. Now the Naira has gained value, yeah? They're not doing anything they're not saying anything good about that, right?
But Tinubu administration met it in 640. In 29th of May last year, not a year. And because this month is corrupt up to 33. What are you saying here, man?
Well, he have to regain value, right?
Dropping is not getting any, it's not like the way he met it. So till he get more than there to 300 before you give him a grace on that. Okay?
No, well, right, okay, that's true. Okay, you okay. Until he get to where he was, but at the end of the day, he's actually rising. I'm just giving a good example of how people should support leaders in Africa. If they do well, support them. If they do bad, criticize them. That's how we should do it. But the reality is they don't do that. They tend to just criticize their leaders, you know, and not supporting their leaders. And also, it's lack of patriotism in the country, and most African countries is a problem. And if you come to the West, yeah, people are more patriotic towards their nation, regardless of what they're going through. You know, they will actually love their country and they do certain things. And when people are patriotic in a nation, it will actually sprinkle down to the average man, because
you cannot tell a guy that is going through hunger to be patriotic. You cannot tell a guy that is going through famine to be patriotic. You cannot tell a guy that his family has just been kidnapped or killed to be patriotic. Come on, man. It makes no sense.
No, you hold on. The most patriotic person in the UK is the average working class Joe in the council estate living in poverty. But they love their nation, they love their people, they go and fight for their country. Yeah, the average man that got money, the middle class, they are not patriotic at all. What are you talking about? Stop talking rubbish, man. Yeah, the reality is the people, patriotism doesn't come to who give you money and put money in your pocket. That's a bitch mentality. If you love your nation, you will like it to work. So you will actually work with your leader and you work with what you got and build on it. Not just sitting there and criticizing them, you know, for what they're doing to make things work for you.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But do you know, as a citizen, you have the right to criticize. And let me come this way. Yes. Even the economy, he said human need are insatiable. You can never say even the government is doing well. You can never say yes, you are doing well. You always say your good is good, but your good is not your best is not good enough. You want them to do more, because if you tell the government that you are doing well, they will go and rest.
Say that. That's true. You can say that. That's true. But you cannot keep criticizing the government Why are you doing nothing
But you
about
cannot
it?
just take out of 2%,
And you're not paying
criticize your
you're not paying
3%,
taxes.
and judge the whole nation. Everybody must not think the same. You have
If
to
you
know
don't
that.
pay tax,
Those
if you do
people are
not pay
criticizing
tax,
is not to 10% of the population. So they mean nothing.
okay, good. Okay, I hope so. Because most people are criticizing Africa. They don't pay tax. They do nothing to help the government move forward. All they do is go online and criticize.
The one we have been paying, what are they doing? What are they using it for? So don't go. You haven't given the point, man.
No,
The one
they
that
are
we have been
doing it,
paying,
bro.
what are they using it for?
I've seen a lot of infrastructure going up in Nigeria in the last 10
But
years.
which infrastructure? Tell me, I'm in Nigeria. Tell me the state.
And what I've seen, Ebony State is one of them.
No, that was the former governor there. What he did there.
All governors in Nigeria collect money from the central government. Equally the same. Some of them don't invest in the money in their local state as they're supposed to. Some of them do invest.
That is the responsibility of who to find out. Why is the EFCC there? Why is the ICPC there? Why the Bureau of Conduct is there? What are they doing? What is their job? They are criminals. Don't blame the citizens. The FCC, you see a governor that ruled for 8 years, siphon money, you know how much that go to their cover, and they didn't do anything up to 10% of that money, and you leave them to go.
Go and blame your local governor and your local politician and leave the central government alone because they're allocating the fund to them.